this time, but we're working to get that information confirmed. Again, Councilmember Brooke Pinto for D.C. saying a helicopter crashed into a 60-person passenger plane mid-air, causing that plane to go down into the Potomac, presumably the helicopter as well. We have to figure out who may have been on board and what type of helicopter that was, too.
Absolutely.
But again, you're looking at the scene here, and again, just this operation, now that we're learning that 60 passengers may have been on that plane at the time, yeah, this is going to be a while in terms of the response and rescuing those people. Hopefully, you just hope, you know, those folks are alive.
It is going to be a very long night for first responders across our area who have all converged over the Potomac River right now to do whatever they can to save and bring to safety, if they can, anyone who might have been on this aircraft that originated from Wichita, Kansas, coming in, and in some way, something happened where Brooke Pinto, D.C. council member, says that a helicopter crashed into this 60-person plane and it plunged into the Potomac River. The Potomac River, which, as we know, is vast and difficult on a day when you can see the light and see what is happening around you. But these first responders are having to carry out this life-saving task in the dark.
Right. And you can see some of those boats in the water right now and trying to rescue those folks, identify the point where, you know, this plane went down, where those folks may be. Again, you have U.S. Park Police. They're in the water right now. You have D.C. Fire and EMS. They've been training for this, for these types of moments. Again, you know, we talk about these moments near the airport so often. This is not far away from Joint Base Anacostia Bowling. You have a lot of aircraft going in and out of Reagan National at all hours of the day. And this is not something you ever want to hear about, you know, a plane going down into the Potomac. But again, right there, both of these images you're looking at are live pictures of the rescue operation underway. They're traversing this this river right now, just trying to rescue as many people as possible.
Absolutely.
Again, from that 60-person passenger plane.
60 people. 60 people were coming here from Wichita, Kansas, presumably to land at Reagan National Airport, coming here for any number of reasons, perhaps for on business, perhaps on pleasure, perhaps to see loved ones, perhaps to see family members that might be here. And so if you are watching this right now, we want to be very sensitive about the fact that these are real lives, real lives that hang in the balance, real lives that we don't actually have any answers about at this moment. We do know that this happened just before 9 o'clock this evening, and we are still working, as you can see, to get you any details that we can find.
Yeah, so as Les mentioned, you can see the operation, the rescue operation underway. In terms of getting that confirmed information, that is coming in very slowly because obviously these rescue crews are also trying to get their hands on all of this and try and understand as much of what they're dealing with as possible. All we know, all that has been confirmed at this point is you have that that plane coming into D.C. from Wichita, Kansas with 60 people on board, not including the flight attendants and the crew, but 60 passengers on this small plane trying to land at Reagan National Airport when it collided with a helicopter at the time, mid-air, and that plane went down into the water. That is the only confirmed information we have at this point. Aside from what you're looking at here, the rescue operation underway to try and get those folks out of the water.
We are thinking about all of the people that are involved in this crash in some way and their families. We know that Senator Roger Marshall from Kansas again says that this plane originated in Wichita, and he is asking all of us to pray for every single passenger and their family members. It's not clear just yet how many crew were on this plane and how often this plane perhaps came into Washington and maybe went back and forth from Wichita to Kansas. We just don't know very much about the history of this small plane. What we do know is something very unfortunate happened on its way here, somehow crashing midair with a helicopter. And as you are watching and we are watching, there is an effort now to try and save as many lives as possible. It is 9:55, and this has been going on for almost an hour now, just a feverish effort from all of our local authorities working diligently and speedily with really great haste to try to get to any survivors
Time
that
is of
could be
essence.
out there.
Every second counts.
Absolutely.
Now, we want to show you some new video. We are just getting in from EarthCam here. And I do want to warn you, yeah, you can see the moment of impact down there toward the bottom right-hand side of your screen. That's another plane taking off at the time. But when the camera zooms back out, you're going to see that explosion in just a moment. There it is, right there. So again, and you can see just how the plane went down, the helicopter went down. Again, we're hearing 60 people were on board this flight trying to land at Reagan National at the time. When it was with the helicopter, not too far away from Joint Base Anacostia Bowling and Reagan National Airport, the two collided midair.
All right, let's go to our colleague, Matt Gregory, who is at Dangerfield right now over by the Boat Watch, which is kind of south of where this accident happened. Matt, what are you seeing? What are you hearing right now?
So, I mean, we're not hearing a whole lot right here. Most of the folks who are here, from what we've been able to see, are just kind of, they're coming out just as we are to see what happened. But I want to give you an idea on the ground level. I think we're actually sort of like a little bit south, but there's 3 separate sort of staging areas we're noticing for this rescue operation and this mass casualty event. So if you come over here to the left shot, my photographer, you can see off in the distance here, it's kind of far now. We're going to go right through the boat launch here. You can see like the fireboats off in the distance. This is, by the way, as Councilmember Pinto pointed out, a mass casualty event, which is marshaling all the forces of DC Police, DC Fire, as well as parts of Joint Base Anacostia. If you look away across the way here, as we move a little bit further south, what you can see is another set of, you can see police boats, fireboats off in the distance. So there seems to be 2 little scenes here along the Potomac. And then again, as we go a little bit further south down over here, there's another section. All this time while we're out here, you can also see 2 separate helicopters patrolling. They're coming through with searchlights and oftentimes coming over here to the banks to get a look about what's going on over here. It's something where we're still working to get the information. Like we heard, one of the senators from Kansas has said that he believes that this plane was coming from Wichita. We also have heard from Councilmember Pinto from DC that it looks like that she did say that it was a helicopter that crashed into it. But again, all of this is preliminary. We're just finding all of these things out right now. So we're working to get all these details confirmed and to get the latest in terms of what an investigation looks like and what the press response will be from DC Fire, DC Police, as well as any sort of the federal partners. We're going to keep working on the scene here to find out what more information we can get. Come to us in a few minutes and hopefully we'll have a little more information to give you.
All right, thank you, Matt. And yeah, we want to point out as well from the councilwoman, Brooke Pinto, she talked about the 60-person passenger plane landing here. We're assuming there that it holds 60. Perhaps this flight was not actually fully booked at the time.
Sure.
So that's why you see this effort here right now to figure out exactly how many people were on board. They're going up and down the Potomac River to try and rescue as many people as possible. They obviously have records of this flight.
Sure.
They know who was on board at the time. So they're trying to get those folks out of the water.
And you know, it's really, the wind and the water can either work with you or work against you. Topper, I know that you can tell us a bit more about what's happening with the wind and more importantly, what's happening with the water as rescuers are trying to get to people.
Yeah, we are looking at, well, this is the latest winds in terms of how strong the winds have been blowing over the past, say, 45 minutes. Remember, we had a wind advisory in effect. It's no longer in effect. So we have wind gusts of 26 downtown. That's at the airport. Higher winds north and west. So, I mean, it's possible we had a higher wind gust at that particular time. You know, hard to tell. But the wind advisory was out, and our strong 40, 50 mile per hour winds were a thing of the past. The river is cold. Potomac River running about 42.4 degrees. So this is the area that we're concerned about. And yes, water temperature will work against you. I mean, those guys have, you know, wetsuits and stuff, but the passengers that need to be rescued probably only have about 30 to 40 minutes with a water temperature of 42 degrees. So not good news. Better than it was the last time we had the car go over the Memorial Bridge when temperatures were the water temperatures were actually the same, but it was snowing. And the winds were just as strong. So a little bit better, I guess, scenario for them to rescue tonight with clear skies, winds dying down, but the water temperature, that's just not going to change, 42, and that will work against them, guys.
Some additional information. You know the Potomac River quite well, and you know the topography around that area. This is not easy stuff to get around.
No, I mean, Matt's sort of laid it out. They are having 3 sort of areas to stage this rescue, and once they get the boats on the river, it'll be pretty quick, but it's dark, so they have to find everybody and find exactly where the 2 collided. I mean, in my mind, I'm kind of wondering what the helicopter was doing in that airspace in the first place. And it is possible if you're flying a helicopter, you get a little gust of wind, it could have caused a problem. That's the only thing I can think of, because the skies are clear, and it's not that bad. The winds have died down, but there could have been a gust of 30, let's say, just before the point of of connection with the plane. So yeah, this is the area, and they'll get down there quickly. You saw how fast they got down to meet the truck that went over the Memorial Bridge. So they're quick. They practice this sort of thing, but the water temperature is going to work against not so much the rescue folks, the first responders, but the folks that may still be in the river. They just don't have that much time before hypothermia sets in.
Gosh,
Yeah.
Topper, the reality of this is sinking in with every moment that passes by. What we know here is the FAA has confirmed some sort of midair collision occurred on approach to Reagan National Airport. So this flight coming from Wichita somehow collides with a helicopter as it was trying to land at Reagan National Airport. It sounds like what you said is that the winds may not have really played a factor in what happened here.
I mean, it could have, but it probably didn't. Again, helicopters are a lot harder to fly than planes.
Right.
So
that's
if
right.
they get a gust of wind and they don't correct right away, it's possible. But my real question is, how is a helicopter in this space?
You say, how is it in that space?
Yeah, how is it in that airspace?
So Joint Base Anacostia Bowling is to the east
of that.
of Reagan National, so it's right across the river.
So it was a military helicopter.
So presumably, at this
Presumably.
point,
Okay,
that's typically the type of aircraft you
Okay.
see in that area. It can be, you can have commercial jets going in and out of Reagan, but you also have those military helicopters flying over the district at all hours.
That's right, and we don't know if in some way they were doing some sort of training exercise
Right.
or they were doing some sort of, they were carrying out a mission
Yeah.
when this happened. We just don't know. What we know is that this was a 60-passenger plane carrying, and we don't know if it was a full
Right.
60-passenger plane. We just know about the capacity of this small aircraft. Let's go back out, I think, if we can show you some video. If you're just joining us, we have been sharing the tragic news about a small plane crash that happened on approach to Reagan National Airport.
Yeah, this is EarthCam video we got a short time ago from near the Kennedy Center, and you're going to see that huge explosion there. Again, from what we're learning, this passenger plane, it was coming in for landing at Reagan National when, it collided with a helicopter right there near the airport.
Zoe, can I just interject for 1 second? We're hearing from our CBS colleagues that helicopter you just referenced was a Black Hawk helicopter. And so we are talking about a military helicopter here as we start to connect the dots here a bit more about what happened here. We don't know how this happened, but something tragic happened before 9 o'clock when that plane from Wichita, Kansas, was attempting to land at Reagan National.
Yeah, and we're just learning, Les, that it was an American Airlines jet 5342. Again, what Les mentioned a moment ago, colliding with a Black Hawk helicopter there, not too far away from Reagan National. Again, American Airlines flight 5342 out of Wichita, Kansas, with a Black Hawk helicopter. And, for a point of reference as well, that Joint Base Anacostia Bowling, we talk about, the military helicopters going in and out of that area. We're talking all types of military aircraft, including the president's aircraft, Marine One. That's where it's stationed typically.
Absolutely.
So they're flying at all hours from that base.
They are, and we're learning a bit more from the FAA, and we're going to get to Alexis, our colleague Alexis, in just a moment. But we were told that this regional jet collided midair with this Black Hawk helicopter. This is coming from the FAA on approach to runway 33 at Reagan National Airport around 9 p.m. Around 9 p.m. Again, Zoe, as you mentioned, flight 5342 of American Airlines departing from Wichita, Kansas. And as I say that, I'm feeling something intensely here, because if you're listening at home and you're wondering, you may be wondering if this is your loved one. You may be hearing this information and knowing that someone that you know or you love was on this plane that sadly did not make it to Reagan National Airport right now, and we know about this emergency, massive response right now to try to save anybody. But as Topper mentioned, it's been an hour now.
It's been an hour.
In 40-degree temperatures in the water.
And you think as
really
well,
challenging.
if you have someone, if you were expecting a loved one here, that plane was getting ready to land.
Yeah.
So.
And there may, you know, so there might have even been people waiting.
Yeah. At the
For
airport
this
at the time,
plane
exactly.
to arrive. And so it is not lost on us as we share these details with you that so many lives have changed in this moment tonight, in this moment between 9 o'clock and now.
Yeah.
Tragedy has unfolded.
Yeah, we want to get to our Alexis Wayne right now. She is at Gravelly Point, right at the tip of Reagan National Airport, the runway there. Alexis, give us a sense of what you're seeing on the ground and what you're hearing.
Well, you guys, I can tell you it's an active scene here now. A lot of crews coming together and trying to start with some of those rescues. Take a look here behind me. You can see a closer look here at the boat ramp, and you'll see Fairfax County Fire out here. We talked about several agencies helping and assisting with this response. We've seen several fire crews pull up to this park here, and they have started to put some of those boats in the water. One boat just returning back into the ramp here. So you can see crews going in and out of the water. Now further back, it's hard to see, but you may see some of those flashing lights. Those are other crews that are also out there on the river trying to help with this rescue. But what you're seeing right now is what we've been seeing for the last 5 to 10 minutes. Crews running back and forth, coming together, kind of trying to figure out a plan of how they're going to get out there on the water and help with this rescue. A lot really going on at this moment. We've been hearing sirens on and off. And something else we want to show you right here behind us actually is some of the people who have pulled off of the roadway to actually get a closer look at what's been happening here. So a lot of people just curious and kind of in shock at this moment about what's going on after we heard about that crash. Now, if we walk further over here, this is the area where we've been seeing some of that staging going on. You can see several fire trucks here. We've also seen Fairfax County Police, Arlington Police. So a lot of them just kind of coming together, circling around each other, having conversations so they can figure out what they are going to do next when it comes to this rescue. So again, a chaotic scene. We've been seeing yellow tape go up within the last 5 to 10 minutes as well. A lot really happening here. But again, right now we're just seeing a lot of movement back and forth, people trying to figure out what they're going to do and how they can really come together as a team to continue some of those rescue efforts. So guys, haven't talked to many of these people out here just yet, but of course we'll stick here and continue to learn more. But for now, that's what we've been seeing.
Alexis, thank you for that perspective as we continue to talk about this tragedy occurred on the way to Reagan National Airport, where a small regional jet, American Airlines, coming from Wichita, Kansas, collided with a Black Hawk helicopter. And we do not know at this moment how many people's lives may be impacted. We know that jet, and I'll let you talk a bit more about that, so was a 60-passenger jet.
All right, 60 passengers. That's how many people it could hold, but we're not sure how many people actually boarded that flight at the time, again, out of Wichita, Kansas. Took off at around 5:22 Central Time, so 6:22 our time. This was supposed to be a straight flight to D.C. It's supposed to be a safe flight to D.C. You know, we all board planes, and you
That's
expect
right.
to make it to your destination okay, safely.
Yeah.
You don't expect something like this. And we talk about these close calls at Reagan National Airport
And there have been
all the
several.
time.
Yeah.
This has even been an issue in Congress with them talking about adding additional flights.
And that's also one of the things that we have to talk about at some point, right? Because we know that the folks at Reagan were concerned about potentially adding more flights, that capacity and all of those things. We don't know whether that played a role in what's happening here tonight, but it's certainly something that's been on the radar. As you are looking at the screen at this mammoth emergency response to try to save lives, let's go out to our colleague, Matt Gregory. He's at Dangerfield Island, the boat launch, which is sort of south of this scene. Matt, you've got someone with you.
Yeah, so listen, while we've been here, just a little ago we were talking to you and kind of giving you a view of the scene here, and a young man came up to me, Jimmy Maisel. Come here, Jimmy. And Jimmy, you said that you were at Gravelly Point. Just give us an idea of what you saw this evening, what you were doing.
Yes, sir. So tonight I was at Gravelly Point with my girlfriend, and we were eating dinner there. You know, just like normal, just taking in the views, looking at the planes taking off. So yeah, it was just a good time. And then we started to notice the irregular patterns in the planes, and
What did you see? You said you're watching the planes coming in. We know they fly in that flight path. What did you see?
We were watching the planes land, and they're all lined up in a row perfectly, you know. And then we sort of saw these white flares start flying out of the sky. We weren't sure if they were flares or what they were. Just some sort of light falling out of the sky. So we were kind of concerned, and then shortly after, we saw the planes disperse and go their own ways. They all went around, and I think they got deferred at their airports. But
the ones that usually take the flight pattern, they go straight.
Exactly.
They were kind of pulling away from Reagan.
Yes, sir. Yep.
And then what did you see?
And then we saw almost every available fire truck, police car, police boat, even on the DC side, all flooding to the airport and going to the river. And yeah, that's what we saw.
What were you thinking as you were watching all this happen?
We were very curious. I was very curious. We were wondering what was happening because it was a very large response, and at the time we didn't know what was happening. But we were just very curious about what was going on. So.
Kind of put us in your mindset of as you're seeing all this happen, now you're finding out the information. What is happening? What are you thinking right now?
Right now I'm just in awe. It's kind of crazy that we experienced what happened right there. It's unfortunate what happened, and I'm praying for everybody who was involved in it, and I'm sorry for everything that happened, but it was really crazy what went down.
Listen, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it, Jimmy. So, guys, that's what that's Jimmy, who as you just heard him say there, says a gravelly point. He was able to see something, looks like flares. He thought he now believes it was the plane crashing into the helicopters. We're finding out more information right now. I want to point out the scene because we're a little south, like he was pointing out. We're south of Gravelly Point in the runway. Again, there's a massive response that you can see over here. I know it's off the distance, it's hard to see, but the left portion outside the boat launch over there is where most of the police boats and fire boats are, from what we can tell. Now, as we come over across the Potomac a little bit further south this way, you can see just out over here, there's still another response there. And all the time that we're here, you're continuing to hear helicopters off the distance or circling around as they continue to look for what we believe to be survivors, elements of the wreckage, everything you can see kind of up there. And they've also come all as far as over here. I wanted to point something out because Topper was talking about this, and I don't know if Alexis was as well, but just standing here, it is probably about 20-30 degrees colder tonight than it was during the day today, and you can imagine just how cold the Potomac's been after weeks and weeks of frozen sub-zero temperatures over here, well, at least below freezing level temperatures. And I myself am quite cold, so you can see this is just sort of what anyone who may have been they're looking for right now. These are some of the elements they're up against. Like Topper said, it's been going on for an hour now, so it's a very tense situation. Everyone here, by the way, as we're kind of doing our live shots and showing that everything's, it's just a very quiet, sort of almost like morning as everyone looks off. And there's a curiosity like Jimmy was talking about, but there's also a very quiet sense of something tragic has happened here. Back to you guys.
Yeah, again, we started getting calls about this. Police did at shortly before 9 o'clock, around 8:55. Tonight, with folks reporting seeing this huge explosion in the sky, wondering what went wrong.
Yeah, I think we have some of that Earth Cam video that illustrates what the young man who was talking to Matt Gregory might have seen, and we can pull that up. And we're going to be careful with this too, because we are reminded as we watch this moment, this point of impact between this American Eagle jet and a Black Hawk helicopter, that as you see that bright explosion there, that's the impact.
That is the impact.
That's the impact. That's the moment where lives changed.
That's
tonight.
Right. And Matt talked about how cold it is out there, and we
absolutely.
know we heard from our chief meteorologist, Topper Shedd, a short time ago. He talked about the water temperature, and it's 42 degrees.
Right.
And he says it takes about 30 to 90 minutes for hypothermia to set in. So
yeah.
Obviously, crews are moving quickly for a number of reasons, but that's also a factor as well. If you're talking about 9 o'clock, 10:15 now, you have roughly 15 more minutes before the hypothermia starts to set in. So these crews are moving quickly to try and recover as many people as possible. We understand that plane could hold at least 60 passengers. So they're trying to figure out who was on that plane, how many people they need to rescue, including the pilot, the crew, and also those folks who were aboard that Black Hawk helicopter.
Absolutely. And again, just being careful as we air this video, that we know that for some people that will be devastating to see because their loved one was on that plane, or their loved one was in that Black Hawk helicopter, and lives have changed forever tonight. Again, just affirming here information from American Airlines, which says that they too are aware that this American Eagle flight 5342, operated by PSA with service from Wichita, Kansas to Washington Reagan National Airport, has been involved in an incident. I think we're going to go to our colleague Alexis Wainwright. She's at Gravelly Point with a
and you're
guest
speaking
too.
with someone there, Alexis. What are they telling you?
Yeah, well, we've been talking with several people who literally pulled off of the road to come over here to see what was happening. A lot of them concerned, wanting to make sure people are okay. So I have someone here. I know you live in the area. Just tell me, when did you first hear about this crash, and what made you decide to come over here and check it out?
Yeah, I was driving home on 395, and I got a text from my mom saying, look on Twitter, plane crashed at Potomac. I was like, what? I checked on Twitter, and it's they said by Gravelly Point. This is where I hang out all the time. And so I just wanted to drive by the area, see what was happening. Whole bunch of sirens, whole bunch of people pulling over to the side. I was like, might as well check it out. Call my girl, and she told me to cross the street to investigate. I'm just trying to see what's happening. And then you tell me that a plane and a helicopter both collided. I don't really know what's going on. I just hope they're okay. I know the water is cold and everything. Luckily, it was on a day where the river wasn't frozen, but you know, prayers to them. Hopefully they're doing good.
And often we talk with people about these things. You hear about them online, you see them on social media, but to actually live in this area and be here to witness some of the chaos going here on scene, what went through your mind when you saw all of that?
It's actually crazy how often it happens. I don't know if it's a around here thing, just something that follows me. I mean, I was like 10 minutes away from when that house blew up in Arlington. A plane crashed into a power line by my house in Montgomery Village. It's just things always happening around me, and I might as well just, you know, see what's going on, you know, figure out what's happening. I don't know if it's an omen or something, but, you know, hopefully everybody's good. That's the bottom line.
Okay, well, thank you so much. So again, the concern that he had here tonight is what we've been hearing from several people who are out here to check this out. Now, not too long ago when we first talked to you guys, we were showing you the boats and the rescue crews going out in the water. I can tell you within the last 5 to 10 minutes, they have all cleared out. You can hear some of the sirens here in the background now. They have blocked off this street right over here, and a lot of them are heading the opposite way. We're unsure where exactly they're headed right now, but again, we know that they have to move quickly because of the low temperatures right now, and we know that that plane is in the water. So a lot happening here. We can continue to hear crews responding from several different agencies. We saw Fairfax County, DC Fire, all of them really just coming together to respond as quickly as possible. So we're going to try to move to that next area and update you as we learn more. But for now, reporting live, Alexis Wainwright. We'll send it back to you guys.
Alexis, thank you. All those lights and sirens sounding the effort, the emergency, huge response to try and get to whoever may be on either that plane or in that helicopter that collided as the American Eagle flight headed into National sadly did not reach its destination.
Yeah, the urgency here. You can see here's a live look now from Sky 9, looking down there at the Potomac. Closer to your screen is where you have, presumably here, if we're making it out correctly, Joint Base Anacostia Bowling. And then on the left-hand side of your screen, that's part of the runway at Reagan National Airport. And you can see here where a lot of those fire boats are centered. You know, we're assuming based on what we're looking at here, this is where they believe that plane went down into the Potomac. This is where their efforts are centralized at the moment.
Yeah, the plane, and this may not make a lot of sense to the layperson at home because you know you come down on the runway, but you may not know which runway. But we understand this plane was attempting to come down runway 33. We have not seen any pieces of this aircraft that we can make out from the water right now. And we have the benefit of the light and some distance to be able to see what's happening. So imagine how challenging this is for the responders out there that are battling the cold of the water, the difficult terrain, having to get to the aircrafts, trying to find survivors and pull them to safety, or trying to pull them out of whatever is
Yeah.
left of these two aircraft.
And making matters worse, Les, is what we talked about before. This crash happened mid-air.
Yes.
So who knows where the debris is at this point? Who knows where, sadly, folks may have landed. So they're not only in the water at this point, but you heard some of those rescue crews behind a Lexus.
Yeah.
They're searching this entire area to figure out, to try and put this all together.
A huge debris field,
Yeah.
right? If the plane was in one area, right, and everybody could sort of run to that area and get in and sort of circle that area, it
Yeah.
certainly would make it a lot easier. But when you've got a debris field that expands over parts of the Potomac River and you don't even know where it is yet,
Right.
you can see how this is a huge, huge effort underway right now.
And trying to get as many people into the water as possible. You're talking about this massive response. We know these agencies in our region, they prepare for these types of moments all the time to work together. DC Fire and EMS, U.S. Park Police, trying to coordinate this effort to figure out who's going to go where. You can see they've all responded. They started getting calls shortly before 9 o'clock tonight. So we're approaching an hour and a half of this incident here that you're talking here. And the quick response and quickness to try and rescue as many people as possible.
It is 10:22 right now, and if you are just joining us, we have been sharing the very tragic news about two planes that collided, two aircraft that collided. What we know is that an American Eagle flight coming from Wichita, Kansas, was headed to Reagan National Airport but did not make it there. It collided midair with a Black Hawk helicopter. We have seen video of that explosive moment, and now this is the aftermath, where scores of first responders are scouring the cold, damp, deep waters of the Potomac River at this hour, trying to find the loved ones of people who were on those two aircraft. Imagine the people who may have landed at Reagan and had loved ones waiting for them at Reagan National Airport, who are now just racked with agony, waiting to find out something about the people they love.
Yeah, and at this point, you're just talking about the search and rescue effort underway. A lot of folks are still asking as well how something like this could have happened. Again, you have Reagan National Airport there to the west. You have Joint Base Anacostia Bowling to the east. Both have aircraft going out at all hours of the day. Typically, you would have, air traffic control coordinating all these movements, all these aircraft to make sure something like this doesn't happen. So we have to figure out what went wrong, what caused that passenger plane, that jet, to collide with this military aircraft.
I think that's the thing that so many people are wondering about. How could a passenger jet and a military helicopter collide at night as a plane is attempting to land at Reagan National Airport? To your point, something went very, very wrong. We know that at this point, takeoffs and landings have stopped into Reagan National Airport, understandably, given the efforts right now to try to bring folks to safety, or at least give answers to families that are desperate for them right now. We know the terminal is still open, and we know these open waters of the Potomac may hold the lives of countless people right now, people who meant something to their loved ones, who have no idea right now about their health and safety.
Yeah, and we talked about this plane coming in for landing from Wichita, Kansas. This is the point of the flight where, based on the images we saw, close to landing, this is when you're sitting back, waiting to land. You're landing for business, landing to see some of your loved ones perhaps, to reunite, and then it collides there midair with a helicopter. We should point out again a number of crews out there trying to rescue as many people as possible, not just there in the waters, but you also have helicopters in the skies. For those of you watching us, you might hear them. It is going to be loud. There are plenty in the skies using that thermal imaging radar, presumably as well, to figure out where people are.
I know because of how this area is proximate to Joint Base Anacostia Bowling, some people watching right now may be wondering, well, what was occurring here? What was happening with this helicopter? We're waiting for answers. We don't actually have much information about what that Black Hawk helicopter was doing, what the mission was, what put those two aircraft so close together at the same time with a tragic collision.
And you talk about timing too, that's what you think about. Had it been a second later, a second sooner, perhaps we may not have been here, but as Les mentioned, it's not clear what caused those two collide, what went wrong with the passenger jet, what went wrong with the Black Hawk helicopter. That is unknown, but what we do know is mid-air, the two collided, went right down there into the Potomac River near Reagan National Airport and Joint Base Anacostia Bowling. And search and rescue efforts are underway right now to find as many people who may have been involved in this as possible. Again, we know that that passenger jet could hold at least 60 people, not including the flight attendant and the crew, but those passengers. Hopefully it was not a full flight. Hopefully, you know, they don't have to rescue as many people right now.
You know, I think when people see plane crashes, you see that you see yourself, right? You've been on a plane, whether it was a small regional jet or a larger plane. You know what happens as you're about to descend. You know where your mindset is. I'm getting ready to get off the plane. I'm getting off to go see my loved ones or to go see this thing that I came for, whether it's a business meeting or pleasure, who knows, or you're just visiting. And to think they would have had no way of knowing that these would be their last moments.
Right.
You board a plane and you take for granted that you're going to make it to your destination because, quite honestly, American air travel is so safe. Air travel in general is so safe. And so I guess that's why we really have to find out what went wrong and what happened here.
Yeah, but again, if you're just joining us tonight, we're looking at a massive search and rescue operation underway in the Potomac River near Reagan National Airport after a passenger jet and a helicopter there, a military helicopter, collided shortly before 9 o'clock tonight, midair. Again, as Topper mentioned, the water there, that's another factor. Not only is it dark, it's tough to make out what's happening there in the water here on your screen. So imagine what those crews are dealing with on the water right now. It is also freezing out. So they're trying to get those folks out of the water. You
know, time really is of the essence, and you have been really talking to us about that in real terms, talking about the wind, talking about the water, talking about the temperatures, and just how challenging this is for rescuers and, quite frankly, for any person that may be able to survive in these conditions.
Yeah, I mean, I think 90 minutes is tops. I mean, that seems to be tops. It can be as quick as 30 minutes to get hypothermia with temperatures low 40s. I mean, your core body temperature falls very quickly. The wind that we found around 9:15 was a 26-mile-per-hour wind gust, but again, the wind advisories were gone. The high winds were pretty much a thing of the past. So we're not so sure. We're not saying wind caused it, but let's take a look at the airport, okay? So here we go. There's the airport, all right, right there. And not too far away, this is Joint Base right there. So this is, not that far away at all. And if they're doing exercises, it's, again, not a very far way to fly. But the thing is, we had pretty strong winds out of the west-northwest. So they're going to use this runway 3315. At 33, it means it's pointing toward northwest direction. They try to land planes into the wind. And here's a Buzzards Point over here, and then Joint Base is just across the river right there. So very, proximity. This is probably, not 100% sure, but probably the path or the approach of the airplane as it tried to land on runway 33 going into those headwinds. And something happened over here in the Potomac, not far from Joint Base, and that's the problem. And again, the water temperature is 42 degrees, and that is just, it's about what it was when the truck went over the Memorial Bridge the other week. It hasn't really changed, and it's very, very dangerous. Now, our rescue folks are in wetsuits, but any possible survivors, 42 degrees is not good. That is not a good temperature. Could it be colder? Yes. There's no more ice on the Potomac right now, I don't think, at least in that area, but there was earlier. So again, Joint Base is just not far away from this at all. I mean, there clearly are the runways at National, and right there is Joint Base Camp Springs, right there. It's this huge area. So it's not particularly far, but if a plane were coming in and then circling around and then landing into the wind, that would be runway 1533. And that's more than likely the runway they were using going into the wind. And then the helicopter was over here doing a maneuver or something. We really just don't know. We do know it was a military craft, Sikorsky 60, I think. So it's possible that one of them got off course. I don't know, but I think this is the path of the approach of the airliner took to land on runway 33, which is into the wind. That's what I think. So we'll see. But the real problem, guys, is the water temperature. I mean, it's 42 degrees, so every minute counts. Back to you guys.
Every minute counts. We can tell you that President Trump has been briefed on this incident and is very much aware and watching as all of this is evolving tonight on our screen. Again, this happened just before 9 o'clock tonight. That American Eagle flight destined to land at Reagan National tragically did not. There was a mid-air collision with a Black Hawk helicopter. We are not sure why. We are hearing that this was a 60-passenger small jet. We do not know how many people were on there, but most certainly we know tragically there have been some people who lost their lives tonight.
Which is tough to take in at this moment, but a lot of folks are helping out with this effort in our region. We just learned a short time ago from WMATA's General Manager Randy Clark. He says that they are sending warming buses to Dulles right now, and that's where some of those planes are being flights are being diverted as well tonight. So you're going to see a huge presence there. And also adding a few lines to the trains to the Silver Line to help folks who may be trying to get into town who are landing at Dulles instead.
Yeah, we cannot forget that as first responders are centered on what's happening right now in the water, there is still a terminal that's open. Reagan National was still open, and so people were expecting to leave the airport and go to their destinations, which is why you said those warming buses have been helping to get people to Dulles, where they can hopefully then get to their destinations. I think we've got a WFAA colleague that we're going to bring into the conversation now.
On the phone with us right now?
Yeah, Lorenzo and Leslie, can you hear us?
Hey, there you are.
We
good
can
to
hear
hear from
you.
you. Sorry that this is what we have to talk about right now, but we're primarily focusing on American Airlines. We know they are based in Dallas, which is where you are, and how they respond to these sorts of situations. What sort of insight can you give us?
Yeah, sure. You know, American, like all major airlines, has go teams ready to go, emergency response teams that will be responding to this crash scene. I would bet departing tonight, if they're not already probably in the air. These are, members of different work groups, flight attendants, pilots, corporate folks, things like that. And the crash team is mainly going to be immediately, what's of paramount importance now are the passengers who are on there. They'll be going through the manifest, contacting the relatives of the American Airlines employees, relatives of those who were on the actual aircraft involved in this tragedy. From what we're hearing now, 60 people were on board this aircraft with 4 crew members. There'll be 2 pilots and 2 flight attendants, one usually up front in the aircraft, the other flight attendant in the back of the aircraft. A CRJ 700 is the aircraft that we're told this is, and the CRJ is Canadian regional jet. It's a very common smaller type aircraft that flies, and Reagan is one of American's main hubs ever since the U.S. Airways American Airlines merger a decade ago or so. Americans really concentrated a lot on Reagan. So in addition to American, the NTSB, obviously, as you've been mentioning, FAA, CRJ from Canada, they'll be there along with the federal government trying to figure out what happened. And as the first responders are in the Potomac trying to find survivors here, if there are any, let's hope there are. The other issue here that investigators will be looking at, I think 3 things really. Number one, was the American jet on the correct approach path and the correct altitude lined up there correctly with the runway as instructed by air traffic controllers? The second, based on the video that I've seen from the Kennedy Center, I think you guys have seen this as well, did the helicopter pilots drift in to that active approach pattern for Reagan Airport? The American jet, from the video at least, had its bright landing lights on and probably didn't see the helicopter till the last minute. But with bright landing lights on, the people on the helicopter likely should have seen something. If they were doing circles over the Potomac like the data from flight radar shows, there's usually at least one person on the helicopter who would be essentially a spotter, someone looking for other air traffic, especially in a heavily congested area like DCA is. And then the final thing I think that investigators will be looking at is the chance that air traffic controllers may have given both the helicopter and the regional jet permission to be in the same place at the same time. You guys have covered it in D.C. We've covered it in Dallas-Fort Worth. It's not unusual for these mistakes to happen. It's never led to anything like this, but I think those are the three issues that investigators will be looking at in the coming days. What's of paramount importance, though, right now, are whether any survivors made it through this tragedy.
Hey, Jason, as you talk about this scenario that you are able to kind of put together as you look at the video and from your vast knowledge of covering aviation, the passenger jet would not have had a whole lot of time to respond.
Yeah, that's a good point, Leslie. And approach and departure are the two most dangerous times because you're at a high speed and you're so close to the ground. So this aircraft was on short final, essentially. It was coming across the Potomac River, a few hundred yards away from touchdown, and there was really nothing that the pilots could do. They're slowing the aircraft down. They're bringing it down in altitude, and there's, if you veer right or left, you don't know if there's other aircraft on either side of you. It's dark outside. The ground is maybe 100, 200 feet below you. There's not a lot of room at all for error here.
And Jason, I take it this will also impact air travel, obviously for the rest of the night, across the country perhaps, and maybe even into tomorrow?
Yeah, I would say at least through the next 12 to 24 hours here, because it's an active scene there on the Potomac. And as I mentioned too, American really concentrates on Reagan, Philadelphia, Chicago, Miami, DFW, and Los Angeles. But Reagan is a huge hub for American jets, not just American, but every United, Delta, everyone is coming in and out of Reagan. Dulles is going to have a lot of traffic for a while as people try to come and go from D.C. until the investigators and first responders can get this thing sorted out.
Hey, Jason, these are workhorse planes, aren't they? I mean, they go back and forth and back and forth, so these pilots would have known this airspace back and forth, left and right.
Absolutely. That's a good point. Now, the other thing to keep in mind, too, Leslie, is that the pilots on a regional jet are usually the more junior pilots. There could be some senior people who've been flying for years on there, but usually start on a regional jet, and you work your way up to what's called the main line, the larger Boeing jets that you'd fly. Still, though, it's not to take away from the pilots who are flying this. They may be very experienced pilots. The other thing to think about too is the flight from Wichita. The four crew, were likely based probably in Washington, D.C. Wichita doesn't have a what's called an air base for pilots and for flight attendants there. So they're either going to be Washington, D.C. based pilots and flight attendants, or they're going to be coming in from other places like DFW, Philadelphia, or maybe Charlotte, somewhere like that. But just keep in mind, we don't hear about this very often. The American aviation system is at its safest point ever, and that's why it's so unusual for something like this to happen. But Leslie made a great point. If they were up 3,000 or 4,000 feet, there'd be room, and if it was daylight, you could see what's in front of you. But when it's dark, you're that low to the ground, there's really not a lot of time to do anything.
Yeah, but Jason, at the same time, you're talking about Black Hawk helicopter, those pilots who we're going to assume here are incredibly experienced. You also have the pilots for a commercial airliner. You assume they're experienced as well. You also mentioned that landing. This is one of the toughest aspects of the flight. But this area is so different because you do have this military base right across the Potomac from an airport where you're getting traffic in and out at all hours of the day.
Yeah, and that's what's surprising. As you mentioned there, Lorenzo, the experience for the military pilots there. If it was, I've heard U.S. Park Police, I've heard military. You guys probably have better information on that. But regardless, the government pilots were likely very experienced pilots. And from the data that I've been looking at from Flight Radar shows that helicopter doing circles over the Potomac. I don't know if they were looking for something, if they were training, or exactly what was going on. But when you're doing that and you're doing a circle, you're usually looking down inside the circle for something or whatever your training mission may be. you still usually have a spotter, especially in a high traffic area like that area is around DCA. You have someone looking out for other air traffic out there, especially that low with planes coming in when you're on the edge of the runway like that. That's why I think the third thing that investigators will be looking at is whether air traffic controllers may have given both the helicopter and the regional jet permission to be in the same place at the same time. They may look at that and rule that out almost immediately, but I promise you that's one of the things that they will be examining.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you, Jason. We're obviously looking at the search and rescue operation underway right now. This has been going on for nearly 2 hours. So how soon should they have some idea of what may have gone wrong?
Well, at this point, I would bet there are journalists who are going back and listening to the air traffic control recordings that are available to anybody online. So people are probably putting that together right now, trying to find out if it was a permission issue. But if it wasn't a permission issue, then you go back to asking whether the American jet was on the correct approach to that runway, the correct approach path, and the correct altitude. Was it too high? Was it too low? Was it where it was supposed to be? And if the airplane was coming in where it was supposed to be at the correct altitude, then the next question is, according to the video, did the pilots of the helicopter drift into the approach path for that regional jet? And it's too early to know whether it's any one of those three things, but one of those three things is likely going to be the cause for this.
Jason, as I'm listening to you talk tactically about all of the particulars here, who saw what, who showed what was happening leading up to this, it hits me that there are a plane full of people who actually didn't see this coming. They probably had no idea how they were in grave danger. They knew they were about to land, and then it all blew up.
Yeah, Leslie, I thought about that just before our phone call just a moment ago too, how the people on the plane, the pilots may have seen something at the last second, but nobody else on the aircraft knew anything. It was over before they knew anything. So if there is anything that's good about there wasn't any terror involved, any sheer moments of fear like that anybody had. But still, it's anytime you fly in and out of Reagan, you're banking hard to the right or the left to avoid that restricted airspace. So that's what strikes me, Lorenzo, is what you said too. Experienced pilots with a commercial, company, American Airlines, experienced pilots with the U.S. government. Was it complacency? What led to this? Because this is something that just does not happen when you consider how safe our aviation system is right now.
It's a reminder of the fragility of life in so many ways,
Yeah.
that you
Sure.
get on the board a plane and you put your life in the pilot's hands, and you just assume that you will make it to your destination. No one ever thinks that what we're talking about tonight is even possible.
Yeah.
And Jason, as we're talking with you, I'm looking here, and I can see at this point that the hospital that might have received some survivors to even give some treatment to, they have not gotten anyone from this plane crash, not a soul.
That's heartbreaking to hear. When I first thought of this, even though the circumstances were different, I immediately went back to the 1980s to the Air Florida crash, which was winter weather, and it was different. But as your reporter mentioned a moment ago too, the temperature of the water, the violent collision of midair collision there, and the speeds involved, it would be probably tough to survive this. But let's hope that the hospitals see someone here soon. It's such a tragedy.
Yeah, and we know that it was a full flight. Really quickly, Jason, before we let you go, do we know why this plane would have been off of its usual path? What factors may have played a role there?
Yeah, we don't know that yet. And if a plane is off of its path, you guys know this in D.C., the FAA gets involved immediately. Sometimes the military may get involved as well. So, as you mentioned, Lorenzo, a moment ago, these pilots flying into DC-8 know what's involved with the approaches here. So, if they were 100 feet too high, the aircraft is going to let them know. The runway landing lights will let the pilots know that, and the air traffic controllers would alert that as well too. So there are a number of things. The pilots may be landing the plane manually.
Jason, did we lose you? It sounds like we lost him, but we thank you, Jason. He's out of WFAA, our partner station there in Dallas, Texas, which is where American Airlines is based. The center of this incident today, American Airlines Flight 5342.
Yeah, we thank him for his great expertise there. Jason, did we get you back?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. We didn't lose you. Okay, you were in the middle of a thought.
Yeah, we're having severe weather here, so I apologize. It may have been lightning here that have caused that. But when the pilots are on approach, they may be landing it manually with the yoke, with the stick of the aircraft, but they're still following the flight path and the flight trajectory that the onboard computer that they put into the onboard computer for landing at a specific runway. So again, it's too early to speculate about what might have happened, but one of those three things is likely. And Lorenzo, you made a great point about the experience involved here, the uniqueness of this airport. It's not Dulles, it's not farther out. This is a highly special airport that trained people are flying into, and that's why so many questions are surrounding this. But at the end of the day, it's likely going to be a controller issue. It's likely going to be the helicopter pilots either drifting into the approach path, or the American jet may have been off the correct approach path or not on the correct altitude.
Yeah, we're showing folks at home. You're looking at FlightAware. That is the path of this flight, American Airlines 5342. And I can't help but keep thinking about what Jason mentioned a little earlier, the folks with American Airlines who have to respond to these sorts of disasters, and identifying the folks who may have been on this plane, and also trying to get in touch with their loved ones as well.
Passenger manifest,
yes.
all of those things that we just...
These people.
That's right. We take all of this for granted. Jason, we thank you for your time tonight and for your expertise and for your humanity as we are talking about the impact on so many lives here, just the clarity that you were able to provide, and reminding us in a lot of ways that this flight crew was likely based here in D.C. Yeah. They were heading home.
Yeah.
They were heading home. Jason, you all...
Thank you, guys, and good luck.
All right, my friend. Take good care there, and you be safe in that severe weather that you all are enduring.
Yeah, let us know if you hear anything else
All right,
new.
thank you.
Okay, we want to go to our Simone D'Alba now, who's in the newsroom with some new information. Simone, what can you tell us?
Yeah, guys, we've been working our sources. The newsroom is making phone calls, and we have some new information to bring you right now. We know that 6 passengers were on board the plane, along with 4 crew members. We also know that the U.S. Army has confirmed that the helicopter was one of theirs. Also, a number of leaders have been tweeting. I wanted to read you a few of them. We have D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser tweeting, quote, "Our prayers are with everyone involved. We'll continue to keep the public updated as more info becomes available." We do know the White House press secretary has said that President Donald Trump is aware of the situation. He has been briefed. The FAA, of course, if you guys have been talking about, has grounded all planes at Reagan National. It does still remain closed at this hour. Well, we're starting to hear from witnesses, especially on Twitter. There was one person who was talking about they watched a stream of sparks coming off the plane as it banked right, and they watched all of this from the George Washington Parkway. So again, the main takeaway per the official flight manifest for the American Airlines flight, 60 passengers, 4 crew members on that flight.
I think, at this moment, Simone, I think a lot of us were trying to remain optimistic. We knew that this passenger jet could hold a lot of folks, 60 people, and we were hoping that this is just one of those flights that may not have been fully booked. But we're hearing from you and getting this confirmation that 60 passengers were on board, along with the crew, 2 pilots and 2 flight attendants. And right now, work is underway to locate those folks in the Potomac River.
Our sources in here and trying to gather your information to find out what happened. So I'll touch back with you in just a little bit.
Simone, do us a favor too.
Yes.
We're having a little bit of trouble hearing you. So as you're troubleshooting in there and getting some information, we'll come back to you in just a little bit. Thank you so much for that update. We can tell you right now that all flights at Reagan National have been stopped. So nothing coming in, nothing going out. And we know that there were these warming buses that are transporting people from National to Dulles who were expecting, anticipating, leaving tonight from Reagan National. Clearly that is not going to happen given this tragic situation that is unfolding before our eyes. So it's been nearly 2 hours, since that first call came in about an explosion. And we learned about the tragedy here as this flight was attempting to land at Reagan National Airport coming from Wichita, Kansas. Let's go to our colleague, Matt Gregory. He's been at Dangerfield Island, which is sort of south of this area where this is all happening. Matt, what are you seeing? What are you learning? And who have you talked to?
Guys, I mean, this is the best way to put it is, I've been listening to you guys all night. This is the nightmare. This is a tragedy, and we're slowly seeing the details. Here on the ground, what we're trying to get a better sense of is sort of what the rescue and recovery efforts look like. Before we get to show you this, like you've been pointing out, it is cold. I'm freezing right now, and I'm not in the water. The water, like Topper says, about 40 degrees. So this is just obviously something that's making the rescue and recovery efforts that would already be difficult significantly more serious in this situation. But let's give you an idea of what this is over here. So it's off in the distance, and I apologize for that, but we want to show you to give your bearings of what Leslie and Lorenzo were talking about. What you're seeing right now as you're coming in, this is the kind of tip of Reagan National Airport where the runways begin. This is the runway that we believe, after looking at FlightAware, that this American Airlines flight was taking on its way in. It was coming up from the south, according to FlightAware. Working to confirm that. As we move to the right, and you can see all those right there, you see all the police and fire signals. Those are, we believe to be the paramedics and other rescue apparatus over on that side. Now, as you go to the right, you can see sort of off in the distance, a couple of different lights flashing red and yellow right here. Those are boats that are off into the Potomac River. They're just sort of off there. We've seen a little bit of activity of things coming over there. We're not sure, but we're working to learn more about what that is. Is that part of rescue efforts bringing things over? Are there survivors, we're hoping, and they're coming in that way? As we go further right, and all this time while you're here, there's 2 helicopters circling. According to some of the sources I've been talking to, those are Coast Guard helicopters. There is a Coast Guard base right south of Reagan. As you get to the right over here, this is another interesting thing. This is probably, if I had to guess, about a half mile, maybe more, from where the concentration of the rescue efforts are. And this looks like a staging area here off to the right. But remember, it's cold, it's windy, there is a significant amount of current. So these helicopters are circling and trying to make sure, from what we can see, what is drifting, where it's drifting, and how far they have to go. But again, off to the right over there, what you're looking at, that is what we believe is like the staging area for many of the rescue crews. You can see the flashing lights over in that general direction. As we've been here, we were the first ones here on the scene, right at the Washington Sailing Club Marina. More and more folks have been showing up, more to see, to witness what's going on. Obviously, other international news crews are here. But this is kind of the point where everyone is to see sort of the magnitude of this catastrophe right here. And you can see there's police boats and cars going up and down on the runways here. Now, in terms of talking to people, earlier today, while we were doing our first report, earlier this evening, I should say, a young man came up to us and he said, "I saw it." And we wanted to be able to show you kind of his sound. He's left since now. He's really trying to, you could tell when you looked at him, he's a little bit shell-shocked in this whole incident. And he really wanted to express sort of how in awe he was of what happened. But, in the moments, this is what he told us. If we can play that sound about what Jimmy Maisel saw earlier tonight. Take a listen.
So tonight, I was just with my girlfriend at the park, at Gravelly Point Park, right next to Reagan National Airport, and we were eating dinner, just as normal, taking in the nice views, and we noticed the planes started having irregular patterns, and they all kind of dispersed from their regular landing patterns, and then we looked up in the sky before that, and we saw these white flare.
What were you thinking when you saw these white flares?
We didn't think much of it. We thought they were like shooting stars. I don't know. I couldn't really explain it, but we didn't really think much of it until we saw the fire trucks start going out to the tarmac and the police cars and the police boats. It was insane. It was really insane.
What can you, I mean, for people who didn't see it, what did you feel as you're watching all this happen?
I felt very curious. I wondered what the giant response was for. I was just like waiting for the answer. So I was very like on edge, trying to find out.
And now have you kind of heard a little more about, we're kind of getting details coming out. What is it, to your understanding, you've heard is what's going on?
From my understanding, it's that a American Airlines flight came into contact or had a crash with a military helicopter right before landing. So
Who was telling you that? Was there any?
I think it was released by the FAA.
Oh, my question is, you were at Gravelly Point. Like, I mean, this has just changed the whole night. What do you think about all this as you're kind of standing here looking at all the response going on?
I'm really just in awe. Of course, it's terrible what happened tonight, but I think that it's crazy that we got to experience what happened tonight. But I'm, praying for all the people that were involved in this. So.
Are you going through your head trying to think about what you saw now? You remember you seeing the flares? Like,
yeah.
You're kind of re-remembering it, or?
Yeah, I'm like re-remembering like the flares, and then like shortly thereafter, all the police cars and fire trucks just started flooding on the tarmac and on the airport.
Yeah, so as we're over here, and while you were hearing Jimmy's sound, I noticed something happening over here at Reagan Airport. There's a line of emergency crews and cars that are starting to head down the runway. Now remember, we're south of Reagan. Your terminal is to your left, but what you're seeing is a long line, if you can see it right there, of what look like large emergency vehicles headed that way in a straight line towards the edge of the runway here on the south portion tip of Reagan. No doubt we've actually seen sort of where the crash happened, which is off to the right of what you're seeing. That's sort of drawn down. At least we're seeing fewer and fewer boats out in the water over there, and more emergency crews heading to the south end of the Reagan runway. Now, we're working to learn more about that. Obviously, we have Simone back at the station working to work the sources to find out what this significant response means. Are they bringing in survivors? Are they bringing in things? What is that? We're going to keep working around here, talking to folks, trying to get a general sense of their understanding of what's going on here. But like I said, this is it's a cold night. This is the worst nightmare. This is a tragedy of epic proportions, it already looks like, and we're just doing our best to figure out exactly how to make sense of what happened tonight on the Potomac. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Matt, talking about that response you saw there on the banks of the river, typically when you talk about these first responders and their training, they tell you they sort of station these vehicles right along the river where they assume they may find some of these folks, so that if they do recover someone, rescue someone from the water, they can take them to that ambulance right away and get them the treatment they need. So the rescue efforts seem to be centered on that area where you are right now, where we saw those ambulances.
Yeah, and Matt, you also talked about the Coast Guard, and we're looking at a message from the Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem, talking about how they are deploying, and when I say we, the United States is deploying every available U.S. Coast Guard resource for these efforts here, and they are monitoring and stand ready to support the local first responders. This is a huge, not just tragedy for this city, but really a tragedy for the nation. Mm-hmm. That on a cold night here, Wednesday night, this flight was expecting to land here in Washington, D.C. from Wichita, Kansas, probably with a crew on board that called this home, mm-hmm. with 60 passengers coming here, perhaps for business, maybe for pleasure, maybe to see their families. They had no time to react, and likely did not even realize that they were in a catastrophic situation that was about to unfold because of this mid-air collision with a Black Hawk helicopter.
And we talked about this before. This is the moment of the flight where you think you're done.
That's
you're
right.
ready to land. You assume that all is good to go.
Right now on the news at 11, we are following some major breaking news near Reagan National Airport. You have been with us for hours. We've been sharing this with you. A massive rescue operation is underway after a passenger jet crashed into the Potomac River, and you are looking live at the efforts to try to find anybody to save someone out there. That plane went down after colliding midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter.
Yeah, you can see the collision right here. We know this is tough to watch on this video from EarthCam we got a short time ago. We're learning new details by the minute, but here is what we know as of 11 o'clock on a Wednesday night. This plane was coming from Wichita, Kansas, and operated by American Airlines. The collision happened as the plane was trying to land at Reagan National Airport. We're told 60 passengers and 4 crew were on board when that plane went down. So right now, police have not confirmed any fatalities. We should point that out, and all flights in and out of Reagan National Airport have been halted. Thank you for being here with us at 11 o'clock. I'm Lorenzo Hall.
It has been a long night, and it is destined to be a very longer one. I'm Leslie Foster. We've got team coverage for you as we work to piece together what happened here. Alexis Wainwright, Matt Gregory, and Larry Miller are all on this story for us tonight. It is all hands on deck here for us here at WUSA 9. Our Larry Miller is live at Reagan National Airport, where we know there are no flights coming in or going out. And there were quite an effort to get the people who were stuck there out of there and off on their way to Dulles Airport.
Well, absolutely, Leslie and Lorenzo. I want to let you know, maybe about 5 minutes ago, I just wrapped up one of the most heartbreaking interviews of my professional career. A gentleman, along with another family member, was waiting to get information on his wife, that was on that American Airlines flight coming from Wichita, Kansas into Reagan National. He showed me the text message, that the last one that he received from his 26-year-old wife, where she said that she was preparing to land in about 20 minutes. And that was the last message that he received from her. I asked him what's going through his mind, how is he feeling? And you can see him visibly shocked. We're working on trying to get that sound turned around in studio. Once you guys get that sound prepared, let me know and I'll certainly toss to it. But it was heartbreaking to hear what this man was going through. I asked him what sort of information had he received from the airline. He said nothing. Anything from investigators? Nothing. He said it wasn't until he looked on social media that he realized something had happened, and he brought his way down here to the airport. We have that sound ready. Let's take a listen.
I'm just praying that somebody's pulling her out of the river right now as we speak. That's all I can pray for. I'm just praying to God.
When was the last time you spoke with her?
She texted me that they were landing in 20 minutes.
Can you show us a text message that you got from her?
Landing in 20 minutes. The rest of my text did not get delivered. That's when I realized something might be up.
That's when he realized something might be up, when he didn't get a response from his wife who was on that plane. I asked him about his wife. He said that she went to Wichita, Kansas for work, and that she always had a fear of flying, that she never really was comfortable. And tonight he is waiting desperately for answers. He's by his phone, trying to talk with anyone that could potentially give him some information. I told him the little bit of information that we had and provided that to him. But you saw him along with another family member pacing this terminal, Terminal 2, trying to get answers about his wife that was on that American Airlines flight. Guys.
You know, that gentleman that you talked with reminds us that the plane crashed, but dreams crashed, hopes crashed, lives crashed. So much happened when that plane did not land on runway 33 like it was supposed to tonight.
It's also a reminder that this is so paralyzing. You know, usually during disasters, during events like this, these emergency responses, you know, we're told to do something, to move and do something to respond, to help or protect yourself. But you're reminded there with Hamad that, you know, there's nothing you can do. You know, those search and rescue crews are out in the water right now, hopefully there to rescue Hamad's wife, along with the other passengers who were on that plane at the time. But like a lot of folks, they just have to sit and wait. Yeah.
It's so heartbreaking too, Larry, because as he shared with you, his wife had a fear of flying. And so this was probably her worst nightmare, and the worst nightmare for so many people tonight. All right, we'll get back to you as soon as we get some more information, and as soon as you get some more information that you want to share. We're going to toss it over to our colleague Matt Gregory now, though.
Larry, thank you. Matt Gregory has been there out near Reagan National for most of the night. And Matt, what are you hearing? What are you seeing out there?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a continued changing dynamics of the rescue efforts here and the recovery efforts. And like Lorenzo and I, if you're just joining us, he and I were talking just earlier about sort of what this looks like right now. So let's give you an idea of how this rescue effort is going on and recovery effort. So what you're looking at to the left here, where you see the flashing lights, this is Reagan's runway, right, just off to the side, jutting out into the Potomac. Now, over the last 30 minutes or so, you see this concentration over on the left of your screen of lights. That's where we saw a majority for a little bit over there. Now it's coming over here to the right a bit. This is where we're seeing more and more. We saw a bunch of emergency apparatuses, ambulances, things heading in that direction. Lorenzo's right. One of the things that you're looking at on a recovery effort is to get the crews as close to the water as you can so they can immediately administer any sort of first aid. Obviously, temperatures in the water are near freezing. They're about 42. So hypothermia, any sort of cold-related medical issues, you're going to want to get them treatment right away. So we've seen a concentration right there of emergency crews heading that way over the last 30 minutes. We don't know what that means yet. I want to stress that. We just saw a line of them come, about 15, 20 vehicles heading in that direction. Now, as we get to the right, we move a little bit further down. This is where, when we were looking at FlightAware earlier, this is where the plane crashed in the Potomac. It crashed into the Black Hawk helicopter, and as you can see over there, there's just still a few crews and a few different boats, but the actual amount of rescue boats over there has drawn down significantly in the last hour or so. And off in the distance, there's the Coast Guard helicopters that are continuing to prowl the Potomac, looking for any sort of wreckage response, trying to assist in the rescue efforts. To the right, as we go further across the screen, you can see over in the distance there are a lot of floodlights, emergency crews. That is one of the staging areas. So that's about a half mile or so, maybe a mile south of the actual Reagan Airport. But that's what we're seeing right now. You can see it's a widespread response. You heard Kristi Noem, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, saying that you've got the Coast Guard involved, MPD, the FAA obviously is going to be investigating this. You have as well as DC Fire, and I know Alexandria is pitching in, everyone bringing all the different apparatuses, the different groups, and their sort of logistics to bear to come down to this investigation, which, as you know, will be one of the worst air tragedies in the United States over the last 20 years or so. When it's all said and done, this is something we do not see happen. It's very rare to see something like this happen. But again, like we're talking about over here, you have your you have off in the distance here, that's one of the staging areas significantly south. This is a wide stretch of the Potomac, and with the cold temperatures, with the actual with the tide coming in and sort of like the current, it makes anything, that much more difficult when it comes to a rescue effort. But earlier tonight when we were here, we spoke with a young man who was at Gravelly Point, who says he was with his girlfriend when he believes he saw the crash, and you could take a listen to what he had to say.
So tonight, I was just with my girlfriend at the park, at Gravelly Point Park, right next to Reagan National Airport, and we were eating dinner. Just as normal, taking in the nice views, and we noticed the planes started having regular patterns, and they all kind of dispersed from their regular landing patterns. And then we looked up in the sky before that, and we saw these white flare.
What do you think when you saw these white flares?
We didn't think much of it. We thought they were like shooting stars. I don't know. I couldn't really explain it, but we didn't really think much of it until we saw the fire trucks start going out to the tarmac.
So that's what we're seeing, right? It's something where everyone's trying to come to grips with what they saw, and in the meantime, we have a massive rescue response, a mass casualty response, as it were, across the Potomac, all the way up from Reagan National down to almost the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. So we're kind of keeping an eye on this as it's developing. But like I said, it's been changing over the last hour to an hour and a half in terms of where the boats are headed to, where the ambulance and emergency vehicles are going to, and we're trying to get a better idea, hopefully soon, of what, if any, survivors they're able to find from this. And when we do, we'll bring it to you. And of course, we're going to be on the scene, continue to document this as it goes. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Many people are desperate for some hope tonight, desperate for some answers. We are hearing more about how what happened. We just don't know the how. We're learning that that Black Hawk helicopter was based out of Fort Belvoir, Virginia. And we're also hearing from the president again
That's
tonight.
right. We just got a statement a short time ago from President Trump saying, I have been fully briefed on the terrible accident which just took place at Reagan National Airport. May God bless their souls. Thank you for the incredible work being done by our first responders. I am monitoring the situation and will provide more details as they arrive. Again, that statement tonight from President Trump.
Yeah, we've been talking about just the vast, huge response to this catastrophe on the water. And our colleague Leslie Moreno is at the DC Police helicopter pier on South Capitol. Leslie, what are you hearing? What are you hearing about what's happening there?
Hey guys, yeah, we are about 3.5 miles north from that crash site. We are currently on South Capitol, that very busy roundabout here. I'm not sure if you can see here behind me, but this is the MPD, as you mentioned, aviation and boat support headquarters. You can see here we have crews both on the ground, and I don't know if you can hear, but in the air as well. This is where we believe this is the location where those victims will be brought in. No word yet on whether any have been brought here, but you can see crews have a large area here, a large portion blocked off. Again, it's unclear how many victims, how many people were on board that flight. We were, I can tell you, we were listening to scanners on our way here. We know there are boats, divers, major rescue efforts currently underway. We also know the U.S. Coast Guard was deployed, so multiple agencies on the ground and in the air conducting those rescue efforts. I can tell you there are several crews here on the ground blocking off the area. We also are seeing that there's a lot of people who are hearing about this on social media. They're watching this all unfold from their apartments. One couple, I just spoke to them, they said they saw it on social media. They were nearby, they lived nearby. They came out here to see what was going on, to see if there was any more information on this. So we're actually going to try and head over across the street here. There's a lot of road blockage right now, but we're going to try and head over to see if we can talk to any of the crews. We see some police officers there to see if they can give us any more information or any indication on if any of the victims will be brought here, if any have been brought here. So we're going to toss it back to you, and we're going to keep talking to crews out here and people out here as well.
And just a point of reference for folks, you're near the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge, and it's interesting to see where all of these emergency responders are scattered throughout our region. You can see everyone is involved here, from DC Police, U.S. Park Police, Prince George's County Police, the U.S. Coast Guard, so everyone is involved in this search and rescue effort right now.
It's also telling about how vast the debris field is, and we've talked about this for hours now. We've not seen where these aircraft went down, right? It's obviously dark, the water is deep, it's dank, there's a huge effort to try to find it. But when those two aircraft collided, that debris didn't just go into one area.
Right.
So they really do need all of these first responders across these jurisdictions to fan out.
Searching everywhere.
To search everything. Yeah.
All right, we want to get to our Simone D'Alba now. She's been in the newsroom all night monitoring updates there. Simone, any updates for us?
Yeah, guys, I've been working my sources. The news desk is hard at work trying to bring us some answers. And I did want to tell you, we just got video into our newsroom of the collision from EarthCam. And I wanted to show that to you, knowing full well how sensitive this is and how many loved people are, so worried about their loved ones at this moment. We just heard from Larry at the airport. If you watch this closely, you see the planes one of them banks down, and you see the collision. It all unfolds very, very quickly. Again, this is courtesy of EarthCam. And we know earlier today we've been seeing witnesses just speaking out, and they've been saying, look, they talked about a stream of sparks they saw after watching that plane bank right. And a lot of people saw this from the George Washington Parkway. People saw this as they were making their way home from work this evening. And again, we do have this video now just into our newsroom. I wanted to tell you that we are learning the U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter had a crew of 3. We do know that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has said the Department of Defense is monitoring developments. He said they are poised to assist if needed. He did say prayers for all involved. Again, we are continuing to bring you this footage from Sky 9 as we can see active search and rescue operations underway. The best way to describe this is it is a frantic search for survivors. As you can imagine, we know 60 people were on board this flight. I did learn in the newsroom PSA Airlines is a regional airline subsidiary of American Airlines, and Reagan National is the crew's home base. So all the crew members, the 4 crew members who are on board this commercial airline, we do know this was their home. We know dozens of firefighters are currently engaged in diving operations, so that's what you're looking for as they're out on the water right now trying to see if there are any survivors. We did hear from Edward Kelly, the general president of the International Association of Firefighters. He was tweeting. He's saying, look, they are doing everything they can to bring survivors to safety. They are working to the bone here, working around the clock. Leslie, you talked about not only how murky the waters of the Potomac are, but how cold they are. And so your heart really goes out to hopefully the survivors who they are working around the clock to try to pull out from the water. Again, we're going to keep working our sources, but that was one of the major things we learned, that the Army Black Hawk helicopter had a crew of 3. And again, that video that we are just getting into our newsroom of the midair collision.
Yeah, so right now we know it sounds like they're searching for at least 67 people. We know that 60 passengers were on board that plane. You have 4 crew members as well, 2 pilots and 2 flight attendants, and as Simone just mentioned, 3 folks on board that Black Hawk helicopter.
So this has been going on since about 8:53 when the first calls came in about the explosion that you saw us just talking about. And we're careful as we show that video because we know about the fragility of life, and we realize that we have not seen any reports yet of any survivors. And that is not to say that there have not been any survivors, but we just don't have any reports of that. And so as we show you this video that we've been showing you for some time now, we're reminded that lives were altered catastrophically in those moments that you just saw there. And so we're going to be careful when we show this video.
Now, in contrast, we can show you this. Hopefully this provides some comfort. The number of folks who are out there right now and trying to rescue those after this plane went down. Again, mid-air, you have a passenger jet along with that military helicopter going down shortly before 9 o'clock tonight.
And you know, Zoe, we're learning that white bus you see right there is a mass casualty ambulance. And so in the event, and we sure hope that there will be survivors, they will likely be transported in that particular vehicle there.
Yeah, we just
the
heard
hospitals.
from Hamad Raza, Larry Miller spoke with earlier at Reagan National, was waiting for his wife. He mentioned that last text message 20 minutes before she was set to land, saying we're about to land. Again, this plane was set to land, and that's the point of the flight where you think you're
you
okay.
Exhale.
Yeah,
you exhale.
We are almost there. What could have gone wrong? You know, we have passed that moment, past that point. Your bags are stowed, trays are up, seats upright, you're ready to land, and then something like this happens. Again, what happened is unclear. We just know that these 2 collided, that plane and the helicopter. But, if you've been in this area for a while, we talk so often about the dangers here at Reagan National Airport. We've had these close calls way too many times. We have been warned by political leaders saying, this airport cannot support more flights because what we see right here is bound to happen. And this is such a delicate dance there near Reagan National Airport. It's not a normal airport. You have Joint Base Anacostia Bowling right on the other side of the Potomac River. So not only are you dealing with that airport traffic going in and out at all hours of the day, you have that military base as well, these flights going in and out.
It's also not in a rural area where there's a whole lot of room for error. You got to get to that runway and get to it quickly. We've been talking about the catastrophe in the sky tonight that unfolded over the waters of the Potomac River, where you see right now a frenetic search right now for any survivor that may have been on that 60-passenger plane or any of the 3 that were on that Black Hawk helicopter that tragically collided midair just before that American Eagle flight was set to land at Reagan National Airport, runway 33, where people like Hamad Raza were waiting for their loved ones. And the thing that has to be so hard for Hamad and so many other loved ones is just the wait, the agony of the wait for answers, the not knowing, and those last moments that you remember texting with a loved one or talking with a loved one. Or surely there were other people who may have been waiting for loved ones to arrive tonight, and they got the worst possible news possible that this tragedy occurred.
Yeah, and Hamad mentioned that he learned about this from social media. It wasn't a call, it wasn't, a police officer, not someone from the airlines. More than likely, he saw the images we showed you just moments ago of that huge blast. And, you look at that and you're still hopeful. We've been saying all night, we're hoping that, they can rescue as many people as possible. But that's not the only issue they're dealing with. You're talking about time right now. And we heard from our chief meteorologist, Hopper Shutton. He's talking about the water temperature. And Matt Gregory also mentioned how cold it is out there right now. You're talking about water that's 42 degrees.
And it's been more than 2 hours.
Exactly.
More than 2.5 hours.
So
at this
hypothermia
point.
is setting in. I believe he mentioned 30 minutes to an hour and a half. So we are well beyond that point.
Reality is sinking in as we get into the hours upon hours point of this tragedy. And we just have to share that we know that some of you may be joining us with a heavy heart tonight because you may have loved ones on board Flight 5342, and you too are looking for information. And so what we have learned is that you can call American Airlines toll free. Here is the number. It is 1-800-679-8215. One more time. If you happen to be someone who is worried or you have a loved one on this flight, the number to call to reach American Airlines toll free is 800-679-8215.
And again, this was American Airlines Flight 5342. And we heard moments ago as well that a lot of these folks who were on the flight were our neighbors.
Our neighbors.
So sure, family members are going to be impacted by this as well, but we don't know who may have been on that flight.
Entire communities are impacted by what we see here. Some of our neighbors are going to wake up tomorrow with some pretty awful news about the people they love. Some of their colleagues that they worked with may not hear from their friends and colleagues again. And so we're reminded that while there were 60 passengers and crew on board that plane and 3 on board that Black Hawk, that we are a big, huge community here. And a lot of people are hurting right now as they wait for any information at all about the people they know and love.
Yeah, and that flight, American Airlines Flight 5342, took off from Wichita, Kansas at 6:22 our time. It was supposed to be a straight flight, landing here in Washington shortly before 9 o'clock. You have the Black Hawk helicopter taking off from Fort Belvoir, Virginia. Presumably, it was set to land right there near Reagan National at Joint Base Anacostia Bowling, and these two, in this sort of fate, collided. Again, we're not sure why, what went wrong, if there was something that happened on the plane, if something went wrong with the crew on the Black Hawk helicopter. But all of that will be figured out in the days to come. But in the meantime, the search is on to find at least 67 people there in the Potomac River.
When we talked with the aviation expert from the Dallas station, our sister station in Dallas, Jason Whiteley, he talked about how quickly this all happened and the amount of time that the pilots would have had to respond and even to let the people that they were flying know what was happening. And so an entire plane full of people may not have actually known how much danger they were just about to fly through in that moment where we saw it all combust.
Right. And this is having a ripple effect right now. We mentioned flights in and out of Reagan have been stopped. That's not happening. The airport is essentially shut down at this point. So you think about folks who are set to fly. You see something like this. Hamad mentioned his wife being scared to fly, and if you are and you hear about this, more than likely that's not going to happen. We know that some flights that were set to land at Reagan tonight have been diverted to Dulles. WMATA is helping there with a few warming buses for some of the folks who may be landing there or trying to make their way into the district. We know the extra trains are running on the Silver Line tonight as well to get some folks back into the city.
We're still waiting to find out more about this Black Hawk helicopter, but as we show you the name of it and the kind of helicopter it is, we have a spokesperson for the maker that has released a statement saying, and we're quoting here, "We are aware of the incident and we send our condolences to those affected. We have offered our support to the investigation and our customer. Safety is our top priority." Safety is our top priority, they say.
Yeah, so again, they are, while we look at this search and rescue operation on the Potomac River, you can see to the upper left-hand side of your screen, we have some light there on the Potomac. Again, we were saying how dark it is out there and how that is also complicating their efforts. You can see what...
those are lights on those boats.
Yeah, from the fireboat, yeah. So hopefully that is a good sign. You can see they're not too far away, what we believe is runway 33, where that plane was set to land shortly before 9 o'clock tonight. And closer to the graphics there at the bottom of your screen, we presume that is Joint Base Anacostia Bowling. Initially, they were trying to figure out where this debris may have landed. The bulk of it may have landed. So they had to figure that out. We've noticed all night, that's where our camera has been positioned on this area of the Potomac River, because presumably this is where that plane went down. This is where they're trying to rescue folks.
But as we've been saying also, there's a huge debris field, and there are likely places that we can't see right now that escape the glance of our cameras. So we may not be able to see everything that's occurring right now. As you look at this scene, and we know that first responders from our local communities are responding. This is a national tragedy. We have heard from President Donald Trump, who released a statement recently saying that I have been fully briefed on the terrible incident. If we can go back just a little bit for me, I want to look at that statement, go back just a little bit for me. Thank you so much. I have been fully briefed on the terrible accident which just took place at Reagan National Airport. May God bless their souls. Thank you for the incredible work being done by our first responders. I am monitoring the situation and will provide more details as they arise. And then we've gotten a brief statement from Mayor Muriel Bowser saying that our prayers are with the families, I believe, with everyone involved, and we'll continue to keep the public updated as more information becomes available.
Yeah, and this is also a reminder of what we talked about before, just sort of these disasters, these moments, when we hear about moments like this, you see these flashing lights, people responding, you want to do something. Everyone thinks, what can I do? You have Hamad sitting there at the airport wondering where his wife is. What can I do to save her? And there's nothing you can do in this moment but sit and wait.
I think one of the most important things we should tell people is don't go to the sea.
No.
Don't go to this area. Don't go and try to be a gawker and get images of this with your own camera. Allow our first responders the space and the grace to do what they are trained to do. They have a huge task in front of them, a large rescue operation underway as they work against hope, as they work against the clock, as they work against the currents, as they work against the cold weather and that frigid water, to try to do the thing that we haven't seen anything of just yet, which is any evidence of survivors.
Yeah.
We are hopeful, but we have not seen any evidence that anyone has been saved just yet.
We had that live shot there from near the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge. If we can take that one, or Leslie Moreno was there a short time ago, and you can see right there, they are set up, waiting for anyone to be rescued and brought in from the Potomac River. Again, we're talking about at least 67 people, 60 passengers on board that plane from Wichita, Kansas, 2 pilots, 2 flight attendants, and 3 people on board that Black Hawk helicopter. But again, we have not seen any movement here at this site near the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge.
We say that the plane originated in Wichita, Kansas, but we are reminded that many of the people on board this flight call this area home. So we are looking at an effort to save our neighbors, to save our community, to save our friends and loved ones. It's an all hands on deck operation, and we are all watching and hoping against hope that there will be some miracles that happen tonight coming from those frigid waters.
Yeah, and you think about that moment, I can't help but think about the 26-year-old Hamad's wife, who was there. There are, 66 others like her. These are humans, folks who were just on this flight. As we've said before, you may have been here on a business trip. You may have been returning home. You may have been visiting relatives. Who knows why? But those are a lot of folks that we're hoping will be able to return home in some capacity tonight. But we can rest assured, based on what we've been showing you for more than 2.5 hours now, a lot of the first responders, the other folks, our other neighbors who are out there trying to save these folks from a number of jurisdictions, and there are plenty here in our region. I guess that is the bright spot of all of this. You have so many resources. The U.S. Coast Guard we see out there, D.C. Fire and EMS, Alexandria Police are also assisting right now, Prince George's County Police. So you have a lot of folks trying to recover, trying to rescue as many people as possible. And also, as Les mentioned, we saw this huge explosion in the sky. So they're going to have to find that debris as well to piece together what went wrong here.
What went wrong here? That's the question everyone has, but right now the central focus is on getting to anyone who may have survived.
Yeah, we're going to work to get your mic taken care of there, Les. But, as you mentioned, the work is underway, this feverish effort to try and get this all taken care of. Not only were we looking at that huge explosion in the sky that so many of you have seen on social media after folks started getting calls, emergency responders at around 8:53 tonight, when that helicopter and that passenger jet out of Wichita, Kansas collided. But once it did, the other factor is what you're looking at right there. Yes, it is incredibly dark. That is making this effort much more complicated for these first responders to try and locate folks, but also the frigid waters. You've been outside today. You know how cold it is right now. We saw some of our crews out there as well, bundled up. But imagine what the folks who, you're in that water right now, and hypothermia starts to set in. Our chief, Todd Burchett, he told us these waters a moment ago, again, 42 degrees. So they're working against that clock to try and rescue those folks. This effort is underway to find those folks, but also to figure out what went wrong. That is going to be a conversation that we know is happening right now. A lot of folks want to know what caused these two to collide at just the right time of all times of the day. You have this flight taking off from Kansas, bringing perhaps some of our neighbors back home, took off there at 6:22 our time, was supposed to land at Reagan National Airport at shortly before 9 o'clock tonight. And coincidentally, you had this Black Hawk helicopter out of Fort Belvoir, Virginia. Joint Base Anacostia Bowling is right there next to the airport. It may have been trying to land there. It may have had another destination elsewhere in our region. But those two collided shortly before 9 o'clock, changing so many lives. Not just by those impacted, but just throughout our region. A lot of folks are just wondering what is going on here and what will be the end result. We've been telling you before, this issue we've talked about so often. We've been warned about the potential for this sort of issue. So it hurts even more to watch this play out because we've been covering these close calls at Reagan National Airport for years now. And after each one, we say, thank goodness this didn't end the way, it could have ended. Thankfully, the folks on that plane A, are okay. Thankfully, the folks on plane B are okay. And as they talked about adding more flights out of Reagan, we've also been reminded of just how delicate of an area this is because, yes, you do have a fully functioning airport there. Lots of folks landing in and out of Reagan National or taking off landing from Reagan National Airport all hours of the day. And you have a military base right across. So, again, a delicate dance trying to make sure this all works out. At the time, we told you the big issue was air traffic controllers. There just weren't enough. So we are not sure if that was an issue here, but communication clearly went wrong somewhere because considering our airspace and here in the United States, this is supposed to be, flying is supposed to be safe. We expect to take off, we expect to land safely, and that did not happen today. So we have to figure out what went wrong as the rescue efforts continue right there along the Potomac River. All right, we want to bring in now our Eric Flack, who has more. I see, Eric, you're monitoring Flight Radar 24, so you have more on the flight path of this American Airlines jet.
Yeah, that's right. So we're trying to get as much information as we can from verified sources to make sure we bring you the most accurate information. This is a source called Flight Radar 24. It is verified, so we do know that the information we're about to bring you is accurate and true. Now this, as you mentioned, is the flight path. Let's take it right there from that flight taking off from Wichita, coming straight across the country, across Louisville, straight down to Washington, D.C., where it was supposed to land just a couple hours ago. Here's a closer look at what happened as that American Airlines flight A5342 made its final descent into Reagan Washington National Airport. That's it right there. This comes from a service called ADSB. That's a service, they crowdsource receivers and pick up signals from aircraft, and they track their positions all across the country. So these are verified information of where this flight was descending, probably at about 1,600 feet per minute as it approached Washington Reagan National Airport. Now, there have been others, images I've seen online that are not verified, but this is the general area of where we believe the collision took place. And that chopper, that Black Hawk chopper, really came from the right side right there and then into the Potomac River. So again, this flight was coming from across the country from the west there, just straight into Washington Reagan National Airport as it made its approach right there. It was that close, really, you know, just feet really from the runway before it was about to land, probably just seconds before it was about to land at the time of impact. And then we've seen those awful images of that fiery crash into the Potomac River and those two aircraft, we now believe both in the Potomac River. So we are continuing to get more information. One of the biggest questions is going to be how much communication there was right here between this American Airlines craft, that chopper, Black Hawk helicopter, and tower control, air traffic control at Washington National Airport. I've talked to a couple of different experts who say, and quite obviously, there has to be a ton of communication in normal circumstances that's going on between any sort of aircraft that are in the air, particularly, and air traffic control. We've talked about the near misses. There was no, you know, it was nighttime, it was dark. So really the communication piece is all they have to go on to make sure tragedies like this don't in fact happen. Somehow that failed here, and we now know that it had tragic consequences. We're going to continue to stay on these images to try to learn more. Guys?
A lot to figure out here. Flack, thank you.
We want to bring in Greg Feith. He is a former NTSB senior air safety investigator. And Greg, we know you've been following this closely. You sadly have had quite a bit of experience on these kinds of investigations. What's happening right now in these hours right after this kind of tragedy occurs?
Well, besides, of course, what we see on TV with the search and rescue operation going on, investigators are really bringing the process of investigation together. The NTSB in conjunction with the FAA, and then parties that will be assigned by the NTSB to assist in the investigation, which will include the military. All of these people who are going to participate in the process are beginning not only to come together, but initial information is being collected or at least secured, because there is volatile evidence that can disappear, especially electronic and that kind of thing. So the process of investigation has already started, even though search and rescue is still going on, and video and trying to get a handle on at least some preliminary information, radio communications, radar data, that can start to give investigators at least an idea, a pathway for the investigation.
Yeah, and Greg, with that radio communication and flight data, how quickly should they have some idea of what may have gone wrong here? Are we talking just a couple of minutes, a couple of hours?
When you look at the investigative process, unfortunately, you know, we live in a society of instant gratification. We want to know now. Mm-hmm. The problem is that while things are obvious as far as evidence and radio communication and radar data, you have to understand what the backstory is. What was going on? I mean, there's a lot of questions to be asked. This was a military training flight. So were they in constant communication? Of course, they were probably talking to the tower controllers at Reagan National Airport. They were given instruction. They lifted off or may have been transiting through the area. Were they on night vision goggles? Did that restrict their vision? So now you have the military side. The commercial side, you have this RJ who basically, I pulled some data, and it looks like they were already established on final and were at an altitude of about 400 feet above the ground when the collision occurred. So the question is, where did the helicopter strike the aircraft? Because from the video, it looks like the RJ is already established on final, and that the helicopter flew into most likely the back end of the aircraft, because it doesn't look like there was any kind of evasive action taken by either pilot.
Greg, could you tell, by looking at this video, I mean, obviously we don't know yet, but there are lots of questions. What do you see in that video that perhaps the layperson may not understand?
Well, again, because it is, a video shot from far away. If you look at the very bright light, that is presumably the RJ. When you're on approach coming into any airport, in this case, Washington National, you have all of your landing lights on. That's for visibility, especially at night. So when you look out, you know that, okay, there's an aircraft, rather than just trying to see the red and white position and the red, white, and green position lights. So you have the landing lights on. The brighter light is presumably the RJ. The smaller light moving from left to right, looks like a strobe, is presumably the Black Hawk helicopter. And you can see that there is no evasive action. It doesn't look like there's a change in position of the Black Hawk, and there definitely isn't a change in position of the regional jet. Now, there is some preliminary air traffic control chatter, radio communications that somebody has pulled down and sent to me that hasn't been validated, but it does sound like maybe the military aircraft pilots were told to pass behind the regional jet. That, if that is true, then the question is, how did they really misjudge their position relative to the regional jet? And were they wearing night vision goggles? What was their purpose and mission? Where were they looking? All of these are going to be questions that hopefully can get answers either from the flight data recorder and or the cockpit voice recorder on the regional jet, and then through air traffic control communications in general.
Hey, Greg, just a quick follow-up to what you just shared with us. Based on what we're seeing and what you just said, it does not sound like that the pilots of that regional jet had a lot of time to react.
And again, that's why after all of the search and rescue activities are done and victim recovery is conducted, the next step is wreckage recovery and trying to understand collision angles. How did each aircraft, what position they were in at the time of the collision? If the helicopter hit from about midpoint aft of the regional jet, there's no way that the pilots of the regional jet would have ever seen them. They would have never known anything was about to happen until it did. One of the questions, of course, is, well, there's traffic collision avoidance systems on aircraft. That is true for all commercial aircraft, jets, light jets, even general aviation airplanes to an extent. The military doesn't necessarily have that type of equipment on the aircraft because they have a different mission. So the question that I would ask as an investigator of the military is, what are your procedures, especially operating in an environment where we have high-density traffic flow? You're mixing commercial and civilian operations, civilian and military operations in this corridor. I grew up here in Maryland, so I'm very familiar with the area. I've lived there most of my life. I've seen these operations. I've flown down the Potomac River. it is busy, and you're constantly listening for other aircraft on frequency to see where they are and where they're going. Just because it's all about this term that we use in aviation called situational awareness. I want to know who's in my environment. The question is, was there that kind of communication, interaction between military and civilian? And then, of course, where were the controllers? Because the controllers do have a collision avoidance system. What's their responsibility for monitoring traffic in that vicinity, given the fact that we have a mix of military and civilian?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that earlier, Greg. Why would this military aircraft have been going through such a busy airspace? Obviously, we know that the Joint Base Anacostia Bowling is near the airport, but considering the traffic here, this seems like a recipe for disaster.
Well, when you look at the altitude, typically there are low-level altitude blocks for, in this case, helicopter operations, because you don't expect to have any kind of civilian aircraft, especially going into Reagan National, being, at 200 feet or 100 feet above the water like a helicopter can fly. And we know every day that the military, in some way, shape, or form, are running patrols up and down the river. Police helicopters fly low level, but the flight corridors, the approach paths for all of the runways there are typically higher, 400, 500, 600 feet. These guys were less than a mile. They're from at least the crude data that I've been able to pull down where these aircraft struck. It's about 4,500 feet horizontally from the end of runway 33, so less than a mile. So, of course, the regional jet's going to be low because they're approaching the runway, and it looks like the helicopter was level in its flight path as it collided. So all of these things, and we've operated like that for a very long time in that area. Yes, there have been some near midair reports and that kind of thing, but for the most part, it's a very structured airspace. The question is, was everybody doing the things they needed to do for operating in that airspace at the time?
Greg, you hear me? This is Topper, meteorologist Topper Shutt. A question now, and this is something that I'm just throwing out to you. Is it possible that the helicopter was below the radar and that's why the avoidance system didn't work?
Well, Topper, the big thing here is, civilian aircraft have a transponder. That transponder puts out a discrete code or a generic code. If you're general aviation, it all depends on the type of flight operation and your contact with air traffic control. In this case, the CRJ would have been on a very discrete transponder code. That code is an electronic signal. The air traffic controller picks it up on radar, and that particular code has a data tag to it. So it identifies, in this case, it would identify the aircraft flight number by flight number. It would have a ground speed and an altitude tag to it. If it's TCAS, Traffic Collision Avoidance System, and I'm in my airplane reads that same data tag, and I can now see my position relative to that airplane. Military aircraft don't necessarily have the same equipment. They don't necessarily operate or use, or have to use in some cases, a transponder. So they should show up as what's called a primary target, where it's really a skin paint. The radar spins, it blasts out its signal. The return signal is, yes, there's something out there, but it is not specifically identified. That is going to be part of the investigation. Was the controller aware of the position? Were they watching that? Was it identified as just a primary? And was somebody watching the collision avoidance? Because, again, there is a collision avoidance aspect to this in the tower at Reagan, as well as in the cockpit of the regional jet.
And I guess, I think you mentioned this earlier, that, there was no way the jet could have taken any kind of maneuver to avoid he was on final approach, which say 400 feet above the ground. That's it. He can do a touch and go, but he can't do a midair maneuver. The only possibility would have been the helicopter could have maybe avoided it, but I don't see how the jet could have, correct?
Well, it's too early to tell because, again, if the helicopter struck the back end of the aircraft, then the pilots in the regional jet would have had no possibility of knowing what was happening behind them. If the helicopter was passing in front of them or approaching from the left or from the right at an angle that would have put the aircraft in front of the pilots, then you would expect that they would just naturally try to take some sort of evasive action. They may have still collided. And we've had mid-air collisions like that where the aircraft had approached and actually struck the front end of each aircraft, and the pilots tried to take evasive action. But when you look at the video, it doesn't look like either the helicopter or the regional jet are moving off their flight path in a very dramatic way that we would characterize as evasive action.
I guess what I'm saying is, had he taken evasive action, I don't think he could have kept the plane in the air, is what I'm trying to say. When you're on that last part of your approach and you're that low, I mean, you could probably swerve, but I don't think you're going to be able to land the plane anywhere else, correct? He would have gone down.
No, again, evasive action is a very generic term. If I know that the aircraft is approaching and I know that it's going to be lower than me, then I'm going to power up and pull up. I may bail off and try and roll the airplane to the left or the right to avoid the collision. Same with the helicopter. If it caught their eye at the last minute, they may have tried to roll the aircraft to the left or to the right. Doesn't mean they're going to dive into the water immediately. The evasive action is left or right or up and down.
So, Greg, you have this huge passenger jet. If you're talking about this military helicopter just, going in front of the jet, I mean, how do you miss something like that, even though it's so dark out?
Well, again, that is going to be, I think, one of the first questions that really needs an answer is, what were the actual positions? They'll be able to look at the radar data, and hopefully the military aircraft is either squawking the transponder code with a tag, or even if it comes back as a primary target, they'll be able to see, just based on the flight path of both aircraft, how this accident at least started as far as the sequence of events. Because if it looks like the helicopter was trying or at least positioned to pass behind the regional jet, then you have to look at, well, what were the military pilots looking at that they didn't see this aircraft that they were approaching? You can then say that the RJ pilots would have never known that the helicopter was trying to pass behind them, other than maybe an air traffic control communication that they either overheard if the military pilots were on the same frequency. So there are a lot of questions just with that one aspect that can shed some light and really give a path for the investigation. And that's why radio communication, radar data, and then the recovery of the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder. Because, again, the cockpit voice recorder, you may have the pilots who, are flying. They're doing their, last-minute checklists. They're getting prepared to touch down, and then something catastrophic happens, and they don't know what's going on other than the fact that they've lost control of the aircraft.
Greg, before we let you go, I can't let this moment leave us. It's been 3 hours almost to the moment that the explosion happened, indicating there was this awful midair collision between the passenger jet and the Black Hawk helicopter. 3 hours of this search going on to find any survivors. Tell us about the reality of this now in terms of finding anyone alive.
Sure. It is a painful, agonizing experience for family and friends of not only the passengers and crew on the RJ, but of course the 3 military personnel. Even from an investigator standpoint, as an accident investigator, you're seeing the worst side of aviation. That was my job, and that is the job of the NTSB investigators that are going to be working this accident. We see that as tragedy. We know that we have to do our job. We have to be thorough and methodical so that we can provide answers not only to the family and friends, but to the public, to the aviation industry, so that we have these lessons learned so that tragedies like this don't happen in the future. We have to determine, was this a one-off? Was this an isolated event? Or is this a systemic problem? And you've reported it on your air over the years. There's always been a discussion about why not close Reagan, because there's so many airplanes, there's a lot of traffic going on, and of course you got all the other issues of noise and curfews and everything else. It's a convenient airport for the people that work on the other side of the river. It's been a very safe airport because we have different kinds of policies and protocols and procedures that, as pilots and operators in and out of that airspace, has made it safe. But the fact is that in this particular instance, what was the flaw? What didn't work this night at that time? And I know for the families, it is agonizing. Of course, the search and rescue process is cumbersome, especially at night. You can only put divers in the water in certain areas under certain conditions. You don't know what's under there. They're going to be the aircraft or both aircraft are underwater. There are traps. There are hazards that they can't really navigate at night. That slows the process down. And it is a painful experience, even for investigators, because, again, it's my job to try and figure out what happened with a team and then at least, provide some level of comfort that here are the facts and this is what we know happened. Unfortunately, we can't bring your loved one back, but through the process, we're going to make it safer to fly tomorrow. And while that doesn't provide a lot of solace to the families of the victims, the process does work. And if you look at the history of the NTSB and early days of CAB, where the accident investigation process really started, you see how we've improved aviation safety over the years. And, when you look back at the last major accident, we lost, a A300 Airbus in New York in 2001, November of 2001. We had 2 regional aircraft go down in 2006 and 2009. But we haven't had a major accident in these United States where we've had a major loss, hull loss is what it's termed as, and a large catastrophic loss of life. We've got a very safe system, and what we can do is improve on that safe system.
Yeah, and so sad it takes these moments like we're seeing right here before we make any drastic improvements. As you mentioned there, Greg, we've been warned about the dangers here, the airspace around Reagan National for quite some time. Thank you so much for your time tonight. Former NTSB Senior Air Safety Investigator Greg Fife, thank you so much for being with us.
I appreciate his experience and his humanity as well. We want to go back to our colleague Larry Miller, who is at Reagan National Airport, who had really one of the toughest conversations, he said, of his career, speaking with the husband who worries so deeply about the fate of his wife. She was on that plane coming from Wichita here to D.C. Larry.
And he told me that they'd only been married 2.5 years, that he is hopeful and praying that she will be okay. But certainly his mind right now, his thoughts going to a dark place. He and some other families that we know that are starting to make their way to the airport have now gone into a restricted area now just behind me where the police are, where they're getting information from the airline about the fate of their loved ones. We've seen now several families make their way down to this area, and moments ago we just saw DC Mayor Muriel Bowser. We tried to ask her a couple of questions, but she wasn't taking any questions this evening, understandably given the circumstances. Still trying to get a hold on the situation, but most importantly trying to comfort these families that in some cases potentially are getting some devastating news about their loved one. We spoke with one man whose 26-year-old wife was aboard that plane. I asked the question about, had he talked with her, had he communicated with her today? In fact, he did. He got a text message from her 20 minutes before the flight was set to land. Here's what he had to say.
I'm just praying that somebody's pulling her out of the river right now as we speak. That's all I can pray for. I'm just praying to God.
When was the last time you spoke with her?
She texted me that they were landing in 20 minutes.
Can you show us a text message that you got from her?
Landing in 20 minutes. The rest of my text did not get delivered. That's when I realized something might be up.
He told us that his wife had a fear of flying and had for some time, that she went to Wichita, Kansas for a work obligation and was coming home today on that American Airlines flight. The airport has very few people here right now, and for the families that have been coming in, they've been rushing to try to get information from officials with American Airlines that are providing them information about really the status of this investigation, what information they know, and what they can possibly tell them about their loved ones right now. Some people are here at the airport waiting for their flights. We actually spoke with another woman. She is an airport employee, and asked her specifically about the protocol here. What happens when some sort of emergencies take place at DCA? She says there is a very organized process by which airport staff respond to these situations. She says that the ramps are closed, security goes to the designated area, and then they send staff home and keep certain staff here to guard the perimeter and provide sort of a safe harbor for emergency responders to address any sort of ongoing situations that require their assistance. That same woman, Miss Brown, who works at this airport, has for some time, also told me that in addition to the protocol, she actually saw the incident unfold. She saw the collision, saw the smoke, heard the crash, and moments later saw all of the emergency crews begin to swarm the airport to respond to that collision right now, with a search underway looking for survivors in that crash. Guys?
Yeah, just a reminder that, you know, so many of our neighbors were on board that plane as well, as they try to get answers, as they wait for those answers tonight, wait for their loved ones to return home in some capacity.
This will be a very, very tough night for those loved ones and really for our entire community and country. We know that D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser is going to speak at Reagan National Airport at 12:30 a.m. This is where that press conference will be. Obviously, everybody is responding as quickly as they can, and so we expect to hear from the mayor, hear what she knows, hear what she can confirm, and we'll go to her at 12:30 and whoever is gathered for that press conference when it becomes available.
Now, what we can tell you right now, what we do know at this hour is that shortly after 6 o'clock tonight, Eastern time, that airplane, that passenger jet from Wichita, Kansas, American Airlines flight 5342 took off, bound for DC. A straight flight was set to land shortly before 9 o'clock, but instead it collided with a Black Hawk helicopter out of Fort Belvoir, Virginia at the time. 3 passengers on board the Black Hawk helicopter, 60 passengers on board that passenger jet, along with 4 crew members.
Yeah, so it was at capacity. At one point we wondered if this was a full flight. We know it was a full flight. It was at max capacity. In fact, what did you say,
Close
Topper?
to, it could hold 78 people.
Oh, could hold 78?
It can hold 78 depending on the configuration of the seat. So it was pretty darn full, but
Yeah.
not, I guess, technically full.
Yeah, and that's what we were hoping initially before we knew that it, you know, this regional jet, it seems, held, you know, a fair number of people, and we were just hoping that this was just that one flight that perhaps wasn't fully booked. But we've learned that at least, again, 64 people were on board that flight, including the pilots and the flight attendants and 3 crew members, or 3 folks on board that Black Hawk helicopter out of Fort Belvoir, Virginia, went down right here near Reagan National Airport near runway 33 shortly before 9 o'clock tonight. A lot of you seeing the images on social media, a lot of you talking about it, that fireball, that midair collision. A lot of folks wondering what went wrong, and you're just hoping for the best after you see something like that, even though it does not look good.
We know that helicopter was on some sort of training flight, and we are awaiting information about what that entailed and what happened. You see all these lights over here? This is in that area where runway 33 is. That is the runway where this American Eagle flight was expected to land. Some 20 minutes before Hamid Gaza got that last text from his wife that she was 20 minutes away, and sadly, there was nothing to come after that. There is a frantic effort right now, and reality is also setting in for us as we look at 3 hours plus now since this catastrophe in the sky unfolded, with 60 passengers on that flight, 4 crew, 3 on this Black Hawk helicopter, which was on a training mission, and a huge effort from all across the area. We've been talking about the wind, the water, the current. This is really, really tough for the divers and the crews that have to go in for a certain amount of time and come back out, all in hopes of trying to find anybody who might have survived, or at the very least, to get some answers for families who want to know about the health and safety of their loved ones.
Yeah, at least with Air Flight Florida, we had daylight. And, you know, it just hit the bridge, nothing collided with it. So, yeah, you mentioned a very good point about current, because the Potomac River has currents like you can't believe. They're very subtle, and they don't seem like it's that strong of a river. It's a very, very strong river. So there's the search area you see there on the left portion of your screen there, just off the runway. And I'll show you the path of this jet. And as Flack was mentioning, it came in pretty much due west to east, and then it turns, and what it does is it turns and then has to approach the correct runway. Now, in this case, the winds were out of the northwest, so they're going to land the plane into the wind. That's runway 330. All right, so here they're going to come this way, but then they're going to make a little turn as they get to the airport. Now, there's Joint Base right there, very close, very close to the airport. And here we go. We'll kind of fly in here. So this is their approach, okay? We're looking out, northwest. That's runway 330, and that is the runway that they just never quite made to, but they're on their approach. And, we were talking to the expert there. They were on final approach. I mean, probably only between maybe 1,000 and 3,000 feet from landing and descending very, very quickly. But that's the runway they were trying to hit, and we think that the disaster area is kind of out in this area off to the south and east of it. But good point, though, Leslie, about the currents. Currents are very, very strong, and also the water temperature is still 42, so you only have about 30 to 90 minutes unless you're in a wetsuit, and we've not heard of anyone being pulled out yet. Doesn't mean it hasn't happened.
Hey, Topper,
but
can we interject just
Yes.
a little bit, because we are, and we're all on this journey together, learning this information in real time. And so what we've just learned is that police are saying there are 3 debris fields, and there have been at least 18 bodies recovered at this point. So
no survivors.
No
as of
survivors found just yet.
But
and
18 people.
18 people,
Yeah.
18 souls.
And again, we know that at least they were trying to find at least 67 people. 64 people on the plane, 3 folks on board that Black Hawk helicopter.
And with 3 debris fields.
3 debris fields.
And we talked about how far this all scattered. That is a massive, massive area for them to try to work and find these loved ones of people who are waiting right now for any piece of information about their loved ones. This reminds us, this is our community. Yeah. These are our neighbors. These are our friends. These are our colleagues. And a lot of people are hurting tonight into this early morning. A lot of hearts are broken. A lot of dreams came down with that plane tonight.
Yeah.
And we cannot forget the humanity here. And then all these first responders who have been in the water and in the trenches, getting into that murky water. It's very deep. It's not easy terrain, as Topper has told us, and as we well know from being in this area. This is not an easy task, and it is also dark, right? So that is also working against them as well, but they are working very, very hard at this early morning hour at 12:08.
Yeah, we heard from that former TSB investigator a short time ago, Greg Feith, and he mentioned that, these conditions here for divers just are not safe. Right. So you look at this and you assume that these divers can just jump in and rescue folks, but they're putting their lives on the line as well by jumping into those waters. So they have to make sure they're protected before they do anything else. But they have been out there since about 9 o'clock tonight. Yeah. So you're talking about more than 3 hours now, trying to rescue, trying to find as many people as possible. But again, the update that we are getting at 12:09 a.m. is that there are 3 debris fields here, and they've recovered at least 18 bodies. And you know, you just have to let that sink in for a minute. 18 lives that are gone because of what we saw earlier tonight, the plane colliding midair with a military helicopter.
18 families and extended communities with very large holes in their heart tonight that cannot be filled.
And then you hear from some of the other folks who are waiting.
Yeah.
And you know, you hear that news, and you know, it's grim, because despite what we saw, you know, you still have some hope that maybe, you know, someone survived, maybe there's someone there along the banks of the river, but then you hear the news like this debris field and 18 bodies, and you know,
Reality.
it's a shock. Yeah,
Reality is sinking in, and reality surely has been sinking in for the first responders who have been doing this work for 3 hours plus now, trying to find survivors, recovering bodies. We showed you the area where our colleague Leslie Moreno is, where they are staging all of those ambulances. They're essentially buses that were expected to transport survivors to the hospital. We've not seen any survivors, so, and no survivors have been identified just yet.
Yeah, you look at this scene right here, and you know, we've been watching it for, as you mentioned, 3 hours now, and you expect there to be a lot of commotion, a lot of movement, but these vehicles here, they've just been sitting still for quite some time now.
Yeah.
Just obviously, like everyone else, just hoping for the best.
Hoping for the best. In about 20 minutes, we are expecting to hear from DC Mayor Muriel Bowser and other officials to give us any kind of update they have about what we know and sadly what we are learning about this tragedy in the skies. The one thing we cannot answer, of course, that's the thing that comes in the days and weeks to come, which is how it all happened. Right now, the focus is on the humanity,
right,
and figuring out how to get these loved ones out of the water and to get the information to family members who are desperate for answers.
Again, this flight coming in, landing just before 9 o'clock tonight. We can't say it enough. It's that point. We've all been on flights. You know what it's like in those final moments of descent. When you're reaching your destination, you're reaching home, you're about to see your loved one, you're about to see whatever business partner you came to town to meet, and then something like this happens.
Yeah, and then, you know, Greg Fife, we talked with, who's the former NTSB investigator, something stayed when he said they were less than a mile from the end of runway 33. They were so close. They were almost there, and then they weren't.
Right.
And then they weren't.
So now folks are going to try to figure out exactly what went wrong. Again, we're waiting for that press conference, which is set to begin momentarily, where we are expecting to learn what is happening right now, what we can expect in the days ahead. But again, we have those 18 bodies that have been recovered so far. You have a lot of crews in our region on the job right now, from DC Police, the U.S. Coast Guard, Prince George's County Police, Alexandria Police as well, just stationed along the Potomac and in the Potomac, in the skies as well, just trying to rescue as many people as possible. But we've learned again, 18 bodies have been recovered.
I think we're going to go over to our colleague Leslie Moreno. She's at the MPD helicopter pier over off of South. Oh no, we're going to go to our colleague Simone D'Alba. Sim, you've been following the latest developments. We've been following them too, but what are you hearing?
Yeah, guys, so we were talking about the 18 bodies that have been pulled out of the water, and I did want to confirm that we are getting that information from a police official from our CBS network. And so really important. There's so much information coming down on social media right now. Very important for us to wait for the actual details that are going to come down through this press conference. But you guys, again, 18 bodies pulled from the water. There have been no survivors as of yet. And I know that's the one thing you all have been talking about. We're all holding out hope for. Of course, as we know, families are gathering at Reagan National. We know that a chaplain is en route to be with the families there to support them. We did learn that DC Mayor Muriel Bowser has arrived at Reagan National. She is helping families get to a staging area where they can, God willing, get some kind of information about their loved one. I am also learning, for those of you who are watching all of this and just wondering logistically what this looks like for the airport, a major airport, of course. Washington Reagan National is closed until 5 a.m. Friday. That's from the FAA coming down into our newsroom. And then the other thing that we're watching here is our public leaders, our public officials who are starting to wrap their minds around the size, the magnitude of this event that we're watching, a mass casualty event unfold here in Washington, D.C. today. We have Vice President J.D. Vance urging people to please pray for those involved in the collision. He did stress that we are monitoring the situation, but for now, let's hope for the best. Of course, we heard that President Donald Trump also closely watching this situation, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth as well. And I did want to note, you guys had touched on this back in 1982, the airliner that crashed into the Potomac. There were some survivors from that flight, and that's the hope that you hold on to in moments like this. That, coincidentally was also back in January. And so as we've been talking about how cold the waters are, you see how massive the response here even at this hour. And so we know that there are many families standing by, hoping and praying for the best. Again, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser just arriving at Reagan as we continue to stand by for this press conference, guys.
So temperatures are dipping into the 30s now, Tom?
Yeah.
As these first responders have been going in and out and in and out of the water for 3+ hours in this very delicate and sacred mission to try and find survivors, or in many cases finding the bodies of loved ones that were taken just so tragically and so quickly from their families, and that instantaneous boom and that midair collision that occurred. And we are careful to show that video because, like so many events that have happened in American life where we know they were transformative, we know that for some people who are waiting for loved ones or whose loved ones may have been on that plane, that's the last moment. That's the moment when you lost them. And so we just have to be so careful and so mindful when we're talking and when we're using this imagery about what it all means. Because
you're talking about those family members as well when they are going to the airport. We've seen it happen. We've done it as well for our relatives, our loved ones. They're set to land. You make your way to Reagan, to Dulles, to BWI perhaps to stand by. You're waiting for them to land. And then you just wait because, like as we heard earlier from Hamad, something's off. I haven't heard from, they should have been here by now. And then you learn of this news tragically. You hear about a disaster near Reagan National Airport. You see the images of that explosion that we've been showing you in spurts throughout the night because it is so sensitive. And then you panic. You just wonder what the outcome will be. So you have a lot of those families right now in our region. Again, some of them, we may be affected and not even know it yet because we don't know who was on board that flight. At least 64 people.
Including the crew.
Including the crew.
They were on their way home. This was a DC-based crew flying that plane and serving those people on the plane to make sure they got to their destination safely, like they've done many, many times before.
And also the crew from Fort Belvoir, Virginia, training to protect this
country.
And this happens. All right, we want to go to our Leslie Moreno now, who's
drooling.
near the DC Police Department air support area near the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge. And Leslie, we've been looking for any activity there tonight. Hopefully some folks have been rescued. But what are you seeing?
Yeah, we've been keeping a close eye on things here, any sort of movement. If you zoom into my right here, about maybe 15-20 minutes ago, we did see a boat pull up on the water here with some sort of tarp covering. As soon as that boat was pulling up, we did also see the ambulance backing up. So it is possible that some of those victims, those survivors, were brought here. Again, we're across the street, so it's very hard to tell. We're zooming in and we're keeping a close eye on things here as close as we can. But yeah, crews are out here. This is on South Capitol, again, as you mentioned, at the Aviation and Boat Support Headquarters. Very quiet right now, very calm. EMS, fire, and as you saw earlier, that mass casualty ambulance is also here. That white bus, if you're able to zoom in, Hash there. Normally we see these buses during mass casualties. They're used when there's a large number of people that have have to be transported to the hospital. It's also important to know that any of the crews, any of the divers, the search teams, if they're injured, they would be brought here as well. As you can see, a large portion of South Capitol here, this very busy roundabout, is blocked off. The sidewalk as crews are set up here. Yeah, we've just been stationed here across the street, trying to keep an eye out for any of those victims, any sort of movement. Again, that boat that pulled up maybe 20 minutes ago with that tarp covering, with the ambulance as well. We haven't seen that ambulance leave the site here. But again, a possibility that some of those victims, those victims were on that boat that we saw earlier.
All of this.
Yeah.
Outside of this vast debris field is this area that was set up with these empty metro buses with police stationed nearby in the hopes that they could fill these buses and take people to be cared for or to care for them there.
Yeah.
And there's been none.
And you have to think about what these first responders are going through tonight. Yes, they train extensively for these moments, just hoping it does not happen.
But they're human too.
They are human too. So you have a night like this, and I can't help but think of what the news we told you moments ago. You see this disaster, and like us, you respond to the scene and you hope for the best, but then you see these debris fields, and then you recover 18 bodies, after something like this, and
they
that
know,
has to be a moment for them.
And they know better than we will ever know what this is like. They know how long this is going.
Yeah.
They know about the human body.
Yeah.
They know about the capacity to survive something like this in a way that we don't know. And so for them to not be able to have this happen, they're not able to go and save anybody that's alive right now. That has to be really, really hard for them as well.
And yeah, we talk about the agony for family members, but in these situations, because we're talking about something that's in the water, that is what, Topper, 42 degrees right now?
Air temperature mid-40s, but it's the water temperature.
Air temperature mid-40s, the water temperature is about 42 degrees. And you're talking about, what's the temp?
Yeah, the water temperature is what's going to get them.
Yeah, that's what here, Topper, there, our meteorologist saying that's what's going to get them. Also the hazardous conditions. So not everyone can respond like they want because of, the nature of what they're dealing with here. A plane that went down in the water, so.
Yeah, I'm thinking about a lot of these families that may be still awaiting any information, and if you are one of them and you happen to be listening to us right now and you're looking for information, there is a helpline that we've heard about that is set up through American Airlines, and happy to pass this information along to you. I hope it can be helpful. The number to call is 1-800-679-8215. It's 1-800-679-8215. Anything that helps provide some level of information for families, that gives them something to hold on to, or just anything that helps them through this journey.
Yeah.
We want to be able to provide that for our neighbors.
Yeah, it's going to be a long road ahead. Again, you heard when we had Simone here roughly 10 minutes ago, she mentioned that Reagan National Airport will be closed until 5 a.m. Friday. So it's going to be closed all day tomorrow. Again, reopening at 5 a.m. Friday. We know that flights in and out of Reagan were halted shortly before 9 o'clock tonight. We know that some flights trying to land in our area have instead been diverted to Dulles International Airport. WMATA's GM Randy Clark mentioned earlier tonight that they are assisting in this effort as well. So again, you talk about all hands on deck. A lot of folks involved here to take care of everyone impacted by this, from the victims, the folks who were on this plane, to folks who may have had their travel plans interrupted. There are warming buses there at the airport because, you have a lot of folks who this has been a day for them. This is a change. Silver Line trains, there have been additional trains added to the Silver Line as well to help folks get to and from the city.
So as we look at the time here at almost 12:24 a.m., we're reminded that we are getting close to the appointed time that we anticipate hearing from D.C. Mayor Bowser and other officials about what we do know, what we need to know, and what we may be bracing to know about what happened tonight. I think we've got the microphone set up, and we are just waiting for all of them to gather at National Airport. Again, just reminding people that this was supposed to be an ordinary night. A helicopter is on a training flight, and a plane full of folks coming from Wichita are supposed to either come home or come to visit or come for a business trip. And sadly, we are all gathered watching at this very early hour of the morning for the news that we did not expect to have to cover. A nightmare in the skies above Reagan National Airport, where a plane and helicopter collided and lives have been changed forever.
Yeah, and a lot of folks, we can see your comments online as well. You know, a lot of folks are asking, how did this happen? You know, that's going to be the question that a lot of folks will be asking over the next couple of days, couple of months, years perhaps, because you're talking about a commercial jet. Pilots are trained. You're talking about a military helicopter, experienced pilots as well, and those two meeting at an unfortunate time shortly before 9 o'clock there near Reagan. Again, that flight taking off from Wichita, Kansas, shortly around 6:22 Eastern time, was supposed to land, was what, roughly a mile away from runway 33 at Reagan National Airport. Shortly before 9 o'clock, that Black Hawk helicopter taking part in some sort of military training exercise, as we understand at the time, and those two collided. Now we know that you have Reagan National Airport on one side of the Potomac River. You have Joint Base Anacostia Bowling on the other side. We're not sure if that helicopter was out of Fort Belvoir, Virginia, was landing at the base at the time, or perhaps it was going on a different mission elsewhere.
Sure.
But those two ended up colliding shortly before 9.
All of this now leading to what we have here, which is a frantic search in freezing river waters for the family members of countless people who are waiting for any word about the people they love.
And this scene right here is just so eerie as we look at this fireboat just out on that water, looking for anyone. Again, it is so dark out. We can barely make out the scene here with our camera, so imagine what they're going through right now. They're watching, they're listening. You know, you're talking about helicopters above, fire engines. There's so much noise around. But in that moment, these folks are trained to just try and listen to anything, any signs of life.
I think we're reminded also, Zoe, that it is rare that we see this closely these boats on a mission in the water. We just don't see it. We just don't see it. And so tonight, we are getting a window into their world. This is not a training mission. This is the real thing. This is the real thing.
And knowing that so far, as of 12:27 a.m., they have recovered at least 18 bodies, according to a police official in CBS News. 18 bodies. And we know that there are so many others who were on the plane and on that Black Hawk helicopter. We're talking about at least 67 people. Again, 64 on the plane and 3 on that helicopter. And at least 18 bodies have been recovered so far. No signs of any survivors.
So we're expecting to start to hear from leaders in a few minutes at 12:30, and then we're told we're going to get these updates every hour after that until they don't have any additional information to share. And then at a certain point, the NTSB, the investigative era of this, they will take over and give the information that we are waiting to hear. But we are still in these very early hours after this tragedy unfolded. The airport, Reagan National Airport, is closed until Friday morning at 5 a.m. So no traffic in, no traffic out, as they spend all of their resources and bandwidth working to find out. And really, the most important effort here is to try and find the bodies or the survivors of people who were involved in this awful, awful incident.
And what I thought was interesting, Les, what we heard earlier from Greg Feith, the former NTSB investigator, he said their work is underway right now. Even as we look at this search and rescue operation underway, that takes precedence, of course, but they want to make sure this isn't a systemic issue. Right. I know a lot of folks are watching this right now. You may be wondering, you know, is this sort of a one-off? Is this just a unique situation here?
And that's what they're trying to figure out too.
Right, so they're making sure this is not some sort of systemic problem. So they're looking at some of that data right now. They're listening to the radio traffic as well, just to see what may have happened.
Zoe, I'm hearing that we have a message from the American Airlines CEO, and I think we're going to go to that now. This is CEO Robert Isom. Take a listen.
We are actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts, and the American Airlines care team has been activated to assist our passengers and their families. We're cooperating fully with the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation and will continue to provide all the information we can. Our cooperation is without pause, and we want to learn everything we can about today's events. That work will take time, but anything we can do now, we're doing. And right now, that means focusing on taking care of all passengers and crew involved, as well as their families.
American Airlines CEO Robert Isom, I think we're reminded that this was operated by American Airlines, but it was a regional jet, a Canadian regional jet that was actually carrying out the flight. And so you have lots of entities involved here, not just American Airlines. You've got the regional jet, obviously the military, because there's a Black Hawk helicopter involved here, and just the myriad of entities and people that are involved in this investigation.
Yeah, and for those of us in D.C., you may have heard it mentioned by Simone and Topper earlier, the crash brings back those painful memories from January 1982. That's when an Air Florida flight crashed into the 14th Street Bridge right over the Potomac River. It happened just moments after takeoff. 78 people died, but 5 survivors were pulled from the plane's wreckage in the frozen Potomac River you see right here. In that case, the crash was caused by insufficient de-icing.
And what we know is what these investigators find out changes the way aviation moves forward. And so what they learned from that flight has had a significant impact on how we fly today. Obviously, it's too early to know all of the variables around what happened here, but most certainly what we learn tragically from what happened here will also help to advance aviation, not just here in this country, but abroad. We are waiting right now for our first official update on the crash. And as soon as the officials are ready to bring us that information, we will certainly take you there. They'll be at Reagan National Airport, so we're keeping a close watch on the cameras there to see what is happening, to make sure that as soon as they start talking, we get you there.
But we showed you moments ago, you saw that fireboat there on the Potomac as well. The search is still underway. You know, in this shot we're showing you right here, it doesn't appear there is much activity on the water, but if we have some of our other cameras available right now, we can show you that they are still looking for folks. They are not done just yet. They've been at it for more than 3.5 hours now. That collision happened shortly before 9 o'clock tonight. So a lot of folks are just still waiting, hoping for the best. We just showed you that the crash from 1982 a minute ago, and there were survivors. So I'm sure the folks are still, despite this explosion we saw here in the freezing temperatures, you know, I'm sure folks are holding out hope.
All eyes are on this crash, on this tragedy, as we take a look at statements that are coming in from lawmakers across the country, from the president, from the Homeland Security Agency, from the military. Everyone is invested in finding the answers to what happened, this tragedy that happened in the sky today, to find answers for the loved ones who thought they were going to simply pick them up after a flight or see them when it was over, and they got the news today that no one wanted.
Yeah, and you talk about that direct flight that you assume is going to be okay. You're so close to landing, right there near runway 33 at Reagan.
This is the holding area where those empty Metro buses were staged in the hopes that survivors would be able to be transported to an area hospital for some kind of care.
Yeah, and we've seen this for most of the night, for hours now, not much movement. But these first responders, they were ready. When they got word of this crash, again, shortly before 9, we saw the helicopters in the skies. We saw the boats out in the water. And we saw them positioning there.
And before we saw that, we could hear on the scanners that something had gone very awry. And it was within moments of when that explosion happened that we could hear all of the scuttle and the frantic efforts to get there to do what we've been showing you for the past 3.5 hours or so. as this frantic search continues.
Yeah, and yeah, this is a tough moment, for so many folks. And again, as we told you a minute ago, this is the area that they're looking into right now is just so vast. Again, you have these 3 debris fields. You're talking about a passenger jet involved here, exploding midair after this collision with the helicopter. So they're trying to find the folks who may have been involved here. We know that at least 18 bodies have been recovered so far. Like you are at home, we are all waiting to hear about the rescues, the person they found in the water, the person who will be reunited with their family members, but sadly that news has not come yet after more than 3.5 hours. Again, just 18 bodies have been recovered. And you have to think about those families who are sitting there waiting right now, wondering if perhaps it's their loved one. The agony right now, the heartbreak.
And hoping for a miracle in some cases too.
Yeah.
Hoping for a miracle. So as you've been watching with us, we've been showing you various aspects and pictures of all of the activity that's happening now, that you put it all together and you can see that it comes together as this frantic search goes on. It's been going on for 3.5 hours now in really difficult conditions out in the water, with a debris field that is spread into 3 different areas. There is so much work going on right now, and the divers have to be so careful as well. These are, and I'm not exactly sure what we're looking at here.
So it looks
we're
like
watching this in real time.
Yeah, this is still near that DC Police air support area where we saw those buses waiting for folks who perhaps may have been rescued. But in terms of this particular vehicle and where it's heading, that is still unclear. This is near Nats Park and the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge. That's where they're stationed. So quite a ways from Reagan National Airport. But again, we're talking about these debris fields here, and they're trying to get folks there.
Let's go to our Larry Miller, who is at Reagan National Airport. You have talked to family members who are desperate for any information about the state of their loved ones. Larry?
Guys, and we've been seeing more family and friends of those that were involved in this crash make their way here to Reagan National. Since the last time we saw you, we saw 3 additional loved ones. One man who said that his son was on the plane, another man who said that his daughter's best friend was on that plane, and even a neighbor as well. So we're seeing that individuals who have been touched or who are familiar with those that were involved in this crash now make their way here. We believe that there potentially is another man and more family members that are making their way here right now as well. And to be honest with you, guys, this is tough because we're trying to make sure that we give you the latest information about what's going on, but we're also trying to be as sensitive as we possibly can to these families. To the families that we have spoken with that have given us information, they have been willing because they want to make sure that the public knows about their loved one, that their loved one's story is completely and fully told. So there's been a lot of chatter about the fact that we've been interviewing these family members, and trust us, this gives us no comfort at all. But it's important to hear from these families as they are looking for answers, trying to figure out what exactly happened to their loved ones that was on board that American Airlines flight. Right now, we can tell you that Mayor Bowser, again, she was down here moments ago trying to provide some assistance. And we know that a number of other investigators have also been making their way down to this sort of restricted area. This area is where family members have been directed to, where they are getting support and information about what happened to their loved ones tonight. Guys?
Chaplain has been called there to help give some support as well, some measure of comfort when you can't find the words to say. It's a very, very tough night.
Yeah, and this is probably one of the toughest jobs of the night. The folks who are gathering there, assembling and trying to give these folks the news. And we should point out, as we've been seeing, we've been monitoring the activity there in the Potomac River. It looks grim as time goes on, but we know that those crews are out there right now, still conducting this search and rescue operation.
Yeah, we sure hope, Larry, that there might have been a moment of hope where there was some information that you could share or relay, that someone heard something that was encouraging. But I think reality is setting in for so many families as we think about the conditions and how long this has been going on. It's a sacred obligation to find those answers and a sacred mission to try to find the survivors in any way that they can, whether it's their bodies or if by some miracle someone did actually survive this tragedy.
You were going to say something, Larry?
You know, Leslie and Lorenzo, yeah, guys, to your point, one of the things that we have been able to do, even from the gentleman that we spoke with, was that the limited information that we had at the time in which we spoke with him, we were able to give him that information, trying to connect him with staff and officials here that can provide some level of support and provide him information on the status of his wife, his 26-year-old wife, whom he told me was on that flight. So you're right, guys. This has no doubt been a difficult assignment. It has certainly been quite emotional for me, but I don't think about myself. I just try to support these families and be as respectful as I possibly can given the circumstances. But they want to make sure it is clear that we know who they are, what they meant to their loved ones, and what we should know about them moving forward.
And we should point out as well, for the first at least hour and a half of this, there was no information at all. We knew very little about what was happening. There was not a number for people to call to figure out what happened. So you think of these loved ones, you see what happened in the sky there, but everyone's piecing together, what flight was it? You know, what happened? How did it happen?
And if you're like so many family members, you go, oh yeah, they're coming in from that location, but you don't necessarily always have the flight information in front of you. You just figure they're coming in, I'll hear from them.
Yeah,
and then this happens.
And then you want that information right now. So when you're sitting there waiting, you know, that just doesn't help at all. All right, we want to get to our Eric Flack now, who is with us and has more on what we're learning about this flight and its path. Flack.
Hey, Zo. Hey, Les. I told you I'd try to get more information from this organization, Flight Radar 24. It's a global flight tracking service, one of the foremost of those services in the country with 1.1 million followers, a verified source of information on this. They actually track the flight data from that American Airlines flight 5342, so it knows exactly on kind of this image where it went down into the Potomac River, and we know now that that military helicopter came from this direction. I got the executive director of the Flight Radar 24 in Potomac on the phone just moments ago, and he described just how close this American Airlines passenger plane was to landing right here at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport when that collision happened. It is heartbreaking to know how close these families were to getting home. Take a listen. We're already hearing from family members who were right there at the airport waiting for their loved ones. From the data, how close was this commercial airliner to landing?
The aircraft was seconds from landing. So the collision happened at approximately 300 feet. So this is seconds from landing as they crossed the Potomac, and the runway threshold is at the river's edge. So the aircraft is very close to landing. It was on final approach. It was lined up with runway 33, and it was ready to touch down.
And yet, just seconds from landing, something catastrophic happened. How?
That's a great question, and one that investigators will be looking to answer. We know that the two aircraft collided. The main question then becomes, why did they come into contact? Why were they that close together? And then, as with all safety and air accident investigations, the main goal of the accident investigation is to prevent this from ever happening again.
Just so many questions still at this hour, trying to prevent it from ever happening again, but at this hour trying to figure out how it happened in the first place. Again, American Airlines Flight 5342, aviation experts telling us just moments ago, was just seconds from landing right there at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport when this collision took place. What a terrifying and horrific scene it was for everybody involved. So many unanswered questions we are trying to get to the bottom of. Guys?
It just gets you in the gut when you hear about how close they were to landing and
Unbelievable.
how close they were.
Could see the runway.
They could see the runway in front
runway.
of them and didn't even actually realize they were in danger,
Did not.
likely, because this happened so fast. All right, thank you so much, Flack. We'll be checking back in, of course. Our Matt Gregory is still at Dangerfield Island where the boat launch ramp is. Matt, you've been talking to people, some who saw what happened, some who were moved to come to that area to see what's happening. What are you seeing and what are you hearing now?
Yeah, right now, you know, the rescue efforts and the recovery efforts continue to change, right, as the evening goes on and as you pointed out, the cold temperatures. I want to point out that we are on the banks of the Potomac that's sort of just across from Reagan and across what has become this ever-spreading debris field with also in addition to, we've been kind of noticing the search helicopter above us kind of looking along the actual banks now, doing searches across the Potomac. But let's give you an idea of what we're looking at right now because, you know, this has been going on for several hours now, since about 9 o'clock. Okay, so across the way, just across the Potomac, and this is as close, by the way, as we're able to get. That's Reagan's runways right there, and you can see in the distance, you can see the flashing lights of the emergency vehicles there. Now, as we keep scanning to the right, that's where we're seeing the sort of the major ambulance response, especially the mass casualty ambulance response right there. And over the last hour or so, we've seen more and more police vehicles head in that direction. Like Lorenzo and I talked about earlier, you know, if they're able to pull any survivors from the Potomac, they would take them right up to there, and that's a place where they have medical crews, staff, everyone on hand to try to assist with this. And remember, these are the things that for years and years we talk about planning and preparation for things like this. I mean, I can tell you myself, I've covered at least 3 or 4 training sessions for mass casualties, but to see it in action, it is quite a sight to behold. As we kind of scan to the right, just off, you see kind of the darkness in the river there, and there's a few flashing lights. That's where the plane crash was. But as this evening has gone on, and as the tide has moved, and the wind has gone, and the water continues to go, the debris field spreads. And that's why we see this helicopter that at one point was really only over the crash zone, with another one kind of scanning, has been coming up to as far as us across on the Virginia side of the Potomac. So that's sort of like how this whole debris field, this continues. It gets worse as it goes on because it's harder and harder to kind of nail down where everything could be. As we keep scanning to the right, as best we can, I want to show you the final area. And you can see this kind of spans from, I would say, Buzzard Point all the way down to almost the Woodrow Wilson Bridge is how far they're scanning and looking. And off to the right, you see a whole another set of floodlights and emergency vehicles, crews, divers, medics, everyone kind of scanning over in that area as well. So we have a large area. They've been talking about the 3 different debris fields. Well, those debris fields continue to sort of, let's say, mushroom out and ripple out as the night goes on. And, from here, we're just seeing more efforts being drawn towards the actual shorelines now on both sides of the Potomac River. So that's what we're seeing. And again, this helicopter, if we can kind of give you a shot, it might be difficult because we're all on the flyer, but this is the helicopter that at one point was scanning simply over where we saw the crash zone. It's now come over to as far as us searching the shorelines, and that's kind of where we're at in terms of what the search and rescue efforts look like. But again, just to recap, we've been going on this for, I want to say, 4, almost 5 hours now of 4 hours now of search and rescue efforts here along the Potomac. You can see that there's still a very robust response over my shoulder of the emergency ambulances, the emergency crews, and the mass casualty ambulances. But, at this point, it's become a search and rescue operation that is now expanded from, I would say, it looks like almost to the Woodrow Wilson Bridge up to Buzzard Point, and that's a lot of land to cover. That's a lot of water to cover, a lot of area to cover, and in some of the most frigid temperatures you could imagine between in the air and in the water. So that's sort of what we're seeing over here, just sort of south of Reagan Airport. Back to you guys.
Matt, thank you for that. So Zoe, as I tabulate what's happening now, there's so much occurring right now. We've got what's happening behind Matt and what Matt and Alexis have been talking about, Leslie, all this activity out on the water across the vast debris field. You've got this NTSB GO team that's been launched, so the investigators are on the way to the scene. to start their
You have Falcon,
investigation
the chopper
already.
there that we've seen in the skies
Yep.
with this thermal imaging radar.
Absolutely, helping them from the sky to do what they need to do in the water. You've got American Airlines. They've launched their GO team. They're on the way to D.C. The CEO is on the way to D.C. There is a mammoth effort right now that is going to be continuous until all of the bodies or any survivors have been found.
And this has been underway for nearly four hours now. 4 hours of seeing these helicopters in the skies, looking for any survivors. You have the dive teams out in the water. You have folks on the fire boats as well, just sort of traversing the Potomac River, looking for any signs of survivors, and also additional debris fields as well, because as Les mentioned, you have the NTSB GO team there on scene. They're going to have to collect as much as possible so they can try to piece all of this together in the coming days to figure out what went wrong. And they're asking the questions that a lot of you are asking at home, how something like this could have happened so close to an airport. This is supposed to be, we heard earlier that, landing is one of the hardest parts of the mission for these commercial flights. And then also for this Black Hawk helicopter, those trained pilots on their training mission at the time, this was a sensitive area. And then you have something like this.
What will be really interesting after we get past the most important part, the most sacred part, which is, of course, trying to find the bodies or the survivors that may be out there if a miracle happens, is what information will come out of this that will make aviation safer? What will we learn so that we don't have this happen again, so this is not repeated, so lives are saved? And that's what the NTSB, former NTSB investigator Greg Feith was talking about. Whenever these tragedies happen, there's something that comes out of them that we are able to apply to our American aviation system to make it even stronger and even safer. Something went very, very wrong tonight. Once they figure it out, they're going to probably move heaven and earth to ensure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, and we've seen so many warning signs. Again, we don't know exactly what went wrong here, but you talk about this area in particular, Buzzard Point or Joint Base Anacostia Bowling. Yeah, and you have the American Red Cross there outside of Reagan National Airport. We saw Larry Miller a moment ago. He said a lot of the loved ones, the relatives, family members of those who may have been on American Airlines Flight 5342 are arriving there at the airport, getting the support they need, also searching for answers as well. Again, like we were saying before, just trying to figure out at some point, they're going to be asking how this happened. And we more than likely will see changes in this area because this has also been known as a trouble spot for so long. We've seen so many close calls in this area before. We've had these warnings with a lot of folks saying, this area isn't ripe for more air activity because of one, the airport, but also Joint Base Anacostia Bowling and the aircraft going in and out of there on a daily basis. And you saw this is what happened tonight.
And this helicopter wasn't even coming from Anacostia Bowling.
So
this is coming from Fort Belvoir.
Yeah, so you have this military training exercise they go through. I know a lot of you over the years talk about these low-flying helicopters going over your homes.
Yeah.
So more than likely you've seen this type of Black Hawk helicopter flying above your home. We know how low, this low altitude, how low they fly. And then you have this airplane coming in for landing at the time, so close to the runway, and those two collide.
And we're reminded that during times of crisis, we mobilize. We mobilize on behalf of our communities and we mobilize on behalf of the nation. And you can see Red Cross members, some of them probably likely volunteers who are part of their GO team too, that respond to these kinds of crises to be there for our fellow neighbors and communities in times of need.
And a reminder that people are involved. We're talking about the images we've seen. We have not seen the faces of those who were on the plane yet or in the helicopter, but we are about to get those answers right now. That press conference we have been awaiting is underway. You can see D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser there approaching the podium. Let's listen in.
Right here. Down.
I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. I'm at Reagan National Airport. I am joined by United States Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, United States Senator Jim Moran, Senator Roger Marshall, Jack Potter, the CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. We are here to brief you on the very tragic events of this evening, where we know a passenger plane coming to the airport here collided with a military helicopter. Our fire department, DC Fire and EMS, supported by fire departments and police departments from across the Washington metropolitan region, are executing a rescue operation in the Potomac River. They are working diligently in very dark and cold conditions, cold water, to execute this rescue operation. We have had the opportunity to be briefed by American Airlines officials. I'm told that American Airlines leadership is on the way to Washington as well, and officials are in the airport talking to families now. We do have a 1-800 number where families should contact us, should contact American Airlines for more information, and we will be providing that information shortly. I am going to turn to a number of officials to provide as much information as we can this evening, and we expect to have more frequent briefings at daylight. So with that, I'm going to turn to Secretary Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. I think for all of us, we want to extend our thoughts and prayers to those individuals who were impacted by the events tonight, their families. We know this is a very difficult time for all of them. I want to join the mayor and everyone here too, extending our thank you to the first responders who, again, in very difficult situations and environments, are out there searching and attempting a rescue. Tonight, I spoke with President Trump and his team in the Situation Room. I had a conversation with Secretary Pete Hegseth as well, and then with the Kansas delegation and the mayor and others in leadership, as well as Governor Youngkin from Virginia and Governor Kelly from Kansas. From the Department of Transportation and FAA's perspective, we are going to offer full support to those on the ground, to the mayor, but also to the NTSB, who is going to be conducting the investigation in this matter. We are going to provide all the support that's necessary. Mayor.
Thank you. So with that, I want to ask Chief John Johnley from DC Fire and EMS to provide an update.
Good evening, everyone. I'm John Donnelly, Chief of DC Fire and EMS. This evening at 8:48, an alert was sounded, initiating a large regional response to a report of an aircraft crash on approach to the airport. This response includes first the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority's Fire Department, the District of Columbia Fire Department, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the U.S. Park Police to respond into the area and to sort that out. At 8:58, the first units arrived on the scene and found an aircraft in the water and began rescue operations. This incident has grown. There's currently about 300 responders working. We have boats from all throughout the region, police and fire boats. We have a mutual aid agreement in Washington, D.C., the National Capital Region Mutual Aid Agreement administered by the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, and we're all operating under that. We're operating under a unified command. Everybody's together. So we also have requested state police helicopters from Maryland, and the Coast Guard helicopter is working. So this is a state and federal response as well. U.S. Coast Guard's got some boats in the water as well. So it's a highly complex operation. The conditions out there are extremely rough for the responders. It's cold. They're dealing with relatively windy conditions. Wind is hard out on the river, so they're out there working. We're doing everything we can to keep them safe, and with that, I'm going to turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you. In Chief Bonnet from MWA.
I'm Rick Bonnet, Fire Chief of MWA Fire and Rescue. Our unit, as Chief Donnelly already alluded to, at 2048, we received an alert from the FAA tower of an aircraft incident involving a commercial aircraft and a helicopter. Our units immediately responded and deployed 3 boats and immediately called for mutual aid resources. Again, as Chief Donnelly said, it's an active operation that's going to last many hours as we continue to work through recovery efforts and rescue operations. This will be ongoing for quite a while. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families and our communities, and we appreciate all DC's support to our agency and our federal partners.
So with that, I wanted to turn to the senators who are from Kansas who wanted to say a few words. First, Senator Moran, and then Senator Marshall.
Mayor, thank you, and Mr. Secretary, thank you, and to our first responders, thank you very much for all that's taking place here. I'm Jerry Moran. I'm a United States Senator from Kansas, and I chair the subcommittee and Commerce Committee on Aviation. So we have really a serious and sad circumstance that we want to be here to be helpful, and we're praying that our responders are safe and the folks who are on that flight are recovered. The circumstance I would describe is that I know that flight. I've flown it many times myself. I lobbied American Airlines to begin having a direct nonstop flight service to DCA. That flight has been in existence about a year. And it is certainly true that in Kansas and in Wichita in particular, we're going to know people who are on this flight, know their family members, know somebody. So this is a very personal circumstance as well as an official response. And again, we will do everything we can to make certain that we're supportive of the rescue efforts, and we'll do everything we can to make certain that our subcommittee and Congress is engaged in what needs to take place following the outcome of this evening and this month's kind of investigation. I've talked to NTSB, I've talked to the White House, I've talked to the Department of Defense, and I've talked to the CEO of American Airlines, and there is all of us pulling together for the best outcome possible. I'm honored to be here with my colleague, Senator Marshall, as we try to make certain that we care for those certainly back in Kansas that were on that flight. But it's a reminder that there are people here in Washington, D.C., in this region, in Virginia and Maryland, and many places else that fly to and from Kansas. And so we're rooting and supporting all those, regardless of where you're from. And Mayor, I appreciate the gathering here for us to try to provide information to those in Kansas and across your city. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Well, thank you, Senator Moran and Mayor, Secretary. You know, when one person dies, it's a tragedy, but when many, many, many people die, it's an unbearable sorrow. It's a heartbreak beyond measure. And I know Senator Moran and I are here just to say we care. We wish that there was more we could do, but unfortunately there doesn't seem much at this time. I want the folks to back home to just know that we care, that we love them, and that this is a time when we'll have to join arms together and help each other out. We've been through things like this before, through tornadoes and floods and things, but it's really hard when you lose, you know, probably over 60 Kansans simultaneously. And I don't want to forget the pilots and the flight attendants, you know, do their job, and the military personnel we lost. You know, all those lives are so valuable, and it is such a tragedy that we lost them. You know, I think often in times like this, I try to find a scripture that, you know, is apropos, and this is from the book of Psalms. It says, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. Certainly we're crushed in spirit tonight. We mourn with the families who lost loved ones, and we truly are joining them in prayer and wrapping our arms around them in love and compassion. Thanks for everybody for coming out tonight, and thank you for your thoughts and your prayers.
So certainly I speak for the people of Washington, 700,000 of us who are extremely sorry for the families who are experiencing loss tonight. And so we want you to know that we will continue to work with American Airlines to share information as frequently as possible and make sure that we're getting accurate information out to the public. But my sorrow for all of the people and crew on the plane and our military personnel on the helicopter is very deep. I do want to turn to Jack Potter, who is the CEO of our Airports Authority, responsible for Reagan National Airport and Dulles International Airport, to talk to you about how the airport responded and what we're what's going to happen next.
Good evening. As was said, I'm Jack Potter, President and CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. Thank you all for being here tonight and under these very, very grim circumstances. First of all, I want to let you know that we're providing support to all the families who are involved. American Airlines has established a phone number for them to reach out. It's been published, but let me repeat it. It's 1-800-679-8215. So families of folks that were on the plane are asked to contact them. We did have folks who were at the airport to pick up loved ones, and so American has set up a center in their in their lounge at the north end of the airport, and we've directed the families there, and there are folks there counselors there to work with the families. We did have aircraft that were in the air. They were diverted to Dulles Airport, some 19 aircraft. We had personnel, United and others had personnel. We want to thank WMATA for extending their hours on the Metro to make sure that those folks were accommodated. Right now, as was said earlier by the chief, we're in a rescue mode. We will continue in that rescue mode. I want to thank all of the mutual aid responders, all the counties, the district, folks from Maryland and Virginia. Everybody's on site doing the best they can, and numerous boats out in the water right now. NTSB is on site. I want to thank all of the folks behind me, the secretary, the mayor, the two senators for all of their support, and we're going to continue to work through the night. I do want to make an announcement. People are, concerned about what's going to happen in the morning. Reagan National Airport will be closed until 11 o'clock. That's when the first flights will take off. But we're going to continue to do our best and work through this situation over the course of the night, and we hope to have more news as it develops. But for right now, it's a very difficult situation out there with the cold. It's very dark, but there are numerous boats out there. There are dive teams out there. So again, we'll continue to work this situation, and I'll turn it back to the mayor. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that update. And you've heard that in the National Capital Region, the district, of course, is Washington, D.C. is at the center, but we are a close region. We have heard from the governors of Maryland and Virginia, the mayor of the city of Baltimore, all who have sent us personnel to help in the rescue operations. Last thing I'll note is just to our local viewership, and just please let our first responders do their work. Try to let our vehicles get to scenes and through scenes. We don't want anybody else to get hurt because of moving vehicles, okay? So we will be able to take a few questions. There's not a lot that we can say. We won't be able to say anything about an investigation. As you know, once fire and EMS completes the rescue operation, then the investigation goes over to the National Transportation Safety Board. And I'm sure the Safety Board, NTSB, will provide information about when they will be briefing about an investigation. So we'll take a few. Yes?
Can you confirm that both aircraft are in the water, and perhaps Chief Donnelly can explain what's involved in conducting an operation like this in these conditions?
Yes, both aircraft are in the water. The focus now is rescuing people, and that's what all of our personnel are focused on. And Chief, I think he's given a pretty good description, but if there's anything else you want to add, Chief?
I would just say that the boats are out doing searches. We have divers on both aircraft, and they're searching the aircraft at this point.
Right. Yes.
Have any survivors been found, and how many bodies have been recovered?
All we can confirm tonight is the number of people on each aircraft, 64 people on the American Airlines plane and 3 people on the military helicopter. And we can't provide any more information about recovery efforts.
The 2 people have talked about lost loved ones. So how do you know that there might be people who have lost loved ones?
I didn't say I didn't know people had lost loved ones. I said we can't talk about any of the recovery efforts in specific tonight.
Yes. Secretary Duffy,
I'll call on who's next. Yes?
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. Will this affect operations at Dulles and BWI? Will the Potomac River traffic be closed to boats?
Yes. And so Jack has talked about, can you talk about Dulles? I'm not sure we can talk about BWI, but we can talk about Dulles.
There is no impact at BWI or at Dulles. As I said earlier, our airport here, Ronald Reagan National Airport, will be closed until 11 o'clock. Obviously, that will be fluid. We'll learn more, but we wanted to advise passengers who might be coming to the airport in the morning that we will be closed until at least 11 o'clock.
Secretary Duffy.
A question for Secretary Duffy. Yeah, 1 second. You're next.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you so much. So, just other than the current situations, like we know the water is extremely cold and it's very dark outside. Although Senator is saying that there are numerous boats in the water, but what's the biggest challenges for the rescue team? What best scenario we can expect in the coming few hours till morning?
So the challenges are access. The water that we're operating in is about 8 feet deep. There is wind, there is pieces of ice out there, so it's just dangerous and hard to work in, and because there's not a lot of lights, you're out there searching every square inch of space to see if you can find anybody. Divers are doing the same thing in the water. The water is dark, it is murky, and that is a very tough condition for them to dive in. The question about the river, we'll make that decision later. The Coast Guard's on scene, and I would expect that it's not a high use time in the river, and we should not expect to have recreational traffic on the river tomorrow.
Okay, 3 questions. 1, 2, 3.
It's for Secretary Duffy. Have you been in touch with the air traffic controllers who were in the tower at the time of the crash?
I have not.
You have not. And second question, this is your first several hours in this position. What are your thoughts? What are you feeling right now?
My focus is on those who are impacted on this flight. And again, I've been secretary for a little over a day, and the tragedy that we're going to deal with this recovery, I think is touching everyone's hearts, whether it's here in the greater DC area or in Kansas. And again, I think everyone here is thinking and praying for those who potentially have lost a loved one. And thank you.
Okay, your question?
Could any of you give us any sense about how an accident like this could have happened so close to the airport, right in the heart of DC? There have been reports that the DCA tower contacted the helicopter moments before the crash to ask if they had sight of the aircraft, that apparently the helicopter reported that it did have sight of an aircraft. Is it possible that it had the wrong aircraft in sight? Do you have any sense of what went wrong in those final moments?
I know that the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation will be able to search on all of those questions. We wouldn't be able to talk about that tonight. Yes?
Two words for Secretary Duffy. The first being you were talking about when you were in the Situation Room with the President and Pete Hegseth both being there. Can you tell us more about the President's initial reactions to this, as well as Pete Hegseth, given this was a military helicopter?
So I was not in the Situation Room. I did have a conversation with the Situation Room where the President was located, as well as with Secretary Hegseth. We were exchanging information. I would just note that not just the local team, but the federal team has performed very well in this crisis. I know the President is incredibly concerned about what's happened here today. I'm sure we'll continue to hear more from him, and I'll continue to consult with him and Secretary Hegseth.
When it comes to the resources that you would be able to provide on the federal level, do you feel like you're getting what you need?
Absolutely. The President has committed to this team and to the NTSB through the DOT that we will provide all resources necessary as we go through this recovery, but also the support from FAA and DOT as the NTSB investigates.
Mr. Secretary, do we know the condition of these aircraft? Are they whole? Are they split? Are they pieces?
Again, I don't think we can comment on that. Our focus is on getting the passengers and crew out of the water.
And just one more clarification, because earlier we got guidance that DCA was going to be shut down at least until Friday at 5 a.m. I just heard
11
now
a.m.
it's 11 a.m. tomorrow. Tomorrow. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we can take a few more questions. A question here, and here.
Mayor Bowser, can you just confirm, has anybody been transported to the hospital?
Again, I can't say anything about the rescue operation right now. Who was next? Yes.
Yeah, Chief Donnelly, can you speak a little bit more about the unified command who leads this phase of the rescue and recovery? At what point do you then change phases? And can you describe to us the scene as best you can when first responders first arrived?
So I happened to be listening to the radio this evening when the call came out. I listened to the responders come in, and the initial response, they were very professional, trying to locate this. This is, if you can imagine, the river is a large black spot at night with no lights on it, except for a few buoy lights. So they were out there looking. The boats pretty quickly were able to locate one of the aircraft and get there. So that's what's going on right now. Everybody's working on that. We will reevaluate where we are with the rescue operation in the morning when we get a better sense of it, but we are still out there working, and we're going to continue that throughout the night.
Do you have a sense that there are survivors?
We don't know yet, but we're working.
Is any part of the search happening over land?
No, we're all in the water.
Yes. Oh, you got a question. Somebody didn't get a question. Hold on. Yes.
I just wanted to ask, do you have an estimate yet on how long the recovery efforts will take?
Chief.
So experiences like this we expect to continue our operations in the fire department for multiple days. And then I would expect the investigation goes longer than that.
Okay, you didn't get a question, and you were next, I think.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. My question is, do we have any plan to prevent future crash or future accidents? Do we have any to reform the authority, the airport control, to calm those people who are flying in the next few days? And also, how long the rescue is gonna last? Are we gonna stop rescue after tomorrow 11 a.m.? This divers team, because they are still in the golden hours now.
No, I mean, I think you just heard the chief said we're going to be out there as long as it takes, and we're obviously trying to get to people as soon as possible, but we are going to recover our fellow citizens. Yes.
This is for the Chief and Secretary Duffy. How do you balance the search and rescue operation with preserving the scene for the investigation that's now underway?
So from the fire department's point of view, we are always going to put people first. But I don't think I think our operations, because we have a unified command, we are all working together, and the NTSB is in contact with us, and we will work together to make sure that if there's crucial evidence that it's not that it's preserved. And that's something we do every day with our police department on crime scenes and things. So life comes first, and everything else is after that.
Okay, last question. Yeah.
Secretary Duffy, I just want to ask, I know it's early, but are there any immediate actions you think the FAA should take to prevent helicopters and commercial airplanes from getting too close to one another?
So obviously there'll be a review of what happened here tonight. And after the FAA studies what happened, we will take appropriate action if necessary to modify flight paths and permissions.
Do you have any more details about the helicopter mission with the Black Hawk? And Mayor Bowser, have you heard directly from President Trump?
I spoke with the President's National Security Advisor, and I have not talked to the President yet, and I do not know what the mission was. So let me close by saying again, thank you to the members of the press to help us get information out to the families. The American Airlines number is 800-679-8215. 800-679-8215. And I expect the airport will likely provide additional information in the morning. Thank you.
And other officials, the Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, who was really just confirmed a day ago, so he hasn't been on the job for very long. We've heard from the DC Fire and EMS Chief John Connolly, who gave us a greater sense of what this effort to rescue and recover has been like for the crews out there. He said there were 300 responders, there were boats from all across the region, that it's extremely rough. There are pieces of ice out in the water. It's cold, it's windy, the wind is hard on the river, that they are trying to keep all of the first responders and divers safe. And so this has really been, and he talked about searching every square inch and just how tough this has been for all of these hours, trying to rescue people.
Yeah, and he says the waters there in the Potomac are about 8 feet deep. So that's what they're dealing with right now. And you heard Mayor Bowser say right now their focus is on rescuing people. They didn't talk about the number of people who have been rescued so far, the number of bodies that have been recovered. You heard a reporter asking that question. They did not mention it, but we have heard so far, according to our partners at CBS News, at least 18 bodies have been recovered from the waters, the Potomac River, so far tonight.
You know, it was interesting hearing from the senators from Kansas. Obviously, they likely know some of the people who may be on these flights, but Senator Jerry Moran talked about how this was personal for him because he had lobbied American Airlines for a direct nonstop flight from Wichita to Washington, which started about a year ago. And so you could see as he was talking about that, how he was impacted himself personally. And obviously we heard from Senator Marshall too, who shared what he described as just unbearable sorrow and heartbreak beyond measure.
Yeah, and Sean Duffy there, the new Transportation Secretary, as you mentioned, not even on the job for more than a day now. Folks asking, okay, what's going to be done to prevent other disasters in this airspace in particular, because we've talked about those dangers before. This is not the day for that, as you mentioned. Obviously, the focus is on reuniting these family members with their loved ones in some form, and then at a later date, they'll figure out, you know, what to do about this airspace.
It's also clear, and our Alexis Wainwright asked the question, that it's not clear yet what that training mission was. We don't know very much about the Black Hawk mission outside of knowing that the flight originated at Fort Belvoir. We don't know anything else about that. And we know that in the midst of all of this, there were 19 aircraft that had to be diverted to Dulles as this was happening. And as it turns out, the airport is going to open sooner than we thought, not at 5 a.m. on Friday, but at the earliest 11 a.m. tomorrow, though I'm sure people are still encouraged to call ahead to see if their flights are actually taking off.
Yeah, and as we say that, Jack Potter, the CEO of the Washington Metropolitan Airport Authority, which oversees Reagan National and Dulles, mentioned that they're putting it at 11 a.m. right now, but obviously that's contingent upon what happens with the search and rescue operation overnight.
And Jack also said, and we talked about this too, that there were loved ones waiting at the airport for their loved ones to arrive. And instead of being able to envelop them in a hug, right now they are being comforted by clergy and others, helping them in just this devastating, catastrophic time.
Yeah, and making matters worse right now, Les, as we've talked about this all night, is you have this video of their loved one's final moment.
Yeah.
So you see that, and then I'm sure you're still in disbelief. There's still that state of shock for a bit, wondering how this could have happened, knowing that your loved one was so close to runway 33.
Right.
They were minutes from landing there at Reagan
A
National
mile
Airport
away.
tonight, a mile away.
Yeah, they could see it. It was in sight.
When it collided with that helicopter, and at this hour, at 1:23 a.m., they're sitting there at Reagan National Airport being consoled by folks there to give them the help, the support they need. We saw the American Red Cross there on site as well, helping not only those family members, but folks there at the airport who may have witnessed what took place a little earlier today.
And a reminder that we're talking about 64 people on that plane, 60 passengers, 4 crew members, and 3 people on that Black Hawk training flight.
Yeah.
And we're still waiting for information. And what all of them seem to suggest and to say is that this rescue effort is going to take some time, not hours, days.
It's going to be a while because of what you mentioned there from Chief Donnelly, saying conditions are extremely rough for first responders. He says, one, what we know, it is freezing out there, but there's also a bit of a wind there on the water as well. So the conditions just aren't right for these first responders. But we know, as he mentioned, there are more than 300 responders right now working to rescue as many people as possible. You can see this live look here, that operation's still underway. They identified parts of the aircraft, so they know where they need to search, but they obviously have to cover every inch of this river to find as many people as possible, as much debris as they can, as they try and piece all this together, the investigation, but also try and mend the hearts of these loved ones who are hoping for answers tonight as well. Mending
Their hearts and thinking about the hearts of all of these responders who've come from across our region for this sacred mission that they have now to try and rescue as many people or to get answers for as many families as possible. They trained for this, so they were ready to respond, but certainly nobody hopes to get this kind of call to respond. They were there within minutes of that explosion happening, and they were within minutes of really getting into the weeds and getting into the water pretty quickly after that first boom.
And think of the news, how we received it. In our newsroom, we heard about this passenger jet, this commercial jet, and a helicopter colliding. And you had that moment of shock where you just sort of,
what
you're
did
paralyzed.
You say?
Are you
say?
like, what? And you start thinking of the magnitude of this incident here, but for these first responders, it's go, go, go. You know, you get that call and you hear about the magnitude of it, and you just have to go and try and save as many people as you can.
And I think for us, we thought about the many people whose lives were impacted in ways we could never fully understand or know at the time, because we didn't realize how many people were even on either of these aircraft. But we're getting a sense now of the reality of it all as those rescue workers are up against the hour and up against the water and up against the cold and the wind and the ice and the conditions that are not making it easy for them to get the answers that families desperately want tonight.
And we're looking at this here, and I can't help but think about the lives that may be lost. We heard from one gentleman earlier today who says his 26-year-old wife, they've been married for a little more than 2 years now. She was on board this American Airlines flight 5342, set to land at any minute. And she is gone. She's the only person we've heard of, but we know there's so many stories that are going to be tied to what we're seeing play out today, as well as we look at that chopper there above the Potomac, still carrying out this rescue mission.
I know we have reported that we are being told there have been 18 bodies pulled from the water, but none of the officials wanted to go on the record at this point about any numbers, and I suppose it is because they are all laser focused on the task at hand, which is rescue and recovery.
And there are so many moving parts. We know the CEO of American Airlines
is
on his way to Washington right now as well, but before he boarded that flight to get here, he did release a statement talking about today's incident. Let's listen to that.
We are actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts, and the American Airlines care team has been activated to assist our passengers and their families. We're cooperating fully with the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation and will continue to provide all the information we can. Our cooperation is without pause, and we want to learn everything we can about today's events. That work will take time, but anything we can do now, we're doing. And right now, that means focusing on taking care of all passengers and crew involved, as well as their families.
So yes, he has the tough task of arriving here to help bring some answers and some clarity to folks who are waiting desperately for answers. And, you know, there may be people on this flight that he knows too.
Yeah, definitely the crew for sure. And also the impact that this is going to have on the air industry in the hours, the days moving forward. Folks who want to be certain about, you know, their next flight. You board that flight, we take it for granted. We've said you get on, you expect to make it to your destination safely, and then you have something like this. So I'm sure a lot of folks are going to be rattled tonight as well. So you're going to have to try to allay some of those fears too.
Our Alexis Wainwright was at the press conference at Reagan National, listening to our leaders talk about what they know at this hour. Alexis, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. As you guys mentioned, there's still a lot that we don't know at this hour. But one thing I want to go back to that Leslie and Lorenzo, you guys were just talking about, is the sense of concern and fear from other people who have to get on flights. I can tell you, since we first arrived here to Terminal 1, we started to talk with some of those people who were on board their flights that were about to take off. They were out on the runway, and then shortly after that, they heard some of those sirens as emergency crews and responders arrived here at the airport. A lot of them said they didn't realize what was going on at the moment, but obviously they were looking closely out of their window seats to see what was happening. And once they learned the sad news, a lot of them were nervous, they were concerned, they were worried, and a lot of them are now sending prayers to those victims and the victims' families at this hour. Now, as you guys mentioned, we heard a lot here at that press conference. The thing we want to focus on, though, is the tough conditions that DC Fire talked about working through. We know that they are working at the Potomac River. It's about 8 feet deep, a lot of water that they have to kind of wade through. We're also talking about divers who have to go in where there's not a lot of light around. That's something that DC Fire emphasized. There's also ice out there. The winds are high. The temperature is low. So those are a lot of concerns and things that they have to work through at this hour. And again, they're on a time limit trying to help rescue efforts at that moment. Another thing I also want to talk about, a key moment, is from Senator Jerry Moran. He talked about pushing for this direct flight from Kansas to DCA. He said it's been about a year now since that flight actually started doing a straight flight back and forth. And he says, you know, Kansas is a small place. A lot of people likely will know some of the victims and their families that were on that flight. So it's a lot of information for people to process at this hour. I can tell you, we've seen it quiet here at the airport. This isn't the typical scene if you come to Reagan National Airport. So a lot of people just concerned, praying for those families at this hour, and still a lot more information we don't know at the moment. But of course, we're still sticking here, trying to find out more information. But at this hour, again, we just know that there were 64 on the American Airlines plane. There were 3 people on the helicopter. And we also know that the airport, we first heard that the airport would reopen at 5 a.m. Friday. We can now tell you that we have learned that the airport will reopen at 11 tomorrow, or 11 a.m. today, actually. So this is a fluid situation. That time might change, and crews tell us that tonight. But at this hour, again, a lot of information still coming through, but we know the airport will start opening and having flights going out at 11 a.m., but that could likely change. At this hour, though, they have not told us as far as how many people have been recovered from the scene, how many people have survived this crash, but a lot of people just here waiting to hear that latest information. So we'll stick here and try to figure out as much more as we can, but for now, reporting live from Terminal 1 at Reagan, Alexis Wainwright, we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, a lot of folks just waiting for those answers. In the meantime, the focus is on this, what you're looking at right there, the search for any folks who were on that plane. Alexis, thank you.
You know, so we were talking about the controversy about adding routes to Reagan National Airport, and our local leaders had real concerns about this. And you sort of brought this talking point up earlier in the night when this first happened.
Right.
And this was sort of the worst fear of any person that had sort of talked about adding more flights and whether there's capacity and can we really handle this. Let's bring our Eric Flack back in, because I know Zoe brought this up earlier and we were kind of talking about it. And I know you've done some reporting on this, Eric, and you want to dig a little deeper into it for us.
Yeah, first let's look at that route. That was from Wichita, Kansas, right here to Washington Reagan National Airport, DCA. You might have heard just a couple moments ago that senator from Kansas say that this direct route just went into existence, just became a reality about a year ago, which may have people wondering, well, was it part of that ongoing controversy last year in 2024 when we were hearing about whether or not they were going to add routes to Washington National Airport, which many people say is one of the busiest, if not the busiest, in the entire country. We want to let you know that we did check into that, and that this plane, the one that fatefully ended up in that collision and into the Potomac River, was not in fact one of the ones that has been added as part of that ongoing discussion, ultimately becoming a reality in the FAA reauthorization bill that was passed in the fall in the later part of last year. There were 5 flights that were added as part of that reauthorization bill. Only one of them was an American Airlines flight, and that one to San Antonio. In fact, myself and a couple other people back in the newsroom did some quick checking on some of these commercial websites from the airlines. We can't see that these direct routes that have already been added or were talked about being added to the register of flights at DCA are even in existence yet. They still aren't even available. So not saying anything can change, not saying any of those flights will be pulled back now because of this, but if you had questions out there about whether this flight was in fact one of those flight that was just added over some people's objections over the amount of traffic and the amount of near misses that have happened between aircraft there at DCA Washington National Airport, we have now learned and confirmed that this flight in fact was not one of those, although it is new to the register, as was outlined by that senator in that press conference just a couple moments ago. Guys.
Yeah, Flack, if you can take us back to remind folks, I mean, this has always been such a contentious issue because folks are saying this airport just cannot handle any more flights.
Yeah, I mean, anybody who's been out there knows the aircraft are coming and going. I spoke with an expert earlier, and they were just pointing out, and it's not just everything that's going on at Washington Reagan National Airport with the passenger flights. It is all the military flights that are happening. Anytime you're out there on the river, you will see the choppers going up and down the river, which is right along the airport. There is so much traffic that is coming through there that people already had concerns that adding flights would just create even more issues. The near misses that we have reported on date back at least 2 years, in some cases likely longer. These are near misses, which means there was not a collision, but it was close enough that the air traffic controllers, that the pilots on board were concerned that it was in fact a situation where a collision, a mid-air collision near the runway, just like what we saw, could have in fact happened. Thankfully, in those cases that we've reported on in the past, those were just that, near misses. Tonight we have a situation where it tragically was not a near miss. It was a direct collision, and we now know really just a tragic end for so many involved. Guys.
Flack, context is so important, and perspective in when things like this happen, when tragedies like this happen, and misinformation can proliferate. And so thank you for getting us that information. And I'm sure, you know, as we took a look at the senator who was talking about how he lobbied for this flight, I'm sure that's weighing heavy on the heart, knowing that he had taken this flight and it had been something that he had pushed for. But to know that it wasn't one of those flights that could have, in terms of concern about safety in that way, that this was not among those flights. It's important to share that with people as we start to, you know, kind of connect the dots around what went wrong here.
Yeah, and as we spoke about earlier, that flight was just seconds from reaching the runway, within sight of that runway when this collision happened, and these near misses that people have been worried about literally for years, that caused an ongoing debate about whether or not to add more flights to DCA, which in fact they ultimately did, was the exact reason that people had so many concerns. So obviously there's got to be so much second guessing right now going on when you have an end like this.
It sure does. Flack,
And
thank
the
you.
news just gets, you know, more grim, I'm sure, in the days to come as we start to learn more about the people who were impacted by this, who were on that flight.
And so many
as well.
families right there at the
That's
airport
right,
waiting for them.
And we don't know
just,
the families, the age, the ranges of those who were on board the flight in terms
I'm
of their
sure
ages.
all of the above. So,
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to have people from every walk of life who ended up involved in this on their way home, possibly on their way to a vacation, who knows.
Yeah.
But never expected this, obviously.
Absolutely. Flack, we'll be talking to you, I'm sure, in just a bit. I think we've got former NTSB and Senior Air Safety Investigator Greg Fife again on the phone. He's been such a vast source of information for us. Greg, are you there?
I am, Leslie.
You know, the last time we talked, you had already kind of laid out for us what is likely happening and what we know now. The GO teams involved, the rescue efforts, everything happening all at the same time. You listened to the same press conference that we did. What are your takeaways?
Well, again, they were providing, of course, information about the families. One of the big things that has come out of accidents over about the last 20 years is family assistance. The big real takeaway was back in 1996 with TWA 800 and having family assistance because family members weren't getting a lot of information. You heard tonight American Airlines has set up their care team. They've got points of contact for family members and friends to contact to find out the disposition of their loved one, to see what kind of assistance the airline is going to provide. That really came out of NTSB investigations, both domestically and then foreign. When I did Korean Air 801 in Guam, we had similar issues, and out of that particular accident, the foreign family assistance program really came to fruition, requiring foreign airlines to also help families, have points of contact, give them first information. Over the years, it used to be that family members were finding out information by watching TV, and that wasn't good enough. And so now the NTSB provides, through their Transportation Disaster Assistance Department, first information to the families before they take it public to the news media. So you got some of that tonight where they were giving contact information. It is going to be closely guarded as far as the recovery efforts and that kind of thing, because it is a very long, tedious, and hazardous process. And nobody wants to come out with a number of how many victims have been recovered or what's transpiring until they are absolutely sure. It's got to be factual. And I think that's why they're so guarded tonight as to how the process is going.
Yeah, and we saw the explosion earlier as well, Greg, and it's safe to assume that, you know, nothing is intact. So they're putting all of this together in terms of perhaps identifying some folks who may have died in this blast as well. So this is not easy by any means. Now, in terms of the investigation, we are nearly 5 hours into this now. What's happening at this hour?
Well, again, as we talked earlier, one of the things that there are two different things going on. Of course, that's the search and rescue recovery. And then the investigators are trying to collect that perishable evidence. They're trying to get a handle on the air traffic controller or multiple controllers, depending on how the tower was set up. Of course, there's been, and we talked about this, where I had heard air traffic control apparently talking to the crew of the Black Hawk, seeing if they actually identified the regional jet visually, and then giving them an instruction to pass behind it. That information has to be dissected even more because you had multiple airplanes in the area. We've seen this before in San Diego in the mid-air collision between a PSA 727 and a small training airplane, a Cessna 172. There were 9 different aircraft in that proximity. The air traffic controller actually told the crew of PSA that there was traffic at a certain position. The crew basically responded, yep, it's identified, we see it. The problem is they misidentified the airplane that the controller was referring to. They ended up colliding. So that's the kind of information that, while it could be obvious, and of course it's being played on TV and pulled down off the internet, you have to understand the backstory. You have to keep things in context. And that's why it'll be critical to have the cockpit voice recorder to see the interaction between the crew members, whether or not they actually identified any traffic that was called to them. But there's also a recorder on the helicopter, and it's a combined flight data recorder and cockpit voice recorder. It'll be important to see the military crew, if what they did was identify the proper aircraft. It's obvious that when they were told to pass behind an RJ, they unfortunately struck this RJ that crashed. The question is, was that the actual airplane they were identifying, or did they look somewhere else, see another aircraft, and affirm it as, yeah, we have the traffic? So it gets very complicated. That's why you can't jump to conclusions. You can't take factoids and build a whole storyline this soon into the investigation process, because
Hey, Greg, I'm going to interrupt you for just 1 second, because I'm looking at some pictures, and if our control room can take some of these pictures that we are looking at that give us a better look at what we can now see of the aircraft in pictures that have been taken. I'd love to get your take on this. We're working on that, and we're going to try to get this so you can see it, because we're looking at a picture which shows the aircraft. We can see a lot of it, and its proximity to the actual runway. And I'd love for you to be able to take a look at this, because it still appears to be somewhat remarkably intact in a lot of ways for something that was blown out of the sky. So we're going to work to try to get these pictures that you can take a look at, so that we can get your insights on them.
Yeah, because I think a lot of folks were thinking that, Greg, because this was this plane was so close to landing, that maybe, you know, it wasn't as catastrophic as it seemed.
Well, when you look at, because I've seen some pictures of the aircraft in the water, there is some information floating around that the RJ was cut into two large pieces. That would make sense. When you look at the Black Hawk helicopter, it has a very large rotor system. It weighs about 28,000 pounds. And when I've dissected just looking at the video multiple times, it appears to me that the helicopter struck the aft end of the aircraft. That would be at least midpoint from the wings back.
Hey, Greg, can you take a look at your screen right now? Because the pictures that we were just referencing, taken by Getty Images, are on the screen. And so it'd be good to, can you see what we see?
I would love to be able to do that.
No, it sounds like what you're referencing, it sounds like you've seen the same pictures already, because we're following what you're saying, so you've probably seen what we're showing.
Yeah, and so with the aircraft being relatively intact but in two pieces, the rotor system probably damaged the aft end of the aircraft, sliced through the fuselage, separating it. The large explosion was the fact that there was contact in the area of the fuel tanks, which the fuel is carried in the wings on this airplane. So it's probably from the wings aft, because when you look at the video and you see the bright light that we all believe is the regional jet with its landing lights on, the landing lights are actually positioned in the leading edge of the wing. And you don't see any kind of black or any kind of shadowing or anything else that would suggest that the helicopter passed in front of the aircraft, the RJ. So given that, plus then the nose of the airplane pitches down, the lights pitch down, that suggests that the tail section of the airplane was damaged sufficiently so the nose of the aircraft pitched down. And I think that when they pull the wreckage and really examine it, it's probably going to be that the helicopter struck the aft part of the aircraft unbeknownst to the flight crew of the RJ.
How crucial, oh, go ahead, Les.
No, it was just when he says RJ, just letting our viewers know, RJ means the regional jet.
Regional jet.
The jet, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're looking at these images here and seeing how, part of the Black Hawk is still intact. We can see pieces of this plane here. How crucial are these pieces to the investigation?
They're extremely important in doing a reconstruction of the wreckage itself. That means that they will remove both aircraft out of the water, they'll take it to a facility, and they'll actually lay out the pieces in their proper position for each respective aircraft, and then try to determine the actual impact or collision angles and determine what parts of, let's say, the helicopter struck the regional jet. They'll look to see how the rotor system may have contacted. This is an airplane that has what's identified as a T-tail. It's not the conventional tail that you would see like on a Boeing 777, but in fact the horizontal stab sits on top of the vertical stabilizer. So they'll be looking for marks to see if the rotor blade cut through the vertical stabilizer. They'll want to look for paint transfers. Both aircraft, especially the Black Hawk, has tires, rubber tires. So a lot of times we'll see rubber tire mark transfers on the other aircraft. That helps us position with very good detail exact impact attitudes and position, whether the helicopter was higher than the RJ, slightly higher, or slightly below. So those parts are very, very critical, and it's important that first responders help investigators by documenting the wreckage, because, of course, things get distorted as they're doing their rescue operation and recovery. So I always talk to first responders to say, what did you do as far as removing parts of this wreckage to evacuate a victim? And that helps me so that I don't have a misperception. If I find a part somewhere that is very curious, they say, no, we removed that and put it there, versus, nope, we didn't touch that. So now we know the positioning of each piece of the aircraft.
Greg, you've been talking methodically about how this process unfolds and how you get to these answers. When you're able to get the wreckage of these aircraft and you start to lay it out in the way that you talked, how long from the time that you start that is it to find the answers that everybody wants to know about? Is it months? Is it years? I mean, what's realistic in terms of helping people understand how we got to this situation tonight?
It's a very good question, Leslie, because it comes in phases. There's multiple phases going on. Of course, once victim recovery is accomplished and the NTSB is able to recover the wreckage, you're going to have a team of system structures and power plants people putting that wreckage together, trying to determine all these collision angles that we just talked about. Meanwhile, you have an operations group. They're going to be focused on how the RJs, the regional jet pilots, were operating the aircraft, policies, procedures, what they were doing. And that same group will be looking at the military pilots and their operation of the helicopter. What was the intent? What was their intended flight path? You're going to have an air traffic control group that will dissect the communications between air traffic controllers. All of this takes time. You may get factoid information released by the NTSB because, as part of its mission, it is to inform the general public as facts are developed and the determination is made that those facts are verifiable. They aren't going to just say something, because a lot of times, as we know, on the internet, you get a lot of misinformation. There's already been misinformation about the fact that they rescued 4 people. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that hurts the credibility of an investigation. So the board will be very cautious to ensure that the information that's released every day over some period of time is factual. This process, unfortunately, does take time. The wreckage, once they get it out and they put it all back together again, or as close to proximity as they can, that could take a week or 2 weeks. So within 30 days, we're going to have a lot of good information that has been collected through interviews, through recovery from flight data recorder and cockpit voice recorder. If those recorders are intact and have not been damaged so that the playback capability isn't compromised. But it does take process, or it does take time. And I think in the next 2 weeks, I would expect in the next 72 hours, we're going to have some good information. But over the next 2 weeks to 30 days, we will have a bulk of the information we need to understand at least how this accident, the sequence of events started to cause this accident. We may not have all the infinite detail. That'll come out in the final board product in about 18 months.
Now, Greg, you talked about this taking time, and we see them pulling parts of the wreckage out of the water here, but how does it, we're also talking about perhaps 67 people in the Potomac River. How does that complicate this right now when you're talking about bodies, people being in this water amongst this wreckage?
One of the things that has to be done by the first responders is be cognizant of the fact that they do have to really compromise some of that wreckage. When I did ValueJet, I was the investigator in charge in ValueJet. When that airplane went down in the Everglades, it was a dual mission. It was to recover aircraft wreckage and to recover the victims. And it's a very choreographed process because they can pull the wreckage out without damaging it, and in conjunction with the NTSB, they can then manipulate the wreckage to recover the victims. But the NTSB's evidence from the structure itself can remain intact, or at least be documented as that process is taking place. It's critical to try and get the actual wreckage in its position because it too is perishable. If you start cutting into it, that changes the evidence. That could change how somebody may perceive or at least believe that one aircraft struck the other.
Wow.
It's a sober assessment.
Yeah.
And an honest one, right? And
it, like I said, I see the worst side of aviation every day in my job as an accident investigator. My mission and the mission of the NTSB and every safety professional out there that has to do this type of work is to prevent these accidents and incidents from happening in the future. I fly on an airplane almost every week. My family flies on an airplane very often, and it is my responsibility to, as an NTSB investigator, but as a safety advocate as well, to collect all the facts, conditions, and circumstances so that the loss of life isn't in vain. That unfortunately these people have died. But out of this tragic accident, here are the safety improvements going forward. So there always has to be a positive out of this very tragic circumstance. And like I said, we as investigators, I mean, while we have to remain objective and really focused and really compartmentalize the tragedy that we're investigating, there comes a point where, you know, in the dark of the night, as an investigator, it hits home because it could be our family members, it could be our friends. And so I think we all work collectively in this business, this aviation safety business, to prevent that from happening again and prevent that heartache. So it's an emotional thing, and when I teach accident investigation, that's the first thing I talk about with investigators. This is an emotional job because you are dealing with tragedy. You are dealing with a lot of emotion, and you have to take that emotion out to be able to do your job objectively. And sometimes that's very difficult. And other professions, first responders, they have to do the same thing.
Yeah, Greg, you talked about seeing the worst of aviation pretty frequently, but yet you still fly every week. So is there something you tell folks who are watching our coverage tonight and who may have a flight in the days ahead and they may feel a little anxious about boarding that next flight?
I trust the system implicitly. I learned to fly when I was young and in high school in Maryland, flew my way through high school and college, and went to work for the NTSB and continue to fly, and I still fly today. I fly as a passenger on all the airlines. I trust the system because I know all of the policies, procedures, the training, the equipment that is utilized to keep the system safe. Is there going to be a tragic circumstance like this where this was an unexpected event, even with all the safeguards? The question is, what broke down in that safeguarded system to unfortunately cause this? And was this an isolated event or systemic? But I trust the system. What scares me more is driving to the airport, because when I'm in the air, I know pretty much what everybody's doing up there. We know that we have good pilots, we have good equipment, we have a great air traffic control system. On the highway, I don't know if the guy's going to try and cut 3 lanes across and cut me off or slow down or jam on his brakes. That's my greatest fear is I'm going to probably get hurt or killed on the highway, not in an airplane. So to the flying public, they have to have confidence in the system. We have the safest system in the world, bar none.
So even after what we see here tonight, your message to people would be, trust the system. American aviation, by and large, is safe.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because, again, and that's why we have a robust oversight through the FAA. That's why it is incumbent that when we fund agencies that have these oversight and regulatory responsibilities, we have to have the highest quality people doing these jobs and doing it without overtaxing them, because it is oversight, it is enforcement, so that the system remains safe. And the NTSB has talked about this over the years in their probable causes in a variety of accidents where they found that the air traffic control system was deficient with air traffic controllers. We didn't have enough. And we've gone through that cycle. When President Reagan fired 5,000 controllers, there was a concern about whether or not the system was still safe because we were down 5,000 controllers. We're in a controller shortage right now, just like we're in a bit of a pilot shortage and a mechanic shortage. But barring all of that, we still have very good oversight, regulatory policies and procedures that keep us all safe.
Yeah, and Greg, as you're talking, we're looking here at the rescue and recovery operation still underway here on the Potomac tonight. And I know we've talked a lot about the investigation in terms of what went wrong and piecing the plane and the helicopter back together to find out what happened. But also, we know at the airport, folks are waiting for answers about their loved ones. So we saw the explosion here. We're looking at this wreckage. How long realistically could it take for folks who didn't make it, for their bodies to be identified?
That is going to be up to the local coroner. That, too, becomes a very tedious process, a very lengthy process, because they're having to look at remains. Some of the remains may be readily identifiable. When we did ValueJet, because of the catastrophic impact, high energy impact, we didn't have a lot of victim remains that were intact. We were able to identify one of the pilots by just finding the tip of his index finger and comparing it against a fingerprint. So you may have to use DNA, you may have to use dental records, you may have to use other identifiable marks on the body like a tattoo. It's a very long process. But again, it's up to the process that the coroner or the mortuary people that assist the coroner will systematically go through to ensure that they have positive identification of the victims.
Greg Feith, we are grateful as always for your expertise and also for your heart. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
All right, now we are also hearing from some passengers who saw the collision earlier tonight.
Yeah, they were sitting on the tarmac on a different flight and they witnessed the whole thing.
It looked like a flash of fire, and we didn't understand what was happening. The person sitting next to me just said, "What's that?" And the next thing we started seeing ambulance, started seeing firefighters, everybody just rushing, and the whole place was...
And the police car too.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, so you just imagine that moment. You're sitting there and wondering what happened.
Yeah, you don't know what happened.
Yeah.
You know something happened,
Yeah.
but you aren't sure what that was.
And this has been underway happened
since
roughly 5 hours ago. So
Yeah.
remember those initial moments when people had no idea what was happening. So now we're starting to get more clarity as the night goes on.
The president has been active on Truth Social through the night. He posted within the hour, and this is his quote, "What a terrible night this has been. God bless you all." He says, "The airplane was on a perfect and routine line of approach to the airport. The helicopter was going straight at the airplane for an extended period of time. It is a clear night. The lights on the plane were blazing. Why didn't the helicopter go up or down or turn? Why didn't the control tower tell the helicopter what to do instead of asking if they saw the plane?" He goes on to say this is a bad situation that looks like it should have been prevented, and ends it by saying, "Not good."
Yeah, and we heard from his Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, who's been on the job for a little more than a day now. And he says they will work to find out what went wrong in this situation, asking the same questions as the president there. But in the meantime, tonight, the focus has been on what you're seeing right here, trying to find any survivors of this plane crash.
I think we have some more witness sound that we can go to as well. No, we do not. Okay.
In the meantime, let us tell you, if you have your phone and you're watching as well, again, the information has just been coming in slowly at this point. You can scan that QR code right there on your screen to get a full list of some of the updates we've had throughout the night. We've been on the air since a little after 9 o'clock, shortly after this incident. And we're learning more as this goes on. And we heard not from the mayor or any of the other officials who were at that press conference earlier tonight, but we're hearing from our partners at CBS News and some other police officials that we know they've recovered at least 18 bodies there from the Potomac River so far. We know at least 67 people may have been involved in this catastrophe, including 64 on the plane, 3 on that Black Hawk helicopter, and they're trying to rescue and recover those folks tonight.
And you know, there was an appeal by the mayor tonight to really allow this work, this important, heartbreaking work to rescue, to recover, to identify this really important and really gut-wrenching work of our first responders to work unencumbered. Don't go down there. Don't get in the way. Don't be a gawker. Allow them to do this work so that the families who have had to deal with this unimaginable tragedy, and it's sinking in the 5 hours since it happened, allow them to do the work that is so important. And you know, as we look at these pictures and you see the lights and the sirens, you can't necessarily see all of the hard work that is occurring in the cold water, with the ice around, with the wind, with these divers who are having to be careful because the conditions are not ideal, and the fact that there are bodies everywhere in the water. We showed you some pictures a while ago that showed you what was left of, we think, the Black Hawk helicopter and, of course, the regional jet. And you heard Greg Feith, the former NTSB investigator, talking about the painstaking, the tedious effort it takes to find the bodies and all that they have to go through to do that. And so it's not lost on us that for hours upon hours upon hours now, the folks that run into harm's way and train for this very thing have been doing it under the very toughest circumstances you can imagine, in the dark, in the Potomac River with waters that are not always kind.
And on that same note, Les, I was hearing from a couple of sources tonight who are responding to the scene here. I don't know if we still have that shot from the DC Police Department, their air support area near the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge, where they're stationed there. A lot of those first responders they're having a tough time with this tonight as well, because as we mentioned, they are recovering bodies from the Potomac. And we've said over and over again that these first responders are human. We look at these folks here on the boat and looking, they train for this, but when you talk about the human lives involved, the reality here,
they've spent more than 5 hours trying to find bodies.
Yeah.
They've spent more than 5 hours finding some bodies that are not intact.
Right. And you wonder what the story is behind them.
Yeah. They've spent more than 5 hours potentially even finding just pieces of bodies.
Yeah.
And that's real talk right now. And it's a really tough thing, I think, to digest for family members and for communities that are desperate for some sort of answers. We've been on the air now since a little after 9 o'clock talking about this mid-air collision near Reagan National Airport, this tragedy in the skies that we're all wrestling with here on the ground, trying to understand how this happened and why this happened. But we know something did happen. Something very wrong happened.
That's right.
Something didn't happen the way it was supposed to.
Yeah, we want to get to our Leslie Moreno now, who is still stationed near the DC Police Air Support area along the Potomac River. And Leslie, we've been watching your camera for a good chunk of the night to figure out if there's been any movement, any activity. What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Yeah, we've seen a number of vehicles, different fire, EMS, rescue vehicles here in the last 4 hours or so. One of what I want to point your attention to is this orange reddish tent here to my left. We're going to zoom in there. This was set up maybe in the last hour or so. This is a what you call a decontamination tent. This is what crews use to come in here and clean off some of that jet fuel that they've been since they've been in the water with these search rescues, search efforts all night through the morning. Right next to it, you can still see crews stationed out here right off of South Capitol here. That bus that we mentioned, that white bus, that mass casualty ambulance bus, as well as crews. It's very quiet, and it's been that way the last 3-4 hours. We did see a couple boats come through as well, but I assume this will be an area that will have a little bit more activity throughout the morning as these crews find these victims and these survivors. So again, just everyone out here is in place, ready to assist both the victims and those crews that have been out there in the water, in the frigid waters for several hours now.
Yeah, we know this is probably the toughest job of the night, looking at what you see right here. And those decontamination tents that have been erected as well, we were telling you moments ago, this is where they are bringing the bodies of those who have been recovered in the Potomac River tonight. And again, the tough job of knowing that on the other side of this river, family members are waiting for those answers. And it's going to be the tough job of identifying those folks and giving their relatives the grim news.
Bodies covered in jet fuel.
Yeah.
And this is the reality of what happened in the skies and what's now happening in the waters. It's now happening in the waters.
And we know that our Alexis Wainwright, she also spoke with some folks who witnessed this earlier today as well. Let's see what they have to say.
Hey, so we are inside Terminal 1 at the airport at the moment. If you take a look behind me, you can see there's no one here. It's very quiet. This is a rare scene that you would see at Reagan National Airport, and that's what we've been seeing for the past several hours here. A lot of people still in shock about what happened here. And if you take a moment to look at the monitor here, this is the emergency alerts we've been seeing throughout the airport. These first came on after that crash happened, letting people know due to the emergency situation, all flights are being held on the airfield, letting people know that additional information will be released. So that's kind of what we've been seeing throughout the airport at the moment. And we actually spoke with some people who were here at the airport on their planes, ready for takeoff essentially, and then were told that they were going to have to wait, and then shortly after they heard about that crash. We want you to listen to that sound. You boarded your plane?
Yes.
Take me through what happened.
So we have to fly to Dallas on Southwest, which has to board by, we have to start by 8:40. So we boarded on time. We thought we were going to fly on time, but I think they basically have the plane on the runway, but it was halted for almost like 20-30 minutes. We don't know what's going on, but they told like we're gonna take off within like 15-20 minutes, but it never happened. I started seeing a lot of like vehicles going back and forth in airport. I don't know what's going on, but we are just waiting. Then
you want to just go out?
We were told like some incident happened, and they told they're gonna deplane us. We were deplaned, and we were just sitting there at the gate 5.
And for you to hear that there was a plane crash, what goes through your mind after you hear that?
That's very sad. Who will ever expect that? So yeah. Then once we deplaned, even like then, actually in the plane, someone opened the mobile and saw the news on Twitter. So I know the news when we are deplaning, so we know like what happened. We know that some crash happened, but we don't know much details. But later they announced in the airport that.
And did you hear anything, see anything out of ordinary?
We were in plane most of the time. We came out after like almost maybe around 9:15, sometime like that. Then we were just waiting at the gate. After some time they told like flight is cancelled and we have to leave the airport.
So again, you could hear the sadness in his voice. That's been the reaction from several people who were out on their planes ready for takeoff and then heard the sad news. We even spoke with another man who was headed to Chicago and said he heard the sirens, and that's when he knew something bad was going on. So a lot of them still in shock. Now, we talked about the airport being closed. We want to show you actually right outside here of Terminal 1 what we're seeing. We've seen a large police presence out here, and we know that a lot of the sections of the airport have been blocked off by police officers. So if you take a look out here, we're going to go out this door. You will notice a security presence out here. You'll see flashing lights. That's what we've been seeing since we arrived here to the airport. Several sections where they're being monitored at the moment. We've been seeing crews rush around throughout the different terminals as they respond and continue their investigation. Now, earlier in that press conference, we did hear from officials who confirmed that the airport is expected to reopen at 11 a.m. That's when they expect for the first flights to take off. So they're trying to remind everyone who does have those early morning flights that those flights will not be taking off at that time. They want you to monitor everything online and to come at 11 a.m. But because this is a fluid situation, that timing could change. Now, earlier also in that press conference, we also heard about the large response for this. We know over 300 personnel have responded and are out there right now helping crews as they try to go through these rescue operations. So a lot going on at this hour. We know that there are a lot of rough conditions that they're working through. Potomac River is about 8 feet deep. It's dark out there. There's not a lot of lights. There's also some ice. So the divers are taking a lot longer to work through these situations and get through these conditions to help some of those victims from that crash. So there is a lot going on here. And crews also telling us that it is going to take several hours for them to get through this and also start their investigation. So they're asking for people to give them their space, give them extra time as they work through all of this. So again, there's just a lot happening right now. It's obviously a very fluid situation, but the main thing right now is to give these crews the space to work right now. They also are asking, again, if you have those early morning flights, to expect to not get here until after 11 a.m. That's when the first flights will start taking off. So a lot going on at this moment here at the airport, but it is still closed. We've been hearing from several people here who are in shock, but sending prayers to those families at this hour, guys.
Let them do their work undisturbed and unburdened. There certainly is enough for them to do. Alexis, thank you so much for that information and for just reiterating what we're hoping to share with people right now. Topper, you know, you've been keeping an eye on this like we have all night. We've been talking about the wind conditions. We've been talking about the ice, the water. You know, it's after 2 a.m. These divers have been in there for 5.5 hours.
Right, and you know, I mean, imagine if this had happened last week, okay, with temperatures in the teens and 20s. I mean, it's still horrible, but the good news is winds are down to 0 around National. They're still a little gusty north and west, so that's good news. We did show you winds earlier around 9:15 at the time of the crash. There could have been a gust to 30 miles per hour. I doubt that caused it, but they'll probably look at that and factor that in as well. But right now, winds are just not much of a factor. In terms of temperatures, kind of a wide range. It's still around 44 at the airport. It is in the 30s out in the burbs, but you know where they are right now, it's still low to mid 40s, which is a horrible temperature. It's not great. So let's talk about the approach of the plane. So it came in from the west, from Wichita, Kansas. And again, we're looking at, it flies past the airport and then turns around and makes this kind of an approach across the river. And it was going to land on runway 33. It's going to land into the wind. You always want to land the plane into the wind. And runway 33 points northwest. And that is the runway they were very close to making. So water temperature still is 42. That's not going to change at all. If we look at where they may have, you know, had the collision, that's about a mile wide in the Potomac. So they were certainly within a mile, probably closer, probably more like 3,000 feet in their final descent going in to runway 33. So again, winds, not a huge problem right now. Water temperature going to stay cold, 42, and the air temperature will just keep dropping. So all in all, it's not great, but it could have been much worse if it were last week when it was snowing. We had more ice on the river and temps were in the single digits and teens.
But this water, it's not going to get any easier for them.
No, and it's dark also.
Yeah.
That's a big thing. It's amazing they've recovered 18 bodies. It's pitch black, and you know that's a lot of area to search. I mean, it's not that far when you're landing an airplane. A mile goes by pretty fast, but when you're trying to search 3 debris fields, that's a big deal and a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah, and we're hoping perhaps they may have recovered more since our last update, because it has been a while. We know they've recovered pieces of the plane. So, yeah.
And hopefully the day with daylight, that will also help with their ability to see and to carry out this very grim and tedious task they have.
Yeah.
All right, Top, thank you. Our Eric Flack is here with us, helping us to contextualize what happened as well. Flack, what are you looking at now?
You know, so many questions still unanswered. A lot of the hopeful answers are going to center around what the communication was like between that passenger flight, that military chopper, and air traffic control, which is supposed to be the one making sure that tragic collisions like this don't happen. We are just now getting some new audio into the newsroom of what was being said and what was going on inside that air traffic control tower as this collision happened. Let's listen.
American 472 Washington, 1 star, 32017.
Oh my God. The stunned words of someone in the background of air traffic control audio recorded as American Airlines Flight 5342 collides with a military helicopter, sending both aircraft and almost 70 people into the Potomac River.
I just saw a fireball and then it was just gone. So I haven't seen anything since they hit the river, but it was a CRJ and a helicopter that hit. I would say maybe a half mile off the approach end of 33.
Is the airfield closed?
Yes, the airfield is closed. The airfield is closed.
Runways as well?
Yes, all runways are closed. Nobody's landing. No one's moving at all.
And you can just hear the disbelief in the voices of those air traffic controllers, but at the same time trying to keep some semblance of calm so they can do their jobs, make sure that the airfield was closed for no further incoming traffic, so that rescue crews could get out there immediately to start that tough job of the rescue we just talked about. But guys, incredible sounds from inside of that air traffic control tower at the moment these two aircraft collided.
Yeah, we talk about this plane going down and the helicopter in the water, but think about the areas nearby.
Right.
The bridge is the 14th Street Bridge, not far away. These communities, this could have been much, this is awful, but this could have been much worse.
Yeah, and you could hear them talking in there about, you know, where was it, how far off was it, and we had talked earlier about just how close that passenger plane was to the runway before this collision happened, and how close they were to, in fact, landing safely. And you could just hear those air traffic controllers. This was not something that they saw coming in any way, shape, or form. Of course, that's no commentary on where the blame, and eventually we will know where steps were missed. But you could just hear in the voices, this was a complete shock to them as they sat there doing their jobs on this evening.
Just another reminder of Reagan National and its proximation to everything in our area. It is both convenient and vulnerable at the same time.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Topper. He was talking, putting it in context, really good context, and I think he said it to you all earlier. It is so busy, it is so small. Everybody who has been out there knows how small that airport is and how few runways they have. And when you talk about how small it is surface-wise and the amount of runways in relation to the amount of flights that are coming and going. If you go to that video, you can actually see another flight kind of in the background there as the atop of the screen, as the collision is kind of happening at the bottom of the screen. Just another reminder of just how busy that airport is.
Boy, and the pilots clearly going above had to see something very tragic was happening down below. The whole thing is so tragic all the way around.
Yeah.
All right, Eric, thank you for that insight and that sound.
Yeah. And so we know the investigation, again, into how this happened, what went wrong. They're going to be looking at that video that Flack just showed us moments ago to try and piece this all together, listening to the audio. You saw Alexis Wainwright at the airport moments ago talking with folks who saw the blast. They want to talk with those folks too to try and piece this together. So there is a lot of work to be done outside of also the tedious and heartbreaking task of rescuing and recovering the folks in the Potomac River and talking with their family members.
We have some strong pictures to show you of what this recovery looks like, and these are some pictures from Andrew Harnick with Getty Images. It gives you a sense of what these rescuers are working with and working through. You could see parts of the Black Hawk jet, parts of this mangled American Eagle flight, and it's amazingly intact in a lot of ways for what we saw occur in the sky. But this gives you a different vantage point of what it's hard to see through our video. These pictures capture the tedious task, the grueling task, the grim task, the heartbreaking task, and the sacred task that they all have to confront. And we know how, as hard as it is for family members waiting on the news, it is also quite hard for these rescuers and investigators who are doing their level best to get answers for families tonight.
Because we say they train for this all the time, but it hits differently when you're talking about the reality and knowing the impact this is going to have. And look at the area around these pictures. We see this debris in the spotlight. But look at how dark it is just around this area. And this is what these crews have been dealing with for most of the night. You're talking about the Potomac River here, trying to cover every inch and find not only folks who were on that plane, but also more of this debris so they can try and piece this together. And so this is only complicating their efforts.
And quite honestly, bodies. Bodies in places that they can't see. We know that the bodies that they are going to pull from the water and that they have had to pull from the water have had to be decontaminated because of the jet fuel. And so it just reminds us of how painstaking this process is. It's not a pristine, easy scene to try to get answers and to try to do the recovery and the rescue. This is really, really tough stuff.
Yeah, and you might be wondering, you have something to say, Top?
Well, I mean, you made a phenomenal point. This is absolute horrible tragedy. But if you take the scenario and say he just clipped the plane and the plane then goes on, hits the runway, could then hit other planes on the runway, could then hit the terminal.
Right.
So that's a good point. So I think.
Yeah, this is not what you want at all. But you go back, we talk about these debris fields and the initial calls, everyone wondering, you hear a plane going down in such a dense area. Like, where is it going? What happened? Who's injured? They had to answer those calls pretty quickly. And also when they realized it went down in the water, okay, now it's dark, it's icy, it's cold, it's windy. How do we find the wreckage and how do we find these people? Nearly 70 people.
Nearly 70 people. And it's only getting colder and it's darker and the conditions have gotten even more challenging. Yeah. Now, obviously, with the light of day, it will make some of what they do a little bit easier because they will be able to see more. But it's as the leaders addressing the media about what happened said, this is going to not just take hours, this will be days. Yeah. This will be days. And it will be a while before we actually have the answer to what caused the heartbreak over the Potomac tonight.
Yeah. And we listen to those the radio transmissions, and we usually hear about these disasters, and there's some sort of warning ahead of time. You can hear the panic and the voices of the folks who are on these planes and helicopters.
They didn't have an opportunity for
at
that.
all.
No.
This was so sudden.
And maybe that it is not a comfort, let's be clear, but at least from what we know, the passengers, by and large, on board that commercial flight were not aware of the terror that awaited them. Yeah. They did not have time to prepare. They were a mile from landing on runway 33. Yeah.
And this is going to be a tough period. We are nearly 6 hours into this now, and we've been watching the heartbreaking images, and you know, it doesn't make you feel any better knowing that, you know, that pain will only worsen as we learn who these people were. Who was on these flights, some of our neighbors perhaps.
People in the community.
Yeah, we don't know what sort of ties we may have to the folks who were on that plane, but presumably some of our neighbors.
That's right. We know that the flight crew was based in this area for sure, and there were a good number of people, some who had loved ones waiting for them at Reagan National Airport to welcome them, who instead had to be comforted because of this awful, awful news. So we are thinking of the families at this hour, we are thinking of the rescuers and the first responders at this hour. We're thinking of the very many people who have any involvement in the disaster relief response, those Red Cross workers who have come there to help in some way. The clergy that are there counseling family members, the people at American Airlines who now have to go through a manifest and try to identify many of these family members, the investigators that have to go and try to piece all of this together. This is a story about shared humanity. We're all in this together. We may not be in the waters actually helping to find the answers and doing the rescue, but we're all invested in the answers that will come from tonight and this tragedy.
And this is how we do it here, thinking of all the folks who just step in.
That's
you hear about something wrong,
people
and
go.
they jump in. Even we were talking earlier just about WMATA. We heard from the Washington Metropolitan Airport Authority's president there saying he's grateful that they extended the train times.
Yeah.
So they could get folks out of Dulles into wherever they were going.
And grateful for those warming buses that transported people from National to Dulles so that they could make their flights. There were 19 flights that were impacted. So there were a lot of logistics that had to be managed in the midst of this. If you are just joining us, you may be just getting pieces of the information here. And we listened in on a press conference a couple hours ago that we're working to bring to you, and hopefully we'll have that soon. You'll be able to hear from our leaders, from their own mouths, what is happening and how this is impacting them. And I know we were struck by the senator from Kansas, Jerry Moran, who talked about how this weighs really heavy on his heart because he had advocated for a nonstop flight from Wichita to DC and was successful in helping to make that happen with American Airlines just a year ago. Yeah. And then to see this really awful, crushing tragedy, just unsurmountable sorrow for so many families tonight.
And he knows that route all too well. And, you know, What I noticed as well, they didn't give a lot of specifics about anything that's taking place in the water, what's to come in the days ahead, because they are being sensitive to the fact that nearly 70 people may have lost their lives today. So they're trying to respect the family members who may still be at Reagan National Airport right now, just waiting for some sort of answer, waiting to figure out what's to come in the days ahead, how this happened, of course. And those questions are going to have to be answered at some point.
This is an area where, sadly, bodies are being brought to be decontaminated once they've been pulled from those rugged, rough, and very cold, frigid waters. And it's been a very long night for the rescuers that are there, and there are some really long days and nights to come ahead.
They will not forget this. We have to think about those first responders as well. We talk about the folks who were on the plane. We still don't know the stories behind the folks who were on the Black Hawk helicopter.
That's right.
We know they were on a training exercise at the time.
And we don't know what that training mission was about.
Right. So we're still waiting for answers there as well to find out who those people were, those military personnel, obviously training to protect and defend our city, our country. So there's so many stories that are still untold, but right there in the Potomac River.
Making the ultimate sacrifice.
Yes, the ultimate sacrifice.
And reminding us again of this connection between both hometown and official Washington that happens in the sky and on the ground.
Yeah. So again, you're seeing some
one
of that
of those
activity
boats.
there. Yeah. So this search is still underway. We've seen the activity there on the Potomac River all night. Talk about a large, heavy task there. Another one of those fireboats if we're trying to make it out there. Again, this is a reminder here. What I'm assuming is they're bringing perhaps some of those folks who have been recovered over to the area near those mass casualty tents as we see these boats sort of come in time and time again from the Potomac, from their mission there.
All right, we want to get you to the press conference that we heard a couple hours ago, in case you're just joining us and you haven't had an opportunity to hear directly from the leaders involved in a good portion of what we are going to see in the days to come. So we are going to toss to that press conference, and the first person you will hear from is Mayor Muriel Bowser.
I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. I'm at Reagan National Airport. I am joined by United States Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, United States Senator Jim Moran, Senator Roger Marshall, Jack Potter, the CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. We are here to brief you on the very tragic events of this evening, where we know a passenger plane coming to the airport here collided with a military helicopter. Our fire department, DC Fire and EMS, supported by fire departments and police departments from across the Washington metropolitan region, are executing a rescue operation in the Potomac River. They are working diligently in very dark and cold conditions, cold water, to execute this rescue operation. We have had the opportunity to be briefed by American Airlines officials. I'm told that American Airlines leadership is on the way to Washington as well, and officials are in the airport talking to families now. We do have a 1-800 number where families should contact us, should contact American Airlines for more information, and we will be providing that information shortly. I am going to turn to a number of officials to provide as much information as we can this evening, and we expect to have more frequent briefings at daylight. So with that, I'm going to turn to Secretary Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. I think for all of us, we want to extend our thoughts and prayers to those individuals who were impacted by the events tonight, their families. We know this is a very difficult time for all of them. I want to join the mayor and everyone here to extending our thank you to the first responders who, again, in very difficult situations and environments, are out there searching and attempting a rescue. Tonight, I spoke with President Trump and his team in the Situation Room. I had a conversation with Secretary Pete Hegseth as well, and then with the Kansas delegation and the mayor and others in leadership, as well as Governor Youngkin from Virginia and Governor Kelly from Kansas. From the Department of Transportation and FAA's perspective, we are going to offer full support to those on the ground, to the mayor, but also to the NTSB, who is going to be conducting the investigation in this matter. We are going to provide all the support that's necessary. Mayor?
Thank you. So with that, I want to ask Chief John Donnelly from DC Fire and EMS to provide an update.
Good evening, everyone. I'm John Donnelly, Chief of DC Fire and EMS. This evening at 8:48, an alert was sounded, initiating a large regional response to a report of an aircraft crash on approach to the airport. This response includes first the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority's Fire Department, the District of Columbia Fire Department, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the U.S. Park Police to respond into the area and to sort that out. At 8:58, the first units arrived on the scene and found an aircraft in the water and began rescue operations. This incident has grown. There's currently about 300 responders working. We have boats from all throughout the region, police and fire boats. We have a mutual aid agreement in Washington, D.C., the National Capital Region Mutual Aid Agreement administered by the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, and we're all operating under that. We're operating under a unified command. Everybody's together. So we also have requested state police helicopters from Maryland, and the Coast Guard helicopter is working. So this is a state and federal response as well. U.S. Coast Guard's got some boats in the water as well. So it's a highly complex operation. The conditions out there are extremely rough for the responders. It's cold. They're dealing with relatively windy conditions. Wind is hard out on the river. So they're out there working. We're doing everything we can to keep them safe. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you. In Chief Bonnet from MWA.
I'm Rick Bonnet, Fire Chief of MWA Fire and Rescue. Our units, as Chief Donnelly already alluded to, at 20:48, we received an alert from the FAA tower of an aircraft incident involving a commercial aircraft and a helicopter. Our units immediately responded and deployed 3 boats and immediately called for mutual aid resources. Again, as Chief Donnelly said, it's an active operation that's going to last many hours as we continue to work through recovery efforts and rescue operations. This will be ongoing for quite a while. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families and our communities, and we appreciate all DC's support to our agency and our federal partners.
So with that, I wanted to turn to the senators who are from Kansas who wanted to say a few words. First, Senator Moran, and then Senator Marshall.
Mayor, thank you, and Mr. Secretary, thank you, and to our first responders, thank you very much for all that's taking place here. I'm Jerry Moran. I'm a United States Senator from Kansas, and I chair the subcommittee and Commerce Committee on Aviation. So we have really a serious and sad circumstance that we want to be here to be helpful, and we're praying that our responders are safe and the folks who are on that flight are recovered. The circumstance I would describe is that I know that flight. I've flown it many times myself. I lobbied American Airlines to begin having a direct nonstop flight service to DCA. That flight has been in existence about a year. And it is certainly true that in Kansas and in Wichita in particular, we're going to know people who are on this flight, know their family members, know somebody. So this is a very personal circumstance as well as an official response. And again, we will do everything we can to make certain that we're supportive of the rescue efforts, and we'll do everything we can to make certain that our subcommittee and Congress is engaged in what needs to take place following the outcome of this evening and this month's kind of investigation. I've talked to NTSB, I've talked to the White House, I've talked to the Department of Defense, and I've talked to the CEO of American Airlines, and there is all of us pulling together for the best outcome possible. I'm honored to be here with my colleague, Senator Marshall, as we try to make certain that we care for those certainly back in Kansas that were on that flight. But it's a reminder that there are people here in Washington, D.C., in this region, in Virginia and Maryland, and many places else that fly to and from Kansas. And so we're rooting and supporting all those, regardless of where you're from. And Mayor, I appreciate the gathering here for us to try to provide information to those in Kansas and across your city. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, thank you, Senator Moran and Mayor, Secretary. You know, when one person dies, it's a tragedy, but when many, many, many people die, it's an unbearable sorrow. It's a heartbreak beyond measure. And I know Senator Moran and I are here just to say we care. We wish that there was more we could do, but unfortunately there doesn't seem much at this time. I want the folks back home to just know that we care, that we love them, and that this is a time when we'll have to join arms together and help each other out. We've been through things like this before, through tornadoes and floods and things, but it's really hard when you lose, you know, probably over 60 Kansans simultaneously. And I don't want to forget the pilots and the flight attendants, you know, who are doing, you know, do their job, and the military personnel we lost. You know, all those lives are so valuable, and it is such a tragedy that we lost them. You know, I think often in times like this, I try to find a scripture that, you know, is apropos, and this is from the book of Psalms. It says, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." Certainly we're crushed in spirit tonight. We mourn with the families who lost loved ones, and we truly are joining them in prayer and wrapping our arms around them in love and compassion. Thanks for everybody for coming out tonight, and thank you for your thoughts and your prayers.
So certainly I speak for the people of Washington, 700,000 of us who are extremely sorry for the families who are experiencing loss tonight. And so we want you to know that we will continue to work with American Airlines to share information as frequently as possible and make sure that we're getting accurate information out to the public. But my sorrow for all of the people and crew on the plane and our military personnel on the helicopter is very deep. I do want to turn to Jack Potter, who is the CEO of our Airports Authority, responsible for Reagan National Airport and Dulles International Airport, to talk to you about how the airport responded and what's going to happen next.
Good evening. As was said, I'm Jack Potter, President and CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. Thank you all for being here tonight and under these very, very grim circumstances. First of all, I want to let you know that we're providing support to all the families who are involved. American Airlines has established a phone number for them to reach out. It's been published, but let me repeat it. It's 1-800-679-8215. So families of folks that were on the plane are asked to contact them. We did have folks who were at the airport to pick up loved ones, and so American has set up a center in their in their lounge at the north end of the airport and we've directed the families there, and there are folks there counselors there to work with the families. We did have aircraft that were in the air. They were diverted to Dulles Airport, some 19 aircraft. We had personnel, United, and others had personnel. We want to thank WMATA for extending their hours on the Metro to make sure that those folks were accommodated. Right now, as was said earlier by the chief, we're in a rescue mode. We will continue in that rescue mode. I want to thank all of the mutual aid responders, all the counties, the district, folks from Maryland and Virginia. Everybody's on site doing the best they can, and numerous boats out in the water right now. NTSB is on site. I want to thank all of the folks behind me, the secretary, the mayor, 2 senators for all of their support, and we're going to continue to work through the night. I do want to make an announcement. People are, concerned about what's going to happen in the morning. Reagan National Airport will be closed until 11 o'clock. That's when the first flights will take off. But we're going to continue to do our best and work through this situation over the course of the night, and we hope to have more news as it develops. But for right now, it's a very difficult situation out there with the cold. It's very dark, but there are numerous boats out there. There are dive teams out there. So again, we'll continue to work this situation, and I'll turn it back to the mayor. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that update. And you've heard that in the National Capital Region, the district, of course, is Washington, D.C. is at the center, but we are a close region. We have heard from the governors of Maryland and Virginia, the mayor of the city of Baltimore, all who have sent us personnel to help in the rescue operations. Last thing I'll note is just to our local viewership, and just please let our first responders do their work. Try to let our vehicles get to scenes and through scenes. We don't want anybody else to get hurt because of moving vehicles, okay? So we will be able to take a few questions. There's not a lot that we can say. We won't be able to say anything about an investigation. As you know, once fire and EMS completes the rescue operation, then the investigation goes over to the National Transportation Safety Board. And I'm sure the Safety Board, NTSB, will provide information about when they will be briefing about an investigation. So we'll take a few. Yes?
Can you confirm that both aircraft are in the water, and perhaps Chief Donnelly can explain what's involved in conducting an operation like this in these conditions?
Yes, both aircraft are in the water. The focus now is rescuing people, and that's what all of our personnel are focused on. And Chief, I think he's given a pretty good description, but if there's anything else you want to add, Chief?
I would just say that the boats are out doing searches. We have divers on both aircraft, and they're searching the aircraft at this point.
Right. Yes.
Have any survivors been found, and how many bodies have been recovered?
All we can confirm tonight is the number of people on each aircraft, 64 people on the American Airlines plane and 3 people on the military helicopter. And we can't provide any more information about recovery efforts.
The 2 people have talked about lost loved ones. So how do you know that there might be people who have lost loved ones?
I didn't say I didn't know people had lost loved ones. I said we can't talk about any of the recovery efforts in specific tonight.
Yes. Secretary Duffy,
I'll call on who's next. Yes?
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. Will this affect operations at Dulles and BWI? Will the Potomac River traffic be closed to boats?
Yes. And so Jack has talked about, can you talk about Dulles? I'm not sure we can talk about BWI, but we can talk about Dulles.
There is no impact at BWI or at Dulles. As I said earlier, our airport here, Ronald Reagan National Airport, will be closed until 11 o'clock. Obviously, that will be fluid. We'll learn more, but we wanted to advise passengers who might be coming to the airport in the morning that we will be closed until at least 11 o'clock.
Secretary Duffy.
A question for Secretary Duffy. Yeah, 1 second. You're next.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you so much. So
just other than the current situations, like we know the water is extremely cold and it's very dark outside. Although Senator is saying that there are numerous boats in the water, but what's the still the biggest challenges for the rescue team? What best scenario we can expect in the coming few hours till morning?
So the challenges are access. The water that we're operating in is about 8 feet deep. There is wind, there is pieces of ice out there, so it's just dangerous and hard to work in, and because there's not a lot of lights, you're out there searching every square inch of space to see if you can find anybody. Divers are doing the same thing in the water. The water is dark, it is murky, and that is a very tough condition for them to dive in. The question about the river, we'll make that decision later. The Coast Guard's on scene, and I would expect that it's not a high use time in the river, and we should not expect to have commercial, recreational traffic on the river tomorrow.
Okay, 3 questions. 1, 2, 3.
It's for Secretary Duffy. Have you been in touch with the air traffic controllers who were in the tower at the time of the crash?
I have not.
You have not. And second question, this is your first several hours in this position. What are your thoughts? What are you feeling right now?
My focus is on those who are impacted on this flight. And again, I've been secretary for a little over a day, and the tragedy that we're going to deal with this recovery, I think is touching everyone's hearts, whether it's here in the greater DC area or in Kansas. And again, I think everyone here is thinking and praying for those who potentially have lost a loved one. And thank you.
Okay, your question?
Could any of you give us any sense about how an accident like this could have happened so close to the airport, right in the heart of DC? There have been reports that the DCA tower contacted the helicopter moments before the crash to ask if they had sight of the aircraft, that apparently the helicopter reported that it did have sight of an aircraft. Is it possible that it had the wrong aircraft in sight? Do you have any sense of what went wrong in those final moments?
I know that the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation will be able to search on all of those questions. We wouldn't be able to talk about that tonight. Yes?
2 words for Secretary Duffy. The first being, you were talking about when you were in the Situation Room with the President and Pete Hegseth both being there. Can you tell us more about the President's initial reactions to this, as well as Pete Hegseth giving this was a military helicopter?
So I was not in the Situation Room. I did have a conversation with the Situation Room where the President was located, as well as with Secretary Hegseth. We were exchanging information. I would just note that not just the local team, but the federal team has performed very well in this crisis. I know the President is incredibly concerned about what's happened here today. I'm sure we'll continue to hear more from him, and I'll continue to consult with him and Secretary Hegseth.
When it comes to the resources that you would be able to provide on the federal level, do you feel like you're getting what you need?
Absolutely. The President has committed to this team and to the NTSB through the DOT that we will provide all resources necessary as we go through this recovery, but also the support from FAA and DOT as the NTSB investigates.
Mr. Secretary, do we know the condition of these aircraft? Are they whole? Are they split? Are they pieces?
Again, I don't think we can comment on that. Our focus is on getting the passengers and crew out of the water.
And just one more clarification, because earlier we got guidance that DCA was going to be shut down at least until Friday at 5 a.m. I just heard
11 a.m.
11 a.m. tomorrow? Tomorrow, okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we can take a few more questions. A question here, a question here, and here.
Mayor Bowser, can you just confirm, has anybody been transported to the hospital?
Again, I can't say anything about the rescue operation right now. Who was next? Yes.
Yeah, Chief Donnelly, can you speak a little bit more about the unified command who leads this phase of the rescue and recovery? At what point do you then change phases? And can you describe to us the scene as best you can when first responders first arrived?
So I happened to be listening to the radio this evening when the call came out. I listened to the responders come in, and the initial response, they were very professional, trying to locate this. This is, if you can imagine, the river is a large black spot at night with no lights on it, except for a few buoy lights. So they were out there looking. The boats pretty quickly were able to locate one of the aircraft and get there. So that's what's going on right now. Everybody's working on that. We will reevaluate where we are with the rescue operation in the morning when we get a better sense of it, but we are still out there working, and we're going to continue that throughout the night.
Do you have a sense that there are survivors?
We don't know yet, but we're working.
Is any part of the search happening over land?
No, we're all in the water.
Yes. Oh, you got a question. Somebody didn't get a question. Hold on. Yes.
I just wanted to ask, do you have an estimate yet on how long the recovery efforts will take?
Chief.
So experiences like this we expect to continue our operations in the fire department for multiple days. And then I would expect the investigation goes longer than that.
Okay, you didn't get a question, and you were next, I think.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. My question is, do we have any plan to prevent future crash or future accidents? Do we have any like to reform the authority, the airport control, to calm those people who are flying in the next few days? And also, how long the rescue is gonna last? Are we gonna stop rescue after tomorrow 11 a.m.? It's like divers team, because they are still in the golden hours now.
No, I mean, I think you just heard the chief said we're going to be out there as long as it takes, and we're obviously trying to get to people as soon as possible, but we are going to recover our fellow citizens. Yes.
This is for the Chief and Secretary Duffy. How do you balance the search and rescue operation with preserving the scene for the investigation that's now underway?
So from the fire department's point of view, we are always going to put people first. But I don't think I think our operations, because we have a unified command, we are all working together, and the NTSB is in contact with us, and we will work together to make sure that if there's crucial evidence that it's preserved. And that's something we do every day with our police department on crime scenes and things. So life comes first, and everything else is after that.
Okay, last question. Yeah.
Secretary Duffy, I just want to ask, I know it's early, but are there any immediate actions you think the FAA should take to prevent helicopters and commercial airplanes from getting too close to one another?
So obviously there'll be a review of what happened here tonight. And after the FAA studies what happened, we will take appropriate action if necessary to modify flight paths and permissions.
Do you have any more details about the helicopter mission with the Black Hawk? And Mayor Bowser, have you heard directly from President Trump?
I spoke with the President's National Security Advisor, and I have not talked to the President yet, and I do not know what the mission was. So let me close by saying again, thank you to the members of the press to help us get information out to the families. The American Airlines number is 800-679-8215. 800-679-8215. And I expect the airport will likely provide additional information in the morning. Thank you.
Between two aircraft approaching the airport here as we were taxiing out. At this time, the airport has been shut down indefinitely to allow for the crash fire rescue folks to do their job.
It looked like a flash of fire, and we didn't understand what was happening. It could have been me.
We just saw lights everywhere, and we didn't know what happened, and then all of a sudden people started picking it up on the internet, and friends were calling to see if they were okay.
It was pretty scary because we missed it by maybe 45 minutes. We were safe, so just terrible.
Right now on Get Up DC, we are following major breaking news near Reagan National Airport. Hundreds of first responders have been assisting in rescue efforts all night long after a passenger jet crashed into the Potomac River late last night. Here is a live look at the scene right now.
The plane went down after colliding mid-air with an Army Black Hawk helicopter. You can take a look at this video from EarthCam here. Disturbing video. You can see when the two aircraft make contact. Good morning to you. I'm Allison Seymour. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Annie Yu.
And I'm Wisdom Martin. Here's what we know so far. The plane was coming from Wichita, Kansas, and operated by American Airlines. The collision happened as the plane was trying to land at the airport. And according to the Associated Press News, the helicopter was conducting a training flight. Now, we're told 60 passengers and 4 crew were on board the plane when it went down.
In the last 30 minutes, we learned that several members from the U.S. figure skating team had been on that plane. The organization says athletes, coaches, also family members were all returning home from a figure skating championship that was held in Wichita. CBS News is reporting that 18 bodies have already been pulled from the water. Let's take another live look here at these pictures. There it is right there. Search and rescue efforts have been going on as soon as this happened, just before 9 o'clock last night. We understand there were a total of 64 people on board the passenger plane, the American Airlines plane, and less than a handful on the Black Hawk helicopter when it collided. But again, CBS News reporting that so far 18 bodies have been recovered.
Yeah, and this is a situation where there's still, these are the pictures that we're talking about of the damage that was left after this horrific crash. So the airport, we know that the airport, Reagan National Airport, is closed until at least until 11 o'clock today as they continue the search mission here. We also know that the parts of the airport around the airport, so it's difficult to get there, and that there were people who were, excuse me, at the airport at the time. Now, the big thing was to try to, get the people were scrambling to get out of the airport. All the flights have been grounded, so there was really nowhere for them to go. So they had to come up with a plan. There were buses put in place to get the people who were remaining at the airport. Also, Metro stayed open late. We just listened to a press conference from the mayor, NTSB, and some other officials as well, talking about the search and rescue efforts here. Again, just after 9 o'clock, American Airlines flight from Wichita to DCA, flight number 5342, which was an American Eagle subsidiary with 4 crew members and 60 passengers on board, crashed into a Black Hawk helicopter with 3 people on board that helicopter. And that's where things stand right now. They are continuing to search the water, trying to recover whatever they can at this hour.
You mentioned the press conference. We've already heard from multiple leaders, including Kansas Senators Jerry Moran, Roger Marshall. We heard from the D.C. mayor, also from the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Of course, the focus now becoming the search and rescue efforts and this investigation. The big question looming is, how did this happen? We just showed you that video at the top of this hour. That's the big question, is how did this happen? That is all part of the investigation. This is going to be days, weeks long, months long, possibly. But right now, the focus is really on recovery and search. Crews working hard overnight in these just unimaginable conditions. It's dark, it's cold. There are hundreds of personnel out there just working so hard under grim conditions.
Searching very dark water in the Potomac River for as they continue their search and recovery. And you spoke about the days, and this will take weeks even. And we know, we've seen accidents like this before, collisions like this before. We know that the NTSB and other organizations take their time to make sure that they have all the pieces together. The fire chief here in town calling this a highly complex operation. So yes, we are just beginning to see what happened here in this terrible collision. In the meantime, we do have team coverage all morning long as we work to piece together exactly what went wrong.
Let's start with Leslie Moreno, who is live on the Potomac. Leslie, good morning to you. What have you learned so far? What's the latest at this hour?
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, we've been out here since about 10:30. There's been quite a bit of movement here. I do want to point you here behind me. You can see we are at the boat and the headquarters here where crews have set up off of South Capitol. To my left here, this is where we've seen several boats coming and going. We're about 3.5 miles north from that crash site where that airplane collided. To my right here, if you zoom in there, we have a white bus there that has been set up there. That is a mass casualty bus that is typically used when there are these sort of incidents where there are mass casualties. This is where again those victims, those survivors will be brought to my right here. In the last about hour and a half or so, these red tents have gone up here. This is where crews will be coming to clean off that jet fuel. We know they've been in those waters searching all through the night. So again, a lot going on here. It's a little bit difficult to see because we're across the street and they're blocked off here. But this is where crews are coming as well. If there are any injuries with crews, this is where they'll be coming, as well as those victims. We did see 3 hours ago, we saw a boat with some sort of tarp covering it. Again, difficult to see, but this is where those victims or those survivors will be coming to. So crews are set up here, and I'm sure they'll be. We're going to see more activity here through the morning as they start recovering those bodies and those victims. We're going to toss it back to you guys for now. But yeah, crews here on standby, ready for whatever they may be needed.
Leslie, I don't know if you can see it from your vantage point. We did see a quick glimpse of a boat moving. Do you have any indication exactly what they're doing or how many boats there are? I know it's a massive response here, but do we have any indication of what these boats are doing and how many there are out there?
Yeah, I can tell you we saw about 4, maybe 5 boats that were coming and going. One of them we did see, it was a fire boat. We couldn't really see too much. Like I mentioned, one of them had some sort of tarp covering. It's very hard to see. We're trying to zoom in as close as we can. But again, this is where you can see right there past that yellow tape there. Those boats, that's where we've seen the most activity throughout the night. Those crews coming and going. We haven't really heard from crews since about 10:30 when we were asked to move here across the street, but a lot of movement. Just unsure right now of what or who is coming here.
And we heard from officials during the presser that the water in this part of the Potomac is about 8 feet deep. It's very icy, it's dark, so hopefully as we get more daylight, efforts will become a little easier, but just really, really tough conditions out there. Leslie Moreno reporting live for us with the latest. Thank you.
This morning, we are starting to learn a little bit more about how air officials responded to this collision.
And we know the emergency response began sometime around 9 p.m. Our chief investigative reporter Eric Flack joining us now with more, Eric, on the initial response from air traffic controllers.
And what a chaotic scene, Annie, it must have been. I mean, you think about how busy that Washington, D.C. Reagan National Airport is already. It's a smaller airport compared to some of your larger cities, but you know, so many different flights coming and going, and then you mix in the military traffic that is, you know, always happening around the area. You know, you've got Park Police helicopters, you've got DC Police helicopters, so much air traffic that's going on around that area. The communication, whether or not it happened, what communication happened between air traffic control and the pilots on board these 2 aircrafts is going to be key to this investigation. Overnight, we are getting new audio into our newsroom that shows exactly what air traffic controllers said and heard and how they reacted in real time as this collision happened.
American 472 Washington, 1 star, 32017.
Oh my God. The stunned words of someone in the background of air traffic control audio recorded as American Airlines Flight 5342 collides with a military helicopter, sending both aircraft and almost 70 people into the Potomac River.
I just saw a fireball and then it was just gone. So I haven't seen anything since they hit the river, but it was a CRJ and a helicopter that hit. I would say maybe a half-mile off the approach end of 33.
Is the airfield closed?
Yes, the airfield is closed. The airfield is closed.
Runways as well?
Yes, all runways are closed. Nobody's landing. No one's moving at all.
Ian Pachetnik is Director of Communications at Flight Radar 24, a global flight tracking service. We're already hearing from family members who were right there at the airport waiting for their loved ones. From the data, how close was this commercial airliner to landing?
The aircraft was seconds from landing. So the collision happened at approximately 300 feet. So this is seconds from landing as they crossed the Potomac, and the runway threshold is at the river's edge. So the aircraft is very close to landing. It was on final approach. It was lined up with runway 33, and it was ready to touch down.
And yet just seconds from landing, something catastrophic happened. How?
That's a great question, and one that investigators will be looking to answer. We know that the two aircraft collided. The main question then becomes, why did they come into contact? Why were they that close together? And then, as with all safety and air accident investigations, the main goal of the accident investigation is to prevent this from ever happening again.
Yeah, just so many questions that still need to be answered about what happened overnight and late last night. And keep in mind, guys, what that expert said. This plane, this passenger plane, was just seconds from landing safely there at Reagan National Airport. The passengers on board, the pilot, could likely see that runway just as that impact happened. Just heartbreaking.
Right.
It's horrible to think of.
And Eric, we know that in 2024 they were talking about adding flights to this airport. It's the 24th busiest in the nation. We know it was already busy. Does this pass? Any of those pass? Did that have anything to do? Was there any connection to this flight path with what went on today? Yeah, it's a really good question, Wisdom. Now, if you remember that one of those senators from Kansas talked about how this Wichita flight path, which is right here behind me, from Wichita, Kansas, right there, to Washington, D.C., was just added about a year ago, according to that senator, which may lead many people to wonder, well, did that have anything to do with the ongoing fight last year associated with the FAA Reauthorization Act and 5 new routes that senators and congresspeople were lobbying and debating? Many wanted it. Many wanted additional flight paths to this already very crowded D.C. Reagan National Airport. Others said it was a bad idea because of a history of near misses, which we have reported on dating back to 2023, incidents where flights came very close, aircraft came very close to colliding, but did not. This was the worst case scenario. We did do some research, did some digging overnight, and found out that in fact none of those flights which were being debated, those additional flight paths that were ultimately added to Reagan National Airport late in 2024, had anything to do with this Wichita direct route that ended up fatefully colliding with that military chopper and ending up in the Potomac late last night. In fact, we
checked some of the websites of the airlines that got those direct routes. We can't tell that any of the flights that were added late last year in that legislation are even up and running yet, meaning those additional routes may not even be in service yet. But we can confirm that the flight that ended up colliding with that military chopper late last night was in fact not one of the flights that they were debating to add as part of that ongoing debate and the concerns over near misses there at DCA Reagan National Airport. Guys.
Just tragedy.
Eric, I just want, to hear your thoughts on this. Even though this was not a part of that and you speak to the near misses, I suspect that this issue will arise again on Capitol Hill among members of Congress. And
my question, and I'm going to tell you right here at 3:17 in the morning, just hours after this happened, I don't know the answer and we're going to have to find it out. Is there any way they're going to roll this back and roll the additional flights that they ended up adding late as part of this FAA Reauthorization Act? Mm-hmm. Clearly, it's an ongoing issue. Clearly, an incident like this is going to have everybody rethinking the amount of traffic. Right. Again, this was an ongoing problem. You've had myself and other journalists here at WUSA 9 reporting on your own show about near misses, and we've heard the audio recordings of the air traffic controllers and the pilots who report incidents that they thought could have ended up tragically just like this. In those cases, the worst did not happen. Overnight, late last night, the worst did happen. Now, obviously, this involved a military helicopter, and there could be, factors there that wouldn't normally factor into some of these other commercial flights so much. We still need to learn. Guys.
Absolutely, that being the X factor there on what we understand to be a training flight out of Fort Belvoir. Am I correct in that?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay, so yeah, lots more to unpack in this specific case. We also heard from the president overnight questioning why something like this would happen. As you mentioned earlier, we heard from other elected officials, both from Kansas and of course right here, this happening in our backyard, very reminiscent of another flight years ago that crashed into the Potomac. Feels eerily similar to that.
Yes, yeah. And of course, everyone across the country watching all of this unfold and, happening right here in the nation's capital at one of the busiest airports in the country. Hundreds of flights in and out daily, as Eric said. So we are waiting for further updates, but at the moment, what we do know is that 64 passengers were on board that American Airlines flight and 18 bodies have been recovered so far.
Right. 3 on that Black Hawk, 4 crew and 60 passengers that flight, American Eagle flight 5342. You mentioned how busy Reagan normally is. Reagan National, it will be closed to flights until 11 a.m. this morning as rescue efforts continue. And that's where we find our Alexis Wainwright. She's been there all evening and joins us now this morning. Alexis, what can you tell us?
Well, good morning, guys. I could tell you that we learned during that press conference that over 300 personnel have been responding to the situation. That also includes several other neighboring communities like Prince George's County. We know Fairfax County, along with Arlington as well, have been helping assist with this. Now, we are in Terminal 1, and from my viewpoint, within the last 15 minutes, some of those crews we saw when we initially got here, we saw some movement on the runway with them. So a lot of them still actively adapting to the situation as it fluidly changes. Now, we're here in Terminal 1. I do want to walk over here so we can show you that emergency message that we saw when we first got here to the airport. If you take a look at this board, we've seen them throughout the airport. It tells people that due to the emergency situation, all flights are being held on the airfield. This is reminding people that the airport is closed at the moment. You're not going to be able to get into the airport at this moment, but something that you guys mentioned and something we want to emphasize and remind people is that the airport is closed until 11 a.m., so you're not going to be able to get in until that time. But obviously, because this is a fluid situation, that time could change. But that is the moment at this hour, what we know. Now, during that press conference, we also heard more about how tough this situation is for first responders who are out there. We've heard about the Potomac River, how it's 8 feet deep, also how dark it is out there. There's not a lot of lighting. So there's a lot that they have to work through with this rescue mission. Now, we heard from DC Fire Chief. We actually want to toss to some sound what we heard from him during that press conference.
I'm John Donnelly, Chief of DC Fire and EMS. This evening at 8:48, an alert was sounded, initiating a large regional response to a report of an aircraft crash on approach to the airport. This response includes first the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority's Fire Department, the District of Columbia Fire Department, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the U.S. Park Police to respond into the area and to sort that out. At 8:58, the first units arrived on the scene and found an aircraft in the water and began rescue operations. This incident has grown. There's currently about 300 responders working. We have boats from all throughout the region, police and fire boats. We have a mutual aid agreement in Washington, D.C., the National Capital Region Mutual Aid Agreement administered by the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, and we're all operating under that. We're operating under a unified command. Everybody's together. So we also have requested state police helicopters from Maryland, and the Coast Guard helicopter is working. So this is a state and federal response as well. U.S. Coast Guard's got some boats in the water as well. So it's a highly complex operation. The conditions out there are extremely rough for the responders. It's cold. They're dealing with relatively windy conditions. Wind is hard out on the river. So they're out there working. We're doing everything we can to keep them safe.
So again, you can hear all the things that they are trying to work through with this mission. It does take a lot of time. They are asking for people to give them space as they work through all of this. They know a lot of people are concerned, but they're asking them for extra time and space as they work through all of this. We can also tell you that we know there is a reunification area here at the airport. There's a phone number that we want to share. That number is 800-679-8215. Anyone loved ones who are concerned about their members who might have been on that flight, you're asked to call that phone number so you can get more information on exactly where they are or what is known at this hour. So a lot still working here. We know that there are going to be a couple of hours until crews know much more information, so we expect another press conference here at the airport. Once they get that information, of course, we'll relay that to you. But right now, what we know is that the airport will reopen at 11 a.m., and they're asking people to give them extra space as they work through all of this right now. So we'll stick here, get much more information, and update you guys as we learn more. But for now, reporting live at Reagan, Alexis Wainwright, WUSA 9.
Alexis, thank you so much.
Alexis speaks to the phone number. That is the number that the mayor and local officials were urging anyone who might have had a loved one on that flight, again, American Airlines flight 5342, to call that number. This is not only affecting, of course, where the plane departed from, Wichita, but also keep in mind that they were flying here, some living here back home. We heard from the U.S. Figure Skating organization confirming that several members of the skating community were actually coming to D.C. Circumstances still unknown or unclear at this point, but we know that several members were on board. These include athletes, coaches, also family members, some returning home from the National Development Camp that was held out in Wichita, Kansas. So just an unimaginable pain,
tragedy,
heartbreak,
yes.
right, that families are going through right now. The question is, how did this happen? Where are their loved ones? So many questions to unpack here, but here's the statement for you. It is unclear exactly how many members were on board, but obviously this is an unspeakable tragedy unfolding this morning.
So we have we know that this is a unified command situation where as you look at the statement right here and the 800 number that was just up on the screen again, that number 800-679-8215 if you are looking for some information about your family member or a friend. They have also set up a room at the airport for people to go to. There are counselors that have been sent there as well, so that people will have a place to go to at the airport as they try to figure things out. I talked about the unified command because Maryland, Virginia, D.C., and a lot of federal agencies are coming together, as they often do in situations like this because of the region that we are in, with resources, trying to help out in the rescue and to do whatever they can to try to figure out, number one, what happened, and to rescue or search and rescue in this situation out there in that water in the cold. So yeah.
I mean, and the impact is not just here locally, but of course in Wichita, Kansas as well. We've also heard from the White House. Last night, President Trump posted on Truth Social, what a terrible night this has been. God bless you all. The airplane was on a perfect and routine line of approach to the airport. The helicopter was going straight at the airplane for an extended period of time. It is a clear night. The lights on the plane were blazing. Why didn't the helicopter go up or down or turn? Why didn't the control tower tell the helicopter what to do instead of asking if they saw the plane? This is a bad situation that looks like it should have been prevented, and in big capital letters, not good. So the message is clear from President Trump, taking to Truth Social this morning. We also heard from Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin. He posted this message on X. I have been briefed by our emergency management team and Virginia State Police about the tragic crash at Reagan National Airport tonight. Extensive resources are fully supporting the search and rescue efforts. First responders from across Northern Virginia, D.C., and Maryland mobilized quickly. I ask everyone to pray for the passengers, crews, their families, and brave first responders. Also, Maryland Governor Wes Moore sharing a statement. It reads, we are closely monitoring the aviation collision incident that occurred earlier this evening near Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. The state of Maryland and local authorities are engaged in response. The Maryland Department of Emergency Management has raised its Emergency Operations Center to enhanced status in support. The Maryland State Police have deployed divers to the scene to assist with rescue missions. Police are also on the scene. There are no operational restrictions on BWI at this time. We will continue to provide updates as more information becomes available. So what we clearly see is the local community, also local leaders coming together at a time of great need to support the mission, and that is the search and rescue efforts at this point moving forward.
We often say the DMV, we throw that around quite casually. That's where we live. But in times like this, we do see the cooperation between the district and the Commonwealth of Virginia and the state of Maryland. As we have mentioned, this plane was inbound at Reagan coming in, but it was coming from Wichita, Kansas. And we've heard from the governor of Kansas. You see her there, Governor Laura Kelly. And last night, she posted on X saying, I am aware that a plane inbound from Wichita was involved in a crash at Reagan National Airport. I'm actively in contact with authorities. My thoughts go out to those involved. I will share more information as it becomes available. And it did leave from Wichita, and the mayor of Wichita, Kansas, also shared a statement on Facebook. In it, that reads, just received a call from an American Airlines spokesperson who confirmed that there was an incident involving the flight from Wichita, Kansas to Washington, D.C. But at that point, no additional information at this time. They will keep me informed with the latest. Please pray for all involved. And about 3 hours later, she added a media briefing will be held at 8 a.m. today. She said tomorrow, Thursday, so it's under 5 hours from now. City staff continue to monitor the situation in D.C. For those outside of our community, the briefing will be streamed on the city's YouTube channel. So we see all coming together. And I know we mentioned President Trump's statement here, but also do want to remember that 3 soldiers out of Fort Belvoir were on that Army Black Hawk helicopter. It was carrying the 3 soldiers in that training operation. So not quite sure how it all unfolded, how this collision happened at this time, but we definitely want to remember them as well as we talk about all involved. Right now, rescue teams and divers, they're searching the Potomac for survivors. And this morning, we're learning about how the river's temperatures are affecting those who are in the water.
That's right. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration says the river was 36 degrees Fahrenheit. That's just 4 degrees above the freezing point. So obviously, this is very cold conditions that officials are working in. And Topper, if you can share some thoughts on this.
I got a different number. I got a temperature of 42 degrees on the river, but it really doesn't matter because you have about 30 to 90 minutes before hypothermia sets in. So that's not good. Now, we had some big winds yesterday, 50, 60 mile per hour winds. The highest wind recorded at National was 43 miles per hour. The advisory was dropped at 6 p.m. So At 9 o'clock, yes, there may have been a gust around the time of the crash. I don't think that had anything to do with it. The gust was probably under 25. Right now, we have winds of 10 miles per hour. So winds really have not been a factor for some time. Still a little bit gusty north and west of town, the mountains, but wind's not really a huge factor. Temperatures, you know, not great. Still 44 at the airport. It's falling in the 30s north and west. Imagine if this were last week. It would have been like 14 degrees with more ice on the river. So 44 for a temperature, an air temperature right now. So let's talk about the flight path. Eric showed you this coming in from Wichita. And then what it is. So we have the Air Force Base here. We have one also down to the south. And there is the airport. So the flight came in, went south of the airport, and then looped around and was going to land on runway 33. 33, you're landing into the wind, okay? At a northwest wind, you generally want to land or take off into the wind. And that was the runway. And they were very, very close to that runway, probably within a mile. So Potomac River, about 42 degrees. And there we are. There's the runway. And again, it's a wide part of the river, yes. But in terms of, you know, air travel, it's just a matter of seconds before you could actually make it to runway 33. So they were under a mile from the runway, and indications are they were only about 400 or 800 feet above the surface. And I was talking to Eric Flack. There are avoidance system, crash avoidance systems, but the military doesn't have to turn theirs on. So we don't know if that was on and it didn't work, or if it was off and it had no chance of working. Commercial airliners have to turn them on, but the military does not. And that was a training exercise, so I don't know. Any questions?
Hopper, I have a question for you. We heard from emergency crews earlier during one of the earlier press conferences. They really spoke to the conditions of the water and how dangerous it is, but also just how challenging it's been. We're talking choppy, windy conditions. Can you speak to that? Because yesterday we actually had some gusty winds, but how's that playing into the search and rescue efforts?
You know, the Potomac River, I don't know if a lot of people know this, but it was a non-navigable river. It was so bad, that's why they built the C&O Canal. So there are a ton of currents also in the river at any given day, whether it's January or August. So that's something that they're working against. And yes, cold temperatures, again, I mean, I'm sure they're in wetsuits, but I mean, if you're not in a wetsuit, again, it's 30 to 90 minutes in that icy water. And so, yes, I think the good news is the winds have died down, but it doesn't really matter. It's still miserable with temperatures in the low 40s and water temperatures upper 30s to low 40s. You know, and it's dark. You know, much like a tornado outbreak, I think will be much, by the light of day, we'll be able to tell a lot more about this disaster. But in the dark, it's tough.
And Topper, you also talked about, you and I were talking about this. The temperatures were actually warmer than they have been the past couple of days because you were talking about how the ice had thawed out. So that made it a better situation for the divers to actually get into the water.
A little bit, and I think the air temperature also is a little bit. I mean, you know, if it happened last week, we would have been in the probably 15 to 20 degree range. You know, much like when the truck went over the Memorial Bridge, it was snowing, and there was more ice in the Potomac, and it was about 28 degrees. So, yes, 42 degrees, 38 degrees. In terms of how you survive in that water temperature, not much difference. But the good news is air temperature is at least above freezing, and the winds have at least subsided. So, you know.
All right. All right, Topper, thank you very much.
We'll
talk to you a little bit later on. But moments ago, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser posted this message on X tonight as our first responders continue their efforts. We're sending our love and prayers to the families, loved ones, and communities who are experiencing loss during this terrible tragedy. We will provide our next briefing at 7:30 a.m. at DCA. It will be live on this account. That's from D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser.
She's been front and center there with the briefings that we got a lot of information about, because when situations happen like this, you're just hoping and grasping for something to try to make sense of what is going on. Just a terrible tragedy for everyone to be waking up to, going to sleep to last night knowing that this happened. And look, if you've been living in the DMV for a while, you know that this crash does bring back some painful memories from January of 1982. You'll remember that's when an Air Florida flight crashed into the 14th Street Bridge over the then again icy Potomac River.
It happened just moments after takeoff. 78 people died in that crash. 5 survivors were pulled from the plane's wreckage in the frozen Potomac River. In that case, the crash was caused by insufficient de-icing.
Now, the last fatal crash involving a U.S. commercial airline occurred 15 years ago near Buffalo, New York. A Continental Airlines flight operated by Cogan Air crashed into a house. Now, everyone on board that plane died. That included 45 passengers, 2 pilots, and 2 flight attendants. Another person on the ground also died, bringing the total death toll to 50. An investigation determined that the captain accidentally caused the plane to stall as it approached Buffalo's airport.
Well, a massive response right now as crews work to search and rescue victims of that passenger airplane colliding again with that Black Hawk helicopter that happening last night just before 9 p.m.
Our Jacqueline Quinn is live right now near where the rescue crews are working to recover the victims. It's a search and rescue effort at this point.
Yeah, you know, and I just want to let you know where we're standing. It's close to Nats Park, but you see this massive operation going on, and I'll start with where the boats are coming in and out. I think the crew here has told us that about 4 to 5 boats have come through here, and then as we pan over, you can see this is the area where you see a lot of the lights. That's the mass casualty bus, in case, you know, a lot of people have to be transported. That's been stationary. That can also support some of the first responders here on the scene. And then as we pan further, that area is the decontamination tents. You have to keep in mind here that these divers, they've been going to waters that is probably full of a lot of the jet fuel that was on board that plane. So we know, again, just very active right now. A lot of people, a big response from multiple agencies. And I'll talk about those agencies here right now. The Airport Fire, DC Fire, the Park Service, about 300 responders when we last heard at the press conference, and they are requesting more help through local, state, and federal agencies. So far, CBS News has reported that they've learned about 18 bodies have been recovered. We've spoken to some here waiting for loved ones earlier. Those passengers that they said they're just, at this point, trying to figure out what has happened to them. No names released yet. Now, the U.S. Figure Skating Organization has confirmed there were members on board that plane. I'll go briefly over their statement. The U.S. Figure Skating Organization, again, saying that they had skating community members on that American Airlines flight 5342, which collided with a helicopter yesterday evening in Washington, D.C. They say these athletes, coaches, and family members were returning from the National Development Camp held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in Wichita, Kansas. They are devastated by this unspeakable tragedy. And as we mentioned earlier, President Trump is aware. Now, there is a number that has been set up for the families. There's also a lounge there at DCA for the families waiting for their friends, loved ones. I'll go over that number. That's 1-800-679-8215. Now, we've also learned at this time that all aircraft at this point has been diverted, and that is to stay in place until at least 11 a.m. But we're going to continue to be here on the scene and watch the recovery efforts here. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
You talked about the joint effort there as well, and we do know that NTSB is taking the lead on this because there were civilians involved. The military, there was military involvement in this, obviously, so they will work under the NTSB with all their resources as well, trying to get to the bottom of this. So thank you, Jacqueline Quinn, for that report. Now, we had a press conference earlier where we had NTSB, we had DC's mayor there, we had the fire chief there, and we also had some senators from Kansas. Senator Moran from Kansas, who was on the aviation committee, the subcommittee for aviation as well, talked about how tragic this was because he had been on this route several times, and how he had lobbied for a direct flight from Wichita to Washington, D.C., and how he felt like because it was Wichita, there's no doubt that there's a personal connection between him and the people that were on that plane because it was Wichita, Kansas. So he talked a lot about that as well, personal circumstances and how he had been in contact with NTSB, the people in Kansas, and a number of different agencies that are involved in this investigation.
Just a tragedy. We're hearing statements also from the CEO of American Airlines. Of course, we know the nuts and bolts of it, but these are real people. These are people on these flights. These are people who, booked these flights thinking that they were going to get to their destination. We know some of the people on board were athletes, U.S. figure skating, confirming several members of their skating community, including their family and coaches. So a short time ago, we did hear from the CEO of American Airlines with a statement about what happened with that Eagle flight 5342. Let's take a listen.
We are actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts, and the American Airlines care team has been activated to assist our passengers and their families. We're cooperating fully with the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation and will continue to provide all the information we can. Our cooperation is without pause, and we want to learn everything we can about today's events. That work will take time, but anything we can do now, we're doing. And right now, that means focusing on taking care of all passengers and crew involved, as well as their families.
Just heartbreaking. Him, summing it up with just expressing deep sorrows, and it's just heartbreaking to think that this plane was almost safe. This was almost on the ground. People waiting to receive their loved ones. They were almost there, and I don't know whether that makes it better or worse, but it is just so tragic to think about them being just moments from safety there on the ground. So as we still try to figure out what happened here, and that we are just beginning. The NTSB is just beginning, and we know that they are so careful when they go through tragedies like this. So not sure what kind of solid answers we will get. Also, not sure if we have heard from the Army yet about any statements about what they're saying, but we have yet to hear. This, of course, a very pivotal part and a very crucial part of this puzzle into what went wrong last night on approach to Reagan National Airport. We do know that we're looking now at what's going on in that top box there. You'll see those flashing lights. That's all the rescue efforts. That's right, some 300 personnel there on site after this happened. We're seeing on the left exactly where the search area is. You can see that in that red dot there, of course, right there in the Potomac River, and just how close it is to that runway 33 there at Reagan.
Between D.C. and Virginia.
Yeah. And to recap what happened as we take a look at these pictures right here, this was it was just before 9 p.m. last night. American Airlines flight from Wichita to DCA, flight number 5342, which is an American Airlines subsidiary. We heard the CEO say that. By the way, he is on his way to Washington, D.C. As well. 4 crew on board, 60 passengers. 3 on board that military helicopter. CBS News is reporting that 18 bodies are out of the water, or that they have recovered 18 bodies out of the water at this point. It is DCA is the 24th. We talked to Topper about these this earlier. It's the 24th busiest airport in the nation. There are 3 runways. This happened on runway. The official runway number is 1533, but if you're in that plane and you see the number, it would be 33. Northwest is the direction and where the wind was coming from, and Topper talked about how the wind plays a part in how they decide which direction they're going to come in as well. So because as he said, you want to land into the wind as well.
Right. No doubt this is one of the country's busiest airports, hundreds of flights in and out daily. At the airport, you can imagine family members, likely, family members of the victims gathering there, wondering what is going on. You see that number on your screen, 1-800-679-8215. That is the number that officials would like for you to call if you had a loved one on board flight 5342 American Airlines. We understand the airport will remain shut. This is Reagan National, will remain shut until now 11 a.m. Thursday. Initially, that timeline was a bit longer, but while we don't have official information right now from officials on the exact number of the bodies recovered, as Wisdom mentioned, CBS News is reporting that 18 bodies have been recovered this morning. Of course, they are looking for any potential survivors at this point, and we are awaiting to hear from officials as far as an official fatality count. But just a somber mood, I imagine, at Reagan National, and just a heartbreaking tragedy unfolding here in the nation's capital.
I believe that we have some sound or some just firsthand account of what people saw from this horrible tragedy, if we want to share some of that now.
It looked like a flash of fire, and we didn't understand what was happening. The person sitting next to me just said, "What's that?" And the next thing we started seeing ambulance, started seeing firefighters, everybody just rushing, and the whole place was...
And the police car too.
Yes.
We just heard sound from some people who were able to see what actually happened, the explosion as it happened. I want to talk a little bit more about the investigation, because NTSB, this is what they do. There are lots of questions that over the next coming days, months, to find out what exactly happened. In regards to what's going on with the air traffic controllers, we've been talking about how busy the airport is. There's lots of questions about how busy the airport is. They look into protocol, they look into procedure, they listen to the flight recording decks, they talk to witnesses. There's a lot that goes into an investigation of this magnitude when you're talking about a commercial flight and a military helicopter crashing into each other at Reagan National Airport. So there's a lot of work to be done here.
Yes, and we know from years past, I mean, some of these investigations could last even months, maybe even a year before we actually find out exactly what happened. But that is the big question. How did this happen? If we could show that video of the flights kind of coming together, you could clearly see those big bright lights. There is no doubt that they are going to carefully look at this video. Also, Eric spoke to the air traffic control audio, so it's going to be a long road ahead.
We know that both aircraft are right now in the water. We do know that in this case, it really just strikes me as a different animal, that there was this helicopter on this training mission here. So it is interesting to see how all the parties involved will come together to try to figure out what went wrong here and what happened. This is really a tragedy on a whole nother scale, to lose 64 people on one flight and just so very close to the area. We do know that Reagan is closed to all flights, as you can imagine. And if you're coming out of Reagan or you have a flight, flights are being diverted to Dulles, but please be patient. Let the first responders really do their jobs, because again, I think sometimes what gets lost is that these are 64, actually, including the 3 on the helicopter. So these, the soldiers out of Fort Belvoir, these are real human beings that are not going home again. So if your flight was out of Reagan, just know it's closed to 4 flights until 11 a.m. this morning, which I think is an amazing turnaround, considering that this happened right before 9 last night. To be up and running is for me pretty miraculous, as this search does continue in the Potomac River. And you're looking there, Annie, at the video that you called for. Here it is. It is real. It's heartbreaking to see, because you're seeing the moment here right before this panic and tragedy, the devastation.
And if you look even closer, you can see this happening at 8:47 last night, 8:48, just before 9 o'clock. As I was saying, if you look closer at that video, you could see there are plenty of cars driving by. This was a time where many people possibly coming home from work, going out to dinner, what have you. So as a witness to see this happening, I mean, at the time, you have no idea what's happening, the unimaginable unfolding in front of you. But now we know exactly what happened, which is a American Airlines flight colliding with a military Black Hawk chopper just before 9 o'clock last night. Colliding into the Potomac River below.
And that's created this massive response, and this response from Maryland, Virginia, even Baltimore, lending their hand to assist in the search and recovery efforts. We watched the press conference earlier with D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, where she was with NTSB, the Transportation Secretary, the senators from Kansas, and they all talked about how Maryland, Virginia, Baltimore, they have people in the water. They have the Coast Guard is out there to assist as well, trying to do the best they can in the recovery efforts, considering how dark it is out there and considering how cold it is. I mean, it's warmer than it's been, but it's still cold to get down in that water and do this to do this work to
And
try to
also-
recover these bodies.
Also keeping us informed, we can see on the mayor's social media telling everyone that the next press briefing will be at 7:30. So they're very conscious of the fact that, as you said, witnesses, people just trying to drive home, people in the area, is Reagan safe? What time is it going to open? What happened here? There will be another press briefing, and of course we will bring that right to you at 7:30 when it happens. We did say that Reagan National is closed to flights until 11 a.m. this morning as those rescue efforts continue, and that's where we find our Marcella Robertson this morning. Marcella.
Yeah, good morning to you guys. I can tell you that it really is just a heartbreaking situation here. As I was driving up to the airport, very kind of an eerie feeling. You see the huge line of first responders. All of the entrances to the airport are blocked off right now, so keep that in mind as well. And then you pull up and you see a completely empty airport. We know how busy Reagan typically gets, and you have empty terminals. You have, essentially no traffic in and around this airport, and so it just really gives you a sense of the scope of the tragedy that we are dealing with here. Again, you had mentioned Mayor Bowser just put out information that we're expecting another briefing here from officials in about 3.5 hours at 7:30 this morning. So we'll certainly bring you the latest live there. We heard from officials just after midnight, and it really just difficult to kind of wrap our heads around the tragedy here. I can tell you that we are all staged in Terminal 1, the media, and all of the screens throughout the airport. They talk about the emergency situation that is ongoing right now. All of the flights are being held, as you mentioned. 11 a.m. at the earliest is when we can expect things to potentially resume. But of course, keep in mind, if you are flying out of Reagan today, that all of that is really fluid and could change at any time. We do know that the CEO of American Airlines, he had posted on X earlier last night, I should say, and that he is on his way to Washington, D.C. So it is unclear right now if we are expecting to hear from him during that press conference as well. But I do also want to mention that there were so many other flights in the air during that time, and we are told that about 19 of them were actually diverted to Dulles. Some of the others were able to land during, when this incident happened. They were able to land here at DCA, and really just imagine how shaken up a lot of those passengers were that say the reality is that it could have been any of their flights. And so I think that is really hard for people to grasp here. Of course, the families that are still in a different part of the airport right now, waiting for some answers, certainly holding on to hope, but certainly waiting for some answers about their loved ones. And then, of course, when we talk about the conditions that the first responders are dealing with right now, again, we're here in the airport. There's a line of windows. You can see the line of cars and first responders and the lights flashing. And we know that they are certainly up against some very tough and difficult conditions right now with the wind, the cold temperatures, the icy waters. And so, I think all of the focus right now, while we talk about the investigation, is focusing on the families, potential survivors, that, rescue efforts are still underway, and really thinking about the families who are waiting for answers here at the airport this morning.
All right, Marcella Robertson, thank you very much for that. During an earlier press conference, we were also told that American Airlines had set up a lounge at the airport for families, and that's where they had sent the families and families and friends, and sent counselors as well, as they try to figure out what actually happened here. So we'll do a quick recap, and then we're going to hear from someone. Just before 9 p.m. last night, American Airlines flight from Wichita, Kansas to DCA, flight number 5342, which is an American Airlines subsidiary, crashed into a military helicopter from Fort Belvoir. 4 crew members on board, 60 passengers.
I was just going to say the collision, we're not sure because did the helicopter clip the plane, or, I think all those things we're trying to figure out.
It was a mid-air collision.
Right, mid-air collision.
Right. CBS News reporting 18 bodies so far have been recovered from the water. And what we want to do now is we want to listen to an aviation expert by the name of Greg Feith. Here's what he had to say about what just happened.
Investigators are really bringing the process of investigation together. The NTSB in conjunction with the FAA, and then parties that will be assigned by the NTSB to assist in the investigation, which will include the military. All of these people who are going to participate in the process are beginning not only to come together, but initial information is being collected or at least secured, because there is volatile evidence that can disappear, especially electronic and that kind of thing. So the process of investigation has already started, even though search and rescue is still going on. And video and trying to get a handle on at least some preliminary information, radio communications, radar data, that can start to give investigators at least an idea, a pathway for the investigation.
Yeah, and Greg, with that radio communication and flight data, how quickly should they have some idea of what may have gone wrong here? Are we talking just a couple of minutes, a couple of hours?
When you look at the investigative process, unfortunately, we live in a society of instant gratification. We want to know now. Mm-hmm. The problem is that while things are obvious as far as evidence and radio communication and radar data, you have to understand what the backstory is. What was going on? I mean, there's a lot of questions to be asked. This was a military training flight. So were they in constant communication? Of course, they were probably talking to the tower controllers at Reagan National Airport. They were given instruction. They lifted off or may have been transiting through the area. Were they on night vision goggles? Did that restrict their vision? So now you have the military side. The commercial side, you have this RJ who basically, I pulled some data, and it looks like they were already established on final and were at an altitude of about 400 feet above the ground when the collision occurred. So the question is, where did the helicopter strike the aircraft? Because from the video, it looks like the RJ is already established on final, and that the helicopter flew into most likely the back end of the aircraft, because it doesn't look like there was any kind of evasive action taken by either pilot.
Greg, could you tell, by looking at this video, I mean, obviously we don't know yet, but there are lots of questions. What do you see in that video that perhaps the layperson may not understand?
Well, again, because it is, a video shot from far away. If you look at the very bright light, that is presumably the RJ. When you're on approach coming into any airport, in this case, Washington National, you have all of your landing lights on. That's for visibility, especially at night. So when you look out, you know that, okay, there's an aircraft, rather than just trying to see the red and white position and the red, white, and green position lights. So you have the landing lights on. The brighter light is presumably the RJ. The smaller light moving from left to right, looks like a strobe, is presumably the Black Hawk helicopter. And you can see that there is no evasive action. It doesn't look like there's a change in position of the Black Hawk, and there definitely isn't a change in position of the regional jet. Now, there is some preliminary air traffic control chatter, radio communications that somebody has pulled down and sent to me. It hasn't been validated, but it does sound like maybe the military aircraft pilots were told to pass behind the regional jet. If that is true, then the question is, how did they really misjudge their position relative to the regional jet? And were they wearing night vision goggles? What was their purpose and mission? Where were they looking? All of these are going to be questions that hopefully can get answers either from the flight data recorder and or the cockpit voice recorder on the regional jet, and then through air traffic control communications in general.
Hey, Greg, just a quick follow-up to what you just shared with us. Based on what we're seeing and what you just said, it does not sound like that the pilots of that regional jet had a lot of time to react.
And again, that's why after all of the search and rescue activities are done and victim recovery is conducted, the next step is wreckage recovery and trying to understand collision angles. How did each aircraft, what position they were in at the time of the collision? If the helicopter hit from about midpoint aft of the regional jet, there's no way that the pilots of the regional jet would have ever seen them. They would have never known anything was about to happen until it did. One of the questions, of course, is, well, there's traffic collision avoidance systems on aircraft. That is true for all commercial aircraft, jets, light jets, even general aviation airplanes to an extent. The military doesn't necessarily have that type of equipment on the aircraft because they have a different mission. So the question that I would ask as an investigator of the military is, what are your procedures, especially operating in an environment where we have high-density traffic flow? You're mixing commercial and civilian operations, civilian and military operations in this corridor. I grew up here in Maryland, so I'm very familiar with the area. I've lived there most of my life. I've seen these operations. I've flown down the Potomac River. It is busy, and you're constantly listening for other aircraft on frequency to see where they are and where they're going. Just because it's all about this term that we use in aviation called situational awareness. I want to know who's in my environment. The question is, was there that kind of communication, interaction between military and civilian? And then, of course, where were the controllers? Because the controllers do have a collision avoidance system. What's their responsibility for monitoring traffic in that vicinity, given the fact that we have a mix of military and civilian?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that earlier, Greg. Why would this military aircraft have been going through such a busy airspace? Obviously, we know that the Joint Base Anacostia Bowling is near the airport, but considering the traffic here, this seems like a recipe for disaster.
Well, when you look at the altitude, typically there are low-level altitude blocks for, in this case, helicopter operations, because you don't expect to have any kind of civilian aircraft, especially going into Reagan National, being, at 200 feet or 100 feet above the water like a helicopter can fly. And we know every day that the military, in some way, shape, or form, are running patrols up and down the river. Police helicopters fly low level, but the flight corridors, the approach paths for all of the runways there are typically higher, 400, 500, 600 feet. These guys were less than a mile. They're from at least the crude data that I've been able to pull down where these aircraft struck. It's about 4,500 feet horizontally from the end of runway 33, so less than a mile. So, of course, the regional jet's going to be low because they're approaching the runway, and it looks like the helicopter was level in its flight path as it collided. So all of these things, and we've operated like that for a very long time in that area. Yes, there have been some near midair reports and that kind of thing, but for the most part, it's a very structured airspace. The question is, was everybody doing the things they needed to do for operating in that airspace at the time?
Greg, you hear me? This is Topper, meteorologist Topper Shutt. A question now, and this is something that I'm just throwing out to you. Is it possible that the helicopter was below the radar and that's why the avoidance system didn't work?
Well, Topper, the big thing here is, civilian aircraft have a transponder. That transponder puts out a discrete code or a generic code. If you're general aviation, it all depends on the type of flight operation and your contact with air traffic control. In this case, the CRJ would have been on a very discrete transponder code. That code is an electronic signal. The air traffic controller picks it up on radar, and that particular code has a data tag to it. So it identifies, in this case, it would identify the aircraft flight number by flight number. It would have a ground speed and an altitude tag to it. If it's TCAS, Traffic Collision Avoidance System, and I'm in my airplane reads that same data tag, and I can now see my position relative to that airplane. Military aircraft don't necessarily have the same equipment. They don't necessarily operate or use, or have to use in some cases, a transponder. So they should show up as what's called a primary target, where it's really a skin paint. The radar spins, it blasts out its signal. The return signal is, yes, there's something out there, but it is not specifically identified. That is going to be part of the investigation. Was the controller aware of the position? Were they watching that? Was it identified as just a primary? And was somebody watching the collision avoidance? Because, again, there is a collision avoidance aspect to this in the tower at Reagan, as well as in the cockpit of the regional jet.
And I guess, I think you mentioned this earlier, that, I mean, there was no way the jet could have taken any kind of maneuver to avoid I mean, he was on final approach, which you say 400 feet above the ground, that's it. I mean, he can do a touch and go, but he can't do a midair maneuver. The only possibility would have been the helicopter could have maybe avoided it, but I don't see how the jet could have, correct?
Well, it's too early to tell, because, again, if the helicopter struck the back end of the aircraft, then the pilots in the regional jet would have had no possibility of knowing what was happening behind them. If the helicopter was passing in front of them or approaching from the left or from the right at an angle that would have put the aircraft in front of the pilots, then you would expect that they would just naturally try to take some sort of evasive action. They may have still collided. And we've had midair collisions like that where the aircraft had approached and actually struck the front end of each aircraft, and the pilots tried to take evasive action. But when you look at the video, it doesn't look like either the helicopter or the regional jet are moving off their flight path in a very dramatic way that we would characterize as evasive action.
I guess what I'm saying is, had he taken evasive action, I don't think he could have kept the plane in the air, is what I'm trying to say. When you're on that last part of your approach and you're that low, I mean, you could probably swerve, but I don't think you're going to be able to land the plane anywhere else, correct? He would have gone down.
No, again, evasive action is a very generic term. If I know that the aircraft is approaching and I know that it's going to be lower than me, then I'm going to power up and pull up. I may bail off and try and roll the airplane to the left or the right to avoid the collision. Same with the helicopter. If it caught their eye at the last minute, they may have tried to roll the aircraft to the left or to the right. Doesn't mean they're going to dive into the water immediately. The evasive action is left or right or up and down.
So, Greg, you have this huge passenger jet. If you're talking about this military helicopter just, going in front of the jet, I mean, how do you miss something like that, even though it's so dark out?
Well, again, that is going to be, I think, one of the first questions that really needs an answer is, what were the actual positions? They'll be able to look at the radar data, and hopefully the military aircraft is either squawking the transponder code with a tag, or even if it comes back as a primary target, they'll be able to see, just based on the flight path of both aircraft, how this accident at least started as far as the sequence of events. Because if it looks like the helicopter was trying, or at least positioned to pass behind the regional jet, then you have to look at, well, what were the military pilots looking at that they didn't see this aircraft that they were approaching? You can then say that the RJ pilots would have never known that the helicopter was trying to pass behind them, other than maybe an air traffic control communication that they either overheard if the military pilots were on the same frequency. So there are a lot of questions just with that one aspect that can shed some light and really give a path for the investigation. And that's why radio communication, radar data, and then the recovery of the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder. Because, again, the cockpit voice recorder, you may have the pilots who, are flying, they're doing their, last-minute checklists, they're getting prepared to touch down, and then something catastrophic happens, and they don't know what's going on, other than the fact that they've lost control of the aircraft.
Greg Feith, you've been listening to Greg Feith, who is an aviation expert, who was a former NTSB senior air safety investigator, talking about the process of what will happen next as they go through this investigation and try to figure out how this actually happened. He talked about a couple of things here. To recap, a couple of things he talked about was the wreckage. This will help them to tell the story along with radar data and the cockpit voice recorder. He said once they get a hold of that, they will be able to have a better understanding of how this actually happened. And he also raised some questions about what was going on, because obviously it's nighttime and there were lights on from the passenger plane. What actual positions were they in? Investigators will be looking into that to see how this happened. And also, one of the questions that he talked about was, what were the pilots in the military chopper looking at where they didn't see the lights on the commercial jet? So all of these are things that he, as an investigator, say he's talking about how the NTSB and all the other investigators that will be involved in this, how they will take a path forward to try to figure out what happened, what was the communication, and how did this actually lead to this horrible tragedy with these people who have been killed now?
Investigators just trying to piece together the final moments before this collision. I mean, this is happening in the most tightly controlled and monitored airspace. We can't even fly our own chopper, the traffic chopper, within a certain distance of DC. This is happening just 3 miles south of the White House and the Capitol. Again, just trying to piece together exactly those moments before this collision happened, with air controllers and the loss of altitude by the jet and Black Hawk chopper.
Just the proximity of it all, bringing back very horrible memories of other plane crashes, and when you just did not know what was going on in that moment. We spoke about that 1982 crash into the Potomac on that icy day when it was weather related. It was ice on the runway, and we know what happened there. Certainly don't want to bring up any terrible moments in American history, but not knowing why we are seeing a collision in midair, and for the witnesses there, what must have been going through their minds as they were trying to figure out what was happening so close to, as you said, Annie, just these important national landmarks here, just trying to land before this Army Black Hawk helicopter, the collision between these two aircraft, both falling into the Potomac River below. We're told it's about 300 feet to those icy waters, those dark icy waters that were there below, making it really hard for any sort of rescue and search and recovery, though they are still carrying this out now, just still trying to piece together what has happened to these 64 people on board that flight, American Airlines flight 5342. We know it's 60 passengers for a crew. We're starting to get some of the details about who might have been on that plane, confirmations from the U.S. figure skating, and then also from the Russian Federation of Figure Skaters. We know that it's not just the athletes, but also the coaches and family members too on board, which was a smaller flight. Like, I think most of us are used to taking those big 747s and all of those flights. This was that American Eagle flight, smaller there, and you see that collision in midair, and it's also horrifying to see that moment of impact. I was speaking with our investigative reporter Eric Flack, who's in studio with us still after being here all evening, and talking about that moment of impact that we clearly see there, and just wondering if anything could have been done to see any life out of this. We're still in a search and rescue, but to see that impact is very, very devastating.
Let me add this real quick before we move on. There's a lot of questions about, well, why didn't the alarms go off in the plane, the avoidance systems go off? And Greg spoke to this as well. In the commercial flights, he said that there are these systems in place. He called them collision avoidance systems that were in place. However, he said the military, the helicopter, does not have that because their mission is completely different than a commercial airline, what the commercial airline would be doing. So he said they would not have had one. The commercial airline did have one. And that is one of the questions that needs to be answered, is how did these two planes, how did the commercial airline plane and how did the military helicopter get so close together? And why did the military chopper not see the airplane with the lights? He talked about that as well, with those lights, because this is a structured, he called it a structured airspace. and that
Right.
all
and he
these
spoke to you, it's very tightly
It's
regulated.
restricted airspace.
Restricted
It's been that
airspace.
way since September
Yeah,
11th.
and flights come in and out of that area all the time. So that's one of the big things that they'll be looking at as well. How did this happen? And he spoke about the communication. And once they get the wreckage and see, where these two collided, this is very important to figure out what went wrong here.
Obviously, so many questions, a long road ahead. I just want to share some sentiments from our local leaders. We've had multiple press conferences overnight. The D.C. Mayor, Muriel Bowser, of course, responding to the somber news. She says we are going to recover our fellow citizens. And also, we had two senators from Kansas at the press conference. Of course, Kansas Senators Jerry Moran, Roger Marshall. Senator Roger Marshall of Kansas saying, when one person dies, it's a tragedy, but when many people die, it's an unbearable sorrow. So while we don't have an exact official count at this point, we know that there have been multiple fatalities. The precise number of victims, again, unclear at this hour.
Well, I was trying to search for a comment out of the U.S. Army. We know that this was a helicopter on a training mission out of Fort Belvoir. We're all just very familiar with Fort Belvoir, and they did issue a statement, very sort of guarded in what they're saying right now, clearly, understandably, but that they are aware of everything that's going on. And I'm sure we'll hear much more from them, but really have to make sure that it's very carefully looked at before that information gets out. And we do also remember the three crew, the soldiers on board that Black Hawk, two involved in this collision.
I think we want to go to the press conference right now that you just mentioned with D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser and the other leaders and the senators from Kansas as well. Let's listen into their press conference from earlier.
I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. I'm at Reagan National Airport. I am joined by United States Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, United States Senator Jim Moran, Senator Roger Marshall, Jack Potter, the CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. We are here to brief you on the very tragic events of this evening, where we know a passenger plane coming to the airport here collided with a military helicopter. Our fire department, DC Fire and EMS, supported by fire departments and police departments from across the Washington metropolitan region, are executing a rescue operation in the Potomac River. They are working diligently in very dark and cold conditions, cold water, to execute this rescue operation. We have had the opportunity to be briefed by American Airlines officials. I'm told that American Airlines leadership is on the way to Washington as well, and officials are in the airport talking to families now. We do have a 1-800 number where families should contact us. Should contact American Airlines for more information, and we will be providing that information shortly. I am going to turn to a number of officials to provide as much information as we can this evening, and we expect to have more frequent briefings at daylight. So with that, I'm going to turn to Secretary Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. I think for all of us, we want to extend our thoughts and prayers to those individuals who were impacted by the events tonight, their families. We know this is a very difficult time for all of them. I want to join the mayor and everyone here too, extending our thank you to the first responders who, again, in very difficult situations and environments, are out there searching and attempting to rescue. Tonight, I spoke with President Trump and his team in the Situation Room. I had a conversation with Secretary Pete Hegseth as well, and then with the Kansas delegation and the mayor and others in leadership, as well as Governor Youngkin from Virginia and Governor Kelly from Kansas. From the Department of Transportation and FAA's perspective, we are going to offer full support to those on the ground, to the mayor, but also to the NTSB, who is going to be conducting the investigation in this matter. We are going to provide all the support that's necessary. Mayor.
Thank you. So with that, I want to ask Chief John Donnelly from DC Fire and EMS to provide an update.
Good evening, everyone. I'm John Donnelly, Chief of DC Fire and EMS. This evening at 8:48, an alert was sounded, initiating a large regional response to a report of an aircraft crash on approach to the airport. This response includes first the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority's Fire Department, the District of Columbia Fire Department, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the U.S. Park Police to respond into the area and to sort that out. At 8:58, the first units arrived on the scene and found an aircraft in the water and began rescue operations. This incident has grown. There's currently about 300 responders working. We have boats from all throughout the region, police and fire boats. We have a mutual aid agreement in Washington, D.C., the National Capital Region Mutual Aid Agreement administered by the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, and we're all operating under that. We're operating under a unified command. Everybody's together. So we also have requested state police helicopters from Maryland, and the Coast Guard helicopter is working. So this is a state and federal response as well. U.S. Coast Guard's got some boats in the water as well. So it's a highly complex operation. The conditions out there are extremely rough for the responders. It's cold. They're dealing with relatively windy conditions. Wind is hard out on the river. So they're out there working. We're doing everything we can to keep them safe. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you. In Chief Bonnet from MWA.
I'm Rick Bonnet, Fire Chief of MWA Fire and Rescue. Our units, as Chief Donnelly already alluded to, at 2048, we received an alert from the FAA tower of an aircraft incident involving a commercial aircraft and a helicopter. Our units immediately responded and deployed 3 boats and immediately called for mutual aid resources. Again, as Chief Donnelly said, it's an active operation that's going to last many hours as we continue to work through recovery efforts and rescue operations. This will be ongoing for quite a while. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families and our communities, and we appreciate all DC's support to our agency and our federal partners.
So with that, I wanted to turn to the senators who are from Kansas who wanted to say a few words. First, Senator Moran, and then Senator Marshall.
Mayor, thank you, and Mr. Secretary, thank you, and to our first responders, thank you very much for all that's taking place here. I'm Jerry Moran. I'm a United States Senator from Kansas, and I chair the subcommittee in Commerce Committee on Aviation. So we have really a serious and sad circumstance that we want to be here to be helpful, and we're praying that
between 2 aircraft approaching the airport here as we were taxiing out. At this time, the airport has been shut down indefinitely to allow for the crash fire rescue folks to do their job.
It looked like a flash of fire, and we didn't understand what was happening. It could have been me.
We just saw lights everywhere, and we didn't know what happened, and then all of a sudden people started picking it up on the internet, and friends were calling to see if they were okay.
It was pretty scary because we missed it by maybe 45 minutes. We were safe, so just terrible.
Right now on Get Up DC, we are following major breaking news near Reagan National Airport. As we take a live look here, hundreds of first responders have been assisting overnight in rescue efforts after a passenger jet crashed into the Potomac River late last night. It was a mid-air collision with a Black Hawk. As we continue to take a look here at the massive response.
In fact, that plane it went down after colliding midair again with an Army Black Hawk helicopter out of Fort Belvoir on a training mission. Take a look at the video from Earth Cam there. That is the moment that the two aircraft make contact. Thank you so much for joining us. I am Allison Seymour.
I'm Annie Yu.
And I'm Wisdom Martin. Here's what we know so far. The plane was coming from Wichita, Kansas, and operated by American Airlines. The collision happened as the plane was trying to land at the airport. According to AP News, the helicopter was conducting a training flight. We're told 60 passengers and 4 crew were on board when the plane went down.
Now, within the last hour, we learned that several members from the U.S. figure skating team had been on that plane. The organization says athletes, coaches, and also family members were all returning home from a figure skating championship that was held in Wichita. Also, CBS News reporting that at least 18 bodies have been pulled from the water. Let's give you another look at some of the images here that we have been sharing since this happened. Of course, our crews, we've got full team coverage for you starting as late as last night. Here we are at 4:27, but this unfolded at 8:47 last night when the collision happened, and we will have team coverage coming up all morning long.
We're also hearing that there were members of the Russian gymnastics team on board as well.
Members.
So still waiting to figure out everyone who was on that flight, that American Eagle flight, that regional plane, right? Basically not as big as some of the ones that we are familiar with.
Yeah,
so
the CEO said it was flight number 5342, who said it was an American Eagle subsidiary.
Right.
Yeah, that was flying.
Well, we have team coverage for you, of course, all morning long on this huge breaking story. These details are still coming in this morning, and we're waiting for another press conference. We heard from Mayor Bowser, who spoke a few hours ago with the first responders. We're waiting until 7:30. That's when we'll get another update.
Our Jacqueline Quinn, she is live near where the rescue crews are situated, working to recover and search for victims. Jackie, what's the latest at this hour?
You know what? I can still see patrol units coming into this area, or law enforcement cars, really. But yeah, we're about 3 miles away from where this crash happened near Reagan Airport, and it's a massive response. I'll point out some of the areas that we can see here, right? To the right here of me is where the boats have been coming in, and we counted maybe about 5 boats coming in and out of this area. That was essentially to look for some of the victims. Now, as we move and further pan to this direction, you can see a lot of the lights here. We know there's a mass casualty, a bus here potentially to take a lot of people to the hospital, I think, or it can also be used to help some of the first responders here in this case. And then all the way, if you pan over here to the tents, that's the decontamination tent. You got to think about all the divers going into the water right now. A lot of debris along with the jet fuel. And if you heard from the conference earlier, Chief John Donnelly with DC Fire says this happened at 8:48. That was hours ago. And think about the conditions of the water. We know that it's very cold this time of the year. It's been icy because of the storms recently. And they said it was extremely rough. Now, I'll also talk about just all the multiple agencies out here: Airport Fire, the DC Fire Department, DC Police, of course, Park Service. About 300 responders from what we heard from that press conference earlier, and they're requesting more agencies, state and federal agencies. So CBS News, they have reported that we've learned that 18 bodies have been recovered. And we have spoken to, at the airport, some of the people who are waiting to find out what happened to their friends, family members, loved ones. But I'll also tell you that right now we did hear from the U.S. Figure Skating Organization. They have confirmed that there were members of their organization on board. They said that sadly aboard American Airlines Flight 5342, which collided with a helicopter yesterday evening in Washington, D.C., that there were several members of their skating community. They were athletes, coaches, and family members returning home from the National Development Camp held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in Wichita, Kansas. They're devastated by this unspeakable tragedy. And as we mentioned earlier, President Trump is aware of this. I believe he has issued a statement on this. And there is also a number, because we know that a lot of people just hearing about this are concerned whether their family members are okay or if they were involved. So that number, hopefully that is on the screen, but it is 1-800-679 8215. There's also been a lounge set up at DCA for some of the friends and families that are right now trying to find out what has happened to potentially somebody that was on board. Now, also for the airport, we know that these flights are being diverted. There are no flights coming in right now because of the operations. We understand that that would complicate this mission that they have right now. Potentially this could open up at 11 a.m., but we're going to find out more at this presser that's coming up here later this morning. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
All right. Thank you very much, Jacqueline Quinn, for that report. Right now, we want to take you back inside Reagan National Airport, and that's where Marcella Robertson is standing by with the very latest in this story. We know right now the flights in and out of the airport are paused until at least 11 this morning. Marcella, how are things looking right now?
Yeah, well, Wisdom, I can tell you that we are inside Terminal 1 here at Reagan National Airport. Very quiet. It really is just a lot of media situated out here right now. I can tell you that we have seen some TSA agents come in. There are some airline workers at the counters coming in for their shift again, but nothing is expected to come in and out of here at Reagan National until at least 11 o'clock this morning because those search and rescue efforts are still underway. Of course, that is subject to change, so we'll, of course, keep you updated with the very latest. As we've been mentioning, that next briefing from officials coming at 7:30 this morning. I do want to mention that all of the boards throughout the entire airport where you would typically see arrival and departure information, they all have an emergency message up right now, letting people know exactly what is going on and letting passengers know that they should be reaching out to their airlines for the latest information. I do want to set the scene a little bit more for you because driving up to the airport this morning, we know that if you've traveled out of this airport, it is busy no matter what time of day, even early on, and it really was kind of surreal driving up here because it was incredibly quiet. All of the roads and entrances to the airport were blocked off. No traffic in the airport. You have empty terminals and really just some passengers, coming off of their flights, waiting to be picked up, and others that are just waiting for answers here this morning. So it really gives you the scope of this rescue effort, the scope of this tragedy that we are dealing with, and of course everything here at the airport is still shut down because of this tragedy. I do want to mention that, of course we're talking about this collision, this mid-air collision with this regional jet military helicopter. At the time, there were other flights in the air. We know how busy this is part of the air is in our area. 19 other flights, they were diverted to Dulles Airport and landed there. Others were able to land here at Reagan, and they saw the collision happen. Weren't really sure exactly what it was at first, but really is just hard to believe and hard to wrap their minds around when they realized what it was. Take a listen.
It looked like a flash of fire, and we didn't understand what was happening. The person sitting next to me just said, "What's that?" And the next thing we started seeing ambulance, started seeing firefighters, everybody just rushing, and the whole place was...
And the police car too.
Yes.
So, very difficult for people who witnessed this, passengers on other flights who realized how close they could have been to this situation as well. Of course, it's extremely difficult, very sensitive situation right now for the families who are still waiting for answers. Many of them are in another part of the airport right now as they await for answers. And then obviously very difficult for the first responders that are having to deal with really dangerous conditions right now. It is very cold outside. It is windy. We have had bitter cold temperatures for weeks here, despite having 55 degrees or something of that nature yesterday. It is still very cold. The water temperature is cold. They're still dealing with snow and ice on the ground as well. And so, think about the conditions that they are in right now as divers are in the water, still trying and hoping to find some survivors. Again, very important, if you do have a flight out of Reagan, important to check in with your airlines because at this point, 11 o'clock this morning is the very earliest that we could see anything come in and out of this airport. But just a very tragic situation as we really try to wrap our mind around this. I mean, we've all been there. We've flown. We have picked up loved ones at the airport, and you certainly never expect it to end like this. Back to you.
Unimaginable in a word. And Marcella, thank you so much. When you do think about the other planes that were in the air and surely seeing this and the fear of the uncertain is just it's just mind-boggling, actually.
Yeah, and you hear from the witnesses as well. At the time, of course, you don't have any idea what is happening, what they're seeing in the sky. You just see these big aircrafts colliding and going down to the Potomac River below. But now we know what happened, and we have some answers, but clearly still many answers in this long investigation road ahead.
Right. We get another update, as we mentioned, coming up at 7:30, so just under 3 hours from now, from Mayor Bowser and the rest of the officials that are gathered there answering to this really unspeakable tragedy. Also, we're starting to learn more this morning about how air officials responded to this collision.
And we know the emergency response began around 9 p.m. Our chief investigative reporter, Eric Flack, joining us now. Flack, thank you so much. I know you've been here overnight since this happened, and you've got some information about the air traffic control audio.
Yeah, I mean, really just so many different layers to what happened. I mean, this is a website called Flight Radar 24. It uses data from aircraft to track their movements. You can see how busy this Ronald Reagan National Airport is. All those icons there in yellow representing airplanes. And then this is that fateful American Airlines flight 5342 that was just so close to landing there at the airport when this collision happened. We have some audio that came in overnight that shows just how traumatic it was and how desperate it was inside air traffic control as that collision happened.
American 472 Washington, 1 star, 32017.
Oh my God. The stunned words of someone in the background of air traffic control audio recorded as American Airlines Flight 5342 collides with a military helicopter, sending both aircraft and almost 70 people into the Potomac River.
I just saw a fireball and then it was just gone. So I haven't seen anything since they hit the river, but it was a CRJ and a helicopter that hit, I would say maybe a half mile off the approach end of 33.
Is the airfield closed?
Yes, the airfield is closed. The airfield is closed.
Runways as well?
Yes, all runways are closed. Nobody's landing. No one's moving at all.
Ian Pachetnik is Director of Communications at Flight Radar 24, a global flight tracking service. We're already hearing from family members who are right there at the airport waiting for their loved ones. From the data, how close was this commercial airliner to landing?
The aircraft was seconds from landing. So the collision happened at approximately 300 feet. So this is seconds from landing as they crossed the Potomac, and the runway threshold is at the river's edge. So the aircraft is very close to landing. It was on final approach. It was lined up with runway 33, and it was ready to touch down.
And yet, just seconds from landing, something catastrophic happened. How?
That's a great question, and one that investigators will be looking to answer. We know that the two aircraft collided. The main question then becomes, why did they come into contact? Why were they that close together? And then, as with all safety and air accident investigations, the main goal of the accident investigation is to prevent this from ever happening again.
Just seconds from landing, what does a family member who has a loved one involved in this incident even do with that information, just seconds from making it down safely onto that runway? Guys, this was the flight path from Wichita, Kansas to Washington, D.C. A senator from Kansas overnight made the comment that he lobbied American to get this direct flight added from Wichita. It only happened about a year ago, which kind of raises the question, was it caught up in that controversy over adding flights to DCA, which extended a debate which extended through much of 2024 because of the many near misses that have happened at DCA. In those cases, the collision in midair did not happen. In this case, it did. We can confirm, though, that this was not part of that 2024 debate and not one of the flights that has been added to an already very busy Washington Reagan National Airport, guys.
Seconds from landing. I thought the same thing. Yeah. Would you rather not even know that at that point? So, Eric, thank you so much. What great insight there from that gentleman to try to figure out what could have happened here.
Now, many regional lawmakers and government officials have been sharing their reaction to this crash.
We're going to get to those statements in just a moment, but we do want to start with new reaction into the newsroom in the last hour.
The U.S. figure skating team has confirmed several of their team members and their families were on board the commercial flight from Kansas. U.S. figure skating also confirmed that several of its members were on board the plane. About 30 minutes ago, officials issued a statement saying, quote, these athletes, coaches, and family members were returning home from the National Development Camp held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in Wichita, Kansas. They went on to say, we are devastated by this unspeakable tragedy and hold the victims' families closely in our hearts. We will continue to monitor the situation and will release more information as it becomes available. Team USA pair skater Luke Wang posted this on X 3 hours ago. He wrote, quote, praying for all those on the flight from Wichita to D.C. Among the passengers were skaters and coaches. Absolutely heartbreaking. Wang says U.S. figure skating texted him and his teammates after the crash. It is not clear if Wang competed in the U.S. Figure Skating Championships held in Wichita last week. In the last hour, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser posted this message on X. Tonight, as our first responders continue their efforts, we're sending our love and prayers to the families, loved ones, and communities who are experiencing loss during this terrible tragedy. We will provide our next briefing at 7:30 a.m. at DCA. It will be live on this account.
We've also heard from the White House. Last night, we know President Trump was informed about this. He posted on Truth Social. Here is the message. What a terrible night this has been. God bless you all. The airplane was on a perfect and routine line of approach to the airport. The helicopter was going straight at the airplane for an extended period of time. It is a clear night. The lights on the plane were blazing. Why didn't the helicopter go up or down or turn? Why didn't the control tower tell the helicopter what to do instead of asking if they saw the plane? This is a bad situation that looks like it should have been prevented. And as you see right there in big letters, not good. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin posting this message. I have been briefed by our emergency management team and Virginia State Police about the tragic crash at Reagan National Airport tonight. Extensive resources are fully supporting the search and rescue efforts. First responders from across Northern Virginia, D.C. and Maryland mobilized quickly. I ask everyone to pray for the passengers, crews, their families, and brave first responders. Maryland Governor Wes Moore also sharing a statement on X, and it reads, we are closely monitoring the aviation collision incident that occurred earlier this evening near Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. The state of Maryland and local authorities are engaged in response. The Maryland Department of Emergency Management has raised its Emergency Operations Center to enhance status in support. The Maryland State Police have deployed divers to the scene to assist with rescue missions. Maryland police are also on the scene. There are no operational restrictions on BWI at this time. We will continue to provide updates as more information becomes available.
And we've also heard from the governor of Kansas. We know this flight originated in Wichita, Kansas. Laura Kelly spoke out and she posted also saying that I'm aware of the plane inbound was from Wichita. It was involved in a crash at Reagan National Airport. Of course, this coming in hours ago now, but she goes on to say I'm actively in contact with authorities and my thoughts go out to those involved. And she says that she will share more information as it becomes available. Now, we said that that plane was coming out of Wichita here to DCA, and the mayor of Wichita also sharing a statement. She did this on social media as well. It reads, just received a call from American Airlines, and the spokesperson confirmed that there was an incident involving the flight from Wichita, Kansas. Again, this coming in several hours ago, but the flight was from Wichita to Washington. No additional information at this time, but they will keep me informed with the latest. Please pray for all involved. Now, this, again, statement came in hours ago, but that please pray for all involved, that is from here forevermore. About 3 hours later, she said a media briefing will be held at 8 a.m. Again, that's there in Wichita. That city staff will continue to monitor the situation in D.C. And for those outside of our community, again, this is coming from Wichita, the briefing will be streamed on Wichita, Kansas's YouTube channel. We're also going to check in with Lindsay Nance shortly. There are road closures because of this to let the teams do their work out there with this recovery mission. We'll be right back. Welcome back in to Get Up DC as we continue to follow breaking news. A mid-air collision just seconds away from landing for an American Eagle flight, one of those smaller planes coming into Reagan National Airport. A collision with a military helicopter on a training mission. And because of that, as you can imagine, there are massive response leading to some street closures so that they can do their work as they continue to search the icy Potomac for any survivors, a search and rescue team. Let's head on over to Lindsay Nance now. She's standing by with some of those road closures.
That's right, Allison. And we also have Sky 9 en route to the scene right now to give us a closer look at what's going on as those search and rescue efforts continue throughout the morning. Sky 9 should be there in about 10 to 15 minutes. So, of course, we will let you know the second they land and we have more information. As far as road closures go, we have two main areas right now that you'll definitely want to avoid. First one is here in Arlington. You can see some of those flashing lights off in the distance on Richmond Highway, really close by to the Reagan National Airport Access Road. So we have two closures in place in Arlington right now. First one is going to be on GW Parkway. All ramps heading towards Reagan National Airport currently closed down, and I do expect it to stay that way throughout the entire morning commute, at least until we have Reagan National Airport reopen around 11 a.m. at the very earliest this morning. So I'll let you know when those roadways reopen, but right now, no one going to or from Reagan National Airport. South of that, we also have Route 1. That's Richmond Highway, completely closed both ways towards that airport access road, really close by to 23rd Street in that area. So both of those on and off ramps blocked on Route 1 as well as on GW Parkway. And then heading across the Potomac in Southwest, where we do have search and rescue crews on scene right now. DC police just tweeted out this new information, or put it on X rather, of these road closures that are going to be in place throughout the morning. So that's Potomac Avenue in Southeast from 2nd Street all the way over towards South Capitol Street, and then we'll have portions of 2nd Street First Street and Half Street all closed down from Q Street to V Street, and then V Street also closed from 2nd Street to Half Street. So I would avoid this area in Southwest if you can, as well as around the airport in Arlington. We also got an update from Metro last night. They were extending Silver Line service to Dulles Airport in Metro Center to help out some of those customers that needed to reroute their flights to Dulles. Only stops in between and exits where they were stopping the Metro. They also have Metro buses at Metro Center for customers at Reagan that needed to go back to their cars. And last thing that I mentioned earlier, Reagan National Airport will be closed until at least 11 a.m. today. Of course, we will keep you up to date on that information and let you know as soon as we learn more. Guys?
Lindsay, thank you. We will be right back after this short break.
Welcome back in to this special edition of Get Up DC on a really somber morning here in our area, because right now rescue teams and divers are still searching the Potomac River for any survivors of a mid-air collision between two aircraft. This morning, we're learning about how the river's temperatures are affecting those in the water.
The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration says the river was about 36 degrees Fahrenheit. That's just 4 degrees above the freezing point, of course. Let's turn our attention to Jonathan Myers now. Jonathan, if you could weigh in on the dangerous conditions here in the Potomac River.
Yeah, unfortunately, not only do we deal with the currents between the Anacostia and the Potomac kind of joining forces right near where the airport is, but kind of the biggest issue here is that river water temperature. You may remember people ice skating on the Potomac just several days ago. So we haven't seen a whole lot of recovery, although the temperatures really came up yesterday. We were well into the 60s. The river water takes a lot longer time to adjust. So the Potomac River at the buoy nearest to the tidal basin is about 36. I know Topper was taking a look at some of the water temperatures in the area, and it really kind of varies a little bit. Near the Once again, those areas near the tidal basin were in the mid-30s, but right around Buzzards Point, we're at about 42. Either way, when you have water temperatures in that mid-30s to near 40-degree range, you can have hypothermia set up. In other words, you become very disoriented. Swimming becomes hard. That can become an issue within 15 to 30 minutes. But once you're talking about an hour or in excess of an hour in this water, that's when things get really serious. And of course, at that point, fatality can occur. So we're very concerned, of course, about the situation here right now. Even for the first responders that are in the water, they're dealing with some really rough conditions. So our prayers not only out to the crew as well as the passengers on the flight, as well as on the Black Hawk helicopter, but those first responders really doing some heroes work right now. So you can see, again, this is kind of the channel that the flight was scheduled to cross, or was crossing, at about 300 or 400 feet off the ground is the idea. So very hard to maneuver once you get that close to the ground. Only about a mile across the river or so where this flight was going at that point. Now, I do want to call your attention to the fact that although a mile seems like a lot of space, when you're doing about 140 miles an hour, as it's estimated this flight was going, well, of course, in that situation, a mile is just a blink of an eye, and anything that's going wrong when you're very close to the ground. And I know this because I actually teach aviation weather to pilots and air traffic control persons that are in training. I know that once you're close to the ground, any weather situation, anything you need fast reaction, very, very hard to do. You don't have a lot of space to really traverse to keep yourself out of trouble, if you will. So again, we have the Black Hawk helicopter taking out of Fort Belvoir, and then according to FlightAware, the path of our flight was right here over the area south of the airport, and then pushing headwind out of the south and east into the wind northwest at 16. This was just prior to 9 p.m. in the evening. But really, as weather goes, at least, clear skies and unlimited visibility. So weather not a massive issue here, at least that's how it appears at the moment. But again, there's a lot of investigations that are going here. Of course, we're going to keep you updated on this through the morning.
All right, Jonathan, thank you so much. What we're looking at now is the vantage point from above from Sky 9. We can just see the rescue boats there in the Potomac. Just eerily quiet
I'm sure
in this.
awaiting daylight too.
Right, eerily quiet in this picture, but we know so much is happening as we continue our coverage right after this short break.
5:01 right now. We are continuing to stay on top of major breaking news unfolding at Reagan National Airport. On this Thursday morning, a massive search and rescue operation underway right now after a passenger plane collided midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter just before 9 o'clock last night. It crashed into the Potomac River again just before 9 o'clock.
Now, incredibly, we do have video of that collision, but we just want to warn you, it is really difficult to watch. We know that there are real people affected here on board, 64 on board the jet, 3 on board that military helicopter. But take a look at your screen. You are about to see what just looks like a fireball in the sky right there. It happens right here. And we know that those 2 aircraft then fall into the icy Potomac below about 300 feet. That now you're looking at video from EarthCam, and we've been getting updates from officials and emergency response crews all night long. Again, this is the EarthCam video. Here's what we know so far.
And we're told 60 passengers and 4 crew were on board when the plane went down. Right now, CBS News is reporting that 18 bodies have been pulled from the water. Plane was coming from Wichita, Kansas. It was an American Eagle flight operated by American Airlines, flight number 5342. The collision happened as the plane was trying to land at the airport. And according to AP News, the helicopter was conducting a training flight.
Now, these are photos of the crash, the debris here. This is from Andrew Harnick with Getty Images. And what we're looking at here are the remnants or the debris from the actual regional jet. Again, American Airlines Flight 5342 colliding with a Black Hawk around 8:47 last night, both falling into the Potomac River below there.
Now we have team coverage for you all morning long as we work to piece together exactly what went wrong here. Jacqueline Quinn, Jess Arnold, Marcella Robertson, Randy Ayala, Eric Flack, all on this story.
We want to start with Jacqueline Quinn, who is live at the Metropolitan Police Department helicopter pier in Southeast DC, where crews are searching for victims. Jacqueline, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So this is a massive response right now, sort of concentrating in this area where you talked about the DC Police Department air support. We're about 3 miles away from where this crash happened near Reagan Airport. But I'll talk about what we can sort of make out here, okay? You know, to our right here, you're going to see that green crane. That's where the boats have been going in and out. About 5 boats we've counted since we've been out here in this time. Then as we pan over, you see all the flashing lights here. That area set up for mass casualty response. There was a mass casualty bus there, and potentially to help some of the first responders who are working on this, because there are a lot. And then all the way here to our right, you're going to see these tents. Now, as we understand it, these tents are set up for decontamination because we have divers going into the murky waters at this time that is filled with debris and jet fuel, so much that they can't see. And just keep in mind the conditions out here. Chief John Donnelly with DC Fire telling us earlier at a press conference that this crash happened at 8:48, so it's been hours now, but the conditions remain tough to work through. It's cold, it's icy, particularly because of this time of the year, and he said it was extremely rough. Now, I'll talk about the response of multiple agencies out here. We have Airport Fire, DC Fire, DC Police, the Park Service. About 300 responders is what officials told us earlier, and they're requesting more help through local, state, and federal agencies. So far from CBS News, they're reporting that there have been 18 bodies that have been recovered, sadly. Now, we have also spoken to some of those at DCA earlier who've been waiting for their friends, family members, or loved ones, but no names confirmed or released yet so far. The U.S. Figure Skating Organization has confirmed that they had members on board on that plane, and I'll go briefly part of their statement. They said that they can confirm that several members of their skating community were sadly aboard American Airlines Flight 5342, which collided with a helicopter yesterday evening in Washington, D.C. These athletes, coaches, and family members were returning home from the National Development Camp held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in Wichita, Kansas. And they went on to say that they're devastated by this unspeakable tragedy and hold the victims' families closely in their hearts. Now, as we mentioned earlier, President Donald Trump is aware. He has issued a statement on this, but we do want to bring up a phone number here because people from all over the place are hearing about this and concerned whether their friends or loved one perhaps were on board or if they've been affected. So that number is 1-800-679-8215. Again, 1-800-679-8215. They've also set up a lounge there at DCA for families or friends trying to figure out what has happened here. We also know that NTSB is on the scene. Of course, we're hoping to hear more from them about the investigation later today, but they have been here on the scene. And as we've mentioned, airports right now, the flights are at this point diverted because of the operations that are going out here. They do not want any issues at this time. And then the last check, the airport is closed at least until 11 a.m. But there is going to be a press conference coming up a little bit later today. So we're going to go over the details and find out whether that does open back up at 11 a.m. So for now, we'll send it back to you.
Jackie, if we can just ask you a quick question. Behind you, we see some traffic moving behind you. You mentioned you were about 3 miles away from the actual collision site. So I imagine there is a perimeter set up, right? But is traffic allowed to flow behind you there?
Yeah, so, you know, this is the traffic circle. This area is open, but if you even see some of the tape, there are areas where you cannot enter. You know, when I was trying to come over here, there were ramps that you could not get off. So right here in the traffic circle, this area is moving, but to get over to where the operations are right now, that would be difficult. There are also other police patrol units surrounding this area, and I think they're checking to make sure that no one is trying to cross some of these areas. That right there, Deanna, if you do swing back, you can see the yellow tape here. That really is sort of the entry, the area, and our crews earlier, they were actually across the street. So I know that they have been monitoring this area and they were pushed back to where we are right now, standing. But a massive operation, not only the boats, but helicopters, you can kind of hear them right now in the sky. They've been coming back and forth here to the scene.
All right, we have an update for you as well. CBS News is now reporting 19 bodies have been pulled out of the water at this point as they continue the search and rescue efforts.
We know that 64 people were on board that American Airlines jet, so 19 so far recovered.
And 3 soldiers aboard that Black Hawk chopper. 5:08 is our time. Let's get a check now with our Marcella Robertson, who is live at Reagan National Airport right now. Marcella, we know that flights in and out of the airport have been paused until at least 11 o'clock this morning. It looks like you are now outside as opposed to being inside earlier, where you did, touch on the somber mood and just how eerie it felt, but looks like you are outside now. What are you seeing?
Yeah, and kind of a little bit of a different vantage point for you guys here this morning. Of course, we were inside Terminal 1 at first. And now we are kind of in between the 2 terminals on this kind of a pedestrian area here on this bridge, if you're familiar with this at all. And while it is still very quiet in and around the airport, right, there's no traffic. You can't hear any planes in the air. And you know how busy this airport is really on a daily basis, no matter what time you're here. And so while things are quiet here, very somber mood in and around the airport, just behind me here, you can really see all of the activity, of course, at this crash scene here that we are talking about. As you mentioned, CBS News now reporting that 19 bodies have been recovered from this crash here. You can see just crews, a lot of first responders, the lights from them there, back and forth, back and forth. We have seen a helicopter kind of just circle the area. And so it really just gives you a sense of the urgency hours after this crash that we are still dealing with here. Of course, when we heard from them just after midnight, they were talking about, yes, there's going to be an investigation down the road. Yes, that is important to talk about, but their priority right now is to make sure that they recover and rescue anyone that was on board, and making sure that families have answers here. So you can see here from our vantage point at the airport just how busy things still are on the ground. Keep in mind, first responders right now just dealing with a very difficult situation. The incident itself, tough, right? And then you have these really really difficult conditions. It is very cold outside. We have had bitter cold temperatures for weeks. So they are dealing with ice, they are dealing with snow, they are dealing with cold water, they are dealing with wind as well. And so they are up against very just tough conditions as they work and as this rescue mission continues here. Again, typically, you would hear from, the area of Gravelly Point, if you're in and around the area of 395, you're going to hear that constant flow of planes in the air, and that is just not what we're hearing, just that rescue helicopter. I do want to mention there were 19 other flights that were diverted to Dulles Airport at that time. Others were able to land here, and we talked to some of those passengers on those flights, one of them who witnessed what happened. Take a look.
It looked like a flash of fire, and we didn't understand what was happening. The person sitting next to me just said, "What's that?" And the next thing we started seeing ambulance, started seeing firefighters, everybody just rushing, and the whole place was...
And the police car too.
Yes.
So again, just very difficult for everyone. I can tell you that the families are inside a lounge waiting for answers about their loved ones. The next briefing from officials will be at 7:30 this morning. So in just about 2.5 hours, we'll be sure to bring that to you live. And again, all traffic in and out of Reagan National halted until at least 11 o'clock this morning. Back to you.
All right, Marcella Robertson with the latest right outside of Reagan National Airport, giving us a different vantage point at this hour versus being inside. We're also told that family members can call. You might see the number appear on your screen, but if you have any loved ones, if you need to get some information, that flight 5342, American Airlines flight, there's the number right there. That is where you need to call, according to officials.
Taking you to break with a live look at the vantage point from Sky 9. You're looking at, of course, we are awaiting another update from officials. Mayor Bowser putting out information that a news conference will take place in just over 2 hours from now at 7:30. So we will wait on that. In the meantime, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. The time is now 5:15 and I'm Lindsay Nance. Right now we are continuing our breaking news coverage of this devastating story of the plane and helicopter crash really close by to Reagan National Airport. What you're looking at right now on your screen is a view from Sky 9 flying over the scene as search and rescue efforts are still underway right now in the Potomac River and probably will be for the next few days. So right now we do have road closures that you need to know about if you are planning a drive through Arlington or Southwest. First of all, Reagan National Airport completely closed down right now until at least 11 a.m. this morning. So no traffic going to or from Reagan National Airport. Right now we have all of those ramps from GW Parkway to the airport completely closed down, and I expect it to stay that way for the next little bit. We also have Route 1 closed down in Arlington, and then in Southwest where that search and rescue is underway, a ton of closures just came into the newsroom. That's going to be Potomac Avenue around 2nd Street, and then we do also have portions of V Street, Half Street, 1st and 2nd Street, all around Audi Field. So I would definitely avoid this area. You can take South Capitol Street up to P Street to skip by those closures.
Lindsay, thank you. Get Up DC, of course, continues with the latest details in this really disturbing breaking news situation happening near Reagan National Airport. As it continues to develop, we will be right here with you this morning.
That's right. We are taking you live to the Washington Sailing Marina to see where the search and rescue efforts stand right now. We'll be right back.
Let's get back to our plane crash coverage. We want to bring in Jess Arnold now for some context. Jess, President Donald Trump issued an executive order just about a week ago about aviation safety. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, that's right, Wisdom. President Trump signed the Keeping American Safe in Aviation order last Tuesday. The order emphasizes the need to hire more Federal Aviation Administration employees. Trump's order instructs the FAA to end DEI hiring practices to accomplish that goal. We've been telling you about pushes by the FAA to hire enough air traffic controllers. In September, the FAA said it had reached its hiring goals for the fiscal year by bringing on more than 1,800 new air traffic controllers. The FAA says it's the largest number of hires made in nearly a decade. That shortage of air traffic controllers is one of the reasons we saw local lawmakers pushing back against adding more flights to DCA. It already has the busiest commercial runways in the United States. Still, we know 5 new nonstop round-trip flight routes were approved for DCA in October as part of the Reauthorization Act. Now, those flights, though, are not set to start until March.
All right, Jess Arnold reporting. Thank you, Jess.
Well, we are continuing to stay on top of the breaking news near Reagan National Airport. Coming up, our chief investigative reporter explains what air traffic control knew. Okay, looks like we are going to break right now. We'll be right back.
If you're just joining us this morning, we are following breaking news, major breaking news at Reagan National Airport. A plane carrying 60 people and 4 crew members crashed in midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter,
which we know had 3 soldiers on board that helicopter. We also know that flight was coming from Wichita, Kansas, and that helicopter was flying for a training mission
out of Fort Belvoir. And at this hour, we can tell you that about 19, or CBS News reporting that 19 bodies have been recovered from the icy Potomac River, where both of those aircraft fell below about 300 feet. Right now, no reports of any survivors.
The airport is closed until at least 11 this morning. We want to bring in our chief investigative reporter, Eric Flack. And Eric, you've got audio recordings from inside air traffic control.
Yeah, Wisdom, and they are stunning. This is a live look at what the air traffic looked like around the airport at the time of that tragic collision, American Airlines flight 5342 going into the Potomac right there, just really feet from the landing strip there at Ronald Reagan National Airport. Many questions will revolve around communication. What did air traffic control know, and when did they know it?
American 472 Washington, 1 star, 32017.
Oh my God, the stunned words of someone in the background of air traffic control audio recorded as American Airlines Flight 5342 collides with a military helicopter, sending both aircraft and almost 70 people into the Potomac River.
I just saw a fireball and then it was just gone. So I haven't seen anything since they hit the river, but it was a CRJ and a helicopter that hit. I would say maybe a half-mile off the approach end of 33.
Is the airfield closed?
Yes, the airfield is closed. The airfield is closed.
Runways as well?
Yes, all runways are closed. Nobody's landing. No one's moving at all.
Those air traffic controllers trying to stay focused on their jobs in the most difficult of situations. In a press conference late Wednesday night, Kansas Senator Jerry Moran said he lobbied American Airlines for this direct flight right there from Wichita to Washington, D.C. and Washington Reagan National, and it was only added a year ago, which had us asking the question, did this flight here have anything to do with the debate in Congress you might have heard about all of last year over adding new flights to DCA's already busy schedule, a schedule some lawmakers argued was so packed it led to near-miss mid-air collisions in a couple of years, 2023 and 2024. And we did some digging overnight. We can confirm that this flight was separate from 5 new flights added to Reagan National in last year's FAA Reauthorization Act. Those routes, in fact, do not appear to be operational yet. And guys, obviously a hard look at the traffic that we now experience here at DCA and whether or not it played a role in what happened last night.
And I imagine this, along with the previous near misses, that this will continue to be a topic on Capitol Hill among lawmakers. Flag, thanks for that. And Flag mentioned this, of course, Reagan National, one of the busiest airports in the country. We learned that it ranked number 24 as one of the top busiest airports. So we're watching this all unfold at one of the country's busiest airports. We're going to continue to stay on top of the breaking news near Reagan National. Coming up, our Marcella Robertson is live at Reagan National this morning with more on how travelers have been affected by this crash. We'll be right back.
5:30 is the time right now. If you're just joining us, we are following major breaking news at Reagan National Airport. An American Airlines passenger plane from Wichita, Kansas, was involved in a mid-air collision with an Army Black Hawk helicopter and landed in the Potomac River. This is a live look at the scene as hundreds of first responders continue to search and rescue efforts.
We do have video of that crash, but we want to warn you it is incredibly difficult to watch. You can see the mid-air collision right here on this video from EarthCam. Just watch it closely here. These are just moments before the collision. You could see that bright light in the middle of your screen and an aircraft behind. There it is right there. We've been getting updates from officials and emergency response crews all night long, but here is what we know so far.
We are told that 60 passengers and 4 crew members were on board that American Airlines flight when it collided with that helicopter from the military. We can tell you more than a dozen bodies. Actually, we know that number has been upgraded now to 19 bodies have been recovered. That's what's coming in from CBS News. Right now, we have no reports of any survivors. The collision happened as the plane was trying to land at the airport, and according to AP News, the Associated Press, the helicopter was conducting a training flight of some sort.
These are photos of the crash debris that you're looking at right now. Now, we did speak with an former aviation expert who was a former NTSB investigator, and he said during this investigation process, this will be key to figuring out exactly what happened. He talked about the wreckage being an important part of that, air traffic control, what was going on in the cockpit, what was going on in the control tower, the black box, in addition to the wreckage, to kind of paint a picture of what exactly led to this crash. Why didn't the Black Hawk chopper see the plane when it clearly had the bright lights on, and the fact that flights are in and out of this airport because it's a very busy airport, not the busiest in the country. Yeah, it's restricted airspace. So he was saying all of these things will play into parts of the investigation to determine how this accident actually happened.
Oh, we have a long way to go. The NTSB, we know, is very careful when they are putting together all the pieces here. And this is sensitive as well. If we are honest about this, this is a helicopter that was a military aircraft and on a training mission. Not sure exactly what happened, what went wrong here. We have seen a statement from the United States Army. They, of course, are aware, looking into what happened here, but no real details here. But at the very early stages, they are still conducting a search and rescue
and that's the
operation.
Focus right now. We're speaking about the investigation and leaders speaking out, but right now the main focus of the first responders, all 300 at least on the scene, is to find any signs of life out there. As we mentioned, CBS News is reporting multiple bodies have been recovered, but we're awaiting word from officials as far as an official count. But that is the main focus, because this is, of course, not only impacting us here in the nation's capital, but this was a flight that originated from Wichita, Kansas. So there is a connection there as well. Of course, the community out in Wichita mourning the loss of life as well. We've got team coverage all morning long as we continue to piece together exactly what happened here. That is the big question. We've got our Jacqueline Quinn, Jess Arnold, Marcella Robertson, Randy Ayala, and Eric Flack on top of this story.
And let's start with Jacqueline, who is live at the Metropolitan Police Department helicopter pier in Southeast D.C. And Jacqueline, have you learned anything from crews there? No, it is very early in this.
Yes, I want to tell you about the massive response here that we're seeing, but also this is, again, where MPD leaves their helicopter. It lives here, and as we understand it right now, they're bringing in debris, and we talked about the bodies recovered. It is happening somewhere in this area. Obviously, we cannot see from our vantage point here, but it's concentrated. The response is concentrated in this area. We're about 3 miles away from where this crash happened, near Reagan Airport. Now, I want to talk to you about what we can all see here, right? So we have the green crane here to our side. That's where the area of boats are coming in. We've seen numerous boats coming in and out throughout this morning since last night. And then as we pan over this way, You can see a lot of the lights. You know, we talked about the 300 personnel. They are working everywhere, but this is what we can see right now. As we understand it, there is a mass casualty bus here to transport a lot of people. It's standing by. It's also potentially there to help some of the first responders here on the scene. And then as we pan further out in this direction, we see tents, and we understand that some of them are decontamination tents because some of those divers having to go in these very murky waters, but there's a lot of debris there along with jet fuel. And you got to think about the water right now, very cold this time of the year, icy, and some of those depths reach about 18 feet down there along the Potomac there. So very hard to navigate. And as we heard from the fire chief in D.C. said that it's extremely rough. And keep in mind, this happened hours ago. So people have been working around the clock for this. Now I'll talk about just some of the agencies that are out here. We know Airport Fire, D.C. Police, of course, the Park Service. In total, about 300 responders working all over. And they are requesting more help through local and state federal agencies. So CBS News reporting right now that there are 19 bodies that have been recovered. We've spoken to some of those waiting at DCA. No names released yet or confirmed at this time, but we do know from the U.S. Figure Skating Organization that they've confirmed there were members on board the plane. And I'll go briefly over the statement that they released. They said that they can confirm that several members of our skating community were sadly on board American Airlines Flight 5342, which collided with the helicopter yesterday evening in Washington, D.C. These athletes, coaches, and family members were returning home from the National Development Camp held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in Wichita, Kansas. And we are devastated by this unspeakable tragedy and hold the victims' families closely in our hearts. As we mentioned earlier, the president is aware of this. President Trump has made a statement on this, and we will talk about just that number briefly for those who are hearing about this, wondering if their friends or families might be affected. It's 1-800-679-8215. Again, at this point, NTSB on the scene investigating. We're going to be looking forward to hear what they have to say later today. There is going to be a press briefing later on this morning because we know right now that the airport is diverting all flights, and flights may resume at 11 a.m., but we'll figure out those details and update you. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Jacqueline Quinn reporting live. Jacqueline mentioned the president was informed. He was informed, and he said he was fully briefed on this tragedy, quoting, "May God bless their souls." We're going to share that statement in just a bit. But right now, let's take you back out to Reagan National Airport, where our Marcella Robertson is standing by. Marcella, we know that right now flights have been paused until at least 11 o'clock this morning. That's both outgoing and incoming. How are things looking right now where you are?
Yeah, Annie, we're at a different vantage point, again, outside of the airport now. I can tell you things are very quiet. As you mentioned, a complete standstill, no flights in or out of the airport until about 11 o'clock this morning at the very earliest. I do want to mention how quiet it is out here in a typically very busy airport. Really just gives you a sense of the scope of these rescue efforts, the scope of this tragedy that we are dealing with. And you can see here behind me, it is very hard to see because it is back in the distance, but we see boats, rescue boats. We see a lot of first responders, their lights. We have seen a helicopter go back and forth. Again, you heard from officials just after midnight this morning, and they say their priority here is to find any signs of life, find any survivors, and these rescue efforts still continue this morning. Of course, it is still dark, it is cold. These first responders are up against some very difficult and tough conditions, but as the sun comes up in just a little bit, we should get a better look and better sense of exactly what we are dealing with here. I do want to mention when this crash happened, again, this mid-air collision between an American Airlines, a commercial jet, and a military helicopter. When this happened, there were 19 other flights in the air at the time. We are told those were diverted to Dulles International Airport. Others that had just landed or were able to land, we did talk to some of those passengers. Some of them were already in the airport and they saw all of this unfold. We're not exactly sure what it was, but take a listen.
It just looked like a lightning bolt, like a very bright lightning bolt, and then it was just like smoke, and then everything just cleared, and like we heard it, like it sounded like just like a little impact. It didn't really sound too heavy, but by the time we went downstairs and I went outside to go check, because I had to worry about my team, when I went outside to go check, it was just like pure chaos, and like all of the smoke just disappeared so fast. So kind of let you know that whatever it was ended up hitting the water, because there wasn't any smoke after that.
Yeah, and again, a really difficult time. If you can imagine, we've all been there. We've come to pick up loved ones at the airport. No one expects something like this to happen. I can tell you that family members are inside an airport lounge right now, of course, waiting for any updates on their family members or loved ones. We are expecting another press conference from officials at about 7:30, so in just about 2 hours, and we'll be sure to bring you the very latest live as we get it.
Marcella, you know, we've all waited for people, waited to pick people up, and often we go to that flight aware site just to put in the number of the, you know, the plane and when it's arriving. And when I did that just out of curiosity, because we were talking about how close they were to landing, like seconds away, and it appeared that at 9:03 at gate E53, that's where those folks would have just walked off and back into their normal lives. And we know that alert came in at 8:48. To think about that that time disparity, it's just it is so heartbreaking.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry that we cut Marcella off there. I wanted to hear what she had to say about that. But turning to you, Annie, and Wisdom, just to think about that time, and we've all been there. That short amount of time is just adds another layer of devastation onto an
unimaginable
right.
tragedy at this point.
That's right. So 60 passengers, 4 crew on board that flight 5342 and 3 on board that military helicopter. Now, we know it's been dangerously cold this month. The Potomac River was frozen as recently as last week. Jonathan joins us now to walk through the conditions that victims and emergency response crews are dealing with right now. We know it was about 8 feet of water where those aircraft went down as well.
Yeah, and as you were talking about, I was on the flight aware side as well, checking out the path of the flight and just seeing, you know, the words canceled there. And of course, we know what happened here for the flight number. It's just absolutely heart-wrenching. So now we are getting into kind of the search and rescue, are actually still undergoing, and probably for days we'll be undergoing the search and rescue portion of all of this. And this is really what we're concerned about, is that water temperature. As Allison mentioned, you know, folks were ice skating on the Potomac River just several days ago. Here, right where the Anacostia and the Potomac meet, very rough currents, and on top of that, water temperatures right now easily hypothermic, if not lethal, within an hour or so's time. So again, the water temperature at the Potomac River buoy, 36, Buzzard Point, we're at 42. Either way, within about 15 to 30 minutes spent in this water unprotected, you can undergo hypothermia and then eventually the potential of fatality within, give or take, about an hour. Now, again, where this went down, this crash happened over the Potomac River, about 400 feet up or so, somewhere in that that kind of main idea. And it's only about a mile of water. But again, as this helicopter took off from Port Belvoir and then unfortunately got into this interaction with the aircraft, this was going about 140 miles an hour. Now, the flight conditions looked okay. Still some gusty winds, clear skies. But again, there's going to be a lot of investigation going on here as to, in fact, actually what happened. But very harsh conditions for the rescue this morning.
Jonathan, thanks. And Jonathan, I just want to quickly ask you, you know, the DC Fire and EMS chief referred to just like the complex situation that they're dealing with and the conditions of the wind, the cold, the murky water below. I know they were waiting for some daylight. What time is sunrise today? Is it sometime around just after like 7:15?
Yeah, right around 7 o'clock. So that's when fortunately things will get light for us here. So we'll have some better conditions on top of the water. And I know, actually, I'm a certified scuba diver as well. So I know that when you have these murky conditions with, you know, a lot of algae, et cetera, a lot of currents, very hard to see straight ahead of you. So especially in the darkness, a very, very tough place to have to do these search and rescue operations. And again, very varying amounts of water, I'm sure, right around the shipping channel, about 36 feet on the east side of the river. I'm sure the water is very murky and kind of stirred up there. Again, as you mentioned, that water about 5 to 15 feet in depth where they're doing the search now.
Just extremely rough conditions for our first responders, of course.
The jet fuel as
are
well.
Thinking of them and praying for everyone involved. Thanks, Jonathan.
Absolutely. Sure.
5:45 is our time now on this Thursday morning. Stick with us as this breaking situation unfolds near Reagan National Airport, and we are continuing to learn more information.
For updates anytime, download the WSA 9 app on your phone and watch us anytime on the free WSA 9 Plus streaming app. We'll be right back. .548 is the time right now. If you're just joining us, we are following major breaking news at Reagan National Airport. An American Airlines passenger jet with 64 people on board from Wichita, Kansas, collided midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter while attempting to land at Reagan National Airport. And right now, more than a dozen bodies have been recovered. We have no reports of any survivors, but that's not stopping search efforts that are underway right now at the Potomac River. Randy Ayala joins us now live from the Washington Sailing Marina with an update on where things stand at this hour. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you, Wisdom. For the first time this morning, the helicopter that has been circling this area finally stopped here. I want to show you what we're seeing from our vantage point here. So direct your attention all the way between these red lights here. That's the traffic control tower. And then when we pan right, you see the runway there. You see all those flashing lights there off to the side. That's where crews have been focusing their rescue efforts since last night, really. So those efforts are ongoing, and we know terrible and really, really tough conditions to try to get to the victims of this crash. We know at one point 300 rescuers were on the water. Now the water temp has been in the low 40s, the wind making waves on the water, so that just makes visibility even harder, really in the dark, next to impossible. We're hoping to get a better view of what we're dealing with once the sun comes up here. Rescue boats, though, we saw with huge spotlights were called to shine light on the water so they could see what they were looking for. We heard from DC Fire Rescue Chief John Donnelly, and he told us what this rescue operation was like. Take a listen. All right, looks like there's an issue with that soundbite there, but we know we heard from the chief there. We heard from Mayor Bowser early this morning, expecting more details to come out around 7:30 this morning. It looks like the helicopter, I hear it right now, it's coming back, circling back. It's been circling since I got here early this morning as the search and rescue efforts continue. But that's the latest for now. We'll keep you posted when we learn more. For now, I'll send it back to you.
Randy Ayala, thank you so much, Randy. Stay with us. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with our still developing story.
If you are just joining us, we are following major breaking news at Reagan National Airport. An American Airlines passenger jet with 64 people aboard from Wichita, Kansas, collided mid-air with an Army Black Hawk helicopter while attempting to land at Reagan National Airport. We want to check in with our Jess Arnold right now, who is in the newsroom gathering information. Jess, we understand that we have a statement from the CEO of American Airlines.
Yeah, that's correct. He put that out overnight. Is heading to D.C. You know that American Airlines CEO Robert Isom is on his way here right now. Last night, he put out this video message. Let's take a listen.
We are actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts, and the American Airlines care team has been activated to assist our passengers and their families. We're cooperating fully with the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation and will continue to provide all the information we can. Our cooperation is without pause, and we want to learn everything we can about today's events. That work will take time, but anything we can do now, we're doing. And right now, that means focusing on taking care of all passengers and crew involved, as well as their families.
Again, that was American Airlines CEO Robert Isom. He is heading to D.C. as part of this response to the devastating crash. We're going to work to catch up with Isom once he arrives. Annie.
All right, Jess Arnold with the latest from American Airlines at this hour. We're going to continue to stay on top of this breaking news near Reagan National Airport. Coming up, we'll have team coverage from the search and rescue efforts underway in the Potomac River, how flights from D.C. have been affected as well, and also how officials are responding to all of this. Stick with us. We are staying on top of a major breaking news story near Reagan National Airport. A massive search and rescue operation underway right now after a passenger plane collided midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter, crashing into the Potomac River below. This was just before 9 o'clock last night.
Now, we do have video of that mid-air collision, but again, we're talking about human lives here, so we do want to warn you that this might be incredibly difficult to watch. We have that moment of impact. Take a look at your screen. You can see the collision right here. You see a plane flying overhead. That's another plane there, but you'll see these two lights come together, and soon that'll there you go, explode right there into that fireball before hitting the water below the Potomac River. On this video is from EarthCam, and we've been getting updates from officials and emergency response crews all night long. But here's what we know for sure so far.
Now, we're told that 60 passengers and 4 crew members were on board when the plane went down. Right now, CBS News is reporting that 19 bodies have been pulled from the water. The plane was coming from Wichita, Kansas. It was an American Eagle flight operated by American Airlines. Flight number 5342. The collision happened as the plane was trying to land at the airport, and according to AP News, the helicopter was conducting a training flight.
We want to show you now some photos of the crash debris there. We're looking at the remnants, the debris from the actual jet that collided with the Black Hawk helicopter. You can see the top of it there with, of course, first responders. We understand there are hundreds. In fact, 300 is what the D.C. Fire and EMS chief referred to. 300 responders on the scene of what is obviously a difficult task, especially with the conditions of the weather coming into play. We had wind, choppy water, the cold, frigid temperature, but also they're waiting for some daylight because that water is incredibly murky, and they just need some of that daylight. And Jonathan mentioned that sunrise should be just after 7 o'clock this morning, around 7:16. But it's been 9 hours now since this occurred, and our first responders working hard.
Yeah, and in addition to the first responders, they're also getting some assistance from the state of Maryland. Governor Westmore talked about that. Governor Glenn Youngkin talked about Virginia jumping in to assist. Baltimore is also lending a hand in support. Several agencies coming together because they recognize the monumental task that is at hand right here. So we know that the NTSB is in charge of the investigation. The Army is underneath the NTSB. And the reason that it works that way is because it's civilians involved. And that's why NTSB is leading this investigation at this point.
Of course, the Coast Guard is involved as well with all of the first responders there. And we have team coverage of our own this morning as we work to piece together what went wrong, what happened here. Jacqueline Quinn, Jess Arnold, Marcella Robertson, Randy Ayala, and our chief investigative reporter, Eric Flack, all on top of this story for you.
We want to start this morning with Jacqueline Quinn, who is live at the Metropolitan Police Department headquarters, helicopter pier in Southeast DC, where crews are searching for victims. Good morning.
Good morning. What a vantage point we really have right now, because we can see just how large this operation is. Now, this is where DC Police's helicopter lives and breathes, but you can see the extended operations going around this area right now. So I can talk to you a little bit about what that is. And so if you pan over to the area with the green crane, that's where the water is. So the boats are coming in and out of this area. And as we understand it right now, they are working to recover the bodies. They've recovered the bodies, and the bodies are in this area, and as well as debris. And you know, if we pan over here to the side, you can see the lights, the flashing lights here. We still have a mass casualty, a response here potentially to take a high number or volume of patients to the hospital, but it's also there to help some of the first responders as a resource as well. And then all the way down here to my right, some of the tents here, decontamination tents for some of those divers, because you think about all the debris that's in the water, very murky at this time, very cold, rough conditions according to the DC Fire Fire Chief, who told us, you know, it's been hours now that crews have been out there, and in some parts of the Potomac, it's about 18 feet deep. So we have hundreds of responders out here working all over the area, and still, as we understand it, a request for more local and state federal agencies to come out here and help. And so far, according to CBS News, they've reported that there are 19 bodies that have been recovered. And we have spoken to some of those at DCA, waiting to find out who, those identities, what's happening with their loved ones and friends. But we do know that the U.S. Figure Skating Organization has confirmed there were members on board that plane, and I'll go over briefly their statement. It said that they can confirm that several members of our skating community were sadly aboard American Airlines Flight 5342, which collided with the helicopter yesterday evening in Washington, D.C. These athletes, coaches, and family members were returning home from the National Development Camp held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in Wichita, Kansas. Now, they are devastated by this unspeakable tragedy and hold the victims' families closely in our hearts. As we're out here, we know that NTSB is on the scene. They're investigating this. We're waiting to learn the latest updates as is everyone else. And we also know that the president has been made aware of this. He's issued a statement. In the meantime, for a lot of people who are still learning about this, we do have a phone number for you. It's 1-800-679-8215. Again, 1-800-679-8215 for those who are concerned that they may know someone aboard that flight. Again, this is under investigation, and as this is going on, we know that the flights are being diverted because, of course, this is a massive operation out here to recover some of those victims. The airport continues to be closed until 11 a.m. today. There is a press briefing coming up at 7:30 where we're hoping to find out the latest details, whether that's going to stay in place. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Jacqueline Quinn, thank you very much. Let's get out to Marcella Robertson right now to continue our team coverage. She is at outside of Reagan National Airport this morning with the very latest there. Good morning to you, Marcella.
Wisdom, good morning to you. You know, kind of a really surreal situation out here to see the airport and the roads around the airport this quiet. Typically, we know this is a very busy airport, really no matter what time of day, and that is just not the case. The terminals are empty, the roads are empty here as well, and I can tell you that things are at a standstill until at least 11 o'clock this morning. We'll, of course, keep you updated if that changes, but you can see behind me kind of the scope of what we're dealing with. This is a huge, massive rescue mission still underway after, as you said, 9 hours after this mid-air collision between American Airlines regional jet and a military helicopter happened. We have seen boats still in the water this morning, a helicopter, which is really the only thing in the air that we're hearing here, which is also very strange and not typical, but just that rescue helicopter circling around and around and around. Still hundreds of first responders in the background here as well as they work to hopefully find any sign of life here. But as CBS News has reported, 19 bodies have been recovered so far. I do want to tell you that when that crash happened, there were 19 other flights that were in the air at the time. They were all diverted to Dulles International Airport, but some people had already landed and they actually saw all of this unfold. Here's what they had to say. Take a listen.
It looked like a flash of fire, and we didn't understand what was happening. The person sitting next to me just said, "What's that?" And the next thing we started seeing ambulance, started seeing firefighters, everybody just rushing, and the whole place was...
And the police car too.
Yes.
So very difficult for those people as well. Something else I want to mention here too, important for traffic. If you're in and around this area too, you cannot exit to the airport on Boundary Channel if you're coming 395 northbound, and you can also not access the airport access road off of Richmond Highway. So keep that in mind. We'll let you know when that changes. But I really do want to mention we're expecting that press conference from officials at 7:30. Families are being held in one of the airport lounges inside the airport here, and really important to remember how sensitive this situation is and really difficult to imagine what they are going through as they wait for answers about their loved ones and answers about how this all could have happened in the first place. Back to you.
Just unimaginable. And Marcel, I know we got cut off before, but just looking at the time, just moments before those people were to deplane and meet their loved ones, and in this tragedy. So you being there and just speaking to the somber mood, it just really hits home just how tragic this situation really is. We appreciate your reports, and we will rejoin you shortly. Thank you so much.
6:07 is the time right now. Now we know it's been dangerously cold this month, and the Potomac River was frozen as recently as last week. And Jonathan's back now to walk us through the conditions that the victims and emergency response crews are dealing with at the moment. Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, if this happened about a week ago, it'd be even worse, unfortunately. But again, temperatures in the air, at least right now, as you see in the corner of your screen, they're in the mid-30s. The sun is going to be coming up around 7:15, so that's going to help things out. At least the water temperatures aren't below freezing at this point. If you remember, the river was ice covered this time last week, and we had temperatures in the air in the teens and low 20s. So I guess somewhat of an improvement, but unfortunately for these folks involved in the search and rescue, and they're going to be involved in this for not only hours, but likely days. Water temperatures right now at the Potomac River buoy, which is right near the tidal basin area. Water temperature just above freezing. Buzzard Point not far away at about 42 degrees. And there's where Reagan National is, and of course the site of the collision. Now, it isn't impossible to dive in these types of waters. These folks that are out there, these heroes really at this point that are doing the search and rescue, likely they're diving with a dry suit. Now, that will keep you totally dry and of course prevents that risk of hypothermia as well as that cold-related illness. Very interestingly, these will keep you dry with a waterproof zipper, tight seals around the wrists and the neck. And then on top of that, they're bundled up in diving gloves, caps, socks, diving boots, and shoes. That doesn't mean that they still don't have to deal with these very rough currents as well as the darkness that has been obviously going on since the collision. So things hopefully improving as we head through the next few hours, at least as we get a better view of this with the sun coming up.
All right, Jonathan, thank you so much. Right now, though, we want to get back over to Lindsay Nance to go over some traffic issues. This is causing some road closures so those crews can do their work.
Right, Allison. So our biggest piece of advice to you this morning is to clear the way for those search and rescue crews, as they do have a very long morning ahead and a long few days ahead. So areas with the most impact going to be around the Potomac River in Southwest, as well as in Arlington. Marcella just gave you some great information about some of those road closures that we do have in Arlington. I just want to reiterate those for you. So Reagan National Airport, again, closed down until at least 11 a.m. this morning. So are those access ramps. GW Parkway towards Reagan National completely closed, as well as Route 1 Richmond Highway towards that airport access road. And then in Southwest, this is really where the heart of the rescue is going on right now. So I would definitely steer clear of Southwest around Potomac Avenue, South Capitol Street, that entire area right around Audi Field. I'll have your detours around these closures coming up a little bit later on.
If you can find another route or just avoid it altogether, that's the idea here. Lindsay, thanks for that update. Stick with us as this breaking situation near Reagan National Airport continues to unfold.
For updates anytime, you can download the WUSA 9 app on your phone and watch us anytime on the free WUSA 9 Plus streaming app. We'll be right back.
.613 is the time right now. We're still following this breaking news about this mid-air collision near Reagan National Airport. An American Airlines passenger jet with 64 people on board collided mid-air with an Army Black Hawk helicopter while landing at Reagan National Airport. It's a live look at the scene right now. Hundreds of first responders continue their search and rescue efforts. This is a heartbreaking situation that has grabbed international attention. So we want to walk you through some reaction right now. This is from D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser. She says, this is on X. Tonight, as our first responders continue their efforts, we're sending our love and prayers to the families, loved ones, and communities who are experiencing loss during this terrible tragedy. Also on Truth Social, President Trump, what a terrible night this has been. God bless you all. And then Kansas Governor Laura Kelly I'm aware that the plane inbound from Wichita was involved in a crash at Reagan National Airport. I'm actively in contact with authorities. My thoughts go out to those involved. I will share more information as it becomes available. And then finally, let's talk about this because this is Lily Wu. She is the mayor in Wichita. By the way, they're having a news conference this morning at 8 a.m. their time. Mayor Wu says, though, at noon, they're having a prayer service for the victims.
Wisdom, thank you so much for that. Stick with us as this breaking situation near Reagan National Airport continues to develop this morning.
Ahead, we're taking you live to the Washington Sailing Marina to see where search and rescue efforts stand at this time. We'll be right back.
It is 6:17 as we continue to follow this mid-air collision just moments away from landing, an American Airlines flight landing at Reagan National Airport. And as the rescue efforts continue now, questions are being raised this morning about aviation safety. And we want to bring in Jess Arnold for some context here. And Jess, President Donald Trump just issued an executive order just about a week ago related to flight safety.
Yeah, that's right, Allison. President Trump signed the Keeping America Safe in Aviation order last Tuesday. Now, this order emphasizes the need to hire more Federal Aviation Administration employees. Trump's order instructs the FAA to end DEI hiring practices to accomplish that goal. Now, we've been telling you about pushes by the FAA to hire enough air traffic controllers. In September, the FAA said it had reached its hiring goal for the fiscal year by bringing on more than 1,800 new air traffic controllers. The FAA says it's the largest number of hires made in nearly a decade. Now, that shortage of air traffic controllers is one of the reasons we saw local lawmakers pushing back against adding more flights to DCA. Now, it already has the busiest commercial runways in the United States. Still, we know 5 new nonstop round-trip flight routes were approved for DCA in October as part of the Reauthorization Act. Now, those flights are not set to start until March.
Jess Arnold, thanks for that. We're going to continue to stay on top of this breaking news situation near Reagan National Airport. Coming up, our chief investigative reporter explains what air traffic control knew just moments before the plane and helicopter crashed midair. Stay with us.
If you're just joining us this morning, we are following major breaking news out of Reagan National Airport. A plane carrying 60 people and 4 crew members crashed in midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter.
With 3 soldiers on board that Black Hawk. We know that flight was coming from Wichita, Kansas, and that helicopter was flying for a training mission.
At this hour, we can tell you 19 bodies. That number was upgraded to 19 not too long ago, verified by CBS News. 19 bodies have been recovered from the Potomac River, and right now there are no reports of survivors.
The airport is closed until at least 11 this morning. Let's bring in our chief investigative reporter, Eric Flack, right now. And Eric, you've got audio recordings from inside air traffic control.
And Wisdom, just look at how much was going on around Ronald Reagan National Airport at the time of this midair collision, which happened right there, just over the Potomac and just feet from the landing strip there at Reagan National Airport. Many questions will revolve around communication. What did air traffic control know, and when did they know it?
American 472, Washington, 1 star, 32017.
Oh my God, the stunned words of someone in the background of air traffic control audio recorded as American Airlines Flight 5342 collides with a military helicopter, sending both aircraft and almost 70 people into the Potomac River.
I just saw a fireball and then it was just gone. So I haven't seen anything since they hit the river, but it was a CRJ and a helicopter that hit. I would say maybe a half-mile off the approach end of 33.
Is the airfield closed?
Yes, the airfield is closed. The airfield is closed.
Runways as well?
Yes, all runways are closed. Nobody's landing. No one's moving at all.
This is that flight path from Wichita, Kansas to Ronald Reagan National Airport right there in Washington, D.C. Some might wonder if this flight had anything to do with the debate in Congress you might have heard about last year over adding new flights to DCA's already busy schedule, a schedule so packed some argued it led to multiple near-miss midair collisions. We can confirm that this flight was separate from the 5 new flights added to Reagan National in last year's FAA Reauthorization Act. Those routes do not appear to be operational yet. But guys, all of this and this tragedy late last night, obviously going to put a huge microscope, a huge spotlight on what people have said have been an issue for years. Too many flights out of Reagan National.
And to your point, Flack, you know, experts weighing in that, yes, a lot of things can go wrong when you have so many aircrafts coming in such a tight airspace.
And in this case, a military aircraft, many
right.
military aircrafts in our area.
Yeah.
Flack, thank you very much. Let's head on over to Jonathan Myers now. He's been letting us know about conditions in the Potomac, but also taking a look at what you'll expect today.
Yeah, and as you step out the door this morning, temperatures going to be in the 30s, rising through the 40s to around 50 this afternoon. Not as windy, so that's better for cleanup efforts. But unfortunately, we do have some rain on the way for tomorrow with a weather impact alert. Of course, we're going to get into that over the next several hours, and of course, the continuing coverage of the plane accident this morning. Linz?
We've also got road closures that are being impacted around Arlington as well as in Southwest. So all ramps from GW Parkway to Reagan National Airport currently closed, as well as Route 1 towards the airport and Airport Access Road. Portions of Potomac Avenue, 2nd, 1st, Half Street, and V Street in Southwest also remain closed down due to that active search and rescue going on throughout the morning.
Coming up on 6:30, if you're just joining us, we are following major breaking news out of Reagan National Airport. An American Airlines passenger plane from Wichita, Kansas, crashed midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter and landed in the Potomac River. This is a live look at the scene as hundreds of first responders continue search and rescue efforts.
And as I take in this shot of the nation's capital, you know, so much is going through our minds here in the DMV, but also across the country, because I am now getting messages from friends in other areas who are all watching this unfold right here in DC. We want to go ahead and show you video of that crash, and we do want to warn you, it is incredibly difficult to watch. But if you look at the center of your screen there, you can see the big bright light coming and a fainter light in the back. And here is the moment of that midair collision. This is video from EarthCam. We have, of course, been getting updates from officials, local, federal, state level, emergency response crews all night long. But here is what we know so far.
We're told 60 passengers and 4 crew members were on board when the American Airlines flight 5342 went down. We can tell you more than a dozen bodies have been recovered, and right now we have no reports of any survivors. We can also tell you that aboard that military helicopter there were 3 soldiers. The collision, midair collision, happened as that plane was trying to land just seconds away from landing at Reagan National Airport. And according to the Associated Press, that helicopter was a Black Hawk. It was conducting a training flight.
These are photos of the crash debris that you're looking at right now. And as we've spoken about throughout the morning, investigators, we spoke with a former NTSB investigator, and he was talking about how these pieces of wreckage will be crucial to the investigation to determine exactly why this accident happened, in addition to what was going on in the cockpit, in addition to the black box, plus what's going on in the control tower as well. All of those things are factors that the NTSB will look at and try to gather all this information, and the radar as well, because there's a flight path that goes along with the radar. All of these things that they will use to piece together what happened and try to figure out why this accident happened. At this point.
And that is the big question this morning. How did this happen? But of course, the focus remaining on the search and rescue efforts this morning. We've got team coverage for you all morning long as we continue to get updates and piece together exactly what happened here. Jacqueline Quinn, Jess Arnold, Marcella Robertson, Randy Ayala, and our chief investigative reporter Eric Flack are all on top of this story. We will get to them in just a moment.
First, though, we know it's been dangerously cold this month. Last month, it was in the teens, often in the morning. When we came on the air here at Get Up DC, the Potomac River was frozen. As recently as last week, we saw people, you know, enjoying some recreational sports on the Potomac. It's unimaginable, but Jonathan is here now to walk us through the conditions that the victims and emergency response crews are dealing with right now. You also shared that you're a certified a scuba diver, so that perspective was very, very valuable.
Yeah, I'm actually PADI certified, which is basically recreationally certified. I can dive down to 40 feet. You know, I would never myself dive in these types of waters that you're seeing here. Of course, the extremely restricted visibilities, the extreme cold, and then the currents on top of everything else. We've got a couple of buoys and reporting sites nearby where the collision site is here near Reagan National. The Potomac River buoy reporting a current temperature in the water at 36. Water temperature at 42 at Buzzard Point. So this is better than the sub-freezing temperatures in some cases that we had last week. But again, as we kind of know, water temperatures are slower to respond than air temperatures. Yesterday, air temperatures in the mid-60s. Of course, water temperature will come up a little, but not enough to make it safe to dive, especially without any protection. So these folks that are in the water right now doing the rescuing, doing the searching, they are in water far less than you know, the recommendations for all of these precautions, which is under 50 degrees. They are diving with likely dry suits. It keeps the diver totally dry. It's got very tight seals around the wrists and the neck to disallow water from coming into the suit, unlike the suits that I would usually wear when I'm diving in the 70, 80 degree water, which are kind of short suits that keep you a little warm, but you still get very wet. These are waterproof. So waterproof zippers, tight seals around the wrists and the neck. So they are prepared. But again, they do have to take breaks, especially in some of these rougher waters and with these conditions that we have. Diving gloves, caps, socks, diving boots, shoes, really the whole gamut here involved in this very rough, unfortunately, rescue and search operation that's still going on. Thankfully, sunrise is at about 7:15 this morning, so hopefully that will at least improve some visibilities somewhat.
Heading over now towards this traffic impact alert that we are, of course, still following for you around Reagan National Airport and the Potomac River, as search and rescue efforts are underway right now and will be likely for the next few hours. So we do have road closures to report in the area for you in Arlington as well as in Southwest. You can see some of these flashing police lights off in the distance in Arlington around Route 1. Route 1 and GW Parkway are the two areas that I would avoid if I were you about to head out the door. So we have all of those on and off ramps on GW Parkway heading towards Reagan National Airport completely closed. It's going to stay that way most likely until at least 11 a.m. When we do have Reagan National Airport reopen. Until then, though, we have GW completely closed as well as Route 1 in Arlington completely closed around that airport access road. We've also got a host of closures in Southwest, really close by to where that search and rescue is taking place. I'll break these down for you coming up.
All righty, let's head out to Jacqueline Quinn. She is one of our reporters on this and team coverage. Jackie is live at the Metropolitan Police Department helicopter pier in Southeast. And Jackie, what have you learned from crews there?
Yeah, this is where the massive response staging area is right now. You can see all the lights behind me, but this is something else that we've learned. This is where they're bringing some of the bodies that they're finding, that they're storing them here, along with the debris that they are finding out there. So we have multiple agencies right now working on this. If you take a look over here by that green crane, that's near the water. That's where some of the boats are coming in. We are about 3 miles away from this crash site near Reagan Airport, but this is where all the agencies are teaming up here, so to speak. And then as you pan over here, you still see a lot of the lights. Earlier we had, as we understand it, there was a mass casualty bus that was ready to transport people, and then just to the distance over here to the right, some of the tents here set up to decontaminate some of the divers that are going into the water this time, because you know that there is not only just the debris but the jet fuel that's in the water. So that's why that is set up, and the conditions very hard, difficult to get through. The DC fire chief earlier saying that it's extremely rough, and you think about it this time of the year, it's very cold, it can be murky, and the water is still moving down there, and you have all these crews now going down there. So I'll talk a little bit about the response. Multiple agencies, as we mentioned, Airport Fire, DC Police, the Park Service, totaling about 300 responders at one point. And there was a request for more help for local, state, and federal agencies. The latest that we have from CBS News reporting now that they've found at least 19 bodies. It looks like that's a number that is going to continually be updated this morning. And we have spoken to some who are waiting at the airport, but they have not released any names or confirmed any names at this point. We've also heard from the U.S. Figure Skating Organization. They did confirm that there were members of their organization on board. I'll go over part of their statement. They said that they confirmed several members of our skating community were sadly aboard American Airlines Flight 5342, which collided with a helicopter yesterday evening in Washington, D.C. These athletes, coaches, and family members were returning home from the National Development Camp held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in Wichita, Kansas. And they are devastated by this unspeakable tragedy. Now, we know that President Trump is aware of this. He did issue a statement. And now we know that a lot of people are just hearing about this morning, wondering if maybe they know someone or they have friends and family members on board this flight. So we have a number that's 1-800-679-8215. I'll repeat it, 1-800-679-8215. That is to get information. We also know that NTSB has been on the scene. They're investigating this. We're waiting for updates, and there is going to be a press briefing later on this morning at 7:30 to update us. But as of right now, all flights are diverted, and you understand why. There's a massive operation going on, and those flights will be diverted at least until 11 a.m. We're hoping to understand perhaps if they're going to move back that time or if they're going to change it or any of those other details after this briefing that happens at 7:30 this morning. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
And you are correct about that. This is a massive operation, Jackie, and a highly complex operation as well. Thank you so much. Right now, we want to head back to Reagan National Airport, where we find our Marcella Robertson. Marcella, we understand that the flights are on pause, both incoming and outgoing, until at least 11 o'clock this morning. And looks like you're back inside the terminal to give us a new perspective. What are you seeing now?
Yeah, back inside Terminal 1 here at Reagan National Airport, and I can tell you that it is empty except for a ton of media in here, and we are getting ready for an update from officials in less than an hour, so we'll be sure to bring you that live. But I want to tell you that the mood in the airport terminal here outside, because it is so quiet, we don't ever see DCA like this, and it really gives you a sense of the gravity and the gravity of this situation and what we are dealing with here. Just a very somber, as many of those families are waiting for answers this morning. As you mentioned, the flights here at Reagan National still at a standstill until at least 11 o'clock. We will let you know if anything changes here when we get an update from officials in less than an hour or so. But I also want to mention that throughout the entire airport here, all of the signs that typically have all your arrivals and departures information, they all have this emergency alert information up, letting people know exactly what is going on and urging passengers to check in with their airlines for their latest flight information. Of course, there are still so many questions right now as rescue efforts continue. How can a commercial jet collide with a military aircraft like this? Of course, we had 64 people on board that American Airlines flight and 3 soldiers on board that military helicopter. So as all those questions still remain, officials say the focus right now is really on the families and the people that were on board. We heard from Metropolitan Airports Authority CEO John Potter early this morning. He talked a little bit about some of those family members of the passengers that were on board American Airlines flight. Take a listen.
We did have folks who were at the airport to pick up loved ones, and so American has set up a center in their in their lounge at the north end of the airport, and we've directed the families there, and there are folks there counselors there to work with the families. It's a very difficult situation out there with the cold. It's very dark, but there are numerous boats out there. There are dive teams out there.
And of course, we've been talking about this all morning, just how sensitive this situation is. It is really difficult to imagine what those loved ones and family members are going through right now as they continue to wait for answers. We have said it, we have all been there waiting to pick someone up from the airport, and no one expects things to end like this. So again, we are here inside Terminal 1 waiting for an update from officials that we expect to happen here within the next 45 minutes or so. Back to you.
Our continued prayers for everyone involved. Marcella, thank you so much. Stick with us as this breaking situation near Reagan National Airport continues to develop.
For updates anytime, download the WSA9 app on your phone and watch us anytime on the free WSA9 Plus streaming app. We'll be right back. 6:44 is the time right now. If you're just joining us, we are following major breaking news at Reagan National Airport. An American Airlines passenger jet with 64 people on board from Wichita, Kansas, collided midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter while attempting to land at Reagan National Airport. And right now, more than a dozen bodies have been recovered. We have no reports of any survivors, but that's not stopping search efforts that are underway right now on the Potomac River. Randy Ayala joins us live from Washington Sailing Marina with an update on where things stand at this hour. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you, Wisdom. So the Potomac River here right behind me, we have a helicopter that's been circling since early this morning. Search and rescue efforts still underway. I want to point your attention there to all the flashing lights you see. That's where crews have been focusing their search efforts here this morning. You can also see that chopper circling the water here. You know, Jacqueline just a couple of minutes ago talked about just the huge rescue operation underway, right? We know at one point 300 rescuers were out here on the water fighting not ideal conditions, I should say, dealing with a low temperature in the water, wind too, making waves, and it just makes that visibility even harder. But the sun is starting to come up here, so hopefully that'll be an advantage to crews out here trying to find any survivors or recovery efforts as well. Wisdom mentioned this, at least 19 bodies have been recovered from the Potomac River. Early this morning, we heard from DC Fire EMS chief, and he talked about this difficult mission that's underway.
It's a highly complex operation. The conditions out there are extremely rough for the responders. It's cold. They're dealing with relatively windy conditions. Wind is hard out on the river. So they're out there working. We're doing everything we can to keep them safe.
So first responders out here working around the clock for search and rescue efforts. We're hoping to get an update in about 45 minutes from DC Mayor Muriel Bowser, but definitely an unspeakable tragedy. We'll continue to monitor what happens. You can hear that chopper still circling this morning, and we'll bring you the very latest. For now, I'll send it back to you.
Randy Ayala, thank you. Let's check back in with our Jess Arnold now, live in the newsroom. Jess, good morning to you. It looks like we have a statement from the CEO with American Airlines this morning.
Yeah, that's right, Annie. We know that American Airlines CEO Robert Isom is on his way here to D.C. Last night, he put out this video message. Let's take a listen.
We are actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts, and the American Airlines care team has been activated to assist our passengers and their families. We're cooperating fully with the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation and will continue to provide all the information we can. Our cooperation is without pause, and we want to learn everything we can about today's events. That work will take time, but anything we can do now, we're doing. And right now, that means focusing on taking care of all passengers and crew involved, as well as their families.
Again, that was American Airlines CEO Robert Isom. He is heading to D.C. as part of this response to the devastating crash. We're going to work to catch up with Isom once he arrives in update. Annie.
Thanks, Jess. We understand American Airlines is heading here with a GO team, as well as the FAA and NTSB. Jess Arnold with the latest statement from the CEO. Thank you.
We continue to dig deeper and learn more about this breaking news, this tragedy unfolding near Reagan National Airport last night. Coming up, we're going to explain what we have learned about air traffic's role during this mid-air collision. 6:51 now, and this morning we are starting to learn more about how air officials responded to this mid-air collision.
We know the emergency response began around 9 p.m. Our chief investigative reporter Eric Flagg joining us once again. And Eric, I understand that flight experts might have a clue as to what might have happened here.
Everybody's trying to read the data that's out there through the transmissions that were coming from really all these flights in the area, especially that American Airlines flight 5342 that ultimately collided with that military chopper. Flight data studied overnight by aviation experts offers chilling insight into how close all those passengers aboard the flight were to actually landing safely. Ian Pachetnik is Director of Communications at Flight Radar 24, a global flight tracking service. We're already hearing from family members who were right there at the airport waiting for their loved ones. From the data, how close was this commercial airliner to landing?
The aircraft was seconds from landing. So the collision happened at approximately 300 feet. So this is seconds from landing as they crossed the Potomac, and the runway threshold is at the river's edge. So the aircraft is very close to landing. It was on final approach. It was lined up with runway 33, and it was ready to touch down.
And yet just seconds from landing, something catastrophic happened. How?
That's a great question, and one that investigators will be looking to answer. We know that the two aircraft collided. The main question then becomes, why did they come into contact? Why were they that close together? And then, as with all safety and accident investigations, the main goal of the accident investigation is to prevent this from ever happening again.
Yeah, and just to drive home that point, you can see just how close that flight was to the runway there, runway 33 at Washington Reagan National Airport. All those passengers so close to getting home safely. Some might wonder if this flight had anything to do with the debate in Congress in 2024 about adding new flights to DCA's already busy schedule, a schedule that's so packed some argued it led to multiple near-miss mid-air collisions. Now we can confirm that this flight, this direct flight from Wichita, Kansas to Washington, D.C. was separate from the 5 new flights added to Reagan National in last year's FAA Reauthorization Act. Those routes, though, do not appear to be operational yet, and everything that happened here in this tragedy obviously going to put a spotlight on that problem, all that traffic there at Washington Reagan National Airport. Guys?
Frank, I'm just curious, and I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but I just, the thought of the training for the military helicopters happening so close to where air traffic is happening, had you ever seen anything like that before?
Yeah, you know, what some of the research I'm doing when I'm back there in the newsroom while you guys are on the set is that apparently there is a corridor there, right there along the Potomac, even though it's in such close proximity to the airport and to the runway and to all those departures and landings and takeoffs. There is a corridor there for choppers and, you know, training for the military at night. These are all things that are commonplace with this type of thing, but obviously a lot of questions, as you point out, still to be answered.
Absolutely. All right, Eric, thank you so much. We continue to stay on top of this breaking news happening near Reagan National Airport. Coming up, we'll have team coverage from the search and rescue efforts in the Potomac River, how flights from DCA, also Reagan, have been affected and how officials are responding. And for those heading out the door, let's check in quickly with Lindsay for the workarounds because of this emergency.
Right, Allison, we do have those ramps from GW Parkway and Route 1 to Reagan National Airport still completely closed down, but you can access GW Parkway heading north and south as well as Richmond Highway. You just can't exit off of those roadways. In Southwest, we still have a ton of closures around Audi Field, really close to where that search and rescue is going on. That's going to be portions of Potomac Avenue as well as Half Street, 1st and 2nd Street. I'll have your detours here coming up.
And switching gears this morning, if you are headed out the door, morning commutes or trips to school are going to be chilly, but not quite as cold. Temperature is going to be in the mid and upper 30s to begin, getting up to near 50. Not the 60s, though, that we saw yesterday around here. Of course, we're going to have much more extended coverage on the Flight 5342 tragedy coming up.
Seven o'clock right now. We are staying on top of major breaking news near Reagan National Airport. A massive search and rescue operation is underway right now after a passenger plane collided midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter and crashed into the Potomac River. This was just before 9 o'clock last night.
Basically looking at the collision site right there with the emergency boats in the river there, 300 people responding to this, and we want to warn you that the video that we have from the moment of impact is very difficult to watch, but we do want to show you what happened. Take a look at your screen. You'll notice it goes to very dark there, and you can see the collision. Look on the bottom of your screen, basically. It's about to happen now. This other plane flying overhead, you see the smaller light about to collide with the larger light, and that's the result there. This is video from EarthCam. We'll be getting updates from officials and emergency response crews all night long. We're waiting for a news conference that's going to happen in under a half an hour, we are told, but here's what we know so far.
We're told that 60 passengers and 4 crew members were on board when the plane went down. Right now, CBS News is reporting that dozens of bodies have been pulled from the water. The plane was coming in from Wichita, Kansas. It was an American Eagle flight operated by American Airlines, flight number 5342. The collision happened as the plane was trying to land at the airport. According to AP News, the helicopter was conducting a training flight.
And on board that helicopter, we understand were 3 people. These are photos that we're showing you right now of the debris from the crash. This is the plane. the American Airlines plane that fell into the Potomac River below. You can see there's some first responders there on boats. We've seen those boats go back and forth on the river there all morning long. What exactly that they are doing, it's still unclear. We're trying to get more information on that, but thank you so much for joining us.
We do appreciate it. Of course, our hearts go out to the 67 people and their families while this rescue effort continues. Thank you for joining us for our extended breaking coverage. We will stay with you this hour as we await the start of a news conference again that's happening in about 30 minutes. And it will be the first update since we last heard from officials, including the Mayor Muriel Bowser out of D.C. At 1 a.m. That was about 6 hours ago, of course, now. But we expect they'll be sharing some critical details about this still developing story. It's very early in this investigation, so please stay with us during this hour.
We've got team coverage all morning long as we continue to piece together exactly what happened here. Our Jacqueline Quinn, Jess Arnold, Marcella Robertson, Randy Ayala, and Eric Flack are all on top of this story.
Right now, we want to take you back to Reagan National Airport where Marcella Robertson is standing by. She is inside the airport. We know right now that flights in and out of the airport are paused until at least 11 this morning. Marcella, what's the situation there right now?
Yeah, well, I can tell you that aside from media, it is really quiet here in the airport. We are awaiting an update from officials here in less than 30 minutes and hoping to get some more critical information about this tragic incident here. And I can tell you just, being around Reagan National Airport, if you're familiar with it at all, you know how busy it gets, and to see it this empty and everything really at a standstill really gives you a sense of the gravity of the situation that we are dealing with. As you mentioned, right now, no flights in or out of Reagan National until at least 11 o'clock this morning. That is the earliest. We'll, of course, let you know if that changes when we get an update from officials here shortly as they are working to set up. But, of course, just really quiet here at the airport. I can tell you that all the monitors that typically have all the arrivals and departures information, they all have an emergency alert message up letting the passengers know that they should contact their airlines for any updates. And, of course, there are still so many questions this morning about how this could even happen. How could a commercial airline or a commercial jet collide with a military helicopter? Of course, 64 souls on board the plane, 3 soldiers on board that military helicopter, and still so many questions surrounding this incident. But officials in their first update this morning said that really a lot of the focus right now is on the recovery and the rescue efforts that are underway right now. And also some of the family members and loved ones who were here to pick up those passengers at the airport and were unfortunately met with some devastating news. Take a listen to Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority CEO John Potter about what he had to say about those families.
We did have folks who were at the airport to pick up loved ones, and so American has set up a center in their in their lounge at the north end of the airport, and we've directed the families there, and there are folks there counselors there to work with the families. It's a very difficult situation out there with the cold. It's very dark, but there are numerous boats out there. There are dive teams out there.
It's a very difficult situation for everyone around. Of course, those family members, it is difficult to even imagine what they are going through right now. But again, it's kind of set the scene for you here inside Terminal 1 at Reagan National Airport. Outside, you've got the sun. We can see it starting to come up. Getting a better sense of, what it is that crash scene looks like. Inside here, we are getting an update, waiting to get an update from officials here in less than 30 minutes, and we'll be sure to bring the latest to you live. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much for that report. We appreciate it. All right. We want to get out to Randy Ayala right now. She is out on the scene where she has the backdrop right there where the boats are in the background trying to do as much as they can to try to rescue and recover at this point. Good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning to you, Wisdom. So the Potomac River right behind me. I do want to give you a quick update, though. Things out here changing rapidly. About 5 minutes ago, got an update. Park Police out here. They are going to be closing this area in just a couple of minutes. They are calling this a crime scene now this morning. But you can see, or rather hear, that chopper. It has been circling all morning as search and rescue efforts are underway. I do want to toss it to some sound we got early this morning inside of DCA DCA from Kansas Senator Jerry Moran. It was around 1 o'clock this morning. He was inside the airport. He came from Wichita. He said that he takes that flight often, and he was visibly and understandably heartbroken about what happened here. Take a listen.
This is a very personal circumstance as well as an official response. And again, we will do everything we can to make certain that we're supportive of the rescue efforts.
Dangerfield Island. All right, so that was Kansas Senator Jerry Moran that we heard from early this morning. He actually lobbied American Airlines to add this flight from Wichita to DCA. Again, Dangerfield Island, where I'm standing right now, being called a crime scene. This is coming to us from Park Police. So we'll bring you the very latest when we're able to get back up, guys. I'll send it back to you.
Randy Ayala, thanks for that. Stick with us as this breaking situation near Reagan National Airport continues to develop.
And for updates anytime, just download the WUSA 9 app on your phone. Watch us anytime on the free WUSA 9 Plus streaming app. We'll be right back.
.710 is the time right now. We're still following breaking news about this plane collision near Reagan National Airport. An American Airlines passenger jet with 64 people on board collided midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter while landing at Reagan National Airport. This is a live look at the scene right now as hundreds of first responders continue search and rescue efforts. This is a heartbreaking situation that has grabbed national and international attention. We want to walk you through some of the latest reaction from some government officials that have come into our newsroom right now. We'll start here with D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser. Tonight, as our first responders continue their efforts, we are sending our love and prayers to the families, loved ones, and communities who are experiencing loss during this terrible tragedy. Then, President, what a terrible night this has been. God bless you all. That's from Truth Social. Kansas Governor Laura Kelly. I am aware that a plane inbound from Wichita was involved in a crash at Reagan National Airport. I am actively in contact with authorities. My thoughts go out to those involved, and I will share more information as it becomes available. And then there's this from the mayor of Wichita, Lily Wu, saying that at 12 today, the community will come together for a prayer service for the victims in this crash. Allison and Annie.
You know what? Our thoughts and our prayers are with these real people that were involved with this. 67 people by my count involved with this, and into that icy Potomac below as search and rescue continues this morning. And stick with us as this breaking situation near Reagan National Airport continues to develop.
Straight ahead, we are taking you live to the Washington Sailing Marina to see where search and rescue efforts stand at this hour. We'll be right back.
It is 7:14, and if you are just joining us, so we're following major breaking news very close to Reagan National Airport. We can now report that 30 bodies, as gruesome as those details are, and I apologize, the facts are 30 bodies have been pulled now from the Potomac River as an American Airlines passenger jet with 64 people aboard, including that's crew and that's the passengers from Wichita, Kansas, collided midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter while attempting to land. As the rescue efforts continue, questions are rising this morning about aviation safety. As we take a live look here at the scene, and we can see those boats there on the Potomac helping with those search and rescue efforts. Coming up, we will speak with the fire chief out of Prince George's County, who has the crew members also assisting with these water rescues today. We'll get to that in about 5 minutes or so. But for right now, we want to turn to our Jess Arnold for some more context as far as this topic goes. President Trump, Jess, issuing an executive order just about a week ago related to flight safety. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, that's right, Allison. President Trump signed the Keeping America Safe in Aviation order last Tuesday. Now, this order emphasizes the need to hire more Federal Aviation Administration employees. Trump's order instructs the FAA to end DEI hiring practices to accomplish that goal. Now, we've been telling you about pushes by the FAA to hire enough air traffic controllers. In September, the FAA said it reached its hiring goals for the fiscal year by bringing on more than 1,800 new air traffic controllers. The FAA says it's the largest number of hires made in nearly a decade. Now, the shortage of air traffic controllers is one of the reasons we saw local lawmakers pushing back against adding more flights to DCA. It already has the busiest commercial runways in the United States. Last year, there were a couple near misses, close calls that we have reported on as well. Still, we know, though, 5 new nonstop round-trip flight routes were approved for DCA in October as part of the Reauthorization Act. Now, those flights, though, haven't started. They are set to start in March. Guys.
All right, Jess Arnold, thank you so much, Jess. And as we saw in that shot earlier, just want to say the sun is rising on a new day at 7:16 right now, a somber day that will go down in the history books here in Washington. But you're looking at rescue boats there, vehicles trying to make sure that everyone that is in the water is recovered. Now, we know it's been dangerously cold this month. We can just imagine the temperature there in the Potomac River that we're looking at. It was frozen as recently as last week. And Jonathan is with us, of course, and he's here to walk us through the conditions that victims and emergency response crews as well, what they're dealing with right now.
Yeah, and I just want to tell you, this is now 1 minute past sunrise. So things brighter, of course, at the collision scene. So hopefully our responders can get a better view and a better survey of what actually is going on. But the water temperatures are just brutal right now in the Potomac. Of course, our rescuers and first responders do have protection. They've got dry suits likely that they're using for any of the scuba diving or diving rescues that they may be doing, or any of the activity on the water. But still, this is just brutal temperatures. Better than the frozen river waters that we had last week, of course, but still the water temperatures at 36. I saw some video of some police boats had to use their icebreakers to get down to the scene. So the water temperature here at the Potomac River buoy is 36. Buzzard Point, not too far away, is at 42. So again, those temperatures in the water are above freezing, but barely 35 degrees right now. So the winds are calm, and we take a look in the distance down toward DCA. And we do have some mainly clear skies. There's a couple of high clouds coming through. So that's good news for any of the rescues going on, any of the response going on. The winds have really died down. They were up to 50, 60 miles an hour in gusts yesterday, now only at about 3 miles an hour. So aside from the currents and the brutal cold that we're still dealing with, again, for any of the rescue in the water that in the search that has to be going on, as again we survey the accident situation here that happened yesterday evening, things have really quite improved, especially on the water and in the water. When this happened just prior to 9 p.m. yesterday evening, even there winds were out of the northwest at about 16, gusting to about 25.
7:19 is the time right now. If you're just joining us this morning, we are following some major breaking news at Reagan National Airport. A plane carrying 60 people and 4 crew members crashed in midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter. And right now, we want to take a moment to hear more about the ongoing search and rescue efforts. And joining us now on the phone is Prince George's County Fire Chief Tiffany Green. Good morning to you, Chief. We know that you are on the way, or your crews rather, you're on the way to a news conference, but your crews are already assisting. But let's back up and talk about when you first got this call about what happened and what's the first thing you do in response to this to assist with what was going on in D.C.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having us. So our initial request came from D.C. Fire Department through our normal mutual aid agreement. Is a report of a helicopter crash in the Potomac. Prince George's County Fire and EMS Department responded with 2 water rescue resources, 1 airboat and 1 rescue boat, and our technical resource personnel, about 12 personnel. So we were deployed, and we also deployed a command officer to our unified command post with D.C. Fire Department. So again, it was a dynamic night.
So what are, as far as you know, and of course as the chief you know this, but what are crews doing exactly now? Are they still there on the water? What can you tell us?
Yes, absolutely. So we're still there. Again, this is very much still a rescue mission. We're working together again with our partners in D.C. Fire Department as well as Virginia. And we're still operating in a unified command, still doing an active rescue. And as it gets lighter, again, we're able to see a little bit better now. And the rescue attempt will be a bit more in depth now that we can see.
And Chief, of course, everyone on site is trained to do and respond to situations like this. They have that trained eye. Can you speak or give us a glimpse into the hazardous materials involved and what those challenges are for first responders? I mean, we're talking about jet fuel, debris, murky water, and cold, frigid conditions.
Exactly. You said it all. And again, we're trained for this, so we have deployed our hazmat resource teams as well. Again, our partners in Virginia and District of Columbia have also done the same thing. But our personnel are trained for this. So again, we're in the water. We're being safe, but there are hazardous conditions as well as the water and the conditions of the weather. But we're trained and we're doing the best that we can.
We have been reporting just the united force that we've seen from Maryland, Virginia, and the district here. How important is it that all these jurisdictions work together on when something on this scale happens?
It's extremely important. As you see, and as Chief Donnelly from D.C. Fire Department said earlier at our press conference, it's over 300 responders that were able to come out last night. And it worked seamlessly. Our partners, again, we do what we need to do together when things happen. And this is what's needed in this region, our COG region. We have a mutual aid agreement amongst all of our partners, our fire departments. And when we're needed, we all respond with the appropriate resources with the closest available units. And that's what you saw last night.
Chief, I want to get some of your thoughts. I mean, you've been doing this for so long. Have you ever seen anything like this or anything close to this scale?
The last time I've seen something like this, and again, I've been doing this for over 28 years, would be, again, the 9/11 responses to the Pentagon and those things in this area. And that's why, again, we have our mutual aid agreements, and we're able to work together seamlessly as fire departments in the region, all on the same page. But again, it's horrific. Our hearts and prayers go out to the families as well as the first responders. They operated seamlessly in unideal conditions, and they're working together in a unified command to make sure that we rescue and do everything that we can for the victims.
Absolutely. Even the most trained experts who do this, it's still tough. So we appreciate you spending some time with us, and to all the men and the women who are under your purview who have responded to this tragedy in record time. Okay, I believe, and let us also know that she is on the way, Chief Green, to this news conference is happening in just about 6 or 7 minutes or so. In the meantime, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
We are still following this breaking news after that plane crash near Reagan National Airport, as massive search and rescue efforts are still underway around the Potomac River. What that means for you as you're driving around is that we do have a lot of road closures in place, not only in Arlington around Reagan National Airport, but also in Southwest, really close by to where that search and rescue is underway. So just to remind you, we do have Reagan National Airport completely closed down until at least 11 o'clock this morning. So all roads to connect to Reagan National also closed down. That includes GW Parkway to access Reagan National Airport, as well as Route 1 right around that airport access road. All of those on and off ramps completely closed down right now. And then heading into Southwest, we have Potomac Avenue completely closed, as well as 2nd, 1st, and Half Street, and then V Street to the south, really close by to Audi Field. We'll stay on top of this breaking news for you right after the break.
.30 is the time right now. If you're just joining us, we are following major breaking news at Reagan National Airport. An American Airlines passenger plane from Wichita, Kansas, was involved in a mid-air collision with an Army Black Hawk helicopter and landed in the Potomac River. This is a live look at the scene right now as hundreds of first responders continue to search and rescue efforts.
We understand there are at least 300 first responders on the scene. We also do have video of that crash, but we want to warn you, it is incredibly hard to watch. Take a look here. If you keep your eyes to the center of your screen, you can see that bright light there coming toward the screen. That is a different aircraft. Right here is where you want to look in the center there. This is the moment that the collision happens midair. There it is, that big fireball, and then they fall into the Potomac River below. This is video from EarthCam. We, of course, have been getting updates all morning long from officials and emergency response crews, but here's what we know so far.
As you mentioned, it's extremely concerning to see that flight right above when all of this happens. But we're told that 60 passengers and 4 crew members were on board when that American Airlines flight went down. And we can tell you, according to CBS News, 30 bodies have now been recovered from the Potomac River. Right now, we have no reports of any survivors. This mid-air collision happened as that plane was trying to land at Reagan National Airport. That was American Airlines Flight 5342. According to the Associated Press, the helicopter was conducting a training flight, and there were three soldiers on board that Black Hawk.
All right, these are photos of the crash debris, which will be crucial in the investigation. Also, we've been talking all morning long about the situation out at Reagan National Airport because last year, Senator Mark Warner was talking about, was questioning and called for an investigation into could Reagan National handle the capacity that was there. And this came after May 2024. There was a near miss at the airport. That was American Airlines Flight 2134. It was cleared for takeoff at 10:30 in the morning, and another aircraft had been cleared to land at that same intersection. And then earlier, even before then, same airport, Southwest Airlines Flight 2937 and JetBlue Flight 1554. They nearly collided at the airport as well. So
Good morning. I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. We are here at Reagan National Airport to provide an update on the tragic events of last night. I'm joined by U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, D.C. Fire and EMS Chief John Donnelly, American Airlines CEO Robert Eisen, the MWA, the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority CEO Jack Parter, United States Senator Mark Warner, United States Senator Tim Kaine, U.S. Representative Don Beyer, as well as the Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, Pamela Smith. And we are joined by first responders from across the Metropolitan Washington region. I speak for all of us when I say, and certainly all Washingtonians, how very sad we are for American Airlines, for the United States Department of Defense, and for all Americans for the loss of life that happened with the collision of these aircrafts. We know that includes families from across our region as well as in Kansas and across the country. This morning, we all share in a profound sense of grief. I do want to thank the first responders who acted quickly last night, who ran towards danger, went into a very frigid river, and have worked throughout the night. Chief Donnelly reported in last night's briefing that we have a strong mutual aid agreement in our region, and those teams have worked together throughout the night in really tough and heartbreaking conditions, and we should all thank them for their heroic efforts. So we'll have several updates today. I'm first going to turn to the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, and then you will hear directly from Chief John Donnelly with a situational update.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, Sean Duffy here, Secretary of Transportation. We wish we were gathering for different purposes today. I just want to let you know that the Department of Transportation, the FAA, along with the White House, President Trump, local, state, and federal partners, all working together on this incident in unison. I couldn't be prouder of this team that's been assembled, working tirelessly. Mayor, I want to thank you specifically for your work. A few details I'd like to give all of you, and some of you reported this, but last night, if you live in the DC area, you would know that this was a clear night last night. The helicopter was in a standard pattern. If you live in the DC area, you'll see helicopters up and down the river. This flight pattern is seen oftentimes when you live in DC. This was a standard flight pattern last night as well. The American Airlines flight coming into land was in a standard flight pattern as it was coming into DCA. So this was not unusual with a military aircraft flying the river and aircraft landing at DCA. And again, if you live in the area, you'll see that frequently with those two aircraft working together. As many of you have reported, we have located the two aircrafts. The fuselage of the American Airlines plane was inverted. It's been located in 3 different sections. It's in about waist-deep water, so that recovery is going to go on today as that recovery takes place of the fuselage of the aircraft. NTSB is going to start to analyze that aircraft, partner with the FAA with all of the information we have to get the best results possible for the American people. I would just say that safety is our expectation. Everyone who flies in American skies expects that we fly safely, that when you depart an airport, you get to your destination. That didn't happen last night. And I know that President Trump, his administration, the FAA, the DOT, we will not rest until we have answers for the families and for the flying public. You should be assured that when you fly, you're safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Mayor. I'm joined today with Fire Chief Bonnet from the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, and I'm John Donnelly, Chief of the District of Columbia Fire and EMS Department. Last night at 8:48, the control tower sounded an alert, which alerts responders to respond to a report of an aircraft crash on or near the airport. That sets off an immediate response from the Airport Authority Fire Department, from the District of Columbia and Metropolitan Harbor Patrol fireboats and other fireboats on the river in order to support that type of operation. Very quickly, this call escalated. It became apparent, the responders realized that they had a plane crash and immediately escalated to a response that ultimately included about 300 people last night. These responders found extremely frigid conditions. They found heavy wind. They found ice on the water, and they're operated all night in those conditions. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the agencies that responded in addition to DC Fire and EMS and the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. Montgomery County Fire Department, the Prince George's County Fire Department, the Charles County Fire Department, the Baltimore County Police Department, the Anne Arundel County Fire Department, the Alexandria Fire Department, the Arlington County Fire Department, the Fairfax Fire Department, the Prince William Fire Department, the Baltimore City Police Department, the Maryland State Police, the Maryland Natural Resources Police, the Department of Defense, the Joint Base in Bowling Fire Department and the staff there, the U.S. Army, the U.S. Coast Guard, the United States Park Police, the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, and the NTSB. Despite all those efforts, we are now at a point where we are switching from a rescue operation to a recovery operation. At this point, we don't believe there are any survivors from this accident, and we have recovered 27 people from the plane and 1 from the helicopter. The District Office of the Medical Examiner has lead on reuniting these bodies and these people with their loved ones, and we will continue to work to find all the bodies and collect them and reunite them with their loved ones. We should also acknowledge that the Virginia Medical Examiner and the Army Medical Examiner are involved in this operation and a very important part of getting people identified. So, who's next?
Our hearts are certainly with all of the crew in American Airlines, and we'll hear from CEO Isom.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. I'm Robert Isom, the CEO of American Airlines. I want to express my sincere condolences for the accident that happened at DCA last night. We're absolutely heartbroken for the family and loved ones of the passengers and crew members, and also for those that were on the military aircraft. Our focus right now is doing everything that we can to support all of those involved and also the PSA Airlines team. This is devastating. We are all hurting incredibly. We urge any family and friends looking for information about their loved ones to call our designated helpline, and that's at 1-800-679-8215, 1-800-679-8215. And here's what I can share at this early stage. American Eagle Flight 5342, operated by PSA Airlines, traveling from Wichita, Kansas to Reagan National Airport, was involved in an accident just before 9 p.m. local time on final approach into Reagan National. It collided with a military aircraft on an otherwise normal approach, and at this time we don't know why the military aircraft came into the path of the PSA aircraft. Flight 5342, a CRJ 700, was under the command of 4 crew members. It carried 60 passengers, as you know, for a total of 64 people on board. In addition to local resources already here in DC, American Airlines has activated our care team, and that's a group of specialists that are trained to support these types of responses. These team members are on site or arriving soon. And additionally, we have members of our GO team that are on ground here in DC, and they're being deployed with resources to do everything that we can to take care of the needs of the families and the loved ones of the passengers and crew members. And that is our sole focus. And we're so grateful for the first responders. They've been working through the night, courageous efforts. And we're actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts and closely coordinating with PSA Airlines as they cooperate fully with the NTSB on the investigation. I know that there are many questions, and at this early stage, I just won't be able to answer many, but we'll provide additional information as it comes. Thank you.
I want to introduce the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority CEO, Jack Potter. The authority manages Reagan Washington National and Dulles International.
Good morning and thank you, Mayor. First, let me begin by expressing our condolences for all the victims of this flight and for their families. There's a lot of grieving going on, and so we're very sympathetic to that. I want to echo what was said about the first responders. When there's a problem in this area, everybody drops everything and they rush to wherever the problem is. So I want to thank the chief, the entire team from Washington, D.C., but just as important, the list of folks that the chief described. Federal authorities have been here en masse, and so a lot of effort was brought to bear. Unfortunately, we weren't able to rescue anyone, but we are in the recovery mode right now. And I just want to, last night I expressed the fact that we hope to open at 11 o'clock today, and that is still the case. We're going to open the airport at 11 o'clock. And again, condolences to the families, and thanks to the many, many who are still out there working very, very hard to complete this recovery. Thank you, Mayor.
I do want to acknowledge that the Virginia Transportation Secretary is here in addition to the Alexandria Mayor. And I will like to ask members of the Virginia congressional delegation to the podium next. U.S. Senator Mark Warner, followed by Tim Kaine and Representative Don Beyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to join with everyone else and express my condolences for the victims. For folks who don't live in the DMV, we are made up of a lot of jurisdictions. Reagan Airport's in Virginia. Across the river we have Maryland, obviously the district, but as been indicated by the chief, when tragedy happens, all those distinctions between the various jurisdictions and our federal partners all disappear. And I want to again thank all the first responders. On a personal note, I'll just add that literally I now know I was coming back from the district from a dinner to my home in Old Town Alexandria. And while I did not see the collision, I wondered, I'd never seen this many red lights streaming towards the airport and across the river in Maryland about this time. My phone started blowing up and I realized that this accident had taken place. There'll be a time to figure out, I know NTSB will have a briefing later in the day, but to the victims, our condolences. To the first responders, our thanks.
Sorrow, thanks, and questions. So sorrow, as all have expressed, to the crew, to the passengers, to the soldiers, to their families, to their friends, to their loved ones, to people who are still trying to get information and unsure whether their loved ones have been lost. We offer our profound condolences to them and our sorrow for this tragedy. Thanks, I'll echo, Mayor, what you began with. When you see a challenge like this and you see people from so many different agencies, local, state, federal, with different uniforms, different badges, but working in such a coordinated way, even in the midst of a tragedy, it does give you a sense of appreciation and pride in people's willingness to come to the danger and work together. And I started to see that as a local official 30 years ago in Richmond and definitely have seen it here. And then finally, questions. There are going to be a lot of questions, obviously, a lot of questions. And that's what the NTSB's job is to be an independent investigator of incidents like this. And they are here. We were in dialogue with them earlier today. They've been here since they got the alert, and they will be doing the work and playing lead in answering the many questions that we have. And that's as it should be. It's not a time to speculate. It's a time to investigate and get answers to the questions we need. And I have confidence that will be done. Thank you.
Following up on the Senator, I think grief, thanks, and service, with millions and millions of Americans traveling every year, we are all grieving, knowing that it could have been our loved ones, it could have been us. And our hearts go out to all those who have lost folks. In a most partisan place also, I'm really thankful that Democrats and Republicans, people from all over, have come together to try to make sure that people are served. As a local representative, I want the families to know that our office is available to serve you in any way we possibly can through this time of grief and transition and loss. And then also just note that we're deeply grateful for the people who risked their lives last night on a moment's notice and spent the whole night on the river in the ice and the wind, serving us. And then finally, as Senator Kaine, Senator Warner noted, after the NTSB investigation, we've got to make sure that at the federal level and with the support of Virginia and Maryland, D.C., we're doing everything we can to make sure this does not happen again.
So with that, it's been said already that the National Transportation Safety Board becomes the lead agency in the investigation. Our jurisdiction in D.C. where the crash occurred over the river. concludes as we, in the leadership role of the Unified Command, as we shift to a recovery effort. We expect the National Transportation Safety Board to provide briefings to the press later in the day. So at this point, we can take a few questions. Yes? What we can talk about today is what happened here with the collision of these vehicles. We've said what we know, and that the National Transportation Safety Board continues to investigate. I don't know that any of us have been briefed on anything that would suggest any other aircraft are implicated. Yes?
You're still missing 30 plus people in the water. What are some of the challenges in recovering them right now?
Chief?
So the rescue operation, or the recovery operation, goes on. It's a lot of touch and feel in the different parts of the plane or in the helicopter, and the crash area is a little spread out, so we've got some work to do. And I think it's a pretty normal type of situation. I don't think it's extraordinary.
How spread out is this debris field?
So the wind started blowing last night, so we've had debris travel from the airport down as far as the Wilson Bridge.
Mile-wise, how far is that?
I couldn't tell you. Less than a mile.
This is a question for CEO Carter. You're going to open the airport at 11 o'clock this morning. How are you going to do that, and what impact is that going to have on operations, on passengers, on people's anxiety? How are we going to do this?
Well, we're going to open the airport at 11 o'clock. It's safe. We've worked with all the federal agencies, FAA, and you know, it's been determined that we can open that airport safely. The recovery effort that's on our property is on the waterfront. Our primary runway, 119, will be open. It's away from any activity. We're going to have a secure area around that, so all are comfortable that we can get back to operations. Now, each airline will announce or communicate to their passengers what their operations are going to be. Obviously, their networks were disrupted overnight, and so we might have a slow recovery, but the bottom line is we will begin to have aircraft moving in and out of this airport at 11 o'clock.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3. I don't think we can say anything about what's in NTSB's purview.
You mentioned the airport opens 3 hours from now. There's a lot of helicopter traffic from the military, U.S. Park Police, and all that. Will helicopters be flying right through here as well, beyond the recovery efforts?
I don't know the answer to that. Jack, do you have anything to add? We don't have anything to add about that. Yes.
So the question is, can I guarantee the American flying public that the United States has the most safe and secure airspace in the world? And the answer to that is absolutely, yes, we do. We have early indicators of what happened here, and I will tell you with complete confidence, we have the safest airspace in the world.
Can you add anything?
All I can say is that we have published the 1-800 number. We have family assistance centers set up here in DCA. We do in Wichita as well. I'm not at liberty to give the number of families that have been that have used those services, but we are making that use. We have over 100 team members that are either here or on their way that are specially trained to work with family members, handle travel arrangements, hotel arrangements, incidentals, to make sure that we're taking care of people in any way that they can. As you know, as our teams are hurting and suffering, as our passengers and their families need assistance, we're doing everything we can. I don't have any more information on that right now.
Confident are you that you'll be able to recover all 67 of these bodies, and
I would like to ask anyone here, perhaps the Transportation Secretary or Mr. Eisen, if you know anything about these victims, age ranges, nationalities, anything of that nature.
So the next phase of this operation is going to be led by the NTSB. All of us are working together, though, to search the area and to find the victims. I'm confident that we will do that, and that will take us a little bit of time, though. It may involve some more equipment. As far as the things being collected, I don't have personal knowledge. I know that we have been collecting debris that you would expect to see from a plane.
Anything about the victims?
So the question is about the victims. The NTSB is going to lead that portion of the contact with the victims. I believe American is going to be involved with that as well, and so will the FAA and the Department of Transportation.
Secretary Duffy, we're going to take some questions over here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
First, Secretary Duffy, the flight path that the helicopter was on, is that a common flight path, and is it normal for helicopters to get clearance to cut across busy approach paths?
So I don't know if you all could hear the question. It's a question about the flight path of the helicopter. I don't want to go into too much detail about the information we have from the FAA, but obviously it is not standard to have aircraft collide. I want to be clear on that. But prior to the collision, the flight paths that were being flown from the military and from American, that was not unusual for what happens in the DC airspace. And as this investigation moves forward, we will be able to provide more information to you about the details of that statement.
I wanted to follow up on that question regarding the flight path, because you said it's standard. So can you speak to the conversations with air traffic control? Were there blind spots here?
So the question is, were there blind spots with air traffic control? I don't want to make statements about that. I don't lead into that answer. But again, I think whether it was air traffic control, whether it was military aircraft, helicopters, or the American flight, everything was standard in the lead up to the crash. Now, obviously, something happened here. You'll get more information and more details as this investigation moves forward. We'll learn what happened. But again, those who live in the DC area, we see military helicopters fly up and down the river. It's a standard path that they fly. They're used to aircraft landing at DCA, and there's a procedure in place because this happens every day. Something went wrong here. I look forward to the time and point when we can give you that information, but I don't want to comment on that right now.
We have raised this issue continuously. We've got very busy airspace. I think we will ask questions, but at the appropriate time. We are in this period right now where families are still being notified. We're trying to figure out what happened. There'll be time for those discussions, I think.
Yeah, I'd just say the same thing. We've been pretty plain about our concerns, but it isn't a good time to speculate right now. We have faith that the NTSB will provide the answers about this.
Okay, you 4th here, and I'm going to take 3 in the middle, and then we're going to have to wrap 1, 2, 3 after this young man.
Thank you, appreciate it. Chief, I know again, I can imagine it must be traumatic for the first responders to deal with this. How are they doing right now, and are you all going to be offering any services to help them as they process this?
So thank you for the question. Our first responders are resilient people, but yes, this call will be hard for them. Our peer support teams are already engaged with the responders, and we'll be following up on that to make sure that they're okay. But I think the concern is real.
What kind of communication was there between the helicopter and the tower, the plane and the tower, and the helicopter and the plane?
I don't want to say too much on the communication between the helicopter and the tower and the airline and the tower, but I will say this: there was communication. It was I would say standard communication. So there was not a breakdown, if that's your question, in communication between the military helicopter and the American Airlines flight. There was communication between the aircraft and the tower.
Was the plane aware there was a helicopter in the area?
I would say the helicopter was aware that there was a plane in the area.
So the president, you said yesterday that you called into the briefing room. Has he returned to the briefing room since then? Have you spoken? Also, a question about the National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz. He's saying that there was 30 bodies that have been recovered. That you just said that to the White House. Curious. I know you're in this presser right now, so that's hard for you to update. But I do have a question on poses in the briefing room.
I can do the body.
I'll give you the body first.
So in terms of body recovery, as we recover bodies, we have a process, and we're not counting any bodies until they're in the possession of the medical director. So there may be some fluctuating in numbers that other people would report, but our numbers from the medical examiner.
So just in regard to the president, in the briefing room, I've been with this team for the last hour plus as we've worked through the details of the information we wanted to give you. But it is my understanding that either this morning he was going to be in the Situation Room, or the Situation Room is obviously briefing the president. He has been kept in full appraisal of what is taking place.
Okay, last two, you and you ma'am, first.
You mentioned that the aircraft were on a standard flight pattern. Just curious, when the airport opens at 11 today, will planes be on that flight pattern again, or are they being directed to fly a different way?
Jack, do you want to mention it? Okay.
Well, I mean, safety is paramount, and I don't have that information quite yet from the FAA, so I don't want to provide an information I don't want to provide an answer or inaccurate information on what routes will be flown out of DCA.
Okay, last one.
Two questions really quickly. What do you know about the experience and history of the pilots of both the American Airlines plane and the Army Black Hawk helicopter? And then for Secretary Duffy, last night the president had said that this could have been prevented and questioned why air traffic control didn't tell its helicopter what to do. Is that something that investigators have determined should have happened in this situation?
So do you want to
Quickly, Secretary. Just quickly, I don't have a lot of information to release, but these were experienced pilots. I know that the captain had 6 years with PSA, or almost 6 years with PSA, and the first officer almost 2 years. Again, standard approach, and that's about all I can say. Thank you.
In regard to the military, I don't have information in regard to the experience of the military pilots. I would just note that this was classified as a training mission. Sometimes people could think that a training mission is someone who is inexperienced in the cockpit. We call these missions that are flown in the DC area as our pilots are getting hours in experience training missions. So don't read into that we had how many hours the pilots on the military aircraft had. And you had another question for me that was.
Last night the president had said
Yep.
that this could be prevented, and also that air traffic control, questioning why they may not have communicated with the helicopter, telling them what to do.
We are going to wait for all the information to come in from this vantage point, but to back up what the president said, what I've seen so far, do I think this was preventable? Absolutely.
Thank you.
Is there an acting FAA director?
Thank you, everyone.
News conference there from several of the leaders in the area that are involved in trying to in the search and recovery, trying to figure out exactly what was going on. We heard from the mayor of D.C. We also heard from a lot from U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, talking about on multiple occasions said that the helicopter was in a standard pattern. The American Airlines flight was in a standard flight pattern as well, and it's not unusual for these aircraft to be in the same space. He says it happens all the time. He also talked about how they've located the fuselage of the American Airlines plane. It was in 3 different locations, and it was in waist deep water, so they're still working on that, and NTSB will analyze everything that they find and then try to come up with some answers as to why this happened. And the Chief Donnelly, said he also talked about how they're switching from a rescue to recovery mode.
That's what really stood out to me, you know, because we're talking about human lives here. Yes, this is a breaking, developing news story, but these are real human lives that we are talking about. And that's the part that really stuck out, that coming from the DC fire chief, that this is now turned to a recovery operation. He also gave us a little bit of fluctuation with the number of bodies recovered so far. He says they're counted as they go through the medical examiner's office. So he gave a slightly different number than what we had heard from CBS News. But of course, we know that there will be 67 Unfortunately, 67 bodies that will be recovered at the end of the day here. The Transportation Secretary, something else that stuck out to me, Annie, was he also said that though these aircraft are often in the air together, this was preventable.
Right, and that was my takeaway. What struck me, there were a lot of questions that he took regarding that flight pattern question, because as Wisdom said, it is not unusual. He was reiterating that the helicopter and the American Airlines flight shared that space, but clearly something happened. He also mentioned that they do have early indication of what could have happened. He did not elaborate, but ended with that this could have been preventable, absolutely, and that he has full confidence that we do have the safest airspace in the world, because that is what I think, you know, is going through the minds of Americans at this point is, am I going to be safe next time I board a flight? Because the expectation is when you get on a flight, you're going to end at your destination safely. Yes. So that message was clear from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, and the mayor weighing in on this strong mutual aid agreement and the teams working together, because we learned that the Potomac River, the way that this crash happened, this midair collision, the debris landing on the DC side is now something new for us as well, because we were wondering, you know, the mayor is taking the lead as far as local leaders go and federal and state leaders, but we now understand the reason behind that. But, you know, also what's clear to me is Senator Warner touched on this, that in times of a crisis like this, you sort of shed the layers of all of that, right? I mean, you come together. We know that this country is resilient, and what is amazing to see in times of a crisis is seeing all the local leaders come together with state and federal for one common goal. And
absolutely.
Right. And, you know, thanking the first responders for working tirelessly. We're going now into the 11th hour at this point, working under just dangerous and just terrible conditions with the water temperature and the murky water, the choppy water, all of it. So that was also clear, thanking our first responders.
Another person there sort of out of the realm of emergency personnel and politicians. We also heard from the CEO of American Airlines, Robert Eisen, and just opening up with how heartbroken he was for crew and the passengers. And he also mentioned those aboard the helicopter. And what stuck out to me with that, you know, because it's often we sit here and we complain about all the airlines, this and the prices and all of that, but we see when tragedy hits like this, he talked a lot about the GO team that is on the way here now to this area to make sure that all the families affected, and trust, it's not just these people on board, not just the crew, not just the soldiers, it is all the family that they leave behind, that this GO team will help with everything that they need, from travel arrangements, hotels, and all of that moving. And all of that moving forward. So to hear that from a huge corporation that could just say, you know, we don't know, let's just wait to, no, they're stepping in and they're working right now.
Real quick, I want to jump in on something that Senator Warner and Senator Tim Kaine from Virginia spoke to, because somebody asked this question. I mentioned this earlier. They have long had concerns, and we don't know exactly what happened because the NTSB is in charge of the investigation now, but they both mentioned the concerns that they've had in the past with the traffic at DCA Airport. They talked about that just briefly today, but in the past, both have been talking about the issues that are out there. Can that airport handle the capacity that's coming in and out of it? And I mentioned this earlier about how in May of 2024, American Airlines flight 2134 was cleared for takeoff, at 10:30 in the morning, and then another aircraft had been cleared at that same intersection on a runway. They almost collided, but they called it off in time. And then before that, Southwest Airlines 2937 and JetBlue 1554 nearly collided at the airport as well. And at that point, Senator Warner said, "Hey, we need to get a handle on this and call for an investigation into flight capacity out there." Now, having said all that, this is still an active investigation. They are still trying to figure out exactly what happened. But we heard the transportation secretary say that as far as he knows right now, that everything, nothing was unusual about this. There were he said specifically the communication was good, and that the airplane and the helicopter, it's not unusual to see them kind of sort of in the same space, but the mistake.
Standard path.
Yes,
He says something
standard
went
path.
wrong.
And he did say something, this could have been avoided.
Something went wrong. Did you want to add something? I was just going to say.
Go ahead.
Okay, we're going to take a short break and we'll be back. We're staying on top of this major breaking news.
All right, welcome back. We are continuing to cover our breaking news right now. We want to get out to the airport because that's where Marcella Robertson is right now. She is speaking to Senator Mark Warner from Virginia. Good morning to you, Marcella.
Yeah, good morning to you, Wisdom. Again, you said it there, Virginia Senator Mark Warner joining us live now. We appreciate you taking the time to speak with us. Just want to get your initial reaction, just an incredible tragedy that we're dealing with here.
Absolutely, Marcella. First of all, obviously condolences to all the families who I know have spent the last 12 to 14 hours trying to find out what's happened to their loved ones. And obviously, as we've moved into recovery mode, it's an indication there's probably no survivors. Those of us in the DMV know we got different states, the district, lots of federal jurisdictions. When a tragedy like this happens, everybody responds. It was remarkable. We had first responders from all across the region, as high as even Baltimore County came. And they run towards that kind of danger into these icy waters. And I happened to be coming from the district to my home in Old Town. So we were driving by the airport almost when this happened. And while I didn't see the crash, I was saying I've never seen this many red lights racing. And it was about that point, once I was past the airport, headed to Old Town, that I became aware there was been this crash.
And I mean, you say when you saw those lights, we typically don't see things of this nature. Of really gives you a sense of the gravity of all of this. I mean, what do you make of this really happening in our backyard?
Well, we could see it both on the Virginia side and the Maryland side. And what I think you saw, and then the chief made mention this morning, everybody dropped everything. Police, EMS, fire, they all got here as quickly as possible. And that included also federal resources. We had people going into a very cold Potomac River to go through the recovery mode. Again, I don't think we ever give enough appreciation to those first responders.
This is such a difficult time. I know there's still a lot of questions that need to be answered. What do you say to the family members who are waiting for their loved ones to be recovered? I mean, how do you even wrap your mind around that?
I think what you say is, we're going to find out what happened. These victims deserve that. The families deserve that. But the notion of jumping to some conclusion, less than 12 hours after this tragedy occurred, there'll be a time for that kind of discussion.
And to kind of clarify, I know I asked you about your concerns with the traffic here, busy runways, and I know you said that there will be a time for that later. Can we expect to hear an update from that?
Tim Kaine and I, the whole Virginia delegation, we know how busy National is. We know the level of helicopter traffic, just because we're the nation's capital, that has to be part of the airspace. We expressed those concerns. We're concerned we never got a full vote on that, although I quickly add those new slots or those new flights have not been added yet. But again, there'll be a time for that kind of discussion, but it's obviously not right now.
I want to ask you too, because we heard the Secretary of Transportation say he believes that this was 100% preventable. Your reaction to that?
I don't have any idea how, when we don't have the facts, the NTSB hasn't done their investigation, that people can make those claims. Obviously, I've been a governor, a senator. I've been in this stuff for 25 years. I've never had to come to this doesn't happen very often. Our airspaces are statistically the safest in the world. That doesn't mean much if you're getting the kind of worst news you could ever imagine sometime over these last 12 hours. I just hope that we would all hold off on causation and whether it could be avoided or not. Obviously, something happened here that wasn't appropriate, but let's wait for a minute.
And before we let you go, I do want to ask you too, we don't have a lot of the answers, right? And you have the airport that is getting ready to open back up in just about 3 hours. You have passengers all across the country who are getting ready to go on airplanes, a lot of anxiety, I would imagine. What do you say to those travelers and to reassure them that it is safe?
I would say that we have always had the safest airspace in the world. I know the Airports Authority, the FAA, they're not going to reopen this airport at 11 o'clock this morning unless that we are safe. Again, I want to give a particular shout out as well for the air traffic controllers who have a remarkable record of directing this traffic on a regular basis. They're federal employees. So I have great assurance, but I can completely understand that kind of tension or concern coming after this tragedy.
We really appreciate your time, and I know a lot of the focus right now will be on the family members, first responders who have a difficult task ahead of them. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Appreciate it. There you guys, again, if you're just tuning in, that was Virginia Senator Mark Warner talking about, everything from the first responders to the scope of this tragedy that we're dealing with. Again, we just got an update from officials about an hour ago. We now know that a total of 28 bodies have been recovered out of the Potomac River so far, 27 passengers from that American Airlines flight and 1 soldier from that military helicopter. Still a lot of, unanswered questions here. The airport will reopen this morning here at Reagan National at 11 o'clock this morning, and officials are, telling passengers that it is safe. They would not reopen if it were not. And of course, just the NTSB now taking over this investigation. Unfortunately, this has changed from a rescue mission to a recovery mission with still many more passengers in the water. And the first responders have just such a difficult task ahead of them, both physically and mentally. Guys, back to you.
All right, Marcella Robertson reporting. Thank you very much. We want to continue our coverage right now and get out to Jacqueline Quinn to give us a live update on where things stand from her perspective. Good morning.
Yeah, as you heard there, officials talking about how this is switching over from a rescue operation to a recovery operation at this point. But we're not seeing, the strength and numbers out here diminish, because we're still seeing the response out here. Much of that focus over here towards the water. We're standing as close as we really can get right now to see all of the vehicles and response. That's where the boats have been taking off. The helicopter has been taking off right now. It's actually stationary, parked there at the area. But we had heard from the conference that they have located these two aircrafts out there in the water. That's about 3 miles away from where we're standing. This is just the staging area where all the personnel and the equipment have been coming through, but a very massive response. And I can tell you, again, going over the numbers, that they have recovered the 28 victims, including one of the personnel that was on the military Black Hawk helicopter. So the concentration of personnel, equipment all over out here on the Potomac, and we have seen much of that move in and out of this space. So I'll point out, now that we're seeing daylight, all of the agencies that we're seeing out here, we know that DC Fire is out here, and we have had multiple other agencies, local, Alexandria, as well as the airport fire, and the Park Service as well. All of this to continue looking for those who are still missing. And you've heard about it. The conditions on the water at this time are very hard to navigate, extremely rough, according to the DC Fire Chief. He talked about some areas waist deep water, 18 feet. And then you can see from out here, it's icy, okay? It's very cold this time of the year. It's murky, and it's still moving down there, and that's why these are very extremely rough conditions. Now, it's been really just a lot of work to continue to help find these victims. We've heard about some of the anguish, some of those feelings from loved ones and friends that are waiting to learn more about those passengers that were on board that plane. No names released or yet confirmed at this time, though we did hear, at least through the U.S. Figure Skating Organization, that they have confirmed there were members of their organization on board. I'll go briefly over their statement. They talked about our skating community were sadly aboard American Airlines Flight 5342, which collided with a helicopter yesterday evening in Washington, D.C. These athletes, coaches, and family members were returning home from the National Development Camp held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in Wichita, Kansas. They're devastated by this unspeakable tragedy and hold the victims' families closely in their hearts. As we mentioned, of course, multiple agencies are aware, as well as the president. He's issued a statement on this, and people still learning about this are now concerned. Perhaps they haven't been able to get in touch with a loved one or a family friend member, and there is a number to find more information on this, and I'll share that with you right now. That's 1-800-679-8215. Again, 1-800-679-8215. Again, now this is turning over to the NTSB. They're investigating, but they have been here on the scene since this has happened. People wanting to know, or the question is, what happened here? Why was perhaps this military helicopter flying so low? All these things will be stuff that the NTSB will have to be looking at. And the latest, as you heard, they're going to try to open up the airport back at 11 today. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
Alrighty, Jacqueline Quinn reporting live for us at 8:25. We have certainly learned quite a bit of new information, especially from that last press conference or news conference that took place with multiple local leaders. You had state, federal leaders, congressmen, senators weighing in on it. But we will have more for you. Stick with us as this breaking situation continues to develop. We'll be right back.
Welcome back into our special coverage. In that news conference, we saw so many different jurisdictions come together and politicians front and center from Virginia, including Congressman Don Beyer.
And Marcella Robertson standing by live at Reagan National Airport this morning. And Marcella, we understand that you have Congressman Beyer with you.
Situation that we're dealing with here?
Well, the first thing, Marcel, is just enormous grief at this tragedy. You know, as the local congressman, we want to make all of our office resources available to the families. We don't know yet how many are from the DMV, how many from Wichita, other places, but we do know that we need to be there for them.
And what is your message to those families who are dealing with a very difficult time right now?
I mean, the only thing we can do is just reach out with our own sense of heartbreak and tragedy and comfort, and then promise them that down the road, after the NTSB investigation, that we will do everything we possibly can at the federal level to make sure that the airport is safe.
I want to ask you, because there are still so many unanswered questions here. Still, you know, first responders have a tough day ahead of them. I want to ask you what you would say to other passengers, right? Because this airport is going to reopen in a couple of hours. What do you say to reassure them that this is safe?
Well, if you look back, the last major accident like this was 2009, so 16 years ago. And over that time, I think it's 5 billion Americans have flown on airplanes without a casualty, commercial airplanes. So the odds are much greater that most of the things we do in our day-to-day life are more dangerous than flying on an airplane. But that doesn't mean we're not going to get the every 16-year tragedy because somebody made a mistake someplace. Our job will be to make sure that that same mistake is never made again.
And when we talk about that, I mean, I know it is hard to say, and that investigation is in its very early stages, but how much of a change in aviation do you expect to see because of this? I mean, this is really something that we haven't seen in quite a while.
I don't know whether it'll be a change in aviation. It's more likely to be a change in how we manage the traffic around this airport. We know this is an airport that flew 25 million passengers last year. It was designed for 14 million. But it's also complicated by the fact that this is the nation's capital. We have the president, the Congress, the Pentagon. And so you have all this military air traffic going up and down the river. Finding ways to do that safely it's been safe for a long time, but we've got to make sure that this kind of breakdown doesn't happen again.
And I want to ask you too, I mean, we're overlooking the water here. The first responders, they have been out all night. It is cold, icy waters. Such a huge response from all kinds of jurisdictions. What are your thoughts about them?
Well, first of all, it's really encouraging. I know the fire station here at the airport, which is right on the water, responded in minutes. And then you had everybody from the Coast Guard, D.C., Maryland, lots of Arlington and the airport. It was wonderful to see so many different resources from so many different jurisdictions come together to support this effort. Right now, the FBI has taken over to find the remaining bodies and to get all the information from the crash. It is nice to know that we can work together at a time of crisis.
And I know, speaking to Senator Kaine, Senator Warner as well, I know it is still early. I know that there's a time and place for everything, but there have been concerns about the traffic at this airport. What can we expect to see on a federal level, on Capitol Hill in the future when we do get answers as far as this investigation is concerned?
Well, with Mark Warner, Tim Kaine, and I and others, we fought really hard to limit the traffic coming in and out of the airport. We don't know that was the cause of this yet, but we do know, big picture, we need to make sure that we're moving as much traffic as we can to the airports that can handle it.
Congressman, thank you so much. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcel.
Again, just a really somber morning here at Reagan National. It is 8:30. That airport is expected to open back up here to passengers at 11 o'clock. We know at this point 28 bodies have been recovered from the Potomac because of this mid-air collision. 27 passengers from the plane, 1 soldier from that military helicopter, and certainly first responders out there. They have been at it for hours. Difficult conditions. It is cold, it is icy, it is windy, and this has now turned from a rescue mission to a recovery operation, which is certainly not what the family members who have been waiting for answers here want to hear, but that is the unfortunate situation that we are in right now. Very sensitive situation, and our thoughts certainly go out to them as we continue to see this develop. I do also want to mention that an official was asked how confident they are that they would recover all of the bodies, and they said that is their goal. They are confident that everyone will eventually be reunited with their family members. Obviously not the outcome that everyone wanted to see, but they are confident in this recovery mission. Back to you.
Marcella, I've got to ask, we've been saying that the airport reopens at 11, and we know you got to get there a little bit ahead of time to make those flights. I couldn't help but notice the people behind you looking like they're just pulling some luggage. It looks like that airport is slowly coming back to life behind you there. Have you noticed that as well?
Yeah, it's actually just a lot of media, right? We've all got carts, some of the speakers, the podium that was actually brought in. So we're here in Terminal 1. So we have not seen, as far as we're concerned, any passengers actually in the airport. A couple that were stranded before, but as far as new passengers looking to catch their flights, we have not seen that just yet. But we'll certainly keep you updated.
Not opened up to that extent yet.
Yeah, and Marcella, before we let you go, you also spoke to Senator Warner, Virginia Senator Warner, and what he said really struck us because during the press conference, we heard from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy with a very clear message that this could have been preventable. And he said that with confidence. He even went to say, I have full confidence that we have the safest airspace in the world. So he really doubled down on that message. But then when you spoke to Senator Warner, it seemed like there was a differing of thoughts there. Can you elaborate on what Senator Warner shared with you?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, it's important to say when I asked him that, what he thought about those comments, that I think, officials here, many of them really just want this investigation to play out, right? Of course, this is a very sensitive issue. You have family members that are waiting for answers. They have family members that are waiting for their loved ones to be recovered. So I think they want to be respectful of that and let the NTSB do their investigation, do their due diligence before any kind of statements like that are made. And I think once that information is out and available, then we can certainly see, what steps will be taken on a federal level. But I think that is a sense that I got from Senator Warner, that just want to wait until all the facts are in front of him.
All right, Marcella Robertson reporting from Reagan National this morning. Just a heartbreak beyond measure at this point.
Yeah.
Just unimaginable to think that it was so close earlier. It had just gone on flight where that's what we go on. We're picking somebody up. We want to know if that flight's on time. Are they delayed a little bit? And to see the time when this incident came in and at the time that it was supposed to land, just a few minutes after 9 p.m., it just adds to that heartbreak for me as people were there waiting.
Right,
we know
they
that
were right there. The
they
plane
were
was
right there. We know that family was ushered into a room, and just to imagine the emotions in that room of uncertainty, probably a lot of hope, but now just to know that this mission has changed now to a recovery mission, it's just heartbreaking.
Right.
It's just heartbreaking.
Right. All right, 8:36 is the time right now. We know it's been dangerously cold this month, and the Potomac River was frozen just as recently as last week. Jonathan joins us now to walk us through the conditions that victims and emergency response crews are dealing with right now. And Jonathan, we know you're not a professional diver, but you do have some experience when it comes to scuba diving.
Yeah, I am certified. I'm actually a what we call a PADI recreationally certified diver, so I'm certified to go down about 40 feet. Of course, I would never dive in anything like these professionals are right now, all those folks that are involved in the recovery efforts. But I do know that compared to some of the diving suits that I would wear for diving, I mean, these folks are fully covered up. Now, also I know that it can get dangerous when you can't see ahead of you, when you have very low visibility. These things, like we have a shipping channel, the Anacostia shipping channel here, some shallow kind of muddy waters, makes things dangerous. You can't really see so much what's ahead of you. And of course, it makes it very difficult, to expedite the recovery effort. And then on top of that, on top of currents, we're dealing with very, very cold water temperatures. The Potomac River buoy that's nearest to the site here, nearest Reagan National Airport, water temperature now at 36. That becomes hypothermic in about 15 to 30 minutes and even fatal in about an hour or so's time. Buzzard Point not too far away at about 42 degrees in the water there. Now in the air, temperatures aren't much different. It's 38. Take a look down DCA Way. The winds have calmed down, so that's the wonderful news about the at least weather aspect of this. Yesterday, when this collision happened, winds were at about 26 miles an hour. All those skies were clear, visibility unlimited, but now the winds have died down, so that will especially help those folks involved in the recovery effort. Just to give you an example of what these folks are probably wearing as they're going into the water, remember, this is guidance for water less than 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Our water temperatures, they're about 10 to 15 degrees colder. So it is dangerous to be in there for any extended period of time. So we're talking dry suits here, keeps a diver going in totally dry. It's waterproof in the zipper, and also tight seals around the wrists and the neck. This is not like tropical diving gear here. You've got gloves, caps, socks, boots, shoes. So they are fully clothed and dressed here as they are going into the water. But again, still very treacherous conditions in these midwinter frigid, especially after this big cold blast conditions that we've been dealing with as of late.
All righty, Jonathan, thank you so much for that insight. We appreciate it. Right now, though, we want to get over to Lindsay Nance to go over the traffic workarounds that this huge recovery effort is causing.
That's right, Allison. I've been tracking these road closures for you, going on about 5 or 6 hours now, as we are starting to see that traffic impact around Arlington. So a heads up, if you live or work pretty close by to Reagan National Airport, DCA, we do have a lot of adjacent roadways still completely closed down, and I do believe these will remain closed until at least a little bit closer towards 11 a.m. when we are expecting Reagan National Airport to reopen. In the meantime, we have all of those ramps from GW Parkway to Reagan National completely closed, as well as Route 1, that's Richmond Highway, closed at the Airport Access Road. The Airport Access Road itself is, of course, also closed down. And then closer towards those recovery efforts, we have a lot of closures in Southwest. That's going to be Potomac Avenue from 2nd Street all the way to South Capitol Street. And then we have 2nd, 1st, and Half Street completely closed from Q Street to V Street, and then V Street itself also closed down. So really, if I were you, I would avoid this area around Audi Field for as long as you possibly can. If you have to head into downtown DC, we do have South Capitol Street open, as well as P Street a few miles north of where that active closure is in place.
All righty, Lindsay, thank you so much. Please stick with us. We continue to follow this developing breaking situation, this mid-air collision over the Potomac River involving 2 aircraft. It continues after the break.
8:43 is the time right now. If you're just joining us, we are following some major breaking news out at Reagan National Airport. An American Airlines passenger jet with 64 people on board from Wichita, Kansas, collided mid-air with an Army Black Hawk helicopter while attempting to land at Reagan National Airport. Randy Ayala joins us now live from Haines Point with an update on where search efforts stand right now.
Yeah, good morning to you, Wisdom. So we've had to move. We're now on the opposite side of the Potomac River here from the site of that crash. Still have the icy Potomac, though, behind me here. We're continuing to dissect new information coming to us from officials now. We now know that both aircrafts have been located in the river, the American Airlines plane and that military helicopter. Sadly, no survivors expected from this accident. So it's being moved to a search and recovery effort now. No longer a search and rescue mission. So far, 27 people have been recovered from the plane and one person from that military helicopter. But we know that crews will continue those efforts as the day gets going. We know at one point 300 rescuers were searching the Potomac, and they had some really hard conditions that they were dealing with here. Extremely cold water temps, poor visibility. Now, though, that the sun is up, hoping that'll be some advantage. About 1 hour ago, we heard from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, who's only had the job a couple of days, about the recovery efforts currently underway.
We have located the two aircrafts. The fuselage of the American Airlines plane was inverted. It's been located in 3 different sections. It's in about waist deep water, so that recovery is going to go on today as that recovery takes place of the fuselage of the aircraft. NTSB is going to start to analyze that aircraft, partner with the FAA with all of the information we have to get the best results possible for the American people.
Yeah, so we know that those recovery efforts will continue throughout the day. 2 more people needing to be recovered from that helicopter, dozens more from that plane. So we'll continue to follow what comes out of this. But again, this is the latest from Haines Point. I'll send it back to you.
Randy, thank you very much. As we try to just unpack all the layers that are involved in this just horrible tragedy, we are trying to find voices that can really lend just some real weight to what we're talking about here. People who understand what it's like to be in the cockpit or be around aviation. And we're happy to be joined right now by John Gagliano. He is an aviation attorney and also a pilot, to walk us through what might have happened here. Good morning, John.
Good morning.
Good morning. What can you tell us when you saw this come in last night? What went through your head from your vantage point as a pilot and as a pilot?
Yeah, there are sophisticated anti-collision technologies on these aircraft called TCAS. And so the first thought in my head was, why didn't TCAS prevent that? And as you kind of go through it, TCAS does not work close to the ground. There's something called a TCAS inhibit, and because there's a lot of traffic near airports, air traffic and airplane traffic, that function does not work below 1,000 feet.
So would that have been both on that helicopter? Does a military aircraft, does that follow different rules as far as commercial aircraft here? We're told they were in communication with each other, is what we had heard from the Transportation Secretary, but can you speak to that?
Well, they all follow the same rules, and those are federal aviation's regulations, and they also follow the same commands from the same air traffic controllers. And so the military does talk to civilian FAA controllers. There's not a separate military control system in the national airspace of the country.
Okay. And John, when you hear from the American Airlines CEO, Robert Isom, say, you know, we don't know why the military aircraft came into the path of the PSA aircraft, what is going through your mind with your expertise and your in-depth knowledge?
Well, the military aircraft is supposed to hug the east bank of the river, and they're supposed to operate at a different altitude and in a different airspace than the arrivals into Reagan. And the airlines, and they're also operating on not a strictly defined path in the sky via instruments, right? They're looking at the bank, they're operating visually in the helicopter, and in the American flight, they're operating on GPS guidance to the runway. So there is a very strict and defined approach criteria into Reagan on where that aircraft needs to be, and if it's not in the right place at the right time, and I'm talking about the American aircraft, then it needs to get out of the way and go around. The military helicopter has a little bit more leeway in where it can operate. Now, everyone is supposed to be visually separated, and the Black Hawk reported that it did see the American flight, but I'm convinced that there's no way that Black Hawk saw the American flight, or they saw something they thought was the American flight, but they didn't actually see it.
And John, you mentioned about the visual. At nighttime flying, when you're flying as a pilot, I want your pilot perspective on this. At nighttime when you're flying, if you see these big lights in the sky, obviously it's something that's in your path. And you said that, if I'm understanding you correctly, they did the visual inspection, but something clearly went wrong here, where they ended up, colliding into each other?
Well, the air traffic controller instructed the Army helicopter about where the American flight was and required him to see it and avoid it. And the military helicopter said that he saw the American flight, but clearly he didn't avoid it. That leads me to believe that he did not see the flight, but he saw something else that he thought was the American flight. The skyline at D.C. is really bright with all different kinds of colors, red and white and blue, as you know, and all other kinds of colors, and it can be confusing depending on where you're looking, what altitude you are. I'm convinced at this point that the Army helicopter, when he said to the FAA controller that he saw the flight, that he didn't actually see this flight.
Before we let you go, John, the path forward, we've heard from the people at the news conference that will be covered by the NTSB. We know the fuselage has been located. In 10 seconds, can you just let us know what happens next?
Yeah. Look, there's sorrow, obviously. There's thanks, and there's inquiry. So there's sorrow for the loss of life, and to the families, there's thanks for the first responders, and there's inquiry into the NTSB investigation. Obviously, lawmakers are going to look at this, and there's going to be findings and hopefully solutions.
John Gagliano, aviation attorney and pilot, thank you so much. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
We are continuing our coverage this morning, and so we want to get out live right now to Jacqueline Quinn. She has an update for us. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So we know that, we've heard that this operation is switching from rescue to recovery, and we're really not seeing really a downscale of the operations out here where we're standing. But they did talk about how they found the 2 aircrafts, that plane, in 3 sections out there. But as far as the operations out here, again, numerous agencies still out here. We know that there's a tent closer to the water, and when we were standing out there, I'll step out of the way, where you can see the helicopter. This is where the DC Police Department has their air support. Right now, that helicopter on the ground, but there have been multiple in the air. There's also been numerous boats that have traveled back and forth through this area carrying likely supplies, divers at one point or another, and then there's just medical tents out here, numerous other fire department engines out here still standing by. So a very massive response to talk about out here as they continue to look for those who are still missing. This last update, we have 28 victims that have been recovered, including one of the people on the military Black Hawk. So the concentration for the personnel, they're staging here, and this is about 3 miles away from the crash site, which was near Reagan Airport. But again, people are still looking for those who are missing. So at this point, I'll tell you, there are multiple agencies from local, nearby, federal, state agencies, including the airport, fire department, DC Fire, DC Police, Alexandria Fire, the Park Service, so many others from nearby, about 300 responders at one point. But right now, they're looking for those who are missing because they found the 28 bodies that have been recovered, including one from the Black Hawk helicopter. But it is just quick work right now, especially in these conditions. As you know, it is very cold, frigid, icy, murky, and we have numerous resources out there. U.S. Figure Skating organization has confirmed that they're one of the organizations that know that they have their members that were on board that plane. They didn't identify. There are no names that are released at this point because the work here is still ongoing. So we're going to continue to stay out here and try to learn more details about potentially some of these victims. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Jacqueline Quinn reporting. Thank you very much. We'll be right back.
9 o'clock, we are staying on top of breaking news near Reagan National Airport. Right now, a recovery mission continues after an American Airlines plane heading from Wichita, Kansas, collided midair with an Army Black Hawk helicopter and crashed again midair into the Potomac River.
And we do have video of that moment that midair collision happened. But of course, we're talking about the life of loss in a very tragic way. So we do want to warn you that the video you might find incredibly difficult to watch. If you choose to, here it is. This is courtesy of EarthCam. You can see the moment here. You see a flight going, the flight that's coming in, that's another plane. You're about to see the collision here between the Black Hawk helicopter and that American Airlines flight. You saw that fireball and then the what's left of the helicopter and the airplane sort of slam right into the Potomac River below, about 300 feet below. This is a live look at the scene right now. More than a dozen agencies are helping out. They've been out there for about 12 hours now. Less than 2 hours ago, we learned that officials do not believe that there are any survivors. This is now a recovery mission. 28 bodies have been pulled from the water so far. 67 total people were involved in this crash midair collision, and that includes 60 passengers and 4 crew members on the American Airlines flight, and then 3 soldiers aboard the military Black Hawk helicopter.
All right, we are continuing our team coverage on the helicopter and plane collision near Reagan National Airport. We want to bring in Jess Arnold now for some more context on about what happened. Good morning, Jess.
Good morning. Yeah, you know, I was listening into that 7:30 presser as we're getting ready here for the Wichita presser, of course, where we'll hear more over there. We were waiting to hear, of course, for American Airlines CEO. Isam, and he was able to talk at the presser a bit about what they've been doing to mobilize their crews. We shared a little bit about his overnight statement, but he shared that they do have on-the-ground teams. They have their GO team. They have specialists in dealing with these families, you know, who are now suffering this unimaginable loss. So he said they have some of those stationed both at DCA as well as stationed in Wichita. So hopefully we'll hear a little bit more about those teams in Wichita at this presser, which should be starting here any minute. Again, that other one wrapped up about an hour ago. Now, in addition to him, we heard from the Transportation Secretary as well as, you know, the American Airlines CEO talk about the flight paths here. They both said they appeared to be standard flight paths, obviously, until that moment when this collision happened. So they're still investigating, of course, what exactly caused that. American Airlines said that their focus is on these families as well as their crew members. They're supporting PSA, which was that subsidiary that is. And now we're going to send it out to Wichita for that press conference.
I want to first thank also the first responders in Washington, D.C., who have worked tirelessly throughout the night. And at this time, we have been told that there are no survivors. We mourn with all those who have been impacted. This is a terrible tragedy that will unite those in Washington, D.C. and Wichita, Kansas forever. As we know, an American Airlines jet carrying 64 people plunged into the Potomac River after colliding in midair with an Army helicopter on Wednesday night. We're hearing recovery teams in Washington, D.C. had pulled more than 24 bodies from the icy waters. We do not know yet final confirmation on all of the individuals who were on that flight. And of course, we will share that information, but not before families have been first contacted. Congressman Ron Estes is here with us this morning, and I would like to invite him to say a few words.
Well, thank you, Mayor Wu, and thank you for all of the city council members for holding this press conference to help share this information. This is such a tragic day for our community. So many of us will be touched by people that we know directly or indirectly that were victims of this tragic tragedy that happened. You know, overnight I was in contact with the White House Situation Room, getting updates as they were going through the process. I spoke last night with the chairwoman of the National Transportation Safety Board as well. And at that point in time, their investigation was they were getting prepared for that. But they were waiting for the search and rescue efforts to conclude before they started that investigation. So I know this is going to be a tragedy that touches our community. We have such a steep history of being involved in aviation, and being a close-knit community like we are, it's going to have consequences for years to come. I do want to make a general comment about air safety in general. I mean, we have the safest skies in any country in the world. And when a tragic incident like this happens, obviously we want to do the investigation, which will take days and weeks to go through that process, and to make sure that we can prevent accidents like this from happening in the future. And so I appreciate all of the updates we'll have this morning. I know there will be more coming out, both from here in Wichita as well as in D.C. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Congressman. We also have a representative for Senator Jerry Moran, who will share a statement as well.
Mayor, thank you. I'm Mike Zammerslow with United States Senator Jerry Moran's office. The senator asked me to share the following statement on his behalf. Wichita is located in the heart of our nation, and today we are grieving. I received confirmation this morning that no one survived the crash of American Airlines Flight 5342. This is a sad day for Kansans and our nation as we awaken this morning to this tragic news. My heart grieves for the lives that were lost and their loved ones, who are now learning that their friend or family member was among those who perished. There will be much to learn and to do in the coming days in the wake of this tragedy. But today, please join me in praying for Kansas. May God comfort those who are mourning. Mayor, thank you.
I would like to now ask our Airports Director, Jesse Romo, to provide some updates. And again, a lot of the details are still waiting for confirmation. And so we ask that Jesse give us the latest that we have confirmed.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Jesse Romo, Director of Airports, Wichita Airport Authority. I don't have a lot of official information to share. We will get that directly from NTSB. American Airlines will be providing the official updates and information. They do have a newsroom that you can go to online. The website is aa.com/newsroom. There is also an 800 number to utilize for the friends and family members of the people aboard the flight, 1-800-679-8215. I will say that airport staff did activate our family incident support team last night. And so if family members did show up to the terminal to have additional information, even for support, we were there with them, with our team of volunteers, along with other airline staff and representatives. The airport remains open. There is air traffic continuing. Right now, we do have fog, so I would ask everybody to please drive safe as you're headed to the airport or are traveling today, and keep up with your airline for additional information. And right now, that's all I have. Thank you.
I would like to say that Director Jesse Romo, City Manager Bob Layton, and several council members were at the airport last night as the care team got activated. I also learned from American Airlines this morning that additional care team members have come to Wichita and will be providing support for families as well as crew members. I am in direct contact with American Airlines to find out the confirmed information to provide to all of you. But I want to reiterate that any information should go to their hotline, especially for families. And that number that Jesse said already, but I will remind everyone to use again, is 1-800-679-8215. In addition, this afternoon at high noon, the Wichita City Council, in contact with the Greater Wichita Ministerial League and multiple faith leaders in Wichita, will be coming together for a community-wide prayer. And we ask that anyone who would like to join us to come to City Hall here in downtown Wichita for that community prayer. All are welcome. At this time, our community needs to come together to support the family members who have been impacted, to come together in honor of those individuals on that flight. And as a council, we will lead in bringing this community together to pray for our community, but also move our community to know that there are resources. And as a city, we will have additional resources, especially for staff who have been impacted. And I am again grieving with everyone in our community and those in Washington, D.C. due to this very tragic incident that happened. We will take a few questions at this time.
Do you know how many of the passengers are Wichita residents versus traveling back home to D.C. or somewhere else?
At this time, we don't have that information, and I know that we don't have the manifest at this moment.
Have you spoken with any family or friends of members or people in the plane?
The care team was activated last night, and one family was there. And I want to say thank you to our local media partners who were respectful here in Wichita. That says a lot about our community. The care team was there to provide comfort for that family, and the council members were also there to provide comfort for them. But at this time, that is all we have in regards to family members.
Do you know how many families did show up last night?
Only one.
Was everything normal at the beginning of this flight taking off from Wichita?
Say that again.
Was the flight normal taking off?
I will have Jesse.
Yes, to our knowledge, everything occurred as normal, so there was no abnormality to the operation.
Will this flight continue as normal tonight? Or is this flight on hold? Any changes at all?
I know Reagan National was shut down for a while. They have plans to reopen the airport, and I haven't heard yet when exactly they're going to open it. And I haven't heard specifically for this flight, but if we do have additional information, that will come from American as well. And so if folks are looking to fly on that route, just need to continue to check with American Airlines.
Jesse, how many seats were on the plane on the 700? Was that 75, or do you know what it was configured to?
Yeah, well, good word. The configuration depends, for each aircraft, but it is approximately about 75 seats normally, and I would have to get specifics on that aircraft, but I do have that at this time.
Has there been any contact with Bombardier, especially with this being their plane?
No.
Do you know where they are in the process of contacting all the families?
We do not, and most of this incident occurred at DC and is being managed by the local partners and federal agencies that are responding in the DC area. But as was asked earlier, the manifest will be managed by American Airlines, and that information will be disseminated through their official sources as well as NTSB.
I know you said the flight was operating just fine. Was it delayed or was it running late at any point during takeoff?
I don't believe so. I don't have that information, but I can look into that.
Can you tell us anything about figure skaters, obviously, that were on the flight? You just hosted the U.S. National Championships. On social media, a lot of figure skaters coming out, just hoping for the best. Anything.
I understand that some of that information is out there on social media or through other media outlets, but it's not information that we can share at this time.
Mayor, can you talk about, we've heard from a few folks about how big this last weekend was with the U.S. Figure Skating Championship being held here in Wichita, and all of these young Olympic hopefuls, which would have grazed our living room in the future. Can you talk about just how big of an event this past weekend was and what it meant for the city to have these young skaters here in town?
It was truly an honor to have future Olympians and those who are at the highest competition level of figure skating right here in the Air Capital. We were so excited to have the opportunity to host the national championship. And even yesterday, I had folks tell me how wonderful these last few days have been with additional individuals that came into our community, whether to watch or to participate. So our community was really excited and thankful that everything went well with the championship. And so right now, we're just waiting for more information from U.S. Figure Skating that we can release. But right now, we're just hoping and praying again.
How do family and friends of folks on the plane get in touch with you all? I know there's a phone number for American, but if they want to connect with the local care team and they don't want to go to the airport, how do they do that?
They can reach out to the airport administration building.
Their phone number or anything?
I'm going to look that up because all of a sudden sleep deprivation kicked in and my mind went blank on the phone number, but let me respond back to you in just a second.
Should affected families be coming to the airport, or are you urging them to stay at home? What should they do?
Everyone responds to a tragic incident a little differently, and so if they do feel that they would be more comfortable in the terminal or coming out there to the airport, we're ready to help support them in any way we can. But there isn't any more information that we can share that they're already being shared with directly by the airline, and so they may want to stay at home as well.
Jesse, would you mind repeating this into the microphone? But that number that families can call is 316
946
4700.
4700 is the airport administration building.
Have city and Kansas State leaders been in contact with the U.S. Army about the helicopter? Can you speak about that a little bit?
Not about the helicopter. I have been in contact with several of our federal legislators who, again, are sending their condolences, but this was very early. That was yesterday or last night. In regards to any additional investigation, I don't have any.
Last evening, Senator Moran was in contact with the U.S. Department of Defense officials regarding your question, but also NTSB leadership, the CEO of American Airlines, and U.S. Department of Transportation leadership as well.
How closely will you all, Representative Estes and Senator Moran, work with the NTSB and the FAA to kind of stay abreast of getting to the bottom of what happened?
Well, obviously, there's a lot of information to gather around this process in terms of the flight plans and the incidents of what's happened, as well as what they discover through the recovery efforts. It's going to take some time, I know, for NTSB and the investigation team to go through that process, and so there'll be probably some slow release of information as they discover it and work through that. And I know that's frustrating for all of us to actually wait and not have the answers at our fingertips. Obviously, we're reaching out from our office, and both of the senators were in D.C. at the press conference last night, working through that as well. As I mentioned, I spoke last night with the chairwoman of the National Transportation Safety Board, and so she's got a team there at DCA and working together that information. So we'll keep in constant contact as we try to go through that.
Congressman, I assume you've been on this flight several times in the last year. Does it give you pause in terms of the amount of traffic? I know there's a lot of talk this morning about the amount of air traffic around Reagan National. Does this give you pause about that situation and how that's managed right now?
No, this particular flight's been in process for over a year, in use for over a year now. Obviously, it's important for us as a community to have connections, have a direct flight, particularly one of the most commonly routes that's traveled to in Washington, D.C. Obviously, with the Reagan Airport situated there on a river right across from Washington, D.C., there are some twists and turns that pilots and planes have to make as they're coming in and out of that airport. So it does require skill of the pilot to work through that. I don't have any hesitation. I know the major runway there at Washington Reagan is I think it's the busiest in the country for any one runway. The flight last night was on the secondary runway through that process, which is a little bit shorter, which is more appropriate for a plane the size of the CRJ that was flying in there. So it's there's always going to be that process as whether they're coming from the south as it was last night or on the approach from the north. But I wouldn't hesitate to continue to fly in and out of Washington Reagan Airport, and including on this particular flight and with this particular plane.
When can we expect more information on how many people on the flight were from Wichita? How many were figure skaters?
And that's one of the frustrating things, I think, as we try to gather all this information. Obviously, there's a lot of concern about how families are going to grieve and find out, in some cases, find out the information. I know a lot of us in the community, myself and others, have been reached out by lots of friends around finding out whether we were on the plane or whether we knew of people that were on the plane through that process. I do know there's a time where we need to make sure that the families get the opportunity to be notified and the next of kin being allowed to know and being able to go through that process before we make that information public. So even though I'd like to be able to know that and know some of those answers to some of those questions, like how many people were from Wichita, how many people were from the Washington, D.C. area, it just unfortunately takes a little bit of time to gather all of that and make sure that the process is followed.
And who's in charge of notifying families?
As far as the notification, this morning, the Secretary of Transportation Duffy in the press conference in Washington, D.C. said that a lot of that notification is going to transition to NTSB and FAA, as well as working with American Airlines and going through that process.
Congressman, you talked about how air travel is so safe. What would you say to people who have a little pause, of taking flights right now anywhere?
Yeah, I think when you look at overall track record in terms of how safe within the United States air traffic is, I think it's been 16 plus years since there's been a commercial airplane incident in the country, and you obviously look at the number of miles and number of passengers flown versus other modes of transportation. I still feel confident that we have strong safety measures in our air traffic system, and obviously we want to make sure that if there are any areas that need to be improved, we work on those, and if there's something to be learned out of this lesson in terms of something that happened in this particular instance, that we'll take that lesson and move forward. Thank you.
The Federal Transportation Secretary called the incident absolutely preventable. Do you agree with that?
I'm sorry, say what?
The Federal Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, called the incident preventable this morning. Do you agree with that assessment?
I believe he has some more information than I do in terms of some of those details. Obviously, when we look at what we've been able to see so far, we've kind of conceded some of the flight path of the Flight 5342, as well as the flight path of the helicopter. What I haven't heard yet is all of the traffic between the air traffic control system and both the helicopter as well as the airplane. He may have access to some information that I don't have. Obviously, we want to make sure that there aren't incidents like this ever in the country. So we want to make sure that we put in procedures that work to make sure that we do prevent that.
Thank you again, Congressman. On behalf of the Wichita City Council again, it was just a year ago that we started this flight. I was actually there alongside Councilmember Glasscock and Councilmember Johnson. It was January 8th, 2024. The first flight included Congressman Estes and Senator Moran, who took that first flight from Wichita to Washington, D.C. We were very honored to have gotten that flight and continue to advocate for those nonstop flights out of our community. So again, this is a true tragedy and one that this council and myself want all of our community members to know that our hearts are heavy. They're also grieving, and we will provide the support that we can to those who have been affected. I want to say thank you, though, to several people who showed up last night and prayed over this council and those who are grieving. Pastor Bob Beckler, Pastor Ben Staley, and Rabbi Greenberg, who also showed up last night. I also want to thank the care team that is continuing to be at the airport there for families affected, as well as crew members affected and staff members affected. And I want to say thank you to City Manager Layton and his staff for gathering us all this morning and allowing us to also have a community-wide prayer in the council chambers here at City Hall at noon. Again, we will continue to keep the community updated as we have confirmed information. And we invite all of you to come to the community-wide prayer, and we welcome anyone to join us. Tragedies like this remind us that we are one community. Whether a Wichitan, a Kansan, or an American, we are one community. And in times of struggle, we do come together in grief and sadness to lift one another. Wichita is stronger because we are together. Once again, we offer our deepest condolences to all the individuals whose lives were lost and to the families who are grieving. Thank you.
Yeah, so we got to hear there from Wichita Mayor Lily Wu, of course, starting out just expressing their devastation and expressing their condolences. And she even got choked up at the start of this, just thinking about this unimaginable tragedy. So I want you to hear from her again.
We mourn with all those who have been impacted. This is a terrible tragedy that will unite those in Washington, D.C., and Wichita, Kansas forever.
Absolutely, it will. Both communities are thinking of the other this morning. We're still working to get more information on how many of those passengers might have been from Wichita, how many from this area. There are care teams set up at both airports, both by the airports as well as American Airlines, who is the lead on this. The Wichita mayor did say direct any questions to that American Airlines helpline, which I want to read for you one more time, 1-800-679-8215. Of course, it's the early stages of this investigation. They don't want to release anything before the families are notified. So we'll have to update you throughout the day, guys.
All right. Jess, thank you.
Yeah. Jess, thanks. Okay, we want to turn our attention now to our next phone interview here. We've got Dr. Alan Deal, a former NTSB investigator, joining us right now. Dr. Deal, can you hear us? It's Annie, Allison, and Wisdom.
Yes.
Okay,
I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Thanks
Thank
for
you so
having me.
much. Yes, we're really leaning into your expertise here as we continue to learn more about this mid-air collision. Walk us through sort of that standard procedure from the NTSB investigative perspective when a mid-air collision occurs.
Well, obviously, the safety board's going to have a team there right as we speak. I'm sure they're there, and they're deferring to the rescue and recovery people at this point in time. But I'm sure they're already also looking at the air traffic control audio tapes as well as the radar tapes, and they will be, as you know, they conduct autopsies on the crew members, and probably the most critical autopsy will be on the Army aviators to try to find out which, either the pilot or co-pilot was flying the aircraft. There's a way you can do that by, frankly, looking at the thumbs of those pilots. The thumb tends to be broken if you're holding onto the control stick at impact. So it's, it's kind of a grisly business, but it's necessary so they can figure out what they could see from outside the cockpit. You understand, the Black Hawk has good forward visibility, but there are structures that block your view of the outside, and that'll be critical because I noticed in the videos there was a third airplane that was in the area, and reportedly they were told to pass behind the American jet, and if they mistook the third airplane for the American jet, it may go a long way to explaining this, but that's what the NTSB will do. They're very meticulous. They'll start looking at the data I mentioned and expand it from there. They'll look at the procedures of the controllers and the pilots, as well as the airspace. It's very restricted. I've flown in and out of that airport, as a matter of fact, as a pilot, and you really have to be on your game to get in and out of there because there's so much traffic and so little extra airspace. You've got all kinds of restricted areas, and the controllers are very busy.
Clearly, so many layers, and we're only in this infancy stage. You mentioned meticulous investigation. So, I think we heard from earlier today the Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy weighing in and saying that early indication, they have a sense of what could have happened here. But how long do these types of investigations generally take?
Well, by international law, the NTSB has to release an initial report in 30 days. But to be honest, it'll probably go on for weeks and months beyond that. Typically, it's a year or two before the final so-called board report comes out. But we'll know a lot more in the ensuing days and weeks. And like I said, in 30 days, the NTSB will issue a report. And of course, you understand this is a no-fault investigation. The NTSB is different than, say, the FAA, which is going to be looking for blame, if you will. I've worked for the FAA also. So they'll be, this is strictly to find out what happened, why it happened, and how to prevent reoccurrences. So hopefully we'll know something within a matter of a few weeks.
You mentioned the air traffic control recordings. What might we learn from them?
Well, clearly, we've got to find out what the controllers on duty at Reagan Airport told the two pilots to do. It appears from the video that the helicopter coming down from the north merged with the American jet. But again, we don't know what the helicopter pilots acknowledged or what they said back to the controllers. And again, I'm an aviation psychologist. Voice inflections will be critical also because there may be an indication that the Army pilots didn't understand what they were being told to do. I'm only speculating. I'm not suggesting that's the case, but that's why the NTSB will be so meticulous about this inquiry as the days and weeks unfold.
Now, Dr. Deal, from your perspective, and we'll let you go here pretty soon, though. From your perspective on this, if you're flying at night, and I know you said that there's another plane, and we know about all that, but at night with those bright lights and those big planes, is there any scenario where you would not see that other plane and create this? And again, I know you're not investigating this, but you've flown before, and you said you've flown in and out of this airport.
As a matter of fact, I also investigated the 1982 Air Florida crash at this airport. But you're right. You're absolutely right. The light, you got to remember at night, of course, the airplanes all have lights, but they're often obscured by the background lights, the city lights. So trying to pick out a particular airplane that you're supposed to cross behind, if that was in fact what is on the tapes, is very critical. And a lot of times it's difficult, especially at night, to see other aircraft when they're masked by the background lights of the city. You're correct. That's a big problem for pilots.
Dr. Deal, you briefly mentioned that you were here for the 1982 plane crash. That's, 40 years ago here in D.C., eerily similar to what we are seeing play out, sadly, now, today. In that case, Air Florida Flight 90 plunging into the icy water below. Again, in that situation, it was a passenger jet colliding with a Army Black Hawk helicopter, or excuse me, a similar situation. But if you could take us back to that and provide some perspective from your experience.
Well, in many ways, it was vastly different. It was daytime. It was a takeoff accident. It involved some miscommunication on the cockpit of the Air Florida jet. The co-pilot realized that something was wrong. They had ice on the wings. They weren't going to be able to fly, and they didn't push their engines up to full power to avoid the bridge. So that was quite a bit different than what happened last night. Interestingly, in 1949, there was a very similar accident to last night, and that involved an Eastern DC-4. These are all 49. They were all piston-powered aircraft, and a Bolivian World War II fighter plane called a P-38, and they literally collided over the Potomac, not too far, as I understand it, from where this accident last night occurred. So that 1949 accident is much more similar, in my opinion. Now, I don't know I obviously didn't investigate the 1949 accident, but both aircraft, I understand, ended up in the Potomac, and I believe it was close to 50 people died aboard the Eastern airliner. The Bolivian pilot managed to survive.
Dr. Deal, you also have investigated Black Hawk crashes, the very type of military helicopter that was involved in this mid-air collision. What can you tell us about maybe the maneuvering capability, what might have gone wrong? We, again, understand that you are not involved in this investigation, but just from your expertise, as we're looking at a Black Hawk right now.
Well, one of the big issues, and the NTSB will do this, they call it, they'll do an optometric examination of what each pilot in the Black Hawk could see from his or her crew position. So they know what the view, the eye reference point is on the Black Hawk co-pilot and pilot seat. And you have vertical structures like the door frame, and there's a window partition that runs down the middle of the helicopter. I'm saying if, I don't know this is what the NTSB will have to determine. If the American jet was hidden by some of that structure for either one or both pilots, that will go a long way to explaining why they didn't react. And of course, I know Senator Duckworth flew the Black Hawk. She says it has great forward visibility. I